always through regular banking channels. The use of UPI applications and cards. Insofar as the allegation of recovery of cash goes, I once again make it clear that no one from my house ever reported seeing any currency in burnt form in the room. In fact, this gets further corroborated from there being no cash or currency which we saw when the site was restored to us after the fire personnel and the police had left the scene, quite apart from we being not apprised of any recovery or seizure which was made on the spot. And this may also be viewed in light of the statement of the Chief of the Fire Service which I have gathered from the news reports. We have since that fateful night been continuously trying to find an explanation for the allegations which are being levelled, and with us being required to prove an allegation which is premised on cash being discovered at this and the same presumed to belong to me or my family members. That presumption requires me not only furnish an explanation with respect to the existence of an article allegedly present in a commonly used outhouse and general storeroom which was freely accessible, but also requires me to account for the same. That takes me to the video clip which has been shared with me. Assuming without admitting that the video was taken immediately at the time of the incident at the site, none of it appears to have been recovered or seized. The second aspect which I need to underscore is that none of the staff was shown any remnants of cash or currency that may have been present on site. I have made my enquiries from the staff present, who have also stated that there was no removal of currency which was allegedly found at the site or removed from the premises. The only thing which was cleared was debris and that they considered and what they considered to be salvageable. That is still present in the house and can be seen kept apart in one part of the residence. What baffles me is that complete absence of any sacks of allegedly burned currency which was ever recovered or seized. We categorically assert that neither my daughter, my personal secretary, nor household staff were shown these so-called sacks of burnt currency. And I stand by my consistent position that when they accessed the storeroom, there was no currency, burnt or otherwise, which could be seen. I request to bear in mind that the storeroom is removed from my residence and is used as a general dump room for disused articles and other sundry household articles. I wonder who would countenance an allegation that currency would be kept in a storeroom in a corner of the house and which is freely accessible from amongst others the back wicker gate also. And I would beseech you to bear in consideration that no currency was recovered from the premises that we actually occupy and use as a family. That part of premises is as indicated above removed from the living quarters. It is in the aforesaid background that I urge you to absolve me of those unfounded and baseless allegations. In the life of a judge, nothing matters more than reputation and character. That has been severely tarnished and irreparably damaged. The baseless allegations that have been levelled against me have proceeded on mere innuendos and an unproven assumption that the cash allegedly seen and found belonged to me. This incident has scarred my reputation built over more than a decade as a judge of a high court, and it has left me with no means to defend myself. I would also beseech you to bear in consideration that in all my years as a judge of a high court, no such allegation has ever been made in the past, nor any doubt cast on my integrity. In fact, I would be grateful if an inquiry is made with respect to my functioning as a judge and what is the perception of the legal fraternity with regard to my integrity and honesty in the discharge of my judicial functioning. In these circumstances, my response to the queries are as follows. The number one, as already stated, I was never aware of any cash or money lying in the outhouse storeroom. Neither I nor my family members had any knowledge of cash, nor does it have any bearing or relation with me or my family. No such cash or currency was shown to my family members or staff who were present on that fateful night. Number two, in light of my response above, the question of explaining the source of the currency does not arise. And the third one, I also strongly deny and outrightly reject the insinuation, if made, that we removed currency from the storeroom. As stated above, we were neither shown nor handed over any sacks of burnt currency. In fact, and as stated above, the limited debris which was sought to be salvaged continues to exist in one part of the residence. And as stated above, I along with my wife returned from Bhopal on Indigo flight number 6E2303 and only on the evening of 15th March. Therefore, the question of alleged removal is not known to us. In any event, none of my staff removed any article, currency or cash in any form. So these are the photographs that have been attached in this as shared by the Commissioner of Police, Delhi, with Chief Justice of the High Court of Delhi. This is the picture number 1. As you can see, it's covered all over with soot, and black smog is covering the walls and the doors. And the picture number 2, as you can see, this has you can see cash on in it. You can see that on your screens, viewers. This is the second picture that it has been submitted by the Commissioner of Police with the Chief Justice of India, Chief Justice of the High Court of Delhi. And then this is picture number 3. As you can see, the fire officials are on the ground, and as you can see, these are burnt articles on the ground that you can see in the dark. And when we're talking about, this is the last of it, and we have seen these photos that have been attached, and the photographs that have been attached in this showing exactly the situation of when the fire took place, what happened, and the situation in that room that we have been talking about. So this was the response that was given by Justice Yashwant Varma to the allegations that have been posed against him. We have with us my colleague Mehndi Garg joining us live from High Court, and we're going straight across to her. Mehndi, exactly what is the situation when we're talking about these allegations that have been posed against Justice Yashwant Varma? And now we have seen that he has stated that he did not see any pile of cash, and there was no such discovery that he saw when he saw that room.
Well, indeed, Ria, we can say that in a very rare public disclosure, the Supreme Court has now uploaded all the reports, the photographs and the videos on the public platform on the court's website regarding the Justice Yashwant Varma's case. And right now, talking about Justice Yashwant Varma, then yes, he has been denying all the allegations that have been put on him. And if I quote unquote, Ria, that what Justice Yashwant Varma has to say on these allegations, then he specifically said that he unequivocally stated that no cash was ever placed in the storeroom by me or any of my family members, and the suggestion that this cash belonged to us is preposterous. So these are the words of Justice Yashwant Varma on the allegations that have been put over him. And talking about this particular case, Ria, then yes, the Delhi Police Commissioner has shared all the official the photos and the videos that came out on the day of 14th March after the fire broke out at Yashwant Varma's residence, and all these reports were submitted to Chief Justice of Delhi, Manmohan Upadhyay, and after that, an internal inquiry took place, and after that, a big decision has been taken by the Supreme Court. And yesterday, all the, we can say the reports, the photos, the videos have been uploaded on the court's website on the public platform by the Supreme Court. And right now, talking about Justice Yashwant Varma, then yes, he has been declining and denying all the allegations that have been put on him, and also, the fact that has been coming up that the stack of cash that was found in the storeroom was a bit distant from the main living area of the residence of Justice Yashwant Varma, and also the thing that has been said that no access was there to that particular storeroom. So on those allegations as well, Justice Yashwant Varma is saying that there is a conspiracy that has been done against him, and due to that he has been framed in this particular case. And also now the Supreme Court has demanded some answers, and also the Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, has instructed the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court, Manmohan Upadhyay, to see further clarification from Justice Yashwant Varma. And in that clarification, 3 critical points are there, Ria, which I'll read out for our viewers as well. That first, the critical point for which the clarification clarification is needed is about the source of the unaccounted cash, and secondly, the identification of the person who removed the burn cash on the morning of March 15th, and also thirdly and the last one, the critical point that has been put up by the Chief Justice of India for Chief Justice of Delhi High Court to have clarifications. Is that the preservation of all the mobile data, including call logs and messages as well. And as per the instructions, also Ria, Justice Yashwant Varma has been explicitly asked not to delete any of the call logs on any of the data from his phone as of now. Yes, Ria.
All right. We also have with us Brian Thomas live from Yashwant Varma's residence. Brian, when we're talking about the clarification that was given by Yashwant Varma, is he stated that this is an outhouse, which is something that is not locked and it's open to all. So why exactly would he be placing a huge amount of cash in that place? So in terms of those clarifications that he has provided in this, what are the details that are coming in?
Well, Ria, definitely, Yashwant Varma clearly stated in his, comments that, why would one, keep all his cash, at an outhouse. Now, very importantly also, when this very incident happened on March 15th, when the report was also made by Justice Upadhyay also, it was clearly stated that this outhouse, or this warehouse rather, where the cash was kept and there was a fire that broke out, basically that very place, that very warehouse was not accessible to anyone except Varma. But now Yashwant Varma also on his reply very clearly stated that it is accessible to gardeners, to servants and to certain CPWD officials as well. Very importantly as well, Yashwant Varma has also stated that why would someone keep cash at an outhouse like this, and said that it is accessible to everyone, his servants and gardeners as well. And also he stated that neither him nor his family will ever keep a cash like this, and it is nothing but a blatant conspiracy against him. Now we are outside Yashwant Varma's residence. This is the very 30 Tughlaq Crescent road, and this is the very house where this very fire broke out on 14 March, which led to the report and which led to the major controversy that had happened also. Now we'll also be attempting to show you inside because the gates are locked as well, and very importantly also this Supreme Court has published, in a first of its kind, Supreme Court published, the videos, the pictures, the documents also of this residence as well, of all the documents. There were burned cash also that was kept, and also very importantly in Supreme Court's published Justice Varma's response also, in which he denied all the allegations and clarified that the fire took place in a storeroom which is separated from his main house as well. Now I'll request my camera person to just try and attempt to show the as much as possible to show the inside of the house. You can see this is the very residence, that is a 30 Tughlaq Crescent road, and which is Yashwant Varma's residence, and he clearly stated that neither him or nor his families ever placed any cash in that storeroom, and says that the idea of this cash belong to them is completely baseless, and it is absurd to suggest that someone would store cash in an open and commonly used storeroom. Even though yes, the Supreme Court, the CJI Sanjeev Khanna, he has ordered even an internal committee also, 3-member committee has also been involved to go deeper into the probe, because Chief Justice of Delhi Upadhyay also clearly stated that a probe should be done, a deeper probe should be done, and said that the storeroom is completely separated from his living room and the boundary wall divides it from the residence. So yes, we are just trying to give you a perspective of the fact that this is the very residence, and the comments also that was made by Yashwant Varma clearly stated that neither of his family are involved in anything of that sort, and something, it is just absurd. He clearly stated in his comment also, it is clearly absurd, and it is done to make a defamation, to defame him, or to show a controversy against him and to defame him in any way possible. Ria.
We also have with us Ankita Tiwari, Advocate, High Court, Supreme Court, and Ramakant Gaur, Lawyer, Supreme Court, Ellen Rao, former DCP, Special Cell, Delhi Police, and Sanjay K. Chadha, Lawyer, Supreme Court, joining us on the telecast. And firstly, I'd like to go to Sanjay K. Chadha, Lawyer, Supreme Court. Thank you so much for joining us on the telecast. Sanjay K. Chadha, we have seen that the denial and the clarification that Justice Yashwant Varma has given is that it was an outhouse, and the fact that this is something that is open to all, it's not locked. It's a room that is only used for unused items, and they did not see any presence of any burnt currency as it has been reported. And he has provided this clarification that they were not even present at the time of this when this incident has taken place.
Not only that, he has also said that there is a potential conspiracy. So certainly, all these are the grounds where he has tried to lay his own case. He has said, now the big question is when we see the video which you have just shown in your opening statement, where you have read out major parts of the report which has been published by the Supreme Court in the website. Now, the big question which comes to us is, very, very important is, where is the burnt currency gone? Once we have a clear-cut video, we have seen the pictures. Now the question is, on the very next day, when Justice Varma, along with the other 2-3 people, as you mentioned in the report, and you have read out the part of those relevant part of the report. So where is that burnt currency? It is not there, number one. Number two, certainly those points which have been raised by Justice Varma are showing, they are also relevant. But overall, what has happened is really a blot. Overall, when we see into the scenario, the image of judiciary has really gone down with this in the eyes of masses. And the way it has been presented and everything has been produced, when we were talking a day before with Uday, it was stated that we were not having any information and we were talking in vacuum. But no, I said on that day also that TOI, the Times of India, which is one of the very prominent newspaper, cannot publish something which is in vacuum. And now, after coming of this report, things are there. There, as we say that bina khali dhua bina aag ke nahi nikalta. So that is there. All those the grounds which Justice Varma has taken have there is a relevance, no doubt about it, but there is a bigger conspiracy, I must say. Why? And that is where there is a need of a fair investigation, and that's what is, I think, is the next step. The Chief Justice has already made a committee consisting of two Chief Justices and a judge of High Court. So let's see. Time will show us what is there in the entire case.
All right. I'd also like to get Ellen Rao, former DCP on Special Cell Delhi Police, on this as well. Ellen Rao, in terms of a case like this, and when we have seen that Yashwant Varma has stated that when he saw the room, there was no presence of any burnt cash, and when we are seeing this video, we can also see on the screens as well. It's a huge pile of cash that can be seen. How do you go on about a case and invest a case like this?
Good morning, Ria, to you and all your reviewers. And this is a very important revelation in this case with the explanation and your so-called statement of Justice Varma ji. And I must tell you that fair inquiry, I think it is on the basis of this remarks or statement by Justice Varma. Now the fair inquiry is required definitely, and there is a principle of justice also demands that without doing any impartial inquiry or without hearing the concerned person, nothing should be reached at any final conclusion cannot be drawn. So now so many other things are, as you rightly asked me, that where is the cash on that basis, I must tell you, on the day of incident when fire was broken, and then fire brigade informed police as well as so many other authorities. Then at that time, I think that it's not clear in the report also whether this cash was seized by the police or not. That is not clear. But certainly, when we see the pictures, the cash is seen, and that may be half burnt or full burnt. Another thing is that who calculated that cash, and where is that cash is at present. Whether in that case, normally when the police arrives at the spot and seizes any property, that is seized by the seizure memo, and then it is deposited in the malkhana, and must be in the concerned police station's malkhana. That is to be seen, and definitely when the things have been reported in the media and the amount of 15 crore was stated, then somebody might have counted that currency. And other thing also, when Justice Varma says that this room was not in his exclusive position and there were accessibility of so many people in that case, and that background, that criminal conspiracy or the conspiracy alleged by him, that his reputation is being tarnished for the last few months, and he also referred that he discussed about this to the Chief Justice, and that is also very important aspect, whether there was any conspiracy or not. And all CCTV footages will also be checked during that, because it's a very detailed inquiry will be conducted. All CCTV footages, all persons who are having assessing to this private room or the room in the CPWD, officials, gardeners, security guards, so many other things will be questioned about it, and CCTV footage assessing this room also, that will be also seen. Whatever the clippings are available with the police or in the CCTV coverage, and so many other things also are required. The CDR, call detail records of Justice Varma, will also be probed for the last about, as you rightly said, for the last about 6 months, with whom he was contacted, and who was the person who is in contact with him, messages, WhatsApp messages, whatever are available, and that has rightly been asked that these should not be deleted by him or not be vanished. And if these are deleted, then that will be an adverse view will be taken during inquiry, and because all call details reports will be provided by the service provider as well. So this requires a very detailed inquiry, and after that, I think then guns should not be at this justice at this point of time, after having his response, and his response is in very detailed and logical points have been raised by him. And one more logic, that is why some person will keep this amount of this cash in a room which is accessible to everyone. That is also one point is to be seen, that whether it is correct that this room is accessible to all these persons, CPWD persons, gardeners, or some other security people. That is also very important aspect, because this room is very crucial piece of evidence, and that inquiry, including all these points, I think that after that this picture will be clear. And as of now, we should not, and the media also, the public in the media, that should not tarnish the image of the learned justice, honorable justice. But anyhow, as Mr. Chadha has said, that no doubt with these news, definitely in the people's mind, the image of judiciary is going down, but a final outcome is required to be seen, and final outcome is required to be known to everyone. And if it is as per the statement of Justice Varma, if his points are very much relevant, and if during inquiry his explanation is corroborated with the truth, that what he is saying is true, then there is a very great danger to our judiciary, and so many other things, that anybody can be put to any conspiracy, and that is very bad trend. If somebody is put to any such type of conspiracy which tarnishes image of any person, not only judiciary but any person in his social life, and particularly when a person is very holding a very important post, then this if this conspiracy angle is found to be true, then it is very serious matter in our country, that such conspiracies should be, and the conspirators should be definitely exposed to the general public. So so that nothing can be done in future like that. But all depends upon the final outcome of the inquiry, ma'am. Riya.
We also have with us Ankita Tiwari, Advocate High Court, Supreme Court, joining us on the telecast. Ankita Tiwari, in terms of the clarification that has been provided, in one of them he has said that this seems like a conspiracy against him. So what do you make of that?
See, he's refuted to all the queries that were put forward to him in the report, as we have seen from what has been published on the website of the Supreme Court. So the justice has refuted to all the queries, and he has himself also raised questions as to how this investigation or the how this inquiry completely had occurred, that the fire officials went to this room, and then how was this cash obtained, and where was this cash obtained from, and what are the other evidences that put him in the situation where he can be proved guilty. And for all of that, even if there is it does not matter if we are talking about an individual or a judge. Every individual, including a judge, is entitled to the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. And here, all the circumstances that have been put forward, they are going to be put again into a proper investigation, where a thorough investigation has to be conducted, and with the highest ethical standards, without any breach into the administrative or the investigative report. And the judicial independence should not be compromised in any manner. So, a fair inquiry is crucial to ensure that neither the judge or anyone is wrongly targeted, nor a guilty can escape the accountability. The accountability which we are seeking here is very essential, and therefore, if the judge in his reply has stated that there might be a conspiracy, then even that aspect has to be looked upon into very seriously, and it becomes the duty of the investigation agency, and even the in-house probe or the inquiry that will be conducted by the three-member committee that now the Honorable Supreme Court has constituted, with two Chief Justice and one Justice of High Court of Karnataka, to ensure that there is no damage to the judicial credibility also. Since it has been already, because of the reports that are coming out in public, it is being undermined and the public trust is being undermined in the judicial system. So the allegations that are put forward, and then the reply that has been sent by the Justice Yashwant Varma, has to be now looked into very word by word by the in-house committee and the investigative agencies, however the situation arises, and then duly once the duly checked evidences and the facts and these photos and the videos that have come out now are checked and are now then they must be put forward after being verified completely, and after being completely checked for the sources and for the reasons, as even mentioned by the justice in his reply. So it has to be looked from both points as of now, as because there is still a presumption of innocence, and we should consider that as well.
We have with us my colleague Mehendi Garg joining us live from High Court. Mehendi, in terms of this, we have seen this has been going on for quite some time, and now in an unprecedented move, Supreme Court has made this public, the report public, which to ensure transparency. So when it comes to that, Yashwant Varma has stated clearly that this seems like a conspiracy, because where did they take this huge pile of cash when he saw that there was no pile of cash as it can be seen in the video. So when we're talking about this, do you think that there is a larger conspiracy here?
Well, Ria, yes, Supreme Court has taken a big decision of, uploading all the reports, videos and photographs on the court's official website and making everything public, for the transparency. And talking about Justice Yashwant Varma, then yes, Ria, in his statement, he has completely denied all the allegations that have been put on him over the cash that has been found from his residence. And also he said that it is a larger conspiracy that has been created against him. And also he said that, the storeroom that the storeroom which got fire and where fire broke out was away from the premises where the family lives, and no family member is involved in this particular stack of cash that was, allegedly found in the storehouse. And, inquiry has also taken place. And talking about the inquiry also, Ria, then according to the report that was submitted by the Delhi High Court Chief Justice Manmohan Upadhyay, he told that how fire broke out on 14th March at the residence of Justice Yashwant Varma. And after that, when the police officials reached there, a stack of cash, a pile of cash was found from there, which were half burnt. And after that, inquiry took place. The Supreme Court intervened in that. A high-level meeting took place. A high-level, we can say that, a high-level panel was formed for this particular inquiry. And after that, the Supreme Court has said that yes, the videos, the photos and the reports are claiming that the stack of cash was found at Justice Yashwant Varma's residence. But again and again, Justice Yashwant Varma is completely denying these facts. And he also said that he was not in Delhi when this happened, as in on March 14th and March 15th, he was traveling with his wife, and only his daughter was there at the residence along with his aged mother. And also, the information regarding the fire broke out was given out by his daughter and also the personal secretary. So all the allegations have been denied by Justice Yashwant Varma right now, and he is claiming that a big conspiracy is being created against him in this particular case. Yes, Ria.
Viewers, before we get into more of this, I like to show you Supreme Court's queries and also what was the response of Justice Yashwant Varma. As you can see on your screens, there were 3 questions that were posed. The first of them was, how does he account for the presence of money cash in the room located in his premises? And secondly, explain the source of money cash which was found in the said room. Thirdly, who is the person who had removed the burnt cash and money from the room in the morning of March 15? So these were the 3 questions that were posed. And also, when we're talking about his staff details, those have also to be certain, and they have to be submitted of the official staff of the High Court Registry, the personal security officers and the security guards who are posted at the residence of Justice Yashwant Varma during the last 6 months. And request letters should also be sent to the mobile service provider for recording all call record details of the officials and other Justice Yashwant Varma for the last 6 months. And when we are talking about, secondly, Justice Yashwant Varma may be requested to not dispose of his mobile phone or delete or modify any conversation, messages or data from his mobile phone, and the reply would be submitted to Justice Yashwant Varma along with the comments and may be furnished to him immediately for further action. But meanwhile, when we're talking about his response, to all these 3 questions, he has stated that I would beseech you to bear in consideration that no money was recovered from the premises that they actually occupy and use as a family, and that part of the premises is as indicated above removed from the living quarters. It is in the aforesaid background that I urge you to absolve me of those unfounded and baseless allegations. In the life of a judge, nothing matters more than reputation and character, and that has been severely tarnished and irreparably that has been damaged. The baseless allegations that have been leveled against him have proceeded on mere innuendos and an unproven assumption that the cash allegedly was seen and found belonged to him. The incident has scarred my reputation built over more than a decade as a judge of a high court, and it has left me with no means to defend myself. And I would also beseech you to bear in consideration that all my ears. And these are the three queries that, when we're talking about the three queries that Supreme Court has posed, the response to that is the query number 1. The response was, as already stated, I'm never aware of any money or cash lying in the outhouse storeroom. Neither I nor any of my family members had any knowledge of cash, nor does have any bearing or relation with me or my family, and no such cash or currency was shown to my family members or staff who were present on that fateful night. So that's the answer to the query number 1. The query number 2, in light of my response above, the question of explaining the source of the currency does not arise. So that's his response to query number 2. And query number 3, I also strongly deny and outrightly reject the insinuation, if made, that we removed currency from the storeroom, and as stated above, we were neither shown nor handed over any sacks of burnt currency. In fact, and as stated above, the limited debris which was sought to be salvaged continues to exist in one part of the residence. And as stated above, I, along with my wife, returned from Bhopal on Indigo flight number 6E2303 only on the evening of 15th March 2025. Therefore, the question of its alleged removal is not known to us. In any event, none of my staff removed any article, currency or any cash in any form. So those were the responses that he has given to those queries. Meanwhile, viewers, that's a wrap for the bulletin. We'll slip into a short break.
Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
से प्यास बुझाए,
डाइजेशन के लिए मस्त, शरीर में नमक पानी का बैलेंस बनाए।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल्दी और जीरा सिप।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व से महाकुंभ पर ऐसी छाप पड़ी कि श्रद्धालुओं की संख्या के सारे रिकॉर्ड टूट गए। श्रद्धालुओं में 25 देशों और 5 महाद्वीपों से आए विदेशी तीर्थ यात्री भी रहे, जिन पर सनातन आस्था का गहरा प्रभाव दिखा। एप्पल के को फाउंडर स्टीव जॉब्स की पत्नी लॉरेन पावेल जॉब्स ने निरंजनी अखाड़े के शिविर में प्रवास किया और दीक्षा ली। अमेरिका, फ्रांस, रूस, यूक्रेन, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, स्पेन, दक्षिण अफ्रीका, ब्राजील, ट्रिनिडाद टोबैगो, गुयाना, स्विट्जरलैंड, फिजी, फिनलैंड, ताइवान, मलेशिया, मॉरिशस, सिंगापुर, श्रीलंका, म्यांमार सहित पूरे विश्व के लोगों ने वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावना को यहाँ अनुभव किया। मानवता की समूर्त धरोहर में शामिल होने वालों में 77 देशों के 118 राजनयिक भी रहे। इस तरह महाकुंभ केवल धार्मिक आस्था का केंद्र न होकर सांस्कृतिक मेलजोल और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संबंधों को प्रगाढ़ करने के मंच में भी बदल गया।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Hello, you're watching NewsX with me, Riya Dwivedi. Now let's take a look at the top story of the hour. Supreme Court has uploaded reports, photo and video with respect to the allegations of the discovery of unaccounted currencies at the home of Justice Yashwant Varma, sitting judge of the Delhi High Court. The inquiry report of the Delhi High Court Chief Justice and the response of the Justice Varma have been made public. The controversy erupted after a fire at Justice Varma's office residence on March 14 led to the discovery of large quantities of cash. Meanwhile, Justice Varma expressed concerns about a potential conspiracy against him. In his formal response to the Chief Justice of India, he categorically denied any connection to the cash or knowledge of how it arrived in the storeroom. We have with us my colleague Mehndi Garg joining us live from outside High Court. Mehndi, in terms of the team that has been constituted, the CJI has formed this 3-member panel to conduct a deeper probe into this.
Well, indeed, Riya, after the stack of cash was found at Justice Yashwant Varma's residence, after that, the police officials has informed on March 15th about what happened on March 14th to the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court, Manmohan Upadhyay. And after that, an inquiry happened, and in that internal inquiry, Supreme Court also intervened, and also now Supreme Court has taken a bold move, and we can say very unprecedented move of uploading all the photos, the reports and the videos on the official court's website and making everything public for the transparency as well. And talking about Riya, the three judge inquiry that was formed, the panel that was formed, and in the list of the findings also, Riya, the Supreme Court has formed a 3-member committee to conduct in-depth inquiry on this matter. And talking about who all members were there in that inquiry, then yes, the panel members are Justice Sheel Nagu, who is the Chief Justice Punjab and Haryana High Court. Second is Justice GS Sandhawalia, who is the Chief Justice Himachal Pradesh High Court. And lastly, the third member on the panel is Justice Anu Sivaraman, who is Judge Karnataka High Court. And additionally, also, Judicial Yashwant Varma has been temporarily relieved from all the judicial duties. And also the Delhi High Court Chief Justice has been instructed not to, assign him any further cases until all these, the allegations and this case of the stack of cash and the pile of cash that has been found at his residence.
All right, Mehndi,
so
we
yes,
also
we can say,
are being joined by Kiran
Bedi
joining us live on the broadcast. Kiran Bedi, this is a major incident that has taken place, and in an unprecedented move, the Supreme Court has decided that they have released this report. What exactly do you make of the whole situation that has arose out of this situation?
Maybe lessons to be drawn, lots of lessons to be drawn from this incident. Number one, I'm glad that the action has been immediate, inquiry has been conducted, and evidence has been, and the inquiry report is made transparent. I think this is one very good thing. It's stopped speculation. So I think that's a very good thing that has happened. Secondly is that it's also lessons to be learned in the sense when I said it in the first instance, that how do we prevent such things to come to this pass? I think that's a real challenge before the society and the administration and the judiciary in particular. How do we preempt? How do we catch early signs of this development? Because this doesn't suddenly happen overnight. In such developments to such an extent do not happen overnight. So I think there are systems to be put in place so that this situation is caught early.
And Kiran Bedi, in terms of the probe, what probe do you think needs to happen now to resolve this case and ensure that there is no further damage or tarnish, does not tarnish the image of the judiciary?
The action which has followed after this exposure will restore some balance. I think it will restore the balance because action has been swift and also made transparent. So this will have a redeeming effect.
And Kiran Bedi ma'am, when we're talking about a case like this, how do you approach, or how does one approach a case like this? It's such a precarious situation. How does one go about an investigation into this?
Oh, you go about it. Police is aware. Police knows the skills, and it will go back and forth. I think it will go back to investigation means going back and forth. So, what are the possible sources which such a situation could have arisen from? And I think if the investigation obviously remains confidential, they will get to the sources. But people, see, the primary evidence may not come because people or individuals who may have may have offered these kinds of, will never come forth. So they could probably be the source. So I think it will remain pretty tough to find out where could it have come from. And certainly talking to the prime accused will be helpful. But why would he indict himself? So it's not going to be an easy investigation.
And ma'am, in terms of, do you think Supreme Court has done a good job by choosing transparency and swiftly putting out all the details and photos and videos in the public?
That's the right thing to do. This is the biggest disinfectant is the transparency. It's a disinfectant. So I think it's redeemed a lot where the Supreme Court has taken the lead and corrected the situation. Making it public will certainly restore, and I think it's a good precedent also.
And in terms of the clarification that has been provided by Justice Yashwant Varma, he has stated that it was an outhouse and that was something that was open to all. What do you make out of that?
Well, that could be his defense. That is the line of his defense. And only investigation will reveal what he's saying has substance or not. That is why investigation is necessary. But preliminarily, as a preliminary inquiry, this is where we are. Well, things could dramatically change. It all depends. But that is why investigation is necessary to find out where did these gunny bags come from? When were they there? Who put them there? All these will reveal in the investigation. That is why detailed inquiry back and forth will be necessary, and possible occupants of the house, the supporting staff. I think all this will come.
All right, Kiran Bedi, thank you so much for joining us on the telecast and giving us your time. Meanwhile, I also have with us my colleague Brian Thomas joining us live from outside Yashwant Varma's residence. Brian, we've seen such an unprecedented move that has been taken place. Supreme Court decided to make these photos, these videos public. So what exactly does this move mean for the judiciary?
Well, Ria, definitely. Now, it's a, first of a kind move where it was clearly stated that the Supreme Court chose to publicly put everything, all the documents, the videos that have been done, everything have been put on their website as well. And also very importantly, there were three very important questions also that was posed by Sanjeev Khanna. One was very importantly, how do you explain the presence of the cash? What is the source of it? And who removed or who is responsible for the removal of the burnt cash? Very importantly also, the statement of Yashwant Varma is very stern and very steady, clearly stating that he has nothing to do with it. Not only him, but his family has nothing to do with this, and it is, it is done to malign his image. The conspiracy is done against him. And also very importantly, I'll show you the residence also of Yashwant Varma. Very importantly, and a very important aspect of this residence, when you see, this is the only door, only gate for entering or exiting. There are no other entrances or exits apart from this very gate. And this very residence was that place where at this very outhouse, at the very warehouse itself, that cash was was got out on the 15th. And when this very report, this very investigation started out, and very importantly also, Yashwant Varma's statement have been very stern and have been very firm from day one, saying that he has nothing to do with this. His family, it is done to malign his image, to put a tarnish on image. He said that he has a decade-long journey, a decade-long reputation. He has built his reputation, but all of it is done to just malign his image. Now, yes, an internal internal investigation of a 3-member committee has also been involved by the by Sanjeev Khanna as well. So these as per these investigation is going on also, the statement of Yashwant Varma becomes very important also. Right now also, he is not at his residence. This residence is vacant as of now. The servants are there, and earlier also when the report came out, it clearly stated that no one except him or his family had access to the outhouse, to which he clearly denied and said CPW officials, some CPW officials, the servants and gardeners had access to this this very outhouse. And here also, when you see, the gates have been opening also, because there have been other going and coming as well, so you can get a perspective of the house also that is there. And this is that very the place, this is that very hub where this very incident took place. Riya.
Brian, in terms of the investigation, who exactly is under the lens right now when we're talking about, as you have clearly stated, that's the only gate that one can enter from?
Well, Riya, see, again, the lens, who is in lens becomes very important, is because the entire investigation is against that one man, that is Yashwant Varma and his family, to which he denied that his family has nothing to do, he has nothing to do. It's an open access, the servants, the gardeners, the CPWD officials, they have access to it. So clearly he is trying to put it on to others. And when these 3 questions were also posed against him, like how does he explain the presence of the cash or money in the room located at his residence, to which he denied that no, it is not his premises, it is the outhouse. Then what is the source of the cash said in the room, to which he said no, it is the sources, he doesn't know about it. And he is also shocked when he saw the videos, when he saw the photos. He is also utterly shocked when he got to know that something of that sort have been found against him, because he said he has made a decade-long reputation, and suddenly it has been done to malign his image, because he was not even at his home when this fire incident has happened. And the third is who removed the burnt cash from the room on the morning. So to which also he said that he was not even there, he had a flight somewhere, so that his family was also not there, to which he said that how would someone remove the burnt cash notes if there was no one. So there were replies from him that was also posted on Supreme Court's website also, along with the pictures and videos also of the firefighting team who got the cash. And then the next day also Justice Upadhyay also reached there to have a report, to have an understanding, to get a stock of the situation, what was happening. So the investigation is clearly against this very man whose residence outside we are, who is not clearly at his residence. So yes, the lens is on this very man, Riya.
We also have with us Ankita Tiwari, Advocate High Court, joining us on the telecast. Ankita Tiwari, in terms of this move that has been done by Supreme Court. They made these photos, videos public. What do you make out of this move?
To be honest, it's an unprecedented move, as has been already discussed by you and the others. And the Supreme Court has put out all the information that was held by the Supreme Court in the inquiry report, and it removed to remove a sitting High Court judge and initiate an in-house inquiry in itself will be unprecedented, and the Chief Justice has ensured that there is fairness and transparency in that regard, and therefore it has been made public as per my understanding. However, the allegations are serious, and the Supreme Court has, by maintaining control over the process, I think has made sure that the questions that are raised and the answers that have been got that we have got from Justice Varma should be put in the protection and should be put in the fairness of the public view also, because as this has been already discussed in the media and also by the major article that was published by the Times of India. And because before we declare someone guilty, we need to ask that whatever the documents that have been published and whatever the judicial inquiry that has been going on and that has been now a part of media, that has been leaked to media or has been become a part of media trial. So who is accountable for it, and what happens when the reputation, the damage to the judge's reputation, what happens when the inquiry comes out and the answer is in the favor of the judge, and who is responsible for it? So I understand that this is an unprecedented move that has been done or has been taken by a step that has been taken by Supreme Court of India by publishing it on their own website, Supreme Court's website. But since the investigation is still ongoing and there are the investigation still needs strong evidence, and the accountability of the cash and the videos and everything, the statements of the Justice Varma stating that he does not have any knowledge of cash, or the alleged conspiracy that has come out in the statement of Justice Varma. All these information that have now come out and will become a part of investigation that requires strict proof, even requires strict investigation from the investigating agencies and the committee, are now part of public information. So it has its pros and cons, and it will show in time, as I understand. And the question that comes out is that what happens when there is no direct evidence linking to the alleged money, and the conspiracy that the defense has come out is actually true. What happens to the tarnished reputation of the sitting High Court judge?
Ankita, in terms of when we're talking about an investigation and the probe into this, CJI has formed a three-member panel into this and has also demanded a deeper probe into this. So a situation like this is very precarious. You have to approach it in a certain way. So when we're dealing with a case like this, how can one go about it?
So in this case, because the situation where where we are legally, just mere presence of the cash does not automatically prove corruption, and the prosecution must establish that where did that cash come from. And in this situation, because the alleged accused person here is a sitting High Court judge, and therefore the situation becomes so precarious. But however, the justice system is equal, whether for a judge or an individual, and there is always a presumption of innocence until proven guilty. And yes, the judges must be held to a highest ethical standards, But that is why the Chief Justice of India has already, set up an inquiry, and this even after that we have now come to know facts from the media and the inquiry report that has now been published to the website of the Supreme Court, that this incident had happened on the day of Holi, and the Chief Justice had set up an inquiry after that, and all this information have come later. So the law applies equally to all, whether a common citizen or a judge. Until the source of the cash is established, we must refrain from speculations. The accountability or judicial accountability must come through due process and not mere speculations. Because, but if he's innocent, and if the investigation further does not disclose anything, and there are chances when when you read out the answers to the query that were raised to Justice Verma, he's directly denied that there was any knowledge of the cash, or the second that there was an open access to the storeroom, alleged storeroom where the cash has been found, or third that any cash was removed from the premises at any point of time, and he was not even present at the premises. So all these responses, the written response that have denied any connection to the money, now that he stated that he was not in Delhi at the time of incident also, and multiple people had access to the storeroom. So there, it is not really vague, or out of unfair to even consider for a moment that there might be chances of other possibilities as well. Judicial investigation takes time because they require factual verification, forensic report, and the reports from the photographs and the videographs, and the proper legal scrutiny. And rushing to conclusions without evidence would be unfair at this point of time.
Ankita, in terms of when it comes to a case involving a High Court judge, it has bigger implications. So we have seen that in his response, he has stated that this room was only accessible to his staff and the family members, and this was not something that was locked. So when we are talking about something that has such a deeper, bigger implication, what do you make out of the clarification that he has issued?
So, as I stated, that yes, judges must be held to the highest ethical standards, and the clarification that the report seeks from Justice Verma also is that why a certain amount of cash was lying in the premises where he is. And he has completely stated, and again stated, that since the room was an open access, and it was an open access to everyone, CPWD workers and his own staff and everyone. So the speculation that might come out from the response would be that he is insinuating that there might be other people who have access to that room, and there might be chances of conspiracy that might have been hashed against him by unwanted people, or hooligans who are not in favor of him. And so we fear the independence of judiciary in these cases also, because if these kind of circumstances come up, and the judiciary itself is not secure and safe, so the public trust in the judicial system moves, and this is exactly why an investigation is needed, where just the responses of Justice Verma can be investigated and looked into properly, and can be backed by the evidence. And he's pointed out that the storeroom was an open access, and now the burden of proof is on for investigators to establish that who placed the cash there. And if a crime has been committed, identifying the responsible party is the job of the law enforcement also. And it is not only the
All
accused
right,
who is...
Ankita and Mehendi and Ryan, thank you so much for joining us on the telecast. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. Viewers, that's a wrap for the bulletin. We'll slip into a short break.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व में महाकुंभ 2025 बना कीर्तिमान रचने वाला स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित, सुव्यवस्थित महाकुंभ। दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी आबादी महाकुंभ नगरी पहुंची, लेकिन 45 दिनों तक न कहीं गंदगी दिखी न अव्यवस्था। अग्निशमन के आधुनिक बेड़ों की तत्परता, जल पुलिस की सक्रियता, ट्रैफिक पुलिस की सतर्कता सुव्यवस्था के पर्याय बन गए। साइनेज और CCTV के अलावा सभी घाटों पर महिलाओं के लिए चेंजिंग रूम से श्रद्धालुओं के साथ सरकार नजर आई। 75,000 पुलिसकर्मियों की टीम संवेदनशील होकर जरूरतमंद की सहायता करती दिखी। स्वच्छता के लिए QR कोड आधारित निगरानी प्रणाली से लैस 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा शौचालय और 15,000 सफाई कर्मियों की मदद से 650 मीट्रिक टन कचरा प्रतिदिन निस्तारित हुआ। डबल इंजन सरकार के प्रयास से महाकुंभ स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित एवं सुव्यवस्थित महाकुंभ बन इतिहास रच गया।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
से प्यास बुझाएं, डाइजेशन के लिए मस्त, शरीर में नमक पानी का बैलेंस बनाए।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप इंग्लिश का जर्नी और जीरा सिप।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX with me, Riya Dwivedi. Now let's take a look at the top story of the hour. Supreme Court uploaded reports, photo and video with respect to the allegations of the discovery of unaccounted currencies at the home of Justice Yashwant Varma, sitting judge of the Delhi High Court. The inquiry report of the Delhi High Court Chief Justice and the response of Justice Varma have been made public. The controversy erupted after a fire at Justice Varma's office residence on March 14 led to the discovery of a large sum of cash. Meanwhile, Justice Varma expressed concerns about a potential conspiracy against him. In his formal response to the Chief Justice of India, he categorically denied any connection to the cash or knowledge of how it arrived in the storeroom. But viewers, before we get into that, let's take a look at exactly this video that has of the fire that took place at his office residence. What exactly did that video show, and the details related to the cash of pile that was seen. And we'll be taking a look at that video. But meanwhile, we've seen now, in an unprecedented move, the Supreme Court has released the document and the report in which it includes the Supreme Court's 3 queries and the response of Justice Yashwant Varma. So when we're talking, looking at this video and a screenshot of that, a blue colored plastic bag that you can see on your screens. That blue colored plastic bag contains the pile of money, and this signifies the pile of money that we are talking about. This is the number, the 500 notes. We can see that we have numbered them, and these are the 500 notes that are seen in that room that we were talking about. Those are the pile of cash that have been talked about. And this is the video. You can see that's a large amount, that's a large quantity of money that you can see. Debris indicates large quantity. So in that fire, a huge quantity of money was burned, and that's the visual that we are talking about. Debris indicating a large quantity of money, and we can see that notes can be seen even on the higher shelf. They are arranged even on the higher shelf in that room. In the house of Justice Yashwant Varma. He has stated that that's an outhouse, but you can see on your screens that's the level of cash that there is in that room. And you can even see this orange cloth on your screens that's also present. You can see one of the officials, the investigator, also taking a look at that orange cloth that is present in that room amongst all of the pile of cash, the debris of the pile of cash that can be seen. And when we are looking at that, this is the work that is being taken place after the fire that took place. It's a dark old storeroom like structure. We have talked about this earlier as well. That room was completely dark. It was covered with black soot after the fire took place. And this is the glass that was retrieved from the debris. You can see on your screen, we have marked it out for you. That's the glass that was retrieved from the debris after the fire that took place at his residence. And we're looking at other visuals that are coming in. More debris from the corner are scrapped out. Those are the officials that are there. The fire officials that are present at that, they are scraping it out. The structures that you can see, it's a very dark room indeed, and in that dark room, that's the cash that can be seen. But viewers, before we're getting into that, when we're talking about this whole thing, we have with us my colleague Sambhav Sharma joining us on the broadcast with us. Sambhav, it's a huge turn of events that we have seen, an unprecedented move. Supreme Court decided that they are going to release these photos, these documents, and we've also seen that in that video a huge pile of cash, debris of a pile of cash can be seen. So what are the details that are coming in?
Well, let's talk about the facts first. And the first fact is, and the big fact is that it's official now. It's an official confirmation that the cash was found at the residence of Delhi High Court Judge Justice Yashwant Varma when the fire broke out there on March 14. This is nobody but the top court of the country, that is the Supreme Court of the country, saying by releasing an internal inquiry report of by the Delhi High Court. And Supreme Court has also uploaded this video and photograph, such an unprecedented move by the top court, Supreme Court of the country. The Supreme Court has uploaded videos and photographs which Delhi Police Commissioner Ajay Arora purportedly shared with Chief Justice Upadhyay. So these are the facts which we are talking about. And let's now talk about the images, the videos shown a fireman pulling half-burned wads of cash in a plastic bag. So is this the level of corruption? I mean, the images and videos are, I mean, everything is very much clear now. And this fireman pulling out a half-burned wad of cash in a plastic bag. And see, there are rare instances when the top court, Supreme Court, comes up with a kind of press release, and this time a clear-cut press release, and also uploaded the videos and the photographs which were shared. And see, now it's big, it's huge rather. And it's an official confirmation that the cash was found at the residence of the Delhi High Court Judge, Justice Yashwant Varma. And also, there is a confirmation that fire broke out there on March 14th. And now that there is, the story is getting more and more clear. And the picture is getting clear now. What's happening with the judiciary of the country.
Sambhav, also when we're talking about the deeper probe into this, we have seen that CGI has formed now a three-member panel has been constituted by him to investigate into a case like this.
Well, absolutely. The Chief Justice of India has constituted, it's an official press release, the Chief Justice has constituted a three-member committee consisting of Mr. Justice Sheel Nagu, who is the Chief Justice of the Punjab and Haryana High Court, and also Justice G.S. Sandhavlia, Chief Justice of Chief Justice of Himachal Pradesh High Court, and Miss Anu Shivaraman, who is the judge of the High Court of Karnataka. And these three judges panel, the panel will look into this matter and also conduct an inquiry into the allegations against Mr. Justice Yashwant Varma, and Justice Varma is the sitting judge of the Delhi High Court. So the Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, has constituted this three-member committee, and these three judges will look into the matter, and also the report will be submitted to the chief. Later on, and then the also there is a fact-finding committee, fact-finding report which will be submitted to the Chief Justice of India. And so these are the latest. I'm only talking about the facts so far, and the facts are very obvious. Things are very clear now, and Supreme Court confirmed that the cash found at the Delhi High Court Judge Yashwant Varma's residence during fire. Also released the video footage. This is what we have now as a fact.
We also have with us Mehndi Garg joining us live from outside High Court. Mehndi, in terms of when we're talking about Justice Yashwant Varma, who has a center of all of this, he has been not assigned any judicial work. After this unaccounted cash that we have seen in the video that we have been talking about, he has been assigned not any judicial work until this probe is going on.
Well, indeed, Ria, as you also mentioned that Justice Yashwant Varma is right now the center of attraction amid this probe that happened on 14th March after a pile of cash and a stock of cash was found from his residence. And now Supreme Court has given the orders that Justice Yashwant Varma cannot do any judicial work, and he is not supposed to be given any judicial work also. And talking about this particular probe, Ria, then yes, Justice Yashwant Varma is denying all the allegations that have been put on him, and he also also said that this particular probe is tarnishing his image, and he mentioned that how the image and is very important for justice to remain intact with. But right now, Justice Yashwant Varma, he is under this case right now, and Supreme Court has also released all the photos, videos, and also the reports publicly on the court's website right now. So yes, Justice Yashwant Varma is right now under a lot of we can say under eyes right now, and he is the center of attraction, but he is again and again denying all the allegations. And he also in a statement said that after the police managed the fire that broke out on 14th March, after that when the family reached the storehouse area where where it has been said that the stack of cash has been found, he stated that when the family members and he himself reached there was no cash inside the storehouse. So he also said that it is a conspiracy that is being created against him to malign his image and to tarnish his image. So these are the statements that are coming up from Justice Yashwant Varma right now. But yes, he is under close radar right now, because a high inquiry committee has also been formed, the 3-level committee has also been formed, and an inquiry has also been commissioned after Supreme Court decided, and an unprecedented move has been taken place by the Supreme Court as well to release all the the reports, the videos and the photos to keep this matter. And
we also have with us Brian Thomas joining us live outside Justice Varma's residence. Brian, when we're taking a look at the facts that how Sambhav has stated, when we're taking a look at the facts also say that when we are looking at this video, there's a huge pile of burnt cash perpetually at the residence of Justice Yashwant Varma. And when we're taking a look at the fact that he has replied in his query in that inquiry report that that room did not have any presence of any burnt cash when he saw that. So since you are present at his residence, what kind of how do you one go about it if there was a pile of burnt cash and according to him there was no cash present when he saw that?
Well, Riya, definitely. Now, we are outside his very residence also, and definitely it has said that during the very fire operations also that happened at Justice Yashwant Varma's residence, at this very residence that happened on 14th March, there were around 4 to 5 sacks of burned cash that was found. Then, yes, there have been visuals, there have been photos and videos. Here is this very, this residence. And the responders also, the firefighter responders also discovered 4 to 5 sacks also containing semi-burnt stacks of Indian currency notes in this very storeroom that is ahead. There were visual evidence that includes photograph, videos that was also provided by Delhi Police Commissioner that showed those burnt currency notes. Now, Justice, Yashwant Varma strongly criticized and denied any connection to the cash, suggesting that the discovery might be a part of a conspiracy to malign him. So you can see that there are 2 different versions of statements. Now, in one version, when you see the visuals also, you see the photographs, you can see there have been, the responders have taken out 4 to 5, sacks of half-burnt cashes, Indian currency notes at this very space, to which he says that when he was there, he did not see any pile of cash or any single penny of cash also that was seen. Now, also very importantly, there is another very important statement that I would like to highlight, that this very storeroom, initially when the report was made, the storeroom was said that it was just used by his close associates, his family members, or anyone for that matter. Then there was when Yashwant Varma gave a reply, he clearly stated that this very storeroom or the warehouse is accessed by his gardeners, his servants, and some of CPWD officials. So which it makes it, he also says that it is out and open. So it is not just an, inclusive space where only his close associates or his close families are allowed, but everyone in and around his, away from his near and dear ones also can have that accessible, have an access to this very place. So, there have been many questions that have been arised about the source, about, who who was responsible to remove the notes, how did he get to know about the notes. So there were 3 questions also that was posed by Sanjeev Khanna. So there have been questions. The investigation is also going on. 3-member committee has also been formed. But yes, the main question remains as to how did this pile of cash be brought in this place.
All
Was he
right,
informed
Ryan,
about it? Was he not?
stay with us. We also have with us Justice A.N. Mittal, former Allahabad High Court judge, joining us on the telecast. Justice A.N. Mittal, thank you so much for joining us on the telecast. But when we're talking about something like this, it's a very precarious case. It has huge implications. When in this unprecedented move, Supreme Court decided that they are going to release the inquiry report and they're going to release the video and the photos. So what do you make out of this move amidst the whole the controversy that you are seeing?
Certainly, as I told you yesterday in the debate, that the Supreme Court Collegium must come forward and must clarify. Basically, the people of India could know about this incident only day before tomorrow, when it was in news in the newspaper. Now, as a general accused, as everybody denies the allegations, Justice Varma is also denying every allegation. But as far as the conspiracy is concerned, conspiracy cannot be in the air. There have to be some grounds for the alleged conspiracy. As far as saying that it was a storeroom and used for storing the old furniture and unusables, I as a judge cannot believe that, because every part of the house is within the control of the resident. Maybe it a storeroom, maybe it a guard room, maybe it a drawing room, maybe it a bedroom. So for the conspiracy, he should say that who is making this conspiracy. And as far as the video clips are concerned, they cannot tell a lie. Video clips are clearly showing that there was huge Indian currency that was subjected to burn. Now, mere allegation that no family member or he himself had no access to the storeroom, I can't believe. So basically, as was done in the Nirmaljit Kaur's case of Punjab and Haryana High Court, certainly the Supreme Court has constituted a 3-member committee, and the report of the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court is also clear. Madam, there cannot be कहते हैं ना कि बिना आग के धुआं नहीं हो सकता. तो ये this fire is itself speaking too much, and you cannot deny all the facts, all the existing situations, and the report of the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court. The report clearly says that there was information from the police commissioner. Previously, it was said that it was the statement of Mr. Atul Garg, who was the chief of the fire agency, but subsequently he denied his statement. Now, the statement of police commissioner, that contains a great value. The video clips contains a great value. Merely denying any allegation, certainly it is the right of the accused and it is the duty of the prosecution to prove the guilt of the accused. But it is a principle of law that when the things speak itself, there needs no evidence. Res ipsa loquitur. So when the things are speaking itself and the video clips are showing the burning of the Indian currency, it is, for the God's sake, it has not been alleged that the fire was also a conspiracy. No, it was a natural act. How the fire took place, certainly it's also a matter of investigation. But as far as saying that the storeroom is not used by his lordship or his family members, sorry, I can't believe. Because the whoever is the resident of a house, he has control over whole of the house. He has the access to whole of the house, and he has also not denied that the furniture lying in the storeroom do not belong to him. He has not. As far as the conspiracy is concerned, neither the CPWD officials, nor the guards, nor the gardeners, nobody can implant such a huge money in his storeroom. Why anybody should do? There should be some lacks for saying something, for truth. But in the present case, the video visuals are speaking themselves that a huge quantity of Indian currency was found burning in the storeroom, and that storeroom caught the fire. So, Honorable the Supreme Court and its collegium has rightly done that his judicial work has been taken away. And as far as the transfer rumors were there, certainly they were also there. But as the Bar Association of the Allahabad High Court has already opposed his transfer to Allahabad High Court, and as I had told day before yesterday in your debate, that it's a reward for him. It's a reward for him. घर वापसी का reward नहीं देना चाहिए.
Justice A.N. Mittal,
I am again.
when we're talking about a case like this with a High Court judge at the center of it, it has large implications, it has big implications. So how does one approach a case like this? How does one approach investigation in a case like this? Because it's something that has a lot of, as you have said, that when we're talking about the videos that have been seen, there's a huge pile of cash, but the High Court, this judge, the Yashwant Varma, has denied all of this, and he has stated that it was an outhouse and it was open to all. So it will be it's absurd that he'll be keeping large quantity of money in that room. So in a case like this, how does one approach?
Basically, it's a very funny statement that it was a outhouse and everybody had the approach. Nobody, madam, nobody can approach the residence of a High Court judge where the guards are remain present 24 hours. There are also CCTV footages. The CCTV is also fixed. So it cannot be said that it was open for all. No, it was open for the residents of that house. It could be open for the guards. It could be open for the gardener. It could be open for CPWD for maintenance. But at the same time, it cannot be said that it was open for all. No, it was the part of the house. As far as the investigation is concerned, certainly the investigating agencies have such high-level tools that they can discover and they can prove that this money was found in the maybe outhouse of the Honorable Judge, and it is the duty of the Honorable Judge to explain that how this money came to this storeroom. It's very simple to deny that it's not my money or it's not my money of my family, but mere denial will not suffice. He has to prove that who has conspired against him, who had put this money, and certainly, as I read in the newspaper, that his certain judgments are also under the scrutiny, in which he had released the accused persons or he had given the relief to some persons. So the investigating agencies are competent enough to establish the guilt of the accused, and I'm surprised that the fire took place on 14th of the March and it was only on the news on 21st of the March after 7 days. While during this period, the in-house inquiry was also made by the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court, but nothing could come out. So now, when it has come out and it is in the public domain, certainly it is the person Mr. Justice Yashwant Varma, who has to explain all these things. Merely denying everything, merely denying the presence of notes, merely saying that when he visited the house, there was no currency, there was no penny, it is not sufficient. Basically, it is within his personal knowledge and specific knowledge that from where such huge cash came. So, suppose if some cash is found in my pocket, I can't say that I don't know about this money. No, I can't believe. Maybe if this money could have been found in the bank account, you could have said that somebody might have deposited in the bank account. But at the same time, if the same money was recovered in the locker of the bank, you can't say that I do not know. It's a
all right, Justice A.N. Mittal, unfortunately, we have run out of time. Thank you so much for joining us on the telecast and sharing your insight on that. Meanwhile, viewers, that's a wrap for the bulletin. We'll slip into a short break.
आज दही बड़ा खाने का मन है। वाह क्या स्वाद! असली स्वाद तो MDH दही बड़ा रायता मसाले से ही आता है।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
जीरा से प्यास बुझाए,
डाइजेशन के लिए मस्त, शरीर में नमक पानी का बैलेंस बनाए।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल्दी और जीरा सिप जीरा सिप।
Hello, you're watching NewsX with me, Riya Dwivedi. Now let's take a look at the top story of the hour. Supreme Court has uploaded reports, photo and video with respect to the allegations of the discovery of unaccounted currencies at the home of Justice Yashwant Varma, sitting judge of the Delhi High Court. The inquiry report of the Delhi High Court Chief Justice and the response of Justice Varma have been made public. The controversy erupted after a fire at Justice Varma's office residence on March 14 led to the discovery of large quantity of cash. Meanwhile, Justice Varma expressed concerns about a potential conspiracy against him. In his formal response to the Chief Justice of India, he categorically denied any connection to the cash or knowledge of how it arrived in the storeroom. We will now go into the detail of the Delhi High Court Chief Justice's finding. But before, let's take a look at the inquiry report on your screens, viewers. This is the inquiry report. An incident of fire at one of the rooms within the premises of the bungalow occupied by Justice Yashwant Varma was reported to me by Mr. Sanjay Arora, Commissioner of Police, Delhi. I deem it appropriate to report the same to your good self. And on March 15th, while I was at Lucknow on account of holy vacations at around 4:50 p.m., I got a call from Mr. Sanjay Arora, Commissioner of Police, Delhi, informing about an incident of fire which broke out on 14th March at about 11:30 p.m. in a storeroom near the office at 30 Tughlaq Crescent, New Delhi, which has been allotted to Justice Yashwant Varma. These information have been redacted for confidentiality purpose, but meanwhile other details are saying that on receiving the said information from the Commissioner of Police, I spoke to your good self from on 15th March in the evening itself, and on your instructions I requested the Commissioner of Police, Delhi, to find out as to from which source the PCR call was made. I also called for certain other information from him, in response whereof the Commissioner of Police informed me on 16th March that PCR call was made by Personal Secretary to Justice Yashwant Varma from mobile number which has been redacted, which is registered in the name of the High Court of Delhi, and that the Personal Secretary to Justice Yashwant Varma was informed about the fire by one of the servants placed at the residence of the Honorable Judge. It has also been informed that the fire service was not informed separately, though once PCR was contacted, the information relating to fire was automatically sent to the Delhi Fire Service. The Commissioner of Police has also informed that the storeroom is adjacent to the guard room where CRPF is posted and that the storeroom used to be kept locked. I have also been informed that as per the security guard posted at the residence of the Honorable Judge, some debris and half-burnt articles were removed in the morning of 15th March. On receiving the information from the Commissioner of Police, Delhi, I instructed Registrar cum Secretary attached with me to visit the spot. He accordingly visited the residence of Justice Yashwant Varma, and on reaching there, he called Private Secretary to Justice Yashwant Varma to come out of the bungalow. He came out and took him to the Justice Yashwant Varma, who was sitting in his office. Justice Yashwant Varma visited the room where the fire had taken place, which is adjacent to the office, and accordingly prepared a report and submitted the same to me. So that's what you are getting to know at this point of time. And certain other informations also in response to the whereof the Commissioner of Police also informed him about the PCR call which was made, and they visited the spot, the residence of Yashwant Varma. Meanwhile, accordingly, they prepared a report and submitted the same to me. As per the said report, it was informed that the room was being used as a storeroom to keep useless article of household and remain accessible to all, and was not kept locked. In his report, it also mentions that on reaching the spot, he found out that it was completely dark inside the room and that the walls had developed cracks. The report further mentions that with the help of mobile phones, torch, and Justice Yashwant Varma had a look inside the room, and it was found that all the walls had gone black on the account of fire, and some material was hanging from the roof, and half burnt articles were lying there, and further that burnt articles and debris were lying on the floor. They spent about 8 to 10 minutes in the room, and thereafter they came out. On reaching Delhi in the evening of 16th March, I immediately went to see your good self and apprised you of all that was reported to me. On being instructed by your good self, I contacted Justice Varma, who met me on 17th March in the morning at around 8:30 a.m. at Delhi High Court Guest House, where I am residing presently. Justice Varma responded by saying that in the room where the fire had broken out, only unusable household articles like some furniture and mattresses, etc. were kept. He also told that the room was accessible to the servants, the gardeners, and sometimes even to the CPWD personnel. He also informed me that at the time of the incident, he was in Bhopal and got the information from his daughter, and Justice Varma further told me at the moment that black burnt material is lying in the room, which is soot, and I thereafter showed him the photograph and the video on my WhatsApp, which were shared with me by the Commissioner of Police. He then expressed some apprehension about some conspiracy against him. So that's what he stated, that it's a conspiracy against him. And yesterday, on 20th March, as required by your good self, I had sent the photographs, the video, and 2 messages to you in the morning. I had received a communication from your good self yesterday evening intimating the proposal to represent the Justice Yashwant Varma to the High Court of Judicature at Allahabad. I immediately responded yesterday evening itself and expressed my view that since the proposal is in the interest of better administration of justice, I will go with the same. And on examining the incident reported, the material available and the response of Justice Yashwant Varma, what I find is that the Commissioner of Police in his report dated 16th March has reported that as per the guard posted at the residence of Justice Yashwant Varma, the debris and other partially burnt articles were removed from the room where the fire had broken out in the morning of 15th March. The inquiry conducted by me prima facie does not reveal possibility of entry or access to the room by any other person other than those residing in the bungalow, the servants, the gardeners, the CPWD personnel, if any. And accordingly, I am of the prima facie opinion that the entire matter warrants a deeper probe. So that is what Devendra Kumar Upadhyay has written. And when we are getting deeper into that, let's take a look at other details that are coming in. Under directions of Honorable the Chief Justice, I visited the official residence of Honorable Mr. Justice Yashwant Varma at 30 Tughlaq Crescent, New Delhi on 15th March at around 9:10. And on reaching there, I called the private secretary to the Honorable Judge, who was requested by me to come to the bungalow. He came out and took me to the judge who was sitting in his office. So these are the details that are coming in terms of that. We have with us KV Dhananjay, lawyer, Supreme Court, Advocate Manaswi Thapar, political analyst, Sanjay K. Chadha, lawyer, Supreme Court, Sanjay Sahai, former IPS, Sanjay Rana, lawyer, Supreme Court, Harsh Singh Dahiya, lawyer, Supreme Court, joining us on the telecast. Thank you so much for joining us on the telecast. First of all, I'd like to go to Mr. Dahai in terms of the details that are coming into this case. It's an unprecedented move by Supreme Court. They have given these details out in the public for a matter of transparency after this controversy erupted. What do you make out of this move? All right, I'll pose that question to Sanjay Sahai, former IPS. Sanjay Sahai, we've seen that this is I'll pose this question to you as well. It's an unprecedented move that has taken place. Supreme Court has released these videos, photos of this pile of cash that can be seen. It's out in the public. What do you make out of this move of Supreme Court amidst all of this controversy that is going on?
I think earlier also instances of corruption with regards to judges have come out in the public domain, but nothing of the nature which we have seen in this particular case. And the whole discussion which was happening in the public domain, I think keeping that in mind and the nature of questions being raised regarding Justice Varma, it was in the fitness of things, and Chief Justice of India and the Supreme Court acted appropriately to put the whole report in the public domain so that most of this suspicion is put to rest. Primarily, there is an understanding that people inside the judiciary will help and support the people who come from their ilk and their clan. So that certainly had to be put to rest. And I think this has been the best way to put to rest whatever doubts we had, plus that the process is fair and transparent. Thirdly, which never happens in the judicial process, might be the first time, that they are sharing every single development. From the point in time where the security guard informed Sanjay Arora, who is Delhi Police Commissioner, till the time the whole thing was handed over to Delhi High Court Chief Justice, and the whole process has been very, very neatly defined. And suffice to say, they are going on a purely investigative line. Though it is not being investigated by the police for reasons of immunity of High Court judges and the judiciary, I think the whole thing is being done in a purely professional and a scientific manner. They have reached a stage where the Delhi High Court Chief Justice is of the opinion that it needs a deeper probe. There might be one or two details on which we would like to differ, but the point is the direction is very crystal clear. It is in tune with the sentiment of this country, and this particular incident has been a blot on judicial administration and democracy of the nation, and this has to be taken as a watershed moment. Otherwise, if we slip down this line, we don't know where we will end up. So judicial propriety is also required, and the immunity is also required. And whatever the Honorable Judge has been talking about of conspiracy around that, I think the High Court Chief Justice would have looked into it, at least at the prima facie basis. And when it moves to a three-panel, the three-panel frame of reference is precisely that what is done in a very detailed investigation. And the concerned judge has been asked not to tamper with any of the evidence and what is the nature of evidence which will be required, the way they will go ahead. So all that is very neatly put out. The timeline is missing, that's the only thing. But otherwise, I think putting into the public domain, putting the details and what can be appreciated the most, that the video and pictures are also there. So I think that gives us a very clear-cut feeling, because last 2-3 days, 21st, 22nd, I think today is 23rd only, since the time the TUI report came, I think everybody was trying to think that there is something happening and it is a black box sort of inquiry which is happening. But within 2 days, what came in the public domain last night when the things were posted on the website, I think it is very, very welcoming, and we are hopeful that it will go in the right direction and whatever is required will be done. Whether criminal investigation will happen or not happen, I think that will be at the end of this particular report which will be submitted. There is a in-house report, there are 7 different stages, so it will go through that process. And as we move further, we can discuss those things also.
I'd like to get Advocate Manasvi Thapar on this conversation as well. Advocate Manasvi Thapar, in terms of a case like this, it's a very delicate the way that it has to be handled. And now we've seen that the Supreme Court has released the inquiry report, it has released the videos and the photos, and it has released even the response of Justice Yashwant Varma. What do you make out of this move of Supreme Court?
hue and cry which was happening in the country with this kind of incident coming into light, the public trust was getting down. The public trust was getting lost. But with Supreme Court's act of releasing everything, brings back the trust in the judiciary system and in the judicial system, and I think that's a very good move by the Supreme Court. On the contrary, I believe the transparency brought by Supreme Court only strengthens our our trust in the Supreme Court and the judiciary system and institution. One particular such incident of Justice Verma cannot take a larger institution, the most important institution of our country, down. I feel it will only strengthen our institution, our judiciary, with this particular move. And this is the right move at the right juncture at the right time. So we have to have that investigation. The media is watching, the entire country is watching, everyone is aware, and more importantly, the Indian judicial system has to set an example in the global arena wherein India is rising. With India rising, the judiciary also have to rise above everything. And with this kind of an incident, we have to prove as a judiciary, as a country, that we will not tolerate such kind of incidents. The vague statements coming from Justice Verma will be part of investigation, will be part of inquiries. But right now, the optics of Justice Verma is not right for him. But the optics of Supreme Court is excellent. It only brings back our trust in the judiciary. It only builds up our monumental institution. So I think it's a very good move by the Supreme Court. And moving forward, I think it is time for us to have a complete code of conduct, a code of ethics for our judges also. We believe our judges, as we call them, as lordships, but they are not above any kind of scrutiny, any kind of inquiry. So we have to create a model code of conduct for them also. And this will only bring more transparency, more movement in the right direction for a country as large as India. So that is the need of an hour. And this particular incident should strengthen our policies, our conducts, our codes for our own judges, and judiciary should act on that. And let's create a better system out of it. This is a black spot in judiciary, but we should create a bigger, whiter walls out of it. That's what the real idea of moving Indian judiciary to the next level should be.
I'd like to get Sanjay K. Chadha, lawyer, Supreme Court, on this conversation as well. Sanjay K. Chadha, when we've seen that the response of Justice Verma as well, he has denied all of these allegations. He has stated that it's an outhouse, it's something that is accessible to all, it's not locked, and he did not see any presence of all the burnt cash that can be seen in the video that we have seen, that the video has a pile of burnt cash and the debris along with that. He has denied all of these charges. He has stated that it's an outhouse. What do you make out of his clarification that he has given? Okay, I'd like to pose this questions to Dhananjay. In terms, I'd like to pose this question to you as well. We've seen the clarification that he has given in terms of the fact that this room is accessible to his gardeners, to his staff, and it's not locked, and it's an outhouse. What do you make out of his clarification that he has given?
Well, the judge is, of course, denying the charge or the accusation against him. And so that makes this whole episode somewhat interesting in the sense. Now, what exactly is the collegium doing? The collegium at this point of time is, trying to find out if the possession of disproportionate wealth, I mean, under the Prevent, it would be an offense for anybody for a public servant to be in possession of wealth that he cannot satisfactorily explain. So right now, it's fair to say that should it be confronted to the judge, Justice Yashwant Varma, that so much of money was found in your possession, then the judge would not be in a position to explain how that money came about. So that would constitute a case of corruption under the Prevention of Corruption Act, under Section 13, subsection 1, clause B. And, this was the kind of offense that the former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Jayalalitha, was convicted on. And then at that point of time, the maximum punishment was about 7 years. And she was convicted for a term of 4.5 years. The law was amended in 2018. So now the punishment is a maximum of 10 years. So what the collegium right now is doing is to find out if whether criminal proceedings should be initiated against the justice. Now, as to the aspect of whether the judge should be removed from office, the collegium certainly is not empowered under the Constitution to do that. Under the Constitution, a judge of the High Court or the Supreme Court could only be removed through the process of impeachment. So, I think the denial by the judge certainly makes this case, somewhat interesting to speak of. But however, to come to the basics, the collegium, I think, should be applauded for what it has done to put up all of this information in the public domain so that the public is provided with the information. And very few people are expecting this level of detail that the collegium would release. And so the collegium has to be applauded to a great extent for what it has done. And there were widespread criticisms of the collegium and the manner of its functioning. Now, even those who have been steadfast people who've been criticizing the collegium will find it hard to do the same now, because the collegium, in fact, has done something that was slightly unexpected. They've released all of the information that they've known in the public domain now. So I think this is, of course, many people may not be able to process, like members of the public. Very often they talk about corruption within the judiciary. Lawyers, very often they talk of corruption within the judiciary. And now they have instance where no less than the collegium itself is turning out photographs of burned currency notes, So that, I think, is what the public will grasp. The public is unlikely to take the other nuance that the judge in question is denying that so much of money was his or was in his possession. So this case has a large number of ramifications going forward. And now also the Rajya Sabha, members of the Rajya Sabha certainly are going to get activated, and they certainly would want to initiate the process of impeachment. Because you should note that notwithstanding the possibility of initiation of a criminal proceedings, the jurisdiction of the parliament to impeach a judge for misconduct certainly will continue. So it remains to be seen how the members of the Rajya Sabha would deal with it. But I think some of the things that the judge has said, like, he did not have, this particular house was somewhat separated by a wall and all of that. When it comes to the criminal law, certainly some things would be relevant. Now, there are several headaches here so far as the judge is concerned. One is whether the judge would, continue to remain in office, notwithstanding that judicial work would not be assigned to him. Because even when a judicial work is not assigned to a judge will continue to be a judge for the purpose of the Constitution. He therefore will attract the power of the parliament to impeach him for proven misconduct. So now the judge has said that this house was separated by a wall, and therefore essentially saying that he did not know what was happening within that house. Fact, however, remains that this is an official residence. This is not a personal residence of the judge. I mean, though the judge was residing in it, this would be an official residence, and therefore guarded all the time. So with security cameras. So entry into the residence is nearly impossible except to individuals and persons authorized by the judge, or otherwise, authorized by the persons entrusted with the maintenance of the house. So you go strictly by criminal law. I can give you one or two instances of how criminal law deals with possession. Let me give you examples of actual cases. You have a father and a son residing in a house, but then the police barge into the house, and what they do is to find in the presence of the father a forged degree certificate. The son never went to college, but yet this was a forged degree certificate. And what the police do is to charge the son on the ground that, look, you got a forged degree certificate for yourself, and we raided your house, and you were not present, and what we found was such a certificate in the possession of your father. And the court had to acquit the son on the ground that possession here certainly was not with the son, it was with the father, and the father was not charged. So I'm saying this because this is how the criminal law works. The criminal law works on certain, protections. Now the judge appears to be invoking some of those things when he says that he was not aware of what was happening. He did not have exclusive access. And when you deal with the case law on possession, exclusive access becomes really very important. That is, you must also have the ability to prevent others from getting in. Now, that may, in fact, protect the judge in a criminal proceeding, but that certainly may not protect him in any effort to impeach him. And so it remains to be seen what happens now. Going forward, I think the collegium's disclosure for the photographs, I think, takes much of the debate out of this episode, because 2 days ago when we were debating this, in fact, also on your channel, we were somewhat, unsure of what really happened and who to trust, who not to trust. And also there was a clarification coming from the Supreme Court itself that said this was rumor. Now, you had the collegium saying this was a rumor, but then you had a leading newspaper carrying it, carrying a big media report, and then you have lawyers who could be expected in the know, the Allahabad Bar Association, coming out with precise number of cash that was found. So we were not too sure of how exactly to respond. That was 2 days ago. But now that uncertainty is gone, and we all have to thank the collegium for coming out with this information, and also the committee that has been established to look into the facts here. I think that committee should be able to give its report very soon, maybe in a week or two. Some of the other aspects that I've read the release by the Supreme Court Collegium. It appears that there is a direction to the judge not to delete messages in the phone and all that. So it remains to be seen how that plays out, because the committee that's just been established might want the judge to turn over the phone. Whether the judge would turn over the phone absent a criminal proceeding against him, because the whole purpose of the collegium's deliberations is to decide whether criminal proceedings should be initiated, because outside of criminal proceedings, they don't really have, like I did say in the beginning, they don't have the power to remove the judge. The most power they have is to request the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court, who happens to be the master of the roster, to not entrust judicial work to the judge. All of these things have happened so fast, and a lot of people might even have difficulty processing it. Also, because we've come to believe that corruption within the judiciary will almost always be a matter of talk, and rarely will we come across credible evidence that will be voluntarily released by the government bodies in that regard, and that assumption is now shattered. Like I said, yesterday, you could have gone around the corridors of any high court and asked if there was a likelihood that the collegium will release pictures of the burnt cash. Most lawyers would have said that's nearly impossible. They would have said, look, the collegium is not going to turn over one of their own. That precisely would have been the response. And now a lot of people will have difficulty processing this information. And that is why I think this is extremely significant. This country has not seen anything of this nature. We've seen in the case of Justice V. Ramaswamy that even then photographs of, I think, did appear then at that point of time about, that case was really very different. That was a case where a judge, in fact, had, directed that a residence be furnished at a cost over and above what was approved. And the public, that is a charge that may not resonate too well with the public. But then I think photographs then were also released. So that is a very different episode from what we're seeing now, because, a lot of people would be shocked and would remember for a very long time when they see piles of cash, some of which is burnt. They're going to remember that. You simply can't take that out of their minds, because that's something that's very personal. A lot of people,
All
worship
right.
money.
I'd also like to get Sanjay Rana on this as well. Sanjay Rana, as KV Dhananjay has said, that this was something that's very unexpected, and it's something that's very unheard of. And if you would have asked earlier, something like this that has happened, they would not have agreed to this. But now that the collegium has released all of the details, how do you take in this unprecedented move that has taken place? What do you make out of this episode that has happened?
Good morning to my fellow panelists. I'll take it in two parts. One is obviously on judge part. Obviously, explanation has been given by honorable judge, and he, system has to take a call and do the investigation, because these kind of things never happen. I'm not seen, at least in last couple of years, or maybe after independence, we have not seen such kind of things happen at least in India, and we are living in a democratic country, and judicial system is one of the pillar. And if any allegations coming on the system, then obviously system has to clean it up. So I think internals, investigation is happening at this point of time, and people will come out with all the reports and not. But if any judge is coming and saying, I'm living in some residence and I'm not responsible, I'm not aware what exactly happened in his residence, is very surprising. It's not acceptable by any people of India or anyone, those who are living in this country. Because if you are living, you're accountable and you are answerable to the place, whether it's a private place or is a public place or going by the government. If anyone is coming, obviously you are well aware about that. And nowadays we have a security system where each and every people will get investigated and scrutiny before entering into any premises, whether your premises, my premises. Forget about the Chief Justice and forget about the High Court Justice. But second part, obviously, I appreciate the Supreme Court initiative. They have, released all the details in public domain, but it's not going to, going to work it out. Obviously, it's much appreciated, but I think we, system has to take a call and do the proper investigation. Transferring to Allahabad Court, High Court is not a solution for sure, because Allahabad High Court is not a dumping yard where you can transfer to anyone anywhere. Okay, if you want to do an investigation, obviously you need to just not provide any power. You will not take any action or will not take any responsibility or duties what is assigned to patient. People should believe in judicial system, because this scenario is absolutely is a trust. People are believing on our judicial system, our Supreme Court, High Court, and judges and the system. If anyone is doing like this, we are shattering the trust for sure. And this kind of activity, absolutely, in my, that's why I say I divided into two parts. I believe that we need to come out and he has to answer from where he got this money. Obviously, anyone is going to caught like this has to answer whether 10 crores or 15 crores. I don't know. Obviously, the room are full of cash. So from where this money arrived, this was a conspiracy, then it has to come out. If it is not, investigation should happen for sure. But I believe is a black day, I would say, is a black spot on the judicial system, and judicial system need to clean each and everything which is coming on them. But yes, it's a clear cut of corruption. If corruption happen, I'm not saying it's happened or not, but if it happened, then the system has to take a corrective action, because it's a matter of 142 crore people. Because we look at the judges, we look at our system as a temple, as a mandir, and if this kind of things happen, then we will lose our credibility. We will lose credibility of the system and the pillar of this country. So I believe then two things go parallelly. Supreme Court anyways, release all the things in the public domain is good, appreciated, but second, investigation is required. And whether he is done or not, he has to come out from this corruption allegation, whatever is there on his head. But yes, if his residence is there and he is responsible for that, if anything is happening in his residence, then he is responsible and he has to answer it. This kind of expression, I don't think is going to work it out, and system has to take a call on the same.
I'd also like to get Harsh Singh Dahiya, lawyer, Supreme Court, to join in on this conversation. Harsh Singh, in terms of a case like this, we have seen that now a 3-member panel has been formed to conduct a deeper probe into this, because it has a High Court judge at the center of this. So it's something that has to be handled in a much more delicate, more precarious manner. So how do you think approach a situation like this? But before I get Harsh Singh Dahiya on this, we have with us Aman Lekhi, senior advocate, joining us on the telecast. Aman Lekhi, thank you so much for joining us on the telecast. In terms of this case that we are seeing, what do you make of the entire inquiry report made by Delhi High Court's Chief Justice? I think we'll get that sorted. But before we get into that, it's a very unprecedented thing that has happened. It's something in an episode that we have seen that has shocked a lot of people. The Delhi High Court has released a report like this. But again, I'd like to get Harsh Singh again on this, as I had posed a question on this. Harsh Singh, I think we are currently not been able to get Harsing Dahai on this. So, I like to get Sanjay Sahai on this. Sanjay, in terms of the case like this, we have seen now a 3-member panel has been formed and it has a High Court judge at the center of it. How does one investigate without tarnishing the image of the judiciary in a case like this?
See, the job of any inquiry committee is not to look into whether the name of the judiciary is being tarnished or it is not being tarnished. They have a very clear-cut mandate from the collegium that they will do inquiry of the nature as it is prescribed and finally come up with the finding and the recommendation thereof. First and foremost, we should salute Delhi High Court Chief Justice for having cleared the smoke screen. For last 2 days, it was such a smoke screen which was over and above democracy, judicial system, literally anything and everything, and the nature of detailing which he has got into and whatever you narrated. So I have not gone through the report myself, but I've seen the video and pictures thereof. It has been made very, very clear as to where we stand, and none of the panelists here or anybody in the country who has a fair idea of law and the way judiciary operates, I think it would be a very, very welcome step. There is no denying the fact this is certainly the most dismal day in the history of Indian democracy and in the history of Indian judicial administration. So this has to be proven as a watershed moment, and we switch over to a totally different format, mode as we move further. Now, one thing which needs to be looked into, I'll get into the investigation part of it, but one thing needs to be looked into is the nature of legal immunity or the constitutional immunity which is being provided to the judges. We have reached a stage where literally nothing can be done to them. But for impeachment, and impeachment remains the sole prerogative of the parliament of this country, the sovereign body of this country. So whether that is feudal, it is not feudal, it is modern, not in tune with the times, in tune with the times, now that has to be taken as a separate call, because this becomes too lengthy a process, and more often than not, or might be in the history of this country, it has never happened. Coming to the committee. Now the committee, though it is known as the inquiry committee, what is mandated to the committee is a very clear-cut investigation. Now you start with the first thing, that is your video and the pictures. Now the video and pictures will have any number of data. As all of you would be aware, a picture will have somewhere around 16 to 18 data points. And this stockpile of cash which we have been talking about, I think if we do a reasonable amount of video analytics with the tools which are available to us, inclusive of a couple of artificial intelligence tools, we might be even able to reach some understanding as to what the quantum of money was involved. Then we come to the ingress and egress. Now, as Advocate Dhananjay was talking about, entering into a High Court judge house, I think it is, people would accept that it does not happen. Added to that you have the video surveillance in name of CCTV. And the CCTV is just not the footages which we see day in and day out. See, the footages have variety of things which is ingrained as metadata. And also, there is a nature of video analytics which can be done. Earlier, we know of a CBI director's case where the visitors book, and that was the main evidence. So this comes to the next. The Supreme Court, the collegium has very clearly, it has directed Justice Varma to preserve all data and messages on his phone. Failing which, it will be destruction of evidence, and destruction of evidence in itself is a major crime. Additionally, record of all security staff deployed at his residence over the previous 6 months have been requested to assist in the investigation. Circumstances leading to and the recovery of cash and reviewing all relevant evidence. The report which has come into the public domain has moved certainly in that direction, but because of the paucity of time and the nature of purpose, so that things come into the public domain, this particular thing it has brought us to this level. All the three honorable judges, they are more and more than competent to deal with the investigation of this nature, which is primarily a Prevention of Corruption Act investigation. So they know what is to be done, how it is to be done. And in the current day and age, for whatever alibi Justice Varma has been talking about, that can be completely punctured only by way of technical evidence. Call data records, they have also been talking about interdomain policy routing, which we call as IDPR records, then your visitor management, your CCTV, and there will be lots of other movements which is generally being captured in the normal functioning and the normal living in that particular residence. So I think this is a clear-cut, pure criminal investigation. Though the name of criminal investigation has not been given, it is a three-member inquiry committee given the parameters of law and in which they are supposed to work with regards to High Court judge. But let us be very, very clear about it. There is nothing delicate about it, and there is nothing high and mighty about it, and that is the approach that should be taken by the inquiry committee, and it should also be taken by the rest of the media and rest of the world. Let's not put something on a pedestal when a criminal activity has happened. And
All
the
right,
judge will be...
all right. We also have with us Aman Lekhi, senior advocate, joining us on the telecast. Aman Lekhi, thank you so much for joining us on the telecast. And what do you make of the entire inquiry report or that has been made by Delhi High Court's Chief Justice?
Well, it's too early for us to speculate. The point is that at least we got information in public domain. This is absolutely obligatory. Transparency in these events is something which is imperative to maintain public confidence in the judicial system. We have the judge's view insofar as his response is concerned, and I personally feel that his denial is something which cannot be brushed away for the moment, and this is something which has to be inquired by the inquiry committee. That said, two things I want to highlight. One, if you look at what the judges have responded pursuant to the Chief Justice's request, he mentions political conspiracy. Now, this is a very serious allegation. I think the most serious one, which does require scrutiny, because insofar as independence is concerned, upon the institutional aspects of independence, the personal independence is also imperative. So the judge must necessarily come out with detailed information as to what is the conspiracy and who is actually involved in the conspiracy, because the constitutional functionary is maligned in this particular way as some thought-out strategy. It's something very serious. Two, there is admittedly removal on the morning of 15th. Now, the removal on the morning of 15th, that is immediately after the fire. Of course, the judge in question has disavowed any link with it, which is not something we can brush away with. We have to identify who removed. As this aspect is concerned, the removal is absolutely imperative, because that will be actually the key, actually to either affirm or negate this allegation of conspiracy which is being made. Because until the judge is linked with the removal, the allegation of conspiracy becomes something with which we have to actually concern ourselves with. All things considered, the question is that we have a three-judge committee dealing with it. This is a matter which concerns the judiciary. I mean, of course, no one is above the law. But for us to speculate as to what has happened or not, for the time being, will be premature. We have to hold our hands till, in fact, the committee actually gives a report. And then we should have the matter examined threadbare. I completely agree, no one is above the law. At the same time, it's also important, now that we have the judge's version in front of us, that our rushing to condemnation or for that reaching conclusion has necessarily to be abstained from.
All right, in terms of the judge, he categorically said that the storeroom was a separate room, it was from his residence and was a general dump room. What do you make out of his response?
No, if it's a dump room accessible to all, and the report says that apart from the domestic staff, CPWD, etc., the CRPF guys, etc., and the public work department, etc., were having access to it, then that is something that has to be factored to see as to why. But it is incongruous in any way. It's really very strange, and because it's strange and something which is which invites questions as to why would anyone put any currency there? Now, one point is the judge can rightly say that if he has currency, why would you place it in a place which is accessible to all and sundry? The other is, why, if someplace all and sundry, how is it the cash is there in the first place? That's the reason why we need a scrutiny. That's the reason why this question of conspiracy, because everything hinges. If there's no conspiracy and we have this over here, then quite obviously there's a wrong. But if there's a conspiracy, then it's something we have to unearth. So these are things which you have to do, and it is not for us to speculate because we don't have the information. Much has been redacted from what has been supplied also. The entire information not available with us. I think it's necessary that the probe is completed expeditiously, and that is actually the key, because until that happens, all of us will just be hypothesizing as to what is happening there. That's not something which will avail to public good.
Aman Lekhi, in terms of action, what action needs to be taken now so that the reputation of judiciary is not affected?
Well, the action is already in place. The committee is actually examining. We have, for the time being, the issue is moot, whether you have to have a criminal prosecution at all or not. The law is very clear that as far as this process is concerned, this process proceeds to impeachment. That is, if in the case of proved misbehavior capacity, subject to whatever rules are there. That is independent from criminal prosecution. The point is, criminal prosecution, when you are dealing with the judge, I'm always been very consistent, notwithstanding anything else. While the provision for prosecuting a judge should be there should not be ever an easy prosecution of a judge, because that is not something which augurs well for the system. We have to actually hold our hands, find out for sure what has happened, and whatever action which we take later has necessarily to be appropriate to the circumstances. The circumstances are still to be unearthed. There are a lot of questions. All of us, there are questions that need to be answered. No question about that. We have a judge's version, and we have whatever has actually been in the media. And whatever way we can do it is to unearth it through scrutiny, which is already under play.
Aman Lekhi, in terms, you've already spoken about the importance of understanding who removed the cash, and now what testimonies or probes will be crucial for the probe?
The testimony of the guards, the testimony of the staff, the testimony of the inmates. The judge has already said that he or the daughter were not actually involved over there. The position is very clear. He's taken a stance, he's not involved. Once he takes a stance, he's not involved, he dissociates. Now, the whole question would be, is this stand correct or not? That can only be refuted by taking the statements of the others, recovering the CCTV if there's there, finding out if any CCTV has been erased, looking into whatever the entire staff is concerned, what is the exchange, correspondence, interaction, number of people who are coming over there, the manner in which the premises were used, accessible. All these things will be taken together to see whether what is being assumed is correct or not.
All right, Aman Lekhi, thank you so much for joining us on the telecast and sharing those details. But meanwhile, viewers, let's take a look at the key findings in this case that we are seeing and what have been released so far in terms of this case, and the details that are coming in terms of the Delhi High Court inquiry report. What are the findings that we have seen? The finding number 1 is the fire broke out on 14th March 2025 at about 11:30 p.m. in a storeroom. So that's the finding number 1, that a fire broke out on 14th of March. And the finding number 2 is the storeroom is next to the guard room where CRPF battalion is posted. So we have seen that in the findings of the Delhi High Court. This report shows that the guard room was adjacent to that. And the finding number 3 is the storeroom is used to be kept, that it was kept locked. So that's the finding number 3, that that room that is in the question is kept locked, and it's used to be kept locked. And the finding number 4 is security guard informed that some debris and half-burned articles were removed. So that is a crucial information that security guard has provided. The finding number 5 is, as per initial report, room was used to keep useless articles of household. So that is something that has been getting established in the finding, is that room was used to keep unused articles in that room. The finding number 6 is the storeroom was completely dark and walls had developed cracks. So in the next finding, we are seeing that the room was completely pitch dark. They had to use the mobile phone torch to be able to see what was in that room, and the crack was seen in that room. Finding number 7 is Justice Varma spent 8 to 10 minutes in the room on 15th morning and found half-burnt articles. So when we're talking about the room, he went inside, stayed there for 8 to 10 minutes, and he was able to see the room with the mobile phone flash, and he saw that there were half-burnt articles in that room. The finding number 8 is Justice Varma claims room was only accessible to servants, gardeners and to CPWD personnel. So he has informed who were able to access this room. So it was his staff that was able to access this room. Finding number 9, inquiry conducted by Delhi High Court does not reveal possibility of entry or access to the room by outside persons. So clearly that's something that has been established, that the only people who can access this are the family members and the staff at the quarters. The finding number 10 is, other than those residing in the bungalow, only servants, gardeners and CPWD personnel can access the room. So we've already established who all have access to this room, the family members, but there's nobody, and the servants, the gardeners, these are the people who have access to this room. So that's about it. When we're talking about the findings that are coming in, and I'll pose the question to Sanjay Rana. When we're talking about the findings that have been shown, one of the findings says that the room was only accessible to the people who were inside the bungalow, the servants, the gardeners, the CPWD's personnel and the family members. So no outside person is allowed in this room. So in terms of the question that poses, the big question is how then this huge pile of money came into existence in this room?
Amount was not a small amount, was huge as per the visuals which we have seen in last 2 days time. Number one. Number two, no one can enter in any high court judge premises like this the way we are entering in any other normal society. So each and every person, those who are entering in the premises, absolutely is scrutinied by the respective agencies or respective security guards or security personals. Now, number two. Number three, if you look at the findings, what we have seen, the dark room was locked, always locked. Why it was locked? If everyone was accessing to that room, why it was locked, and who was having that keys? You know, we need to know the facts. Who was carrying the key? Who was responsible if any rooms is locked in the premises? If it is required for dumping anything, who was the person providing the key to the person who is going to want to access it? Number three. Number four, on 15th, as per your report, is showing that Justice Varma visited for 10 minutes. So why he has visited for 8 minutes? Number four. Number five, anything happened in the premises, again I'm saying, if anything happened in premises of anyone, whether it's a government or the private residence or premises, then a person who's accountable is the person on which the house is allotted. So justice cannot say that I'm absolutely clean. Number five, most important thing, I'm saying it's not a small amount, 1 lakh, 2 lakh rupees or 10,000 rupees, 20,000 rupees. The room was full of cash. Full of cash means some transaction, some movement happen. If the movement happen, whether it's I'm saying, taking hypothetical scenario that yes, somebody did a conspiracy against Mr. Varma, but when it was entering in the premises, no one seen. It was not again saying you can carry the cash in the pocket and you can go inside it. Obviously, it must be in some packet or some carton, something in some form and shape. So how it's in turn, and obviously all the digital evidences are there, as Mr. Sahai has mentioned earlier. Digital footprints are there. The team has to do the investigation for the sure, and no one can say that nothing happened. And I was outside, and my daughter called me up and updated me. Again, I'm saying I'm not blaming anyone, but yes, we need to do the proper investigation. Just think it would have been some bureaucrats, it would have been some politician. What would happen in this country? Obviously, people will all the media people will on road, and all the people around, the person is corrupt, and all the we cook story. But if it is corruption allegation coming on judges like this, then obviously we need to do the proper investigation. And these are the absolutely findings. 7, 8 findings which you have shown, which you have articulated in this while explaining each and everything. It clearly shows something is the fishy. It's not like that, yes, everything is clean, I'm not aware about that, is somebody had planted some money and they want to put corruption allegation on me, and that's why I'm falling cracks. So these kind of excuses will not fly. And obviously we need to do the reform. Again, I'm saying be a part of fraternity, but I think a reform is also required in judicial system, which has been pending since long, and everything should be looked at as a criminal perspective. So why it's happened, how it's happened, when it's happened, who are involved, a digital footprint of the security guard, digital communication of the family member, including the servant, those who are there. A team has to do investigation. I think it will not take much time. I think within 2-3 days, we can have the reports who did what. And as far as the digital footprint is concerned, suppose I'm deleting anything, can be retrieved by the experts. So nowadays somebody is, changing the phone. I understand a couple of things which cannot be retrieved, but most of the things can be retrieved. I think immediately, if any allegation coming on anyone, I'm not talking about the judge part, anyone's, any allegations there on anyone, obviously police or somebody has to, respective agency has to take all the digital footprint, whether it's a mobile or laptop or whatever is there, and do the proper investigation. Please understand, it's not matter of judge, it's not matter of anything else. It's a matter of 142 crore people trust, because each and every people, those who are in trouble and those who are not happy with the system, they look at the court, and the court is functioning like that. Then it's a serious concern which is important for everyone, for us as well as for the Chief Justice of High Court, or even though for the Supreme Court, to do the proper investigation.
All right, Sanjay Rana, I'd like to get a short answer from Sanjay Sahai, a final note on this. In terms of the investigation that we are seeing now, it has been in the finding that it shows that the only people who had access to this room were people who were gardeners or the staff at the house or the family members. So how does one approach a case like this, and what kind of testimonies are important to this case without harming the reputation of judiciary in any manner and any speculation at all in this case?
The current findings make it very, very clear as to the nature of direction in which the investigation will go. And I'm repeating once again, though it is meant as an inquiry committee, what they are doing is a pure criminal investigation. And it has to be done in that particular manner. The nature of their powers, I'm not exactly aware of. What is required at the current moment, and we are already 7 days, 8 days from the time this incident has happened, and much more days since the time the money would have been parked there. Getting all the digital evidence is most critical, and it comes in variety of ways and forms. It can be from telecommunication providers, it can be on your mobile phone, it can be on server, it can be on variety of things which all of us are aware of. We have to lay our hands on every single piece that has to be mapped, and that will provide us the real solid evidence, the scientific evidence above and beyond what Justice Varma has to say or what other investigator has to say. With regards to ingress and egress, it is reasonably established. We have not been able to establish beyond reasonable doubt, in inverted commas, which is required in the trial for any crime. But it has been reasonably established that a house of a High Court judge, entry and exit is extremely difficult. If you calculate the whole volume of the cash stockpile which was there, it will make very, very clear if you get into the ingress and egress part of it, whether it's possible, not possible, with whom, without whom. What is of critical importance, and we can get into the technicalities of it, is that outhouse is a part of the house and it is in control of the concerned Honorable Justice. There is no way we can say that something is being talked about or being done to tarnish the judiciary. Till now, nobody has entered into what the judiciary has been doing. From the time Sanjay Arora has given his report till the time we got yesterday's report on the public domain, plus what is being done. So it is primarily things are being done in-house. So there is no question of tarnishing judiciary limits. What is extremely important is that we should conduct this whole thing as early as possible and come to a final decision. And my personal understanding is, while you go through the impeachment route or whatever is provided for a High Court judge, I think if it is a criminal act, it has to be dealt by criminal investigation. And that is
all
what
right.
Judiciary,
Thank you so
Judiciary
much
will also
for joining us on the telecast. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. Meanwhile, viewers, that's a wrap for the bulletin. We'll slip into a short break.
पैंतालीस दिन तक चले महाकुंभ में कोटि कोटि श्रद्धालुओं के साथ सत्ता के शीर्षस्थ महानुभाव भी बने पुण्य के भागीदार। समरसता के महाकुंभ में राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू ने पवित्र डुबकी लगाई तो उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ परिवार सहित आस्था के स्नान में शामिल हुए। भेदभाव खत्म करने वाले महाकुंभ में देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंचे तो कोटि कोटि श्रद्धालुओं की तरह इसकी दिव्यता भव्यता के दर्शन करते दिखे। प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ ने केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह के अलावा भूटान नरेश जिग्मे खेसर नामग्याल वांगचुक सहित कई विशिष्ट अतिथियों के साथ इन विशेष क्षणों को साझा किया। सनातन गर्व के महापर्व में नेपाल के पूर्व राजा ज्ञानेंद्र शाह के अलावा गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, हरियाणा, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड, सिक्किम सहित कई राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री शामिल हुए। कई राज्यों के राज्यपाल और कई दलों के नेता करोड़ों श्रद्धालुओं की तरह समता और समरसता के महाकुंभ में पहुंचे।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Hello, you're watching NewsX with me, Riya Dwivedi. Now, the top story of the hour is the Supreme Court has made public the report, including 3 pictures and a video into the alleged finding of a cash stash at the house of the Justice Yashwant Varma, the sitting judge of the Delhi High Court. The unprecedented move by the top court came after Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna constituted an in-house committee to conduct an inquiry and asked the Delhi High Court Chief Justice D.K. Upadhyay not to assign any judicial work to Justice Varma, who is at the center of a controversy after unaccounted cash was found at his bungalow in the city during a firefighting operation on the night of Holi, March 14. The pictures and the video, which were part of the 25-page report uploaded on the Supreme Court website, show the semi-burnt cash that was allegedly discovered in the storeroom at Justice Varma's bungalow. Meanwhile, Justice Yashwant Varma strongly refuted allegations that a huge pile of cash was found at his bungalow. Let's take you through what he had to say about the video, viewers. Let's take exactly what were the response of Justice Yashwant Varma in response to the allegations and the videos that have been coming up, and the questions that have been posed by CJI himself in terms of that. The Justice Varma's response to Supreme Court. The question number 1 of CJI was, how does he account for the presence of money and cash in the room located in his premises? And the response to that was, as already stated, I was never aware of any money or cash lying in the outhouse storeroom. That is his response, and he has labeled this as an outhouse, and he has denied all of the allegations of any presence of money. And he has also added that neither I nor any of my family members have had any knowledge of cash, nor does it have any bearing or relation with me or my family. So that's what he has stated. He has said that there's no relation at all or his family bearing on any account of money being found in his premises. And no such cash or currency was shown to my family members or staff who were present on that fateful night. So he has said that the money that was discovered in that video that we have seen, that they were not shown that that pile of money that can be seen in the video. In light of, and when we're talking about the question number 2, explain the source of money cash which was found in the said room. The response to that is, in light of my response above, the question of explaining the source of the currency does not arise. He has earlier also explained in the clearly in the earlier query that they have no relations at all to the money that was in the question that is being posed. And when we're talking about question number 3 of CJI, who is the person who had removed the burnt money or cash from the room in the morning of March 15, 2025, he replied, I also strongly deny and outrightly reject the insinuation, if at all, that were removed, if made that they were removed currency from the storeroom. So he has denied any kind of allegations, has refuted all of these allegations altogether. And then when we're talking about that, he added more on those. He stated, as stated above, we were neither shown nor handed over any sacks of burnt currency. So he has refuted any claims. He has said that they were not handed any sack of money, any burnt sack of money. He also added, in fact, and as stated above, the limited debris which was sought to be salvaged continues to exist in one part of the residence. So the other debris that can be seen is still present in his residence. And he has added, as stated above, I along with my wife returned from Bhopal on Indigo flight number 6E2303 only on the evening of 15th March 2025. So he has added that his alibi is that he was in Bhopal with his wife, and he continues that therefore the question of its alleged removal is not known to us. They were not present in their house, they were in Bhopal. So that's what he has added. And in any event, none of my staff removed any article, currency or cash in any form. So that is what he has stated, that when we are talking about the alleged this video that we have seen, he has responded to the questions that were posed by CJI. He has stated and refuted all of the claims altogether, where he has replied that he or his family members did not see any of the pile of cash that can be seen in the video. We have with us my colleague Mehndi Garg outside High Court joining us on the telecast. Mehndi, we've seen that all of these claims are refuted by Justice Yashwant Varma, and also that he has been removed from all the judicial work when we've seen after him being at a flashpoint of this huge controversy. Now all of these clarifications are coming in and the report of the findings have been released. What are the details that are coming in that you could share more light on?
Well, indeed, Ria, the Supreme Court has released an inquiry report by Delhi High Court Chief Justice Devendra Kumar Upadhyay regarding Justice Yashwant Varma's case, which involved, the discovery of burnt currency notes by firefighters at his official residence. And also, a video has been shared by the DCP Sanjay Arora with Chief Justice of India Sanjeev Khanna and Delhi High Court Chief Justice Upadhyay as well. Purportedly, it shows the burnt cash, adding to the scrutiny. And right now, Justice Yashwant Varma has been denied to do any judicial work. And also, according to the report, on March 15th, workers cleared some debris and partially burnt items from the storeroom. And as per Yashwant Varma's claims, he said that there was nothing that was found when he reached there, when the family reached outside the storeroom. But subsequently, the Supreme Court has also instructed Justice Varma to maintain all the phone data and also the communications. Additionally, the court now has requested the records of security staff deployed at his residence over the previous 6 months. And also, Justice Varma has been temporarily removed from his judicial responsibilities while the investigation continues. And also, Arya, key findings that have been come from the inquiry report, because the 3-level committee was formed and an inquiry report has been given out in which it is clearly mentioned that the fire broke out the night of March 14th in a storeroom at Justice Varma's residence. The fire was initially reported by Justice Varma's personal secretary via PCR call, and also the firefighters allegedly found burnt cash at the scene, raising concern about its origin. And also, no evidence of forced entry into the storeroom was found as per the inquiry report, Ria, and the storeroom was used to store household items and was accessible to domestic staff, gardeners, and also CPWD workers. And lastly, also, the inquiry states that some debris and half-burnt items were removed from the storeroom on the morning of March 15th. And given the seriousness of all these allegations, Ria, the Delhi High Court Chief Justice Upadhyay has recommended a deeper probe into this matter, and Supreme Court has directed Justice Varma to preserve all the data and messages on his phone, and has sought security records from the past 6 months as well. And Justice Varma, as of now, has been relieved from all the judicial duties pending the inquiry's outcome. So we can say that Justice Varma is right now the center of attraction. And talking about his particular statement, Ria, then Justice Varma has strongly denied any wrongdoing, calling the allegations an attempt to malign him. And also in his response to the inquiry panel as well, Ria, he stated that neither he nor his family had any connection to the case allegedly found at the site. And I quote unquote, he said that my wife and I were not in Delhi at the time of the fire, and the storeroom is a common area used by staff and is not part of my main residence. The claim that we kept cash there is absurd. So these are the statements that have been come from Justice Varma after the inquiry happened, and after the Supreme Court has released all the videos, the photos, and the reports on the court's website for public. Yes, Riya.
We also have with us Sambhav Sharma joining us live outside Supreme Court. Sambhav, in terms of the investigation that is going on, there is a huge probe into also the mobile phone records and the other details also concerning this case. So in terms of the investigation that we are seeing, this panel that has been formed, what are the details that are coming in? I also have with me my colleague Anand joining us on the telecast. Anand, what are the details that are coming in terms of this probe panel that has been formed? It's a 3-member panel, and also various details concerning to the case are under the lens. So we're talking about mobile phone records, and also the fact that this video is available and this huge pile of cash also that was present at the site that we can see in the video.
Yeah, look, the way in which the Delhi Fire Services made the video on the day of the fire incident that was reported on March 14th at around 23:35, that means 11:35 p.m. on the day of Holi, and within 7 minutes the firefighters were arrived at the residence of Justice Yashwant Varma. And so currently I am just standing the residence of Justice Yashwant Varma, that is the 30 Tughlaq Crescent, and this is the same residence where the fire was reported, and 2 fire tender was urged over here. So clearly, after finding the video, that video was also shared by the SHO of Tughlaq Road Police Station with the DCP, and then it was brought into the eyes of the Chief Justice of India by Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court. So clearly this matter took around 7 days to come to the fore after the incident was reported on
All right,
the day
Anand, we are being joined by Justice S.N. Dhingra, former Delhi High Court judge, joining us on the telecast. Thank you so much for joining us on the telecast. My first question to you is, what do you make of this entire inquiry report made by the Delhi High Court's Chief Justice?
See, I think the first thing which should have been done by Chief Justice was to make an order of preserving the incident place, sealing it, getting it sealed by the police, and thereafter he should have proceeded with all other things, whether in seeking permission from the Chief Justice for registration of FIR, whether investigation was to be done by police or not, whether an inquiry was to be done or not. Once you leave the entire premises to open to the person, the obvious has happened. On 15th, everything was removed, and nobody knows how many more incriminating things would have been recovered from the rest of the house and rest of the place, because you had given sufficient time to the person involved to remove the evidence, to destroy the evidence, and to do this. Holding an inquiry is all right. You see, the act which gives protection to the judges gives protection only in respect of official work done. In say passing of order, something you see somebody makes complaint that the order has been passed after taking bribe, passing of judgments. See, the judge is protected for his official acts. He is not protected for non-official acts. If a judge commits murder, which law protects him? Only thing is you have to seek permission from the High Court Chief Justice or from the peers, so that you see an FIR can be registered and proceeding can be done. No law protects a judge from criminal acts. And if taking bribe, stacking money in one of the room to such an extent, and then removing evidence, etc., is not a normal official act. Inquiry has been ordered. Inquiry will, you see, take time. I think inquiry judges should associate with them an expert criminal investigating officer, and they should proceed with the inquiry. But enough time has been given to the person involved to remove evidence, to play with the evidence, to do the things which he wanted to do. He may say that I was in Bhopal. He may say I was not knowing. He can say anything. The entire bungalow is allotted to the High Court judge, including servants' quarter, including storeroom, including garage. And there is always a security guard outside the gate who does not allow anyone else except with the permission of the householder. So saying that conspiracy has been there, somebody came, I do not know, PWD people also must have come. This is what a normal accused says, that you see, I am not involved. Conspiracy is there. So this is what you expect from any such a person. I think the first step should have been registration of FIR, because it was not an official act, and thereafter telling the police to proceed with the investigation, to do more, search the premises for more evidence. It is not that money was only in one room. It might have been in many rooms. How do you know? And not only money, there have been much more things. Might have been there, may have been gold, other precious items. How do you know? So that is what I feel.
Looking into the unprecedented nature of this case, what are the options in front of us?
You see, the Constitution does not allow removal of High Court judge, but Constitution does allow starting of criminal case against anyone except, you see, three the high dignitaries, the governors, President of India, and there's some see persons mentioned in the Constitution, but that is criminal case cannot start. But criminal case can start against High Court judge. It was started against Shamit Mukherjee, who was judge of the High Court. FIR was registered. He later resigned. It was, you see, Nirmala Yadav also, a criminal case was registered. She was also High Court judge. And the recovery there, it was not a recovery. A munshi of advocate had gone to deliver 15 lakh rupees instead of Nirmala Yadav at the house of Nirmal Kaur, who was also judge of Punjab Haryana High Court. And that is how it came to light that she was taking bribe. So FIR can be registered. And if the judge doesn't resign, he can be removed by the parliament. But the next step is he should be treated like an ordinary criminal, not different from any other person.
And in terms of action, what are the actions that needs to be taken so that the reputation of judiciary is not affected?
See, I think unnecessarily all media and channels are saying that if reputation of judiciary has been first time damaged by this act, the reputation of judiciary is already down. You go to talk to common man, talk to the advocates practicing in High Court, Supreme Court and District Courts. They will tell you how low is the reputation of judiciary. This case is only tip of iceberg. You see, in judiciary, corruption is like in any other department. DDA, MCD, police, judiciary is now equally corrupt. So you cannot say that this case has damaged the reputation of judiciary. This has only brought to light the extent to which corruption goes in judiciary. That room full of currency notes can be there in the house of a judge.
And what testimonies or probe will be crucial to the case now?
You see, I think the testimony of recovery of these burnt notes, I don't know whether unburnt notes have also been recovered or not. The video shows only burnt notes. He will have to explain. His explanation is, I don't know. So this is what, you see, his stand would be throughout. But obviously, this is what, as I told you, any other criminal does. I don't know who planted this, who did this. So you see, Section 106 of Evidence Act says, if something is recovered in your premises, you have to explain how this came there, how this money was lying in your house.
And we're trying our best not to do a media trial in this case. What do you think should be done so that a fair chance is given to Justice Yashwant Varma and a fair probe is conducted in this case?
I think it is much more than fair. His premises was not sealed. No search of the premises was done, which is done in almost in any other case. Instead of lodging an FIR right away, a committee of judges has been constituted, asking him to explain his conduct, how this money came there, how much more fairness you expect that after the committee comes to conclusion that there was no genuine explanation, the committee will take a decision, and I hope the committee will take a decision that FIR should be recorded. And the person should be, you see, impeachment proceedings should be initiated. I don't think there can be, any question of fairness, because he is being given full chance to come forward with the explanation.
All right, thank you so much for joining us on the telecast and sharing those insights. Meanwhile, I'm also being joined by Dr. Swati Jindal, AOR Supreme Court, Sumit Peer, Senior Political Commentator, and Ellen Rao, former DCP Special Cell Delhi Police, joining us on the telecast. The first question that I'll pose is to Dr. Swati Jindal. Dr. Swati Jindal, you've seen that this inquiry report. What do you make out of this inquiry report of the Delhi High Court's Chief Justice?
See, as Justice Dhingra has just said, what amazes me is the the time lapse that has followed the actual recovery or discovery, whatever you may call it, and the fact that this report was given. We got to know about this news via the newspapers only at a later date. It was only now that it is coming to light that the fire took place on the 14th of March, way back on Holi. And this report is also very clear about how the money was reported, how the DCP, has reported the facts to the Chief Justice High Court, and how that news has then traveled to the CJI. Now, what amazes me is how is it that during this course of events, there was that statement that from the fire chief that says that no money was actually found. Was this the act of, was this an attempt to
all right, Dr. Swati Jindal, I'd like you to stay on with us. We also have with us Ujjwal Nikam, senior advocate, joining us on the telecast. Thank you so much for joining us on the telecast. What do you exactly make out of this inquiry report or that has been submitted by Delhi High Court's Chief Justice?
Firstly, I would like to welcome the bold step taken by our Supreme Court, because Supreme Court has published both sides on their website, and now it is for the concerned judge to explain as to how he had no knowledge about the huge amount which was found in the outhouse of his Bangalore. Now, this shows the transparency of our Supreme Court, and I firmly believe that the stability of any nation depends upon two important factors. Firstly, absolute faith of a common man in the currency of that nation, and absolute faith of common man in the judiciary. Now, the Supreme Court has clearly published the set of facts in their website, make it very clear. Now it is in the public domain. Now a huge amount of cash amount is being found. It is a matter of investigation for the police also, as well as about the disciplinary action against the concerned judge if he is found guilty.
And also in terms of action, what action do you think needs to be taken now so that the reputation of the judiciary is not affected at all? I think currently he's facing some connection issues. I'd like to take on Sumit Peer, senior political commentator, on the conversation with me. Sumit Peer, in terms of the action that needs to be taken now, or what kind of action do you think needs to be taken so that the reputation of judiciary is not affected?
I think, ma'am, the first and the most important thing is that there's a saying in English that the Caesar's wife has to be above suspicion. And that is where everything begins. So if you have judges of the country who have unfortunately come into such a limelight because of these reasons, it is the onus is on the judiciary and the judicial system to come up and rise to the occasion and treat them like any other person. The question I want to ask here, if it was you or me in that place, would we get the same treatment? No, we'll have totally got a differential treatment. If this differential treatment is given and you're still treating the kid with kid gloves, I'm telling you one thing. The judiciary of this country is putting the collegium system at risk, because after this fiasco, the country knows the sentiments of the country are not with the judiciary, and it is seen that there is some kid gloves approach which is being taken, and you're trying to theek hai, dekhte hain, karte and all that kind of thing. You are trying to have a differential treatment of your own people than the common man on the road. That kind of a system politically will give enough opportunities for this system to go and or a new system to come in. Now it is the onus is on the respectable judges and the people who are running the collegium today to see what is the cost of doing this. I'll be very direct. What is the cost of doing it? And Justice Dhingra was right in all the submissions which he said right now. There are some very pertinent points he makes. Now, if the things is that, what we are seeing is like, fortunately or unfortunately, every judge is a vakil before that. He's a lawyer, then a lawyer becomes a judge. So every judge will know how to defend himself. Every judge will know how to put all those alibis and how to put all those dafas and clauses and sub clauses there. But what the nation has seen, what has come into a blatant picture is a act of omission and submission. There is an alleged crime which has possibly happened. There is notes and currency which has happened. Now, on the drop of a hat, if you want a politician to resign, if you want a prime minister to resign, if you want a minister to resign, if you want a janitor to resign, if you want a chaprasi to resign, at any time or you want some person to go, suspend, resign, FIR, why such things are not happening here? Why we are trying to say, it's not something like that, things have happened. There have been people in politics who have been seen with one wrong picture, a bundle of cash, and their political careers are gone. And there have been government officers who face the same acts. I'm not saying even the politicians, government officers have faced the same acts. If there's a police commissioner, for example, Rao Saab is a police commissioner, I'm not mentioning you, sir. If there's a police commissioner and such an incident happened in his place, what do you think will happen to him next day? So why this differential treatment is given? Because the country is watching it. This differential treatment is not good. Some stern, robust action needs to be taken, and as the things have come to the light now, the things are out in the open, I think the judiciary should come forward and propose some groundbreaking reforms to make sure such things don't ever happen in the future. Because if you are letting them pass and you are letting them, move on, things won't move on like this. And if how many instances we have seen, ma'am, where a police arrests their own people, where the police walas are arresting their own colleagues, because if there's an omission or something has happened, they will not hesitate to arrest them and put them in the the lockup. So when such things are happening, why judiciary is not acting in that way? That's a big question which the nation wants to know. And in my opinion, we must see some tangible action, not only against this person. It's not about the person, it's about the rot which has set into the system. What are the ways of cleaning this rot, and how do we make sure this rot never comes up? Because judiciary is about the belief of people in the system. And if this belief and if this trust is shaken, then you can't have judiciary the status which it enjoys in India, which is good and great. It should be like that. But if the trust is broken, there's nothing to salvage, ma'am. After a given point of time, when people give up, it's all gone. This trust is gone. Everything is gone. As I said, it's a testing time for the judiciary of India. And I think all the people who are for the right kind of judiciary and for the upfront and honest judiciary should get up and put enough pressure on the people in the echelons of power and within the system to make sure they do the right thing, and they do it now. If you do it after 1 month or 6 months, it won't have that impact. But it is to be done right now, because the nation is looking at it, and there are a lot of people who don't understand a lot of things. वो बोलेंगे भाई जज साहब है तो उनका तो कुछ किया नहीं, बाकी हमको जेल में डाल दिया. Now these are the things, these are the notions which will settle in the common janta's hearts and minds, and it will be very, very difficult to clean them up. You can't clean hearts and minds of 1.4 billion people. It's a very upfront challenge, and you have to know there's a time which is ticking, and you must act now. That's my limited submission on this.
I'll also like to get Ellen Rao in this conversation as well. Ellen Rao, we've seen that the response of Justice Yashwant Varma to a lot of questions that were posed by CJI, and those 3 questions that were posed, he clearly refuted all those claims. He has said that that room is a dump room. And he did not see any pile of cash at all in that room. So when we're talking in a lot of the larger scheme of things, a lot of questions are left unanswered. And how do you think one should approach investigation after this?
Yes, good morning, Riyaji, and to all your viewers. And I have seen that response of Justice Varma, as well as the report sent by Honorable Chief Justice of India. And also I have seen the video which has been shown, uploaded in the website of Supreme Court of India. One thing, I also agree with Justice Dhingra that all scene of crime should have been cordoned off. But in that case, I must tell you that as soon as the first responder, that is fire brigade, reached at the spot, definitely they have informed the police about the recovery or about the presence of bundle of notes in that room, which were some burned or unburned, whatever there. When the police reached there, I don't think that any FIR has been registered till now, but there is a provision in law at section 120 CRPC earlier. Now it's 106 CRPC, that power of which states the power of police officers to seize certain property. In that under that power, I think that the police might have seized that half-burned notes or half-burned notes that might have been lying in the Malkhana police station, and the Justice Varma saying that I have not seen that. Those property cannot be destroyed and cannot be left alone there, and I think the police might have done. That section also further says any police officer may seize any property which may be alleged to be suspected to have been stolen or which may be found under circumstances which create suspicion of commission of offence. This presence of this money definitely has a suspicion, grave suspicion about having commission of any crime. For that purpose, definitely police might have seized this property, that the cash harbor notes in their property. But the saying of that explanation of Justice Varma that I'm not aware of this, who might have sent it, that becomes his alibi, and that will be seen during inquiry. And one more thing that I think that Sumit Peer has also pointed out, that because the faith in the public about the judiciary is eroding, that is also something very important to be seen, because this judiciary is believed to be by the public of Delhi believed to be the very strong pillar of our justice, at saying that जैसे हम कहते हैं ना कि हम देख लेंगे, हम कोर्ट में जाके देख लेंगे, तो people still have some faith in judiciary, but by this type of acts which have been explained now, and some damage to the judiciary is bound to take place. Next, I think I must tell you that also that the inquiry has been ordered, and inquiry of 3 judges, that is very senior judges, 2 High Court judges and 1 judge, that is also to be seen, and the Honorable Justice have been asked to not to be given any judicial work. That is also is in our system, judiciary system or any inquiry system, that is every person is held innocent until proved guilty. That is also one of the points that need to be seen. But apparently, on the face of it, the public at large will say what is their face of it, on the face of it. They will not wait for the inquiry report, but in the presence of mind, people of mind, they will definitely be thinking that how this huge money, huge cash can be found in the room of Honorable Justice and in his official bungalow. That is also seen that this house is used as a dump garbage and dumping of the other articles, and the bags of these shoes were also considered to be dump articles. I don't think that this alibi of Justice Varma will stand in the inquiry, but still, till inquiry is conducted, we cannot comment all this. We cannot blame anything about it, and we will have to wait and watch about the inquiry report. But certainly, if it would have been a common person like me, like Sumit Peer has said, that if it would have been found in some police officer's house or some common man's house, then definitely pictures would have been separate. Case would have been registered by now, and that person would have been arrested till now, and ED and Income Tax Department should have been could have been invited in that case. I don't think that in this matter Income Tax have been informed or not, because the huge cash is involved in that, and then in that case, if the cash is intact or half-burnt even, then the cash calculation of cash is also very important, because in so many media people that they have exactly figured that 15 crore, but I don't think that half-burnt note can be considered as a full note or whatever this, that bundles might have been counted, and that calculation, if we count that bundle, then becomes 3,000 bundles of 500 notes. So then becomes that 15 crore. That 3,000 bundles, it requires a huge space to store. All these things are to be seen in the inquiry, and police might have been given a true picture to the Honorable Chief Justice of India. That is, I think on that basis that inquiry has been conducted. So many other things are also to be seen, whether that room was accessible to any other public person, or CCTV footage are also to be seen. CDR of the Justice Varma, that is also to be watched during how much time, what he was in contact with whom, and who were those persons. And more particularly, I must tell you, if this inquiry report says that this money was a bribe money, then this is most important aspect of that. Who was the person who bribed this person? Who brought this bribe money? That is very important. That why the public also is willing to give bribe. That is also to be seen in our Indian system. That this corruption, which is increasing by bounds, then it also to be seen why the people are giving this opportunity to any person to have this to run these corrupt practices. So during inquiry, that is also to be seen whether if this case is true, that it's a bribe money, then most important aspect will be that who are the person who has given this money. That is also should be the part of that inquiry, and that will be known by the thorough interrogation of Honorable Justice, if it is correct.
All right, Ellen Rao, Sumit Peer and Dr. Swati Jindal stay with us. Meanwhile, some reactions are also coming in on this. Let's in fact listen in.
What one has gathered from the media and also what has come out and transpired through the decisions of the Honorable Supreme Court and the report of the Honorable Chief Justice of Delhi High Court is very, very disturbing. Because one cannot recall an incident where such a grave allegation of actually cash being present in the house of a sitting judge has ever been raised or discovered. In this particular case, what has emanated or is known from the media is that there was an incident of fire. It seems that the fire brigade went there to the judge's house, and in that process, the videos show burnt cash, large amounts of cash, and very, very big figures up.
We saw how the entire cover-up was happening, how it started to get murky with denials and counter-denials, then agreement, and finally some release of images, the entire inquiry report. However, what is surprising is this episode happened around the 15th of March and it has come in public domain only after a newspaper published that entire report. So which goes to show that there was an attempt to cover up this entire haul of cash. And what is extremely shameful is that if any Indian citizen was found with this kind of cash, they would have been behind bars right now. There would be ED, CBI, income tax, all gunning for that individual citizen of India. However, our lordships consider themselves above the law and order system, which is unfortunate, and I say it with full responsibility. Let no citizen of this country feel that they are above any kind of scrutiny. And we saw cover-up was happening and ultimately a committee being formed to probe into this. However, I would prefer that there's a more independent committee and it is not just amongst the judiciary who will decide what is right, what is wrong. So I'm hoping for a free and fair probe. I'm hoping for a transparent probe. And I'm hoping that this particular haul of cash becomes a catalyst for judicial reforms in this country.
कोई भी राष्ट्र की स्टेबिलिटी दो फैक्टर्स पर डिपेंड रहती है. पहली बात तो आम आदमी का विश्वास उस देश के करेंसी पे होना चाहिए और दूसरी बात आम आदमी का उस देश की न्यायपालिका विश्वास होना चाहिए. जस्टिस यशवंत वर्मा इनके घर में जो बहुत हार्ड कैश मिली है उसके बारे में इन हाउस ने आज अपने वेबसाइट पे जो पब्लिश किया है उससे लगता है, दोनों साइड पब्लिश किया है, उससे लगता है कि ये बहुत इन्वेस्टिगेशन का मामला है और मुझे लगता है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट इसमें बड़ी कड़ी रोक अपनाएगा. सिर्फ ट्रांसफर, सस्पेंड या टर्मिनेशन ये तो नहीं चलता है, लेकिन इसके बारे में क्रिमिनल प्रोसिक्यूशन भी हो सकता है और हमारे पार्लियामेंट को ये तय करना होगा कि इस प्रकार अगर कोई न्यायाधीश जिसके बारे में उनके बारे में इम्पीचमेंट प्रोसेस लाना क्या नहीं.
Dr. Swati Jindal, in terms of this, we've seen the video, we've seen the inquiry report, and those are all facts right there. But when we are approaching something like this, a lot of unanswered questions are posed in front of the judiciary, and it's something very unprecedented that has happened. It's unexpected that a sitting judge in his premises, such a huge quantity of money has been discovered. He is denying all of those charges, but it has been discovered. It has been seen in the video. So in terms of the questions that are being posed, how do you think that one should be approaching this?
See, we should all be very mindful of the fact that whatever answers that have come from Justice Varma are to be expected. I doubt that anyone in these circumstances would ever come out and say that, yes, this is the source of the cash, yes, this is how it came about. On whether that cash could have been actually taken up by the police as a recovery, I'm quite sure that that is not the case. Else, the question that has been posed to Justice Varma in the report as to who has removed that the debris on the 15th morning would not have been asked anyways. So none of it has been recovered by the police, as is a surmise in these circumstances. Justice Varma himself has said that there were only certain remnants of some articles that were tried to be saved, and they have been removed and they have been taken up to his residence and they may be checked. Now, the biggest question here is, why was that area not sealed off, like is the normal procedure? Why was it left open out there so that it could be tampered with? This place was an outhouse, so to say, a storeroom, which was outside the main residential area. And that is one of the reasons that has been given by Justice Varma, that he has no association with this area. It was openly accessible. He says it was never even locked. Then there are reports that say that the area was always locked. However, once this cash was found at that area, why was the whole premises not immediately sealed? Why was then not a search conducted in the remaining part of the house so as to find out if at all any other things could be recovered, which could lead us to a sensible solution to all these things? In the light of all these happenings, coupled with the fact that if this fire was reported on the 14th of March, why did it take almost a week for a national daily to break the news like this? These all raise certain pertinent questions to which we see no answer till date. Yes, the Supreme Court has been very upfront and very transparent as far as that 25-pager report is concerned. It has been uploaded last night on the Supreme Court website, and it raises certain questions to Justice Varma as well. Certain pertinent questions have been asked to the officials who had visited the site. Certain questions remain to be answered, and there is a committee, a 3-judge committee, like we all know, that has been constituted, consisting of eminent 2 chief justices of 2 high courts and another senior judge of another high court. All said and done, a very pertinent question was raised by one of the speakers here in this debate today as to why is it that this committee consists of only judges? Why is it an in-house inquiry? Yes, the procedure that has been taken up till now in all these cases where charges of corruption have been raised against sitting judges. In all these cases, the inquiry committee that was constituted was actually an in-house committee that consisted of only judges. But in this background, when is it that pertinent authorities would be called in remains to be seen. Whether the ED would have a role to play, considering that this is unaccounted for cash that has been found, whether the income tax department would also be called, whether the CBI inquiry would be started or not, considering that a lot of CDRs and call records, all these things have been requisitioned. Who is the exact authority that is going to be analyzing all of them, and who is going to take the final decision? Again, we will have to wait and watch, because the information that is being released by these, by the powers that be, these informations are being released in a very piecemeal manner. And that too, once it is, of course, the communication that has come out from the Supreme Court is an official one, being already uploaded on the website. But whatever happens next is just a wait and watch for all of us. Yes, very sad state of affairs. Yes, the faith of the entire nation has been shook. because ultimately it all goes on to the fact that if nothing is done anywhere, we have the courts and we can always approach them and hope for a fair resolution to our problems. But whatever happens after this, the way this inquiry is tackled, whatever laxity has happened, but the way this inquiry is finally taken ahead would have a large say in how the faith of the people is restored in the judiciary, if at all, in the future to come.
Sumit Veer, I'd like to get you on this conversation as well. We don't want to speculate on this. We don't want a media trial on this. It's something that's very precarious. It's something that has to be dealt with in a certain way. When we're talking about a case like this, we've seen that when in his clarification, he has stated that this is an outhouse. He has denied all of those charges. He has refuted the claim, saying that only the people who had access to these rooms were his family members or the gardeners or the staff. And his alibi also states, he stated that he went to Bhopal. He was not, he came to his house in the evening of the 15th March. It took so long. It has happened on the 15th, and it's currently 23rd that we're talking about this. It has taken so long for this to come to light. What do you think is important, the probe and the testimony that are important in this case?
I think the point here is very simple, ma'am. First of all, you see, if there's take example. If there is cash recovered from my farmhouse, I don't have one, I'm just saying. If there's so then I can say I don't live in my farmhouse, my chokidar, my mali, everybody has access to the house. So how do the cash doesn't belong to me? If cash is recovered from my office, I'll say my chaprasi has the chabi, and the Gorkha has the chabi. It's not mine. If cash is recovered from my gaadi, I'll say driver has the chabi. Mere paas gaadi ki chabi thodi na rehti hai. The cash. So, by this way, you can always come up with a story and make mockery of the law. Sorry to use this word, make mockery of the law. And, by giving these statements, you are bringing down the trust of the judicial quotient in the country, which is very unfortunate for a senior justice like Varma ji to do it. He should not have done it. He had always a choice. I'll talk to the appropriate authorities. By giving these statements, you're just trying to, use those Bollywood kind of arguments to kind of get away from this. By this virtue, unless and until you find cash in my pocket, the cash doesn't belong to me. And my pockets cannot hold 15 crores of cash. I don't think there's any pocket in the world which can hold this amount of cash. So I must have to have a special trust to hold this. So coming to the facts of it, it is very important. We know what it has happened. It has exposed underbelly of something which might be possible, which might be present in the system for quite some time. Now the onus is, look, you cannot have this friendly inquiry. You cannot have this in-house inquiry. What is in-house inquiry? It's like, okay, I'll investigate you, you investigate me, you scratch my back, I scratch you, we'll see how it goes. Now, there is a set judicial precedence for such things to happen. Why is an honorable judge different from a citizen like you and me? Whatever will happen to a common citizen of India, why the same procedure and the practice cannot be, practiced for the honorable judge? Why there is this kid gloves approach? Unless and until you come out and say everybody is equal in front of the law. If there's things like, if CBI has to be involved, if income tax has to be involved, if ED has to be involved, if NIA, whichever needs to be involved, let them inquire, let them come up with a report and let that report be filed in the courts, and then courts will handle it as a normal case. It doesn't matter who you are. If politicians are sent to jail, if government officials are sent to the jail, if people from corporate sector, all walks of life have gone to the jail and have got the most harshest of punishments. Why we are still trying to say, okay, let's do in-house inquiry, let's try to find out what happens. The quantum of money what we are talking here is quite high, and the country and the nation of 1.4 billion is watching and looking at you. And there's a time we can explain the procedures to all the people, but beyond the time, it will be the tip, it will cross the tipping point. We won't be able to explain everybody what is happening, because if this notion starts setting in, there's a different set of law which applies on the powerful, and there's a different set of the law which applies on the janta. Now that will be a different, conundrum to handle. And if it becomes a political issue, then don't blame tomorrow the government of the day if they want to come and change the things with the powers that have been given to them by the Constitution. There's a possibility of doing that. So the onus is here. When this incident or accident has happened, whatever it is, now the onus is here to make sure that a fair thing happens as to the every and the last man standing in India. Secondly, this case is settled at the, this should be settled and decided in 2 months, 1 month, 45 days to set an example to the people. Third thing, make laws, work with the government, make such provisions. If there is one rotten apple in the lot, the whole lot doesn't look rotten. It doesn't, it does not cast aspersions on the whole, and everybody is not casted, painted black. So make sure such provisions happen. But if you are trying to, kind of having this kid gloves approach, unfortunately, you're not helping one of your own kind, or you're not trying to protect the judiciary, but you are letting this Pandora's box wide open. You can't control perceptions of the people beyond a one point of time. And perceptions determine politics, they determine voting, they determine governments come and go. It's all determined on perception. And perception at times might not have anything to do with the reality. When you are doing a crisis management, when you are doing the reality management, you have to also look at the perception management, which becomes equally important. And what the people on this panel are raising a pertinent question, why it takes 7-8 days to come out? And if it is you and me, will we have the same treatment? So whatever has happened is now bygones. Now let's get into accelerated mode. Let's set the clock right. Let's set the things right and make sure this never ever happens again, because I am just bothered about one thing, ma'am. There are a lot of cases of corruption which happen in this country. 15 crore is not a big amount. We have seen $1 billion corruption cases. But here it is the trust, it is the belief, it is the bharosa of 140 crore लोगों का भरोसा है यहाँ पे. That should not be shaken at any cost, because if that is shaken, trust me, we are looking at a debacle. We are looking at a debacle beyond our comprehensible imagination. It's beyond imagination, the debacle we are looking. So my request to all the people who are concerned, even the Chief CG of India and all the people who are at the helm of affairs, is, sir, look beyond it. Look from the perspective of what are 140 crore, 1.4 billion people are. What are they looking at? Not only that, what is the international community looking at us? What are the G7 countries? What are the G20 countries? What is the America, Russia, China? What are all these countries looking at it? I don't want even a speck of doubt to come on our judicial system, which by so far is one of the best in the world. And there are a lot of people who swear by it and who really say, no, in India the judiciary works, and it is, maybe it's slow and all, but it's able to deliver. We have seen some groundbreaking judgments, historical judgments. So we have to live to the repute and order of the day, and let's not cave in, whatever the reasons may be. Let's not try to be a little bit, handling two things with much of care. If something has happened, the person has done it or not done it, take it in the normal process and give a judgment as soon as possible. If you have to accuse the person, kuch nahi kiya, okay. If the person has to be punished, it has to happen in the next 45 days, 2 months, so that you live to your stature on your honor, which you rightfully deserve. That's my limited point on it.
All right. Thank you so much for both of you for joining the telecast and sharing those insights. Meanwhile, viewers, that's a wrap for the bulletin. We'll slip into a short break.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है
Hello, you're watching NewsX with me, Riya Dwivedi. Now let's take a look at the top story of the hour. A day after Delhi High Court Judge Justice Yashwant Varma came under intense scrutiny following the discovery of unaccounted cash at his residence, a new video has surfaced that shows piles of burned money at his house. The video has added to the growing controversy surrounding the judge's involvement in the case. Meanwhile, Justice Yashwant Varma's judicial duties have been suspended. The investigation is ongoing, with authorities examining his phone records, and CCTV footage from the incident is being scrutinized. The Supreme Court has set up a 3-judge committee to investigate the matter, which could lead to potential impeachment proceedings. The controversy has raised concerns about the credibility of the judiciary, and political figures have also weighed in, calling for transparency and a thorough investigation by agencies like the CBI and ED. We are being joined by my colleagues Anand Singh, he's live outside Justice Varma's residence, and Sambhav Sharma, who's live outside Supreme Court. I'll first go to Anand. Anand, in terms of this case, we have seen that a 3-member committee has been formed to conduct a deeper probe, and we've seen that under the scrutiny are his records, his mobile records, his conversation, his CCTV footage. So what does this mean? What's next for Justice Yashwant Varma?
Yeah, Riya, look, I am just standing outside the residence of Justice Yashwant Varma, and as you mentioned that he is surrounded in middle of the controversy following the recovery of the burnt currency notes at his residence that was on March 14, the day of Holi. So I will just show you some of the burnt debris that has been already mentioned by Justice Varma in the Supreme Court finding, that 25-page report, in which he has mentioned in the 3rd point that how this burnt debris is over here, and as you can see on the camera from here, from this very narrow hole, we will try to show that how the burnt debris, the burnt items that was recovered on the March 14th night is still at the residence of Justice Varma. And however, it is very tough to ascertain whether it involves the burnt currency notes, as we can see some of the portions which include some of the tarpaulin sheets burnt over there, with some of the other stationary items, as well as a wooden structure table burnt over here. So clearly this has added to the concern, as the point which Justice Varma has mentioned in the Supreme Court report, and I quote the report on query C, he has mentioned that I strongly deny and outrightly reject the insinuation, and if met that we removed currency from the storeroom. As stated above, we were neither shown nor handed over any sacks of burnt currency. In fact, and as stated above, the limited debris which was sought to be salvaged continues to exist in one part of the residence. And so this is what Justice Varma has said before the Supreme Court, and that has been also mentioned in his reply that has been filed before the Supreme Court. So these were the exclusive visuals that we showed to our viewers from the residence of Justice Varma, that how even after 8 days since the incident of the fire, the debris of the fire incident is still, some of those debris are still at the residence of Justice Varma, which has been kept in a corner in the lawn of the residence, that is the government bungalow that has been provided to him, that is the 30 Tughlaq Crescent Road. And yes, since then Justice Varma has not been meeting several of the people, and he is inside, said to be inside his residence. And even on the day of incident, when this incident of fire took place, he was not present at his residence, as he has mentioned before the Supreme Court also. And he has said that he only returned along with his wife from Bhopal on March 15th evening. So clearly he has said that the fire call was also made by his PS on the day of March 14, and then the fire officials had come over here at his residence, which doused the flames within a span of 1 hour 56 minutes. So clearly 2 of the fire tenders were rushed, and then it was the fire officials who had made the video of the burnt currency that very night. Back to you, Riya.
I'd like to pose the questions to Sambhav Sharma. Sambhav, in terms of the investigation, we are seeing that his mobile phone records, his CCTV footage, all of them are under scrutiny currently as we're speaking. But this incident occurred on 15th and today is 23rd, so it took a long way for this to come to light, and he being at the flashpoint of this, Justice Yashwant Varma, he's been removed from all of his judicial duties currently. So what does this mean in the next course of action? How do we go about this after all of this controversy has come to light?
Well, as we were expecting on Friday's evening that Supreme Court will come up with some note, and Supreme Court came up with some note back then. And also, yesterday night Supreme Court has come up with the CCTV, the footage and the images and the videos, and now also an internal report of the Delhi High Court confirming for the first time that money was found at the scene. So let's talk about the things let's talk about the facts of the matter, wherein now the Supreme Court has confirmed that now Supreme Court has released these half-born notes being recovered from Delhi High Court judges. How this is what we have as a fact, and also released the visuals that came up after the Sanjeev Khanna formed 3-member committee to investigate the allegations. Now the videos are there, and photos of the incident, the scene are there in the public domain. Also, Chief Justice of India Sanjeev Khanna has constituted a 3-member judicial committee to the committee to investigate into the allegations surrounding this matter, that the cash which was found in Justice Varma's residence. This is what we have as of now, wherein the Supreme Court has released the videos and the photographs on Saturday showing the cash from Justice Varma's residence. And also the court has constituted a 3-member committee to probe this whole matter.
All right, I'd like Sambhav and Anand to stay with us. But before that, viewers, I'd like to get you an understanding of exactly about the details concerning this case, what it means, because a lot of uncertainty is revolving around this case, a lot of unanswered questions around this case as we are seeing. So what exactly, first of all, we'll talk about CJI's direction in terms of this investigation. He has directed Chief Justice of Delhi High Court not to assign any judicial work to Justice Yashwant Varma until inquiry is completed. So any kind of judicial work is not going to be assigned to him currently as we're speaking. And 3-member panel constituted to conduct a deeper investigation into the allegations. So a deeper probe into this case. 3-member committee has been formed by CJI, and this is the 3-member committee that we are talking about. Firstly, it's led by Justice Sheel Nagu. He is Chief Justice of Punjab and Haryana High Court. This is the first person in this committee. The second person is Justice G.S. Sandhawalia. He is the Chief Justice of Himachal Pradesh High Court. The third person in this is Justice Anu Shiva Raman. She is the Justice of the Karnataka High Court. So these are the 3 people. This is the 3-member committee that has been formed to has been constituted to conduct a deeper probe into this. An in-house inquiry has been ordered to probe the allegations following submission of report by the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court. So an in-house inquiry has also been ordered into this alongside the 3-member committee. Then when we're talking about who exactly are these people, the Justice Sheel, first we'll talk about him. He on May 2011 he was appointed as additional judge of Madhya Pradesh, and July 2024 he took oath as the Chief Justice of Haryana and Punjab. So when we're talking about the details concerning this 3-member committee, and the next person in this list is Justice G.S. Sandhawalia. He is the Chief Justice of Himachal Pradesh High Court. He is a mixed experience of criminal, civil service, land acquisition and constitutional law. He is on September 2011 he became the additional judge. So on September 2011 he became the additional judge. When we're talking about him, in Feb 2024 served as the acting Chief Justice of Punjab and Haryana High Court, and in December 2024 he assumed charge as Chief Justice of Himachal Pradesh High Court, which he is at that position. And lastly, when we are talking about the last person in this panel, Justice Anu, April 2015, she was sworn in as the additional judge of the Kerala High Court. In March 2024, Justice Shiva Raman was transferred to Karnataka High Court, and she is a part of the collegium at the High Court and retires in May 2028. So that's the last person we're talking about. Again, when we're talking about CGI's direction, information on the security personnel at the Justice Varma's residence to be collated. So all of the people, the security personnel who are deployed there, those details have to be collated. When we're talking about another direction, a request letter may be sent to the mobile phone providers to extract call record details of Justice Varma for the past 6 months. So that's under the scrutiny, the past 6 months details of his mobile records, and that will be asked from the mobile providers. Justice Varma may be requested not to dispose of his mobile phone or phones or delete or modify any conversations he had so far in the past 6 months. So that is under scrutiny. The call records will then be forwarded in a pen drive along with a letter. So those call records will be collated, that data will be collected, and then that will be sent. And when we're talking about, let's get a further understanding, how can a sitting judge be removed from the office? Impeachment proceeding. A removal motion needs to be signed and given to the speaker or the chair. In the Lok Sabha, it's around 100 members, and in Rajya Sabha around 50 members. So for that impeachment proceedings, that's the number. And if the motion is admitted, then a 3-member committee is constituted and for the investigation that we are talking about. So how can a sitting judge be removed from office? These are the details that are pertaining to that. If found guilty, the house in which the motion has been introduced can take up the consideration of the motion. So either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, either of the houses, wherever it is taking those proceedings, once passed with special majority, it goes to the second house, which also has it passed with a special majority. So both the houses have to pass with a special majority in this case. And when we're talking about after the motion is passed, an address is presented to the President for removal of the judge. So that is how the sitting judge is removed. And the President then passes an order removing the judge. After that, when we're talking about it, the President then can pass an order removing the judge. Then only a sitting judge can be removed. It has to involve both the houses and the President. And in the past, prior attempts to impeach judges, incident number 1, we are talking about that. Justice V. Ramaswamy of the Supreme Court was the first judge in India against whom impeachment proceedings were initiated. So that was the first case, first episode of a case like this. And in 1993, the motion was brought in terms of this case when we're talking about Ramaswamy. And when we're talking about the episode number 2, Justice Soumitra Sen of the Calcutta High Court resigned in 2011 after Rajya Sabha passed an impeachment motion for the misappropriating funds. So another incident, episode number 2 was that, and when we're talking about episode number 3 in 2015, 58 members of the Rajya Sabha moved an impeachment notice against Justice J.B. Pardiwala of the Gujarat High Court. So that's your instant. When we're talking about the episode number 3, that's the example. When we're talking about the 4th one, in 2017, Rajya Sabha MPs moved in motion to initiate impeachment proceedings against Justice C.V. Nagarajan Reddy of the High Court for Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. So another example of those when we're talking about earlier attempts to impeach judges that have happened and when we're talking about the fifth episode, in March 2018, opposition parties signed a draft proposal for moving an impeachment motion against the then CGI Deepak Mishra. So another instance involves the former CGI Deepak Mishra in March 2018. So these were the instances to get you a more understanding exactly of how this goes about, how a sitting judge can be impeached. What are the examples that have earlier happened, other earlier episodes that have happened? We are being joined by R.K. Singh, lawyer, Supreme Court, Naveen Choma, lawyer, Supreme Court, and M.K. Meena, former IPS, J.S. Rawat, advocate, Supreme Court. So thank you so much everyone for joining us on the telecast. Firstly, I'd go to J.S. Rawat, advocate, Supreme Court. My first question to you is, you've seen the inquiry report, you've seen the video, you've seen the photos. Obviously, the facts tell the story that there is a pile of cash that were burned on the night of the Holi on 15th. It was the video that shows, but we're seeing that Justice Yashwant Varma has refuted all of those claims. He has stated and refuted and stated that it's a dump yard. It's something that he did not see any of the pile of cash that it is being talked about. What do you make out of this whole findings and the report that has been released? Because it's an unprecedented move that has happened.
Yes, you rightly said this is an unprecedented in the judiciary, Indian judiciary. For the first time, such kind of incident has been highlighted in the media. Now, because Justice Varma has entirely denied, and he has stated that it is a conspiracy angle. Now, the three-member committee, which has been constituted by the Chief Justice, Honorable Chief Justice of India, they will look into that, whether it is a conspiracy or it is a one-sided story. Because what has been come out from the report of Honorable Chief Justice of Delhi High Court and the press release issued by the Supreme Court yesterday, it is clearly says that the videos and photographs are very clear. But since the Justice Varma has denied it, it seems that it requires a deeper investigation inquiry that whether the Justice Varma is right to say that it is a conspiracy angle or he is telling a lie. Now, it is a tough, it is an agni pariksha to the judiciary also to come out very clean, because such an example is not only demoralizing the judiciary but also common people. People are losing the faith. The judiciary, if such kind of incidents is happening, and rightly you have pointed out, it is not a case in isolation. It is not the first time when such kind of incident occurred. Earlier, there was an incident when the impeachment proceedings were initiated, but none of them has concluded in logical conclusion. And I owe you that one way or other way, Justice Varma has to resign. He cannot, in view of the evidence which is coming out in the media, and particularly the yesterday press release issued by the CGI office, is categorically stating that there is something fishy. We cannot straightway deny it, that there is nothing wrong. There is a wrong in somewhere in the Justice Varma's statement, and it would be better that Justice Varma should have resigned it, and an independent investigation should come out. And conspiracy angle, now it's very good that the conspiracy angle and the Honorable Justice has directed that he will not dispose of the mobile, who was so, and then sought the list of the security personnel also. So if the deeper investigation will go, then all people will be investigated, that who ultimately how this cash went to this particular house, who is a high security reason. No, nobody can enter a house of a judge without the permission of the security clearance. So somebody must have either implanted it, as he says that it is a conspiracy angle, or something is going wrong. This is my view.
I'd also like to get R.K. Singh on this. R.K. Singh, when we're talking about something like this, It's something that has to be approached with a certain level of, it can't be all speculations. It can't be a media trial. So we have to approach it in a certain way. We have seen now that there is a video, there's a couple of 3 photos that have been released by in this inquiry report that we have seen. A lot of unanswered questions are there. We have seen that Justice Varma has stated that he was not present on that day. He was not present on the day this incident took place. He came on the evening. He was with his wife in Bhopal. He has said that he did not see any cash that was there. So a lot of unanswered questions is posed in front of judiciary that we are seeing. How does one go about making sure that when you are approaching this, we do not tarnish the image of judiciary, and at the same time, we are able to approach this as well?
Thank you, Ria, for inviting me. Ria, first and foremost, it is very important to understand one thing, that when we are dealing with this case, we are not dealing with one person, Mr. Justice Yashwant Varma. We are dealing with an institution. The complete serenity of institution is at stake. So undoubtedly, the incidents of last 48 hours has given a heyday to the perennial people who are suffering from institutional cynicism. So these conspiracies theorists, whispermongers, they are having a field today. Having said that, the other issue which is very important, admittedly an incident has happened. Nobody can deny that. The second aspect of the incident is that when this incident happened, Justice Varma and his family was not there. So the benefit of doubt, prima facie, must belong to Justice Varma's credit. He cannot be treated indifferently with the common people. Though being a judge, the onus of being clear with a conscience and act lies more to him than to the ordinary people. But so far as the rule of law is concerned, he should also be treated at equal footing with the ordinary citizen. Now, Supreme Court being the parent organization which is investigating the entire incident, for the first of its kind, Honorable Chief Justice Khanna has made public whatever action Supreme Court is taking, including the justification which Mr. Varma furnished before the CJI. Now, the individual angle, or so far as the layman's angle is concerned, if you permit me, I'll read only 2 paragraphs of the justification which Mr. Varma, Justice Varma has given. May I read?
Yes, go on.
I'll read it quickly. I'll not take much of the time. I state unequivocally that no cash was ever placed in that storeroom, either by me or any of my family members, and I strongly denounce the suggestion that the alleged cash belonged to us. The very idea of suggestion that this cash was kept or stored by us is totally preposterous. Now, if the same kind of incident has happened with a bureaucrat, or for that matter, a government servant or individual, and he would have been presiding that case, and this explanation has been given to him by the lawyers of that accused, then the bigger question is, or $1 million question is, and I leave this question to your viewers to answer it, that Justice Varma would have accepted this defense or not. Yes, please.
All right. I'd also like to get a short answer from Naveen. Naveen, we have seen that earlier when I was talking to, he has clearly stated that it's not a question that is posed to a single individual, but it's an institution that the question is being posed to. So what do you make out of all of this inquiry report that has been released?
Riyaji, continuing from what Sri Rawat said and Sri R.K. Singh said, I'm in full concurrence with the very right views taken by them and very properly articulated. This case definitely needs to be probed and very thoroughly and in a very transparent manner, because I also being a lawyer for 30 years, now it's time that of course we have high regards for our honorable judiciary, and we all wish that judiciary and all other pillars of our democracy are very firm and very, what you say, protective to the constitution. No one is corroded. But let us accept the reality that everybody knows, and everybody is not talking also, that judiciary is also becoming very corrupt, right from the top judges to the lower level judges. And then the collegium system is also under, what you say, criticism. So now this particular question needs to be, what you say, handled in a very serious manner, because the entire nation is having the eye on what our honorable Supreme Court Chief Justice does and what actions are taken. Now, as we see today's era, though whatever Justice Varma may deny, but there is a videographic evidence. We have seen also that evidence of the piles of notes burning. So there can't be smoke without fire. And this fire was not the ordinary fire. It was the fire of holy, pure holy, pavitra holy. So I think it is exposing the corruption of this judiciary. So it's a good process. I think the we have to
I'd
weed
also
out the
like to get
unwanted
MK
elements.
Meena also on this. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. MK Meena, when we're talking about a case like this, now we are seeing that the inquiry is being done and the data is being collected of the mobile records and the CCTV footage. When we are approaching a case like this, how can one do it in a way that does not tarnish the image of judiciary, but at the same time actions that are taken, which testimony is important to probe that you could share with our viewers?
In fact, the inquiry is at initial stage. The videos are not evidence. In fact, what actually physical material has been received or received by the police or by the investigation officer or by the committee. The notes which have been received, which are not burnt, they have to be counted. How much money is there? How much half burnt is there? Which is clear. Then only things can come that so much amount has been recovered or it has been seen at this residence. Secondly, linking to the honorable judge, it is also a very part of on the part of investigating agency. It is a role. How you will link that money belongs to him. Now, the explanation which justice has given, each point has to be analyzed. The committee report which has been given, which is also to be analyzed. So it is premature and early to give comment, because nobody knows exactly. Only investigation agency can only tell, or those who have collected money and counted, they can only tell exactly what amount of notes without burnt has been received and where has been seen, and which amount of notes of half burnt. Then only investigation can go on. And we should not comment on just that it is money belongs to him, or we can't even deny that it does not belong to him, because it is let committee handle it, let investigating agency handle it, and then they come out with evidence. If they are linking money to him, then also they should come out with evidence on what basis they are linking. And if they are not linking, they should also come out with what linking, because it is very premature early to tarnish image of judge, any judge or justice. It is not a tarnishing of judiciary. It is an individual case.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, all of you, for joining us on the telecast and sharing those details. Meanwhile, viewers, that's a wrap for the bulletin. We'll slip into a short break.
पैंतालीस दिन तक चले महाकुंभ में कोटि कोटि श्रद्धालुओं के साथ सत्ता के शीर्षस्थ महानुभाव भी बने पुण्य के भागीदार। समरसता के महाकुंभ में राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू ने पवित्र डुबकी लगाई तो उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ परिवार सहित आस्था के स्नान में शामिल हुए। भेदभाव खत्म करने वाले महाकुंभ में देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंचे तो कोटि कोटि श्रद्धालुओं की तरह इसकी दिव्यता भव्यता के दर्शन करते दिखे। प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ ने केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह के अलावा भूटान नरेश जिग्मे खेसर नामग्याल वांगचुक सहित कई विशिष्ट अतिथियों के साथ इन विशेष क्षणों को साझा किया। सनातन गर्व के महापर्व में नेपाल के पूर्व राजा ज्ञानेंद्र शाह के अलावा गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, हरियाणा, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड, सिक्किम सहित कई राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री शामिल हुए। कई राज्यों के राज्यपाल और कई दलों के नेता करोड़ों श्रद्धालुओं की तरह समता और समरसता के महाकुंभ में पहुंचे।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX with me, Riya Dwivedi. Now let's take a look at the top story of the hour. Supreme Court uploaded reports, photo and video with respect to the allegations of the discovery of unaccounted currencies at the home of Justice Yashwant Varma, sitting judge of the Delhi High Court. The inquiry report of the Delhi High Court Chief Justice and the response of Justice Varma have been made public. The controversy erupted after a fire at Justice Varma's office residence on March 14 led to the discovery of a large sum of cash. Meanwhile, Justice Varma expressed concerns about a potential conspiracy against him. In his formal response to the Chief Justice of India, he categorically denied any connection to the cash or knowledge of how it arrived in the storeroom. But viewers, before we get into that, let's take a look at exactly this video that has of the fire that took place at his office residence. What exactly did that video show, and the details related to the cash of pile that was seen. And we'll be taking a look at that video. But meanwhile, we've seen now in an unprecedented move, the Supreme Court has released the document and the report in which it includes the Supreme Court's 3 queries and the response of Justice Yashwant Varma. So when we're talking, looking at this video and a screenshot of that, a blue colored plastic bag that you can see on your screens, that blue colored plastic bag contains the pile of money, and this signifies the pile of money that we are talking about. This is the number. They are the 500 notes. We can see that we have numbered them, and these are the 500 notes that are seen in that room that we were talking about. Those are the pile of cash that have been talked about, and this is the video. You can see that's a large amount, that's a large quantity of money that you can see. Debris indicates large quantity. So in that fire, a huge quantity of money was burned, and that's the visual that we are talking about. Debris indicating a large quantity of money, and we can see that notes can be seen even on the higher shelf. They are arranged on even on the higher shelf in that room, in the house of Justice Yashwant Varma. He has stated that that's an outhouse, but you can see on your screens that's the level of cash that there is in that room, and you can even see this orange cloth on your screens that's also present. You can see one of the officials, the investigator, also taking a look at that orange cloth that is present in that room amongst all of the pile of cash, the debris of the pile of cash that can be seen. And when we are looking at that, this is the work that is being taken place after the fire that took place. It's a dark old storeroom like structure. We have talked about this earlier as well. That room was completely dark. It was covered with black soot after the fire took place. And this is the glass that was retrieved from the debris. You can see on your screen, we have marked it out for you. That's the glass that was retrieved from the debris after the fire that took place at his residence. And we're looking at other visuals that are coming in. More debris from the corner are scrapped out. Those are the officials that are there. The fire officials that are present at that, they are scraping it out. The structures that you can see, it's a very dark room indeed, and in that dark room, that's the cash that can be seen. But viewers, before we're getting into that, when we're talking about this whole thing, we have with us my colleague Sambhav Sharma joining us on the broadcast with us. Sambhav, it's a huge turn of events that we have seen, an unprecedented move. Supreme Court decided that they are going to release these photos, these documents, and we've also seen that in that video a huge pile of cash, debris of a pile of cash can be seen. So what are the details that are coming in?
Well, let's talk about the facts first. And the first fact is, and the big fact is that it's official now. It's an official confirmation that the cash was found at the residence of Delhi High Court Judge Justice Yashwant Varma when the fire broke out there on March 14. This is nobody but the top court of the country, that is the Supreme Court of the country, saying by releasing an internal inquiry report of by the Delhi High Court. And Supreme Court has also uploaded this video and photograph, such an unprecedented move by the top court, Supreme Court of the country. The Supreme Court has uploaded videos and photographs which Delhi Police Commissioner Ajay Arora purportedly shared with Chief Justice Upadhyay. So these are the facts which we are talking about. And let's now talk about the images, the videos shown a fireman pulling half-burned wads of cash in a plastic bag. So is this the level of corruption? I mean, the images and videos are, I mean, everything is very much clear now. And this fireman pulling out a half-burned wad of cash in a plastic bag. And see, there are rare instances when the top court, Supreme Court, comes up with a kind of press release, and this time a clear-cut press release, and also uploaded the videos and the photographs which were shared. And see, now it's big, it's huge rather. And it's an official confirmation that the cash was found at the residence of the Delhi High Court Judge Justice Yashwant Varma. And also there is a confirmation that fire broke out there on March 14th. And now that there is, the story is getting more and more clear. And the picture is getting clear now. What's happening with the judiciary of the country.
Sambhav, also when we're talking about the deeper probe into this, we have seen that CGI has formed now a three-member panel has been constituted by him to investigate into a case like this.
Well, absolutely. The Chief Justice of India has constituted, it's an official press release, the Chief Justice has constituted a three-member committee consisting of Mr. Justice Sheel Nagu, who is the Chief Justice of the Punjab and Haryana High Court, and also Justice G.S. Sandhavlia, Chief Justice of Chief Justice of Himachal Pradesh High Court, and Miss Anu Shivaraman, who is the judge of the High Court of Karnataka. And these three judges panel, the panel will look into this matter and also conduct an inquiry into the allegations against Mr. Justice Yashwant Varma. And Justice Varma is the sitting judge of the Delhi High Court. So the Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, has constituted this three-member committee, and these three judges will look into the matter and also the report will be submitted to the chief. Later on, and then the also there is a fact-finding committee, fact-finding report which will be submitted to the Chief Justice of India. And so these are the latest. I'm only talking about the facts so far. And the facts are very obvious. Things are very clear now. And Supreme Court confirmed that the cash found at the Delhi High Court Judge Yashwant Varma's residence during fire also released the video footage. This is what we have now as a fact.
We also have with us Mehndi Garg joining us live from outside High Court. Mehndi, in terms of when we're talking about Justice Yashwant Varma, who has a center of all of this, he has been not assigned any judicial work. After this unaccounted cash that we have seen in the video that we have been talking about, he has been assigned not any judicial work until this probe is going on.
Well, indeed, Ria, as you also mentioned that Justice Yashwant Varma is right now the center of attraction amid this probe that happened on 14th March after a pile of cash and a stock of cash was found from his residence. And now Supreme Court has given the orders that Justice Yashwant Varma cannot do any judicial work and he is not supposed to be given any judicial work also. And talking about this particular probe, Ria, then yes, Justice Yashwant Varma is denying all the allegations that have been put on him, and he also said that this particular probe is tarnishing his image, and he mentioned that how the image is very important for justice to remain intact with. But right now Justice Yashwant Varma, he is under this case right now, and Supreme Court has also released all the photos, videos and also the reports publicly on the court's website right now. So yes, Justice Yashwant Varma is right now under a lot of we can say under eyes right now, and he is the center of attraction, but he is again and again denying all the allegations. And he also in a statement said that after the police managed the fire that broke out on 14th March, after that when the family reached the storehouse area where where it has been said that the stack of cash has been found, he stated that when the family members and he himself reached there was no cash inside the storehouse. So he also said that it is a conspiracy that is being created against him to malign his image and to tarnish his image. So these are the statements that are coming up from Justice Yashwant Varma right now. But yes, he is under close radar right now because a high inquiry committee has also been formed. The 3-level committee has also been formed, and an inquiry has also been commissioned after Supreme Court decided, and an unprecedented move has been taken place by the Supreme Court as well to release all the the reports, the videos and the photos to keep this matter. And
we also have with us Brian Thomas joining us live outside Justice Varma's residence. Brian, when we're taking a look at the facts that how Sambhav has stated, when we're taking a look at the facts also say that when we are looking at this video, there's a huge pile of burnt cash perpetually at the residence of Justice Yashwant Varma. And when we're taking a look at the fact that he has replied in his query in that inquiry report that that room did not have any presence of any burnt cash when he saw that. So since you are present at his residence, what kind of how do you one go about it if there was a pile of burnt cash and according to him there was no cash present when he saw that?
Well, Ria, definitely. Now, we are outside his very residence also, and definitely it has said that during the very fire operations also that happened at Justice Yashwant Varma's residence, at this very residence that happened on 14th March, there were around 4 to 5 sacks of burned cash that was found. Then yes, there have been visuals, there have been photos and videos. Here is this very, this residence, and the responders also, the firefighter responders also discovered 4 to 5 sacks also containing semi-burnt stacks of Indian currency notes in this very storeroom that is ahead. There were visual evidence that includes photograph, videos that was also provided by Delhi Police Commissioner that showed those burnt currency notes. Now, Justice Yashwant Varma strongly criticized and denied any connection to the cash, suggesting that the discovery might be a part of a conspiracy to malign him. So you can see that there are two different versions of statements. Now, in one version, when you see the visuals also, you see the photographs, you can see there have been, the responders have taken out 4 to 5, sacks of half-burnt cashes, Indian currency notes at this very space, to which he says that when he was there, he did not see any pile of cash or any single penny of cash also that was seen. Now, also very importantly, there is another very important statement that I would like to highlight, that this very storeroom, initially when the report was made, the storeroom was said that it was just used by his close associates, his family members, or anyone for that matter. Then there was when Yashwant Varma gave a reply, he clearly stated that this very storeroom or the warehouse is accessed by his gardeners, his servants, and some of CPWD officials. So which it makes it, he also says that it is out and open. So it is not just an, inclusive space where only his close associates or his close families are allowed, but everyone in and around his, away from his near and dear ones also can have that accessible, have an access to this very place. So, there have been many questions that have been arised about the source, about, who was responsible to remove the notes, how did he get to know about the notes. So there were 3 questions also that was posed by Sanjeev Khanna. So there have been questions, the investigation is also going on, 3-member committee has also been formed. But yes, the main question remains as to how did this pile of cash be brought in this place. Was he informed about it? Was he not?
Stay with us. We also have with us Justice A.N. Mittal, former Allahabad High Court judge, joining us on the telecast. Justice A.N. Mittal, thank you so much for joining us on the telecast. But when we're talking about something like this, it's a very precarious case. It has huge implications. When in this unprecedented move, Supreme Court decided that they are going to release the inquiry report and they're going to release the video and the photos. So what do you make out of this move amidst the whole the controversy that you are seeing?
Certainly, as I told you yesterday in the debate, that the Supreme Court Collegium must come forward and must clarify. Basically, the people of India could know about this incident only day before tomorrow, when it was in news in the newspaper. Now, as a general accused, as everybody denies the allegations, Justice Varma is also denying every allegation. But as far as the conspiracy is concerned, conspiracy cannot be in the air. There have to be some grounds for the alleged conspiracy. As far as saying that it was a storeroom and used for storing the old furniture and unusables, I as a judge cannot believe that, because every part of the house is within the control of the resident. Maybe it a storeroom, maybe it a guard room, maybe it a drawing room, maybe it a bedroom. So for the conspiracy, he should say that who is making this conspiracy. And as far as the video clips are concerned, they cannot tell a lie. Video clips are clearly showing that there was huge Indian currency that was subjected to burn. Now, mere allegation that no family member or he himself had no access to the storeroom, I can't believe. So basically, as was done in the Nirmaljeet Kaur's case of Punjab and Haryana High Court, certainly the Supreme Court has constituted a 3-member committee, and the report of the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court is also clear. Madam, there cannot be कहते हैं ना कि बिना आग के धुआं नहीं हो सकता, तो ये दिस फायर इज इटसेल्फ स्पीकिंग टू मच, and you cannot deny all the facts, all the existing situations, and the report of the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court. The report clearly says that there was information from the police commissioner. Previously, it was said that it was the statement of Mr. Atul Garg, who was the chief of the fire agency, but subsequently he denied his statement. Now, the statement of police commissioner that contains a great value. The video clips contains a great value. Merely denying any allegation, certainly it is the right of the accused and it is the duty of the prosecution to prove the guilt of the accused. But it is a principle of law that when the things speak itself, there needs no evidence. Res ipsa loquitur. So when the things are speaking itself and the video clips are showing the burning of the Indian currency, it is, for the God's sake, it has not been alleged that the fire was also a conspiracy. No, it was a natural act. How the fire took place, certainly it's also a matter of investigation. But as far as saying that the storeroom is not used by his lordship or his family members, sorry, I can't believe, because the whoever is the resident of a house, he has control over whole of the house. He has the access to whole of the house, and he has also not denied that the furniture lying in the storeroom do not belong to him. He has not. As far as the conspiracy is concerned, neither the CPWD officials, nor the guards, nor the gardeners, nobody can implant such a huge money in his storeroom. Why anybody should do? There should be some lacks for saying something, for truth. But in the present case, the video visuals are speaking themselves that a huge quantity of Indian currency was found burning in the storeroom, and that storeroom caught the fire. So, Honorable the Supreme Court and its collegium has rightly done that his judicial work has been taken away. And as far as the transfer rumors were there, certainly they were also there. But as the Bar Association of the Allahabad High Court has already opposed his transfer to Allahabad High Court, and as I had told day before yesterday in your debate, that it's a reward for him. It's a reward for him. घर वापसी का reward नहीं देना चाहिए. And
Justice
I am
A.N.
also,
Mittal,
I am again.
when we're talking about a case like this with a high court judge at the center of it, it has large implications, it has big implications. So how does one approach a case like this? How does one approach investigation in a case like this? Because it's something that has a lot of, as you have said, that when we're talking about the videos that have been seen, there's a huge pile of cash, but the High Court, this judge, the Yashwant Varma, has denied all of this, and he has stated that it was an outhouse and it was open to all. So it will be it's absurd that he'll be keeping large quantity of money in that room. So in a case like this, how does one approach?
Basically, it's a very funny statement that it was a outhouse and everybody had the approach. Nobody, madam, nobody can approach the residence of a High Court judge where the guards are remain present 24 hours. There are also CCTV footages. The CCTV is also fixed. So it cannot be said that it was open for all. No, it was open for the residents of that house. It could be open for the guards. It could be open for the gardener. It could be open for CPWD for maintenance. But At the same time, it cannot be said that it was open for all. No, it was the part of the House. As far as the investigation is concerned, certainly the investigating agencies have such high-level tools that they can discover and they can prove that this money was found in the maybe outhouse of the honorable judge, and it is the duty of the honorable judge to explain that how this money came to this storeroom. It's very simple to deny that it's not my money or it's not my money of my family, but mere denial will not suffice. He has to prove that who has conspired against him, who had put this money, and certainly, as I read in the newspaper, that his certain judgments are also under the scrutiny, in which he had released the accused persons or he had given the relief to some persons. So the investigating agencies are competent enough to establish the guilt of the accused, and I'm surprised that the fire took place on 14th of the March and it was only on the news in on 21st of the March after 7 days. While during this period, the in-house inquiry was also made by the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court, but nothing could come out. So now, when it has come out and it is in the public domain, certainly it is the person, Mr. Justice Yashwant Varma, who has to explain all these things. Merely denying everything, merely denying the presence of notes, merely saying that when he visited the house, there was no currency, there was no penny, it is not sufficient. Basically, it is within his personal knowledge and specific knowledge that from where such huge cash came. So, suppose if some cash is found in my pocket, I can't say that I don't know about this money. No, I can't believe. Maybe if this money could have been found in the bank account, you could have said that somebody might have deposited in the bank account. But at the same time, if the same money was recovered in the locker of the bank, you can't say that I do not know. It's a
All
vague
right,
denial.
Justice A.N. Mittal, unfortunately, we have run out of time. Thank you so much for joining us on the telecast and sharing your insight on that. Meanwhile, viewers, that's a wrap for the bulletin. We'll slip into a short break.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Hello, you're watching NewsX with me, Riya Dwivedi. Now, the top story of the hour is the Supreme Court has released a probe report on the cash recovery at the residence of Delhi High Court Judge Yashwant Varma. The report, accompanied by a letter from the Delhi High Court Chief Justice and Justice Varma's response, included visuals showing piles of charred currency bundles found after a fire incident at the official residence on March 14. Justice Varma has denied the allegations, calling them a conspiracy to malign him. He also claimed that the room where the cash was found was accessible to everyone, including his workers, gardeners, and even the staff of Central Public Works Department. Meanwhile, some breaking news coming in. An MCD worker has claimed that about 3 days ago, they found burnt currency in an area immediately adjacent to Justice Yashwant Varma's residence. The discovery was made near storeroom or a staff area close to the judge's official premises. Let's listen into what he said.
जी मिली थी ये गार्बेज उठाते हैं हम यहाँ पे गार्बेज के अंदर वो कूड़ा जला हुआ कूड़ा था उसमें और उसमें 500 के नोट निकले हुए थे तो उसमें पूरा नोट जला हुआ था बीच का हिस्सा 500 का उसमें बचा हुआ था।
अच्छा, और वो यहीं पे फेंके हुए थे सारे नोट?
घर का कूड़ा जो जला हुआ था वो हमने उठाया था।
अच्छा, तो फिर
4 दिन पहले की बात है।
तो आप लोगों ने सीधा यहाँ से वो कूड़ा उठा के फिर ले गए?
हाँ जी।
तो आप लोगों ने पता नहीं किया कहाँ से जला था?
ये जो छोटी गुलाई है तो इसमें कूड़ा कहीं से भी आ सकता है, किसी भी कोठी में से आ सकता है। ये पता नहीं था कि किसकी कोठी में आग लगी थी या कुछ सामान जला था।
We have with us my colleague Anand Singh joining us live from outside Justice Varma's residence. Anand, in terms of this burnt cash that has been recovered adjacent to judge's residence, these are the claims that are being made. That what are the details that are coming in?
Yeah, look, we interacted with few of the MCG cleaning workers over here who come over here every day to collect the garbage from this area. And this is just the wall of Justice Yashwant Varma's residence, that is 38 Turgla Crescent. And this is the same area which they claimed from where several of the burnt currency notes were found. And as you can see, here also we can just find one of the burnt currency over here that has been lying over here, and this has been found today. You can imagine that the fire call was made on March 14th, and on March 15th only the Justice Yashwant Varma returned to his residence on at this place from Bhopal. So clearly 8 days have passed, and since till now we are getting to find this kind of currency notes just outside the residence at just adjacent to the wall of Justice Yashwant Varma. So clearly, if any of the agencies could have taken the pain to find where this burnt currency notes went, which the Delhi Fire Services claimed, and that was even as the Supreme Court shared the video last night and some of the photographs of the incident that of the fire on March 14th where burnt currency notes were seen. So clearly, this has raised suspicion that how these burnt currency notes have been found outside, just adjacent to the wall of Justice Yashwant Varma. So this is a very serious question that has come up now, as some of the workers, the MCD workers whom we spoke to, they also mentioned that how 3 days ago they found several of the burnt currency notes over here in around 30 to 35 numbers, and today also several such of the currency notes we can see. It's a 500 currency note, it's completely burnt, and you can see the security logo over here that the RBI puts on the currency notes. And in some of the currency notes that we found, that we shared earlier, in which the burnt serial numbers of this currency were also can be read clearly. So clearly this has raised several question mark over here that how these currency notes are just found outside the wall of Justice Varma. Back to you, Riya.
Anand, in terms of the details that we have seen in the case, there's been key details that have emerged from the findings in the Delhi High Court Chief Justice's report on Justice Varma, where they have stated that there is no evidence of forced entry. So, since you're currently at Justice Varma's residence, outside the Justice Varma's residence, so is there just one door for the entry in the residence? Is there a back door as well? And who all have the access to this premises?
Yeah, Riya, if we talk about the security details of the residence of Justice Varma, then we have to remember that all the High Court judges or Supreme Court judges, they are high security entitled people, and entering inside their premises is quite tough. And if you don't have any appointment, prior appointment with the judges, you can't be allowed inside. As the paramilitary forces, they take care of their residence and they do not allow anybody till the time the judge shares their details with the security personnel outside. So clearly it's not an easy task for any of the outsider to enter easily inside the residence of any of the justices across the country. And as Justice Varma has claimed that in his reply to the panel, in which he mentioned that some of the parts of the debris that were burnt is still kept inside his residence, as we have shown earlier the footage that how some of the debris we can show from the very narrow gap that has been kept in his lawn. And then he mentioned that some sacks that were not over there, and so we found some of the currency notes over here. So if we talk about the access of any other people inside the residence of Justice Varma, then beside his security staff, beside his personal secretary, and beside his house helps, no one can enter the residence without prior permission of any of the chief justices or any of the judges across the city. Back to you, Riya.
Anand, in terms of also this panel that has been formed, the 3-member panel that has been formed and it has been constituted to investigate in this case. We've also seen that Justice Varma's judicial work has also been suspended. So right now, currently, what is the development in terms of the investigation that we are seeing?
Yeah, Riya, look, 3-member panel have been formed by the Supreme Court, which includes 2 of the High Court justices and 1 High Court judge. So clearly they will be deliberating all the points that have been mentioned since the Holi incident that was on March 14 when the fire call was reported from the residence of Justice Varma. However, the report that the Supreme Court shared yesterday, that has 25 pages report that it shared, in which there is a reply of Justice Varma also, and Justice Varma has also mentioned about that how his reputation was being tarnished, which he has built in a career that has gone for over a decade. So clearly he has mentioned all those parts, and that he has also raised suspicion that this can have been planted. So clearly all these points will be taken into consideration, that how this cash currency notes which were burnt over there, how much currency was there, as Justice Varma clearly stated in his reply to the panel, that the store from which this cash pile was found in that area is not connected to the residential area, and that part is not used by the family members of Justice Varma. So clearly he has mentioned that he has no role with that, and someone else would have been behind that. So clearly all these points will be into deliberation before coming to any conclusion by the 3-member panel that the Supreme Court has formed. Back to you.
All right, Anand, stay with us. But viewers, I'd like you to understand exactly about, since we are talking about something so sensitive and something that has to be approached in a certain way, let's take a look at exactly the prior incidents that have taken place of impeachment of judges earlier on. So we're going to be taking a look at all the episodes that have happened. The first instant is Justice V. Ramaswamy of the Supreme Court was the first judge in India against whom impeachment proceedings were initiated. So that was the first episode of such incident that has taken place in India so far, involving Justice V. Ramaswamy. So that was the first incident that has taken place. When we're talking about more such incidents that have taken place in the past, the episode number 1, more further details along those lines. Since in 1993 the motion was brought up in Lok Sabha but failed to secure the required 2/3 majority. So that was the first instant that has that was of impeachment of a judge, of a sitting judge, that has taken place. But when we're talking about viewers, a situation like this is the first time we have seen after a really long time, unprecedented situation where Supreme Court has released the data concerning the videos, the footage, all of that after a huge controversy was escalating. They released the report, the inquiry report, which includes the response of, which includes the question of the CGI, the direction of CGI, which includes the answer of Justice Yashwant Varma as well, where he has refuted all these claims, where he has said that he did not know about this huge pile of cash. He was not present at the time of this incident. He was in Bhopal at that time. On 15th of March, he was with his wife, and he came to Delhi in his residence on the evening. So, and he was informed by his daughter about this. He had no clue about the fact that there's a pile of cash, and he did not see it. When he went there for 8 to 10 minutes, he did not see a pile of cash or any such recollection of such. We have with us Dr. Arka Pratim Chaudhary, Senior Advocate, Calcutta High Court and Supreme Court, joining us on the telecast. Thank you so much for joining us on the telecast. It's again, as I was talking about this, it's such an unprecedented thing that has happened. And again, it's not something that has to be approached with a lot of speculations are coming in, a lot of rumors are circulating. We don't want to do the media trial. But what do you make out of this inquiry report that has been released by the Delhi High Court Chief Justice?
Hello.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes,
Am
yes.
I audible?
Yes, yes, you are. You can go on. Yes.
Madam, how far the impeachment proceeding is concerned, this impeachment proceedings comes under Article 124 as per Constitution. Now, this has been initiated, several cases has already been initiated previously and impeachment took place. But in the case of Justice Varma, he has taken certain pleas that it was not belongs to from the place where it has been seized. It is not belongs to his property, or it is an additional add-on property to his own residence. But in any case, I don't believe that, personally, I don't believe that it was a correct plea to take. And secondly, the thing is that Justice Khanna has immediately transferred him after the thing has, all the cats came out of the bag. Immediately, Justice Khanna has transferred him from Delhi to Allahabad. But I don't think that it was again justified. It has established his crime only. I personally don't believe that he is not into this. I believe he is very much into this, and Supreme Court has correctly initiated the impeachment proceeding.
All right. When it comes to when we're talking about what next for Justice Varma now, after all of this we have seen, what do you think is the next course of action?
Madam, it will go in accordance with law, pursuant to the procedure of 124 impeachment procedure. It comes under 124.4, 124.7, 124.8 subsequently. All these things comes eventually. But I don't think that we should discuss it. Rather, Supreme Court has taken the charge of it. So we are not here to do a media trial on this.
What do you make out of this unprecedented move that Supreme Court has taken? We have seen that they have released this video, these 3 photos, and they have made this public. What do you make of this move?
It is a perfect move which Supreme Court has taken. Personally, I do support it. Because Supreme Court has got enormous power to intervene anywhere in the law and order situation. So, and it is a serious case where the state government, not the central government, can do anything. So, correctly, Supreme Court has initiated the proceeding. It was a matter of a High Court judge. So, only 124 can be invoked where impeachment proceeding can be done, it could be done. And Supreme Court has correctly taken the step. There is nothing wrong in it. Rather, I personally don't I cannot personally suggest that Justice Khanna has taken the correct decision by transferring him from Delhi to Allahabad. It was not a correct decision to move.
And doctor, in terms of a case like this, we have seen that a lot of speculations are going on. But when we're talking about testimonies and we're talking about probe, which testimonies are important in a case like this and crucial in a case like this?
Look, ma'am, the testimony itself, like previously a similar case took place in the case of a Calcutta High Court judge, Justice Soumitra Pal, in the year 2002 to 2 or 3, something like this. I exactly cannot recollect the date. Testimony was, actually in that case also the matter was related to money, and here also the matter related to money. Police, on the one hand, police is saying we have recovered. Thereafter, with the influence of state government, court is saying that, fire brigade is saying that no, we have not received any money. I don't think I think it's a matter to be adjudicated by Honorable Apex Court only. Nobody else should interfere into it, because it is an absolutely sensitive thing, and neither we have jurisdiction to speak, nor being a lawyer, I can say that no, this part of Justice Varma was correct or it was not correct, because the matter is sub judice before the Honorable Supreme Court now. It has gone before the three judges panel, so it will be, definitely it will be taken care of them only.
And since we know this is something that is unprecedented, it's not heard of, it's not seen of, that Supreme Court has made public, as far as I'm aware. And when we're talking about this, what do you think should be or would be, could be the next course of steps for Supreme Court?
Supreme Court will ask him to appear before the 3 judges committee, and after that he has to answer several things. Honorable Justice Varma has to answer a lot of things before this committee. three judges panel, and thereafter he has to submit a lot of things, because usually in the case of High Court judge, in all judges, not only High Court, from the magisterial level up to the Honorable Supreme Court, there is specifically a declaration in all, as it takes place in the case of all government employees, that you have to submit a Form 16, you have to declare that what is your total assets. But I don't think Justice Varma will be able to match his Form 16 pursuant to the things which has been recovered. So he has to face its consequences.
Final note from you, when we're talking about something like this, what do you think when we have seen that the clarification that was given by Justice Varma, where he said that that was a dump house, that was a dump room, it's not something that he was aware of, that the cash being present there. But he's a person who's not an individual, but he represents an institution. So what should be the crucial step when we're approaching something like this, so it does not tarnish the image of judiciary?
Look, ma'am, it is a dump room or whatever it may be. It is of you. So you are answerable. If anything has to be done, I think he should be arrested by the court itself, by the pursuant to the direction of the three judges committee, and I think he'll be taken into the custody for necessary interrogation, and whatever the things has to be done, they will do it. And I don't think that this impeachment procedure will leave him so easily. He has to face a lot of consequences, and I don't think that he will be able to stay as a High Court judge anymore.
All right, thank you so much for joining us on the telecast and sharing your insight on that. Meanwhile, viewers, that's a wrap for the bulletin. We'll slip into a short break.
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व से महाकुंभ पर ऐसी छाप पड़ी कि श्रद्धालुओं की संख्या के सारे रिकॉर्ड टूट गए। श्रद्धालुओं में 25 देशों और 5 महाद्वीपों से आए विदेशी तीर्थयात्री भी रहे, जिन पर सनातन आस्था का गहरा प्रभाव दिखा। एप्पल के को फाउंडर स्टीव जॉब्स की पत्नी लॉरेन पावेल जॉब्स ने निरंजनी अखाड़े के शिविर में प्रवास किया और दीक्षा ली। अमेरिका, फ्रांस, रूस, यूक्रेन, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, स्पेन, दक्षिण अफ्रीका, ब्राजील, ट्रिनिडाद टोबैगो, गुयाना, स्विट्जरलैंड, फिजी, फिनलैंड, ताइवान, मलेशिया, मॉरिशस, सिंगापुर, श्रीलंका, म्यांमार सहित पूरे विश्व के लोगों ने वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावना को यहाँ अनुभव किया। मानवता की समूर्त धरोहर में शामिल होने वालों में 77 देशों के 118 राजनयिक भी रहे। इस तरह महाकुंभ केवल धार्मिक आस्था का केंद्र न होकर सांस्कृतिक मेलजोल और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संबंधों को प्रगाढ़ करने के मंच में भी बदल गया।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बन
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. I am Rishabh Gulati. March 14, 2025. It shall now go down as a day that will live in infamy. No matter how this plays out, what we have seen is unprecedented. In difficult times, the aphorism goes, cometh the hour, cometh the man. We are also told that all that it takes for evil to triumph is that good people do nothing. A very bold decision has been taken by the Chief Justice of India late on Saturday evening to release to the public in toto all communications in writing, all reports in writing, as well as photographs and videography that have been received by the Commissioner of Police of Delhi, by the court authorities, including the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court, and put them into the public domain. This has been the right and honorable thing to do. It is showing that there is intent of transparency and intent of deliberative but decisive action. There are a lot of unknowns and there are a lot of miles to be traveled through the course of events that now transpire. We have to ensure that the dignity of honest judges and the system that has served this country since the time of independence is maintained, but at the same time, not only that action be taken, but action be seen to take. Let's get one of the most eminent legal minds, a person who served in the Delhi High Court, served as Chief Justice of Punjab and Haryana, served as Chief Justice of Madras, and then retired as the second senior most judge in the Supreme Court in December of 2023. Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul joining us on the broadcast. Justice Kaul, obviously unhappy times and troubling times of what we are witnessing. First of all, do you support the decision of the Chief Justice to release to the public all documentation and evidence submitted late last night?
I think this is the correct decision to take, because if you see, there was so many speculation going on and everybody wanted to know what is the stand of the Honorable Judge, what has happened, what is the nature of the inquiry which is being held. Difficult times, yes, because it's very easy sometimes to destroy reputations, very difficult to build them. And I still recollect an episode in Delhi High Court which happened when I had just put in maybe about 2 years as a judge. And we took a long time to live down that. So that's a problematic issue, but I think this is the best way forward.
You know, there are about a couple of months that Justice Sanjeev Khanna has in office before retirement. Justice Gawai then takes over. Then we have Justice Suryakant taking over. We know that, sir, in your time in the Supreme Court, you would rather be spending your energies deliberating on very complex constitutional matters, delivering the judgments in the last few weeks of office that set a precedent, take the country's journey forward. The last thing any Chief Justice would want is something like this to handle. But they also say, sir, commit the hour, commit the man. Right person in the job to now traverse whatever comes next?
Well, the challenges come when unexpected happens. And this is an unexpected situation. So I think the collegium has taken the right call. The inquiry as it proceeds, I don't know whether it will be possible to give the report during Justice Khanna's tenure itself. Very difficult to speculate on it, but the collective action is such that there are all the next 2 Chief Justices also there. So there is a continuity of whatever action is required to be taken, and all of them have participated in this process, with of course the Chief Justice at the helm of the affairs.
Justice Kaul, there exists special protection for judges, and those exist for a very good reason. That all rulings, judgments that are made by any constitutional judge in this country can be done without fear or favor, without any pressure, especially that comes from the executive. Now, how do we ensure that, I'm assuming this matter will go to Parliament because impeachment proceedings, if indeed thought through, will happen from there. How do we ensure we don't throw out the baby with the bathwater?
See, there is a reason why judges are given this protection. Every day you may have anything from 50 to 100 cases. You have to take a call either in favor or against one of the parties. So you will invariably send 50% of the parties unhappy, broadly speaking. The confidence levels has been such that people easily believe things also. So the idea is the judge should not be under pressure every time to decide what he is doing, and as you rightly said, especially where government is one of the parties. I believe this protection is necessary, but the protection should not be misused, is what I believe you are putting to me. Well, yes, there has to be, I think, a better method to sort out issues like this rather than the impeachment process. That's something which needs to be debated between the judiciary and the legislature as to what can be done, where a quicker remedy is available. But I'm cautioning one thing. In this, let's not say that this particular case, let's not condemn the man at this stage. Let's see what happens, because many things are left unsaid in this scenario of what has happened. The kind of cash figures which were being bandied about, uh, doesn't seem possible if you look at the clip or the video, because um, the 500 denomination is the maximum denomination in our country. So you are talking about a 1 CR being equivalent to some 200 gutties. A few burnt notes here and there, whether there was a seizure, whether a quantification has taken place, what is the report of the police, a lot of these things will have to be considered by the committee. And the Chief Justice of the High Court has recommended this because he felt that, well, it was maybe an outhouse, but part of the house of the judge, so it requires a further inquiry.
Justice Kaul, the courts obviously are not an investigative agency. They will have to seek the help of an investigative agency, that can be the police or any other agency that they see fit. So how does the process of an in-house inquiry actually function in general?
So let's look at the facts of this case. Now, the inquiry will require the police to come up and say who saw these notes, whether anything was recovered, not recovered, Panchnama prepared or not. If the fire brigade department has taken a video, is this all that has been seen? Something more has been seen. So it's not a very wide, varied interpretation which is required. It is based on a simple fact that there is some money found in a premises of a judge, albeit outhouse. So I think the inquiry is not so difficult to make. But yes, you are right that some element of investigative agency may be required. I'm not saying is necessarily required in this case. There are other cases where it is required. It is for the committee to take assistance of an investigative agency.
Justice Kaul, in general, when such an inquiry is constituted, how do terms of reference work? What sort of does the Chief Justice of India, does he have to decide, or does the committee itself gets empowered to take decisions on what needs to get done?
No, the Chief Justice appoints the committee. It is for the committee to frame the matters required to be considered and issued, and they will have full freedom to, I think, seek an assistance of an agency if they want. They can examine somebody if they want. This in the peculiar scenario, it can be people from the police services, people from the fire brigade, somebody who's in the house. Judge's stand is already there that he doesn't have anything to do with this. I think one of the crucial issue is this bending of figures. How is one coming to these figures is something which I'm not able to make out. This is, of course, also in the background of the fact, as a lot of people have said, that the particular judge has enjoyed so far a very good reputation, both for work culture and on integrity. So it is very troublesome, personally also to me, that such a scenario should have arisen.
Is anything possible, sir? Could it be conspiratorial or incidental or indeed worse?
I'm not willing to say yes and no to this, because the video shows some very smaller amount of burnt notes. That's all. What more is available, one can't say. And see, we are a society where there will always be some black sheep. We say judiciary's role is higher, the integrity level expected is higher. But it also takes its color, I always feel, from the society we live in. So let's look at the society's integrity levels in our day-to-day life and then seek judging on these issues. Now, if there are judges who have slight deviation, normally this fact comes to light, at least within the judiciary. Sometimes when there are problems, the judge is sent from one place to the other. Here the judge was picked up to be brought to Delhi from Allahabad to perform a task in a larger court. I would like to make a call for and against him till a whole inquiry is made. I think we must wait for it before condemning the man.
In the interim, what happens, sir? Because we know that on Friday we were told that the judge is being transferred, but the nature and the cause of the transfer is not connected to this inquiry. This was a statement issued by the Supreme Court on Friday evening. In the interim, he's obviously not hearing cases, but he continues to remain in office. So what would be proper form in the interim while we wait for the report, which could take several weeks?
See, I really don't know what is the reason for a transfer, but personally speaking, I don't think the transfer would be a solution. Inquiry will be held here. The episode has occurred in Delhi. The person has to be off work, natural consequences, and let the inquiry proceed on that. It does appear that the issue of transfer as yet has not been implemented, especially keeping in mind the inquiry which has been set up.
All right. Like it or not, sir, we are up against the clock because there is going to be a lot of hue and cry from several quarters. A lot of concerns are coming in already. They have happened in Parliament, and I'm assuming they shall continue once it reconvenes tomorrow. How do we then reasonably navigate this? Should we ideally leave this at the door of the Chief Justice to oversee this?
I believe so, yes. The appointment, at least two of the judges appointed are known to me. One has worked with me in Punjab, Haryana. I do believe that the committee will endeavor to conclude it as soon as possible. Please understand the judiciary is a check and balance on the government system. For better words, I'll say this is given another stick to beat the judiciary with by the executive. And because of this episode, without first coming to the truth of it, let's not disturb the whole scenario. Yes, if I've said earlier in public domain that if the issue is whether NJC should be there or not, whether this is the best system or not, whether the NJC required to be read down, as was my belief, which I said after the retirement. Those are things which can, of course, simultaneously be debated. I'm sure there can be, as I said, better methods found out, especially to deal with the scenarios of this nature so that it doesn't go into an impeachment scenario, which has never worked in the country. So far, nobody has been impeached.
Should there be efforts to now develop that in-house mechanism to address these matters, not on an ad hoc basis? I know this is a rarest of rare occurrence, but should we develop that mechanism parallelly to this investigation?
I think yes, because I do believe systems must be in place. Any institution must have established systems in place for all eventualities. The less ad hocism, the better it is. So I think I'm sure the judges of the Supreme Court will debate out in times to come how best such scenarios should be dealt with. There is an established process. Whether that process needs to be fine-tuned, what has to happen where actually there's a truth found in it, there be a better method, but part of it has to be a collaboration between the government and the judiciary to come to a better scenario.
Justice Kaul, couple of more thoughts from you before we wind up this conversation. At a time when the Supreme Court, other than a website in which statements gets published, has no pre-existing mechanism for public outreach, unlike government which has spokespersons or political parties who have spokespersons, and the mechanism in the Supreme Court is not necessarily established as such. When public outreach is required, is there a need now for a mechanism to also inform the public, which is of course under the control and under the jurisprudence of the courts itself?
Well, I do believe there is a mechanism of release. It's not the same way as the government. See, the government has a regular public dealing. So you have spokespersons, you have people who they interact with media. Media interacts with the judiciary in a different manner. It does interact. So maybe in a scenario of social media today, a more improved system is necessary for a prompt response to scenarios which should not spread unnecessary negativism in the public at large.
both the person at the center of this has the right, of course, to go to the courts, and the courts themselves have the right to restrain reportage, to issue gag orders until an inquiry is completed. They have chosen not to do this. Is that the right decision, sir? Because it risks, of course, some rumor mongering, but at the same time, misinformation can only be fought with information. Would it be better that the matter continue to be reported?
See, I don't know how to say, but the media should also show better responsibility. Some do, some don't, like everything else. If the judiciary restricts us, people will say, oh, you're going to shut out information. If it doesn't do so, as in the present scenario, speculations continue at large. The photograph of the judge is thrown into public domain with all kinds of add-ons to it. It is, after all, if the media is a pillar, the fourth pillar, judiciary is also a third pillar. So it is in the interest of both to respect their respective domains and see to it that it doesn't belittle the institution, is how I would put it. Difficult times produce challenges, and I feel judiciary should be able to come out of these challenges. Of course, there will be a negative people who think everything is wrong in our system, everything is wrong in every system, the whole country is wrong. Now that is very difficult to say, because if that negativism prevails, then we have a problem. After all, the systems do work. We keep on criticizing politicians, executive, judiciary, but things still work. Some people are working. That's why the country runs.
The biggest point of question, Justice Kaul, is that should the judge in question resign, would a resignation be tantamount to acceptance of guilt?
So resign when would be the question. See, if he says that I have done nothing, then at least the inquiry must come to some kind of a conclusion that there is some doubt, even if not a doubt beyond conviction. At which case, yes, I believe rather than go through all this, the judge's position becomes untenable actually to continue. But merely because for a couple of days this kind of tirade is there in the media, without anybody coming factually to what really happened, will it not be too premature to ask the judge to resign?
All right, fair enough. Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul, thank you as always for your words of deliberate wisdom on this. We'll have to be very now cautious, but at the same time decisive in what happens. Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul joining us to have a conversation on what is a difficult time. Let's not also underplay it. This is complex. It's to my knowledge unprecedented. Nothing like this has ever come out. It is serious enough for an inquiry to have been ordered. It's serious enough for the registrar of the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court to visit the residence and conduct an inquiry. It's serious enough for the Delhi Commissioner of Police to have gotten involved. It's serious enough for the Chief Justice of India to have gotten involved, and they have made the right call, which was to publish the information pretty much in toto. Other than names and phone numbers, nothing has been redacted. That, as a person who has to face the other tedium of trying to figure out how not to speculate while at the same time not to presume that nothing has happened, that serves the purpose of fighting disinformation or misinformation with what is information. So every single photograph that you now see on your screens, every single point of information that you see on your screens, the source is now the release from the Supreme Court last evening. We are not putting it out from anywhere else for that particular reason. Now, it is interpretive, as Justice Kaul has just mentioned, on what can be seen. What is the quantities of what can be seen? How do you forensically examine what the destroyed articles or the charred articles were indeed? Were the majority of them banknotes, or were there few of them banknotes? If the majority of them were indeed banknotes, what would be the forensic evidence left behind? It is clear in the imagery that at least some part of the detritus that has been recovered or photographed constitute banknotes. Does that necessarily mean that it was a room full of banknotes which would tantamount to X number of crores of rupees? Were it indicative of pre facto that they existed or were placed or were incidentals. We have a lot to figure out, and of course, the nodal agency investigating this, to the best of our knowledge, as released by the Supreme Court, is the Delhi Police. The Delhi Police Commissioner is the one who's been requested to do this. I'll thank Justice Kaul. Justice Kaul, thank you for joining us. Let's open up this conversation. Let me get our reporters into this conversation as well and pick up this thought, which is a complicated thought. Vikas Gupta is with us, Sanjay Sahay is with us, Joyita Basu is with us. Sanjay ji, Sanjay Sahay, let me come to you, Mr. Sahay. Now, we know that the Commissioner of Police has been asked by the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court under a mandate from the Chief Justice of India to look into the matter. Now, I've raised the points. We have understood that they're making a list of all the people who had access to this outhouse. They're making a list of all the people who were present during the time of fire. They're making a list of the phone records of the said judge. They're making a list of what articles were indeed found. Now, what kind of forensic examination can actually be done, to your best knowledge, Mr. Sahay, that would help us establish what percentage of the detritus or the burnt remains were actually banknotes versus sundry materials?
See, we will get into the forensic part of it in just a while. Suffice to say that whether it was 50 lakhs or 50 crores is not going to make any difference, and the culpability of the crime remains exactly the same. If people are trying to disorient the whole argument that the total quantum of money which has been found there, that is of any consequential value, so that is primarily for laymen and primarily for social media and things of that nature. As far as the crime as such it is concerned, it is 50 lakhs, 1 crore, 2 crores, whatever the case may be. There was money there, money has been found, fire force people were there, police were there, the whole thing has been done. Now, this is not a criminal investigation, let's be very clear about it. So, lots of things have not been done as it can be done, or it should be done as per the processes of criminal investigation. And our honorable judges, they know it the best as to what is not properly done by the police and what are the lacunae thereof. Now, what has been asked, if I go by whatever description you have been giving, whatever has been asked about from the Delhi Police Commissioner or Delhi Police, now they will stick on only to whatever has been asked. The actual investigating agency, instead of a police or any investigating agency, is the inquiry committee appointed by the Supreme Court of India. Now, that becomes the principal criminal investigation agency. To best of my understanding and knowledge, the investigation capabilities finally, or it is mandated, legally mandated to rely on the investigative agencies. So, if there is a criminal case which is being made out based on the inquiry conducted by High Court, Delhi High Court Chief Justice, then the only way is to get into the criminal investigation process of this country. If we believe that for some people, whatever might be the case, the criminal investigation process can be done in-house, then that is the open question. I am leaving it to you. And this whole process of conduct and all those things and impeachment is for different reasons. When it is a pure criminal case, it has to go to the criminal way. Now, coming to the forensic part of it, there is enough and sufficient methods to forensically examine even that video footage and that particular couple of those images to come to some conclusion regarding the quantum. Not that it is of any consequence, because the judge has straight away denied that I have nothing to do with this, and it is all a planted story. Now, the other part is, at what last point, we talk about in the missing case, we say, which is the last point when the person was seen, who has gone to this particular room and can confidently say that these were the things which was there in that room, which means from that particular date and time till the time this video footage has come out, it has been planted at that particular point in time. If there are people who are able to tell us, because the Honorable Judge would like us to believe that it was an open sort of a room where anybody could come and everybody could come, and there is a security guard or a security platoon which is just outside, and still that ingress and egress is provided. There is also the finding of the Delhi High Court Chief Justice, which says that the room was guarded or that anybody and everybody could not go. So, first forensic evidence will be related to whatever is found there. Now, whether this has been taken up in a Panchnama and all that, I think all those procedures would certainly have followed, and this would be somewhere in the Malkhana.
Mr. Sai, now of course there are certain things we don't know. But prima facie, what was put in public a few days ago was a statement which is published on the website of the Delhi Fire Service. The Delhi Fire Service did not mention any bank notes in its report, although it is clearly visible that there are fire officers in the place where the fire took place, where we can see the bank notes, and that has been videographed. So, the fire officers were there, the bank notes are visible, but the fire chief came and said that we have not recovered any bank notes. Now technically you can say recovered means to removed from the premises any items.
See, whether what Delhi fire chief had in mind when he made this statement, I am not aware of. The call went to 112 or 100 or whatever you call it in Delhi, and then the call was transferred to the fire force, and I think there is a police complement also which would have gone there, which is recorded by these people there. Now, one thing is very well established, and if we intend to believe the report which we are talking about and which is the primary piece of discussion today, is that the Delhi High Court Chief Justice has already established that there has been a stockpile. Whatever has been the stockpile is a different thing, and it is precisely for that reason that video has been put in the public domain.
Okay, I just want you to hold your thought because I want to read from the registrar's report. This is the, in fact, the report that has been submitted to the registrar to the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court, and at the end of it, the Chief Justice writes, "The inquiry conducted by me prima facie does not reveal possibility of entry or access to the room by any other person than those residing in the bungalow, servants, gardeners and CPWD personnel, if any. Accordingly, I am of the prima facie opinion that the entire matter warrants a deeper probe." So, Mr. Sahai, in the assessment or the preliminary prima facie assessment of the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court, he says that it is very unlikely that there is a third party who has jumped over the wall and gained access to this storage room. So, somebody had to have access from within the house. Now, that could be CPWD, that could be gardeners, that could be staff members, or indeed others. So, does that preclude something for us?
Yes, in the simplest of cases and most difficult of cases also. It is how somebody can gain access or cannot gain access. So, in the last 6 months, whosoever has gained access there, that is very neatly documented. You might not have the name. If you get into the duty timings or the duty roster of the CRPF person or CPW person, I think literally everything can be tracked in possibly no time. So, from there you can start, and you can certainly preclude as to who could have been there and people who could have been there. I think the investigative agency knows how to proceed with it. Whether the in-house inquiry committee will go into those investigative processes or not, I am not sure of.
Okay, one more point.
But there will be enough and sufficient evidence which will see, we are making a huge complex case out of it. Leave aside the person who is involved. Leave aside the way the smoke screen has been created because of legal immunity or otherwise, and the delay and all that. Otherwise, it is not a complicated investigative exercise. Let me tell you very clearly.
Okay, I just have one more point, sir. The Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court also says in his report, on examining the incident reported, the material available and the response of Justice Yashwant Varma, what I find is that the Commissioner of Police in his report dated 16th March 2025 has reported that as per the guard posted at the residence of Justice Varma, the debris and other partially burnt articles were removed from the room where the fire had broken out in the morning of 15/3/2025. Now, Mr. Sahai, if the room of course is not sealed, can we now, how do we assess what was actually in there if we are being told that certain debris were actually removed?
From the second Delhi police has arrived onto the scene or fire force has arrived onto the scene, more so when Delhi police arrived onto the scene, till the time this debris is taken out, it is the responsibility of Commissioner of Police Delhi to give you a sequence of events and what are the legal processes followed, under what section, what was seized, taken where it is. We cannot be in doldrum saying that somebody has carried on the 15th morning. When he is giving all those pictures and he has communicated to the Delhi High Court Chief Justice, and then it was communicated to the CJI of India. So it is his prime responsibility, and to best of my understanding and knowledge and expertise which I carry, certainly these things would be documented and should be satisfactorily proved to the inquiry committee. My challenge is somewhere else. Now these lacunae have taken place because there is no investigation. And now again the inquiry committee is there which does not have the specific expertise in investigating such cases. Now while this inquiry committee goes on, there will be other lacunae and other things which will turn out to be a smoke screen. Or tomorrow in the judicial trial, if a PCR case, if a prevention of PCA case has to be taken, then these lacunae might stand against the prosecuting agencies. We don't know.
Okay, so for people, go finish your thought.
And there are enough, I'll just take one line. The technical evidence which is available in this case, by way of CCTV, by way of call data records, by way of other variety of other things which are there, their servers, their communication, email, Delhi police logs, fire force log. You remember of the Narasimha Rao case? Then they said 1 crore was paid to him. And there were 25 logs which happened on a normal basis. See, what evidence is critical to us, which is generated in a normal process. It is not a specific thing which is brought to you. So there are lots and lots of logs, information, data, which comes in the normal process. If that is collated and that there is a pattern put to it, which will not be very difficult because all the personas which are involved in this are limited in number.
Mr. Sahai, what we do not have access to is the confidential report which has been made by the Police Commissioner of Delhi to the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court. We have the summary of the Delhi High Court Chief Justice which has been put in public record. Now, I don't know, and I'm sure, of course, you also do not know, but if the police officers had happened upon, they were not expecting a crime, they were expecting a fire, but they happened upon such articles, obviously they were alert enough or had proper procedure that they were anyway videographing and photographing the sign of the crime, which is why we have the prima facie, what we have to call now evidence. But at the same time, would they be treating this like an investigation, or would they simply be videographing it and informing their superiors? Or would they be writing a panchnama? Would they be sealing the room? What would they be doing?
If it is lied unclaimed and there is a likelihood that this is proceeds of a crime or it is related to a crime, they would have followed the processes, though FIR is not there. But processes of those processes would certainly would have been followed. Because even if there is an inquiry to happen, something would happen. Some legal process will take place that Delhi police was aware of, and that is where the whole process has actually started. They would be convinced of the fact. Any police officer would know what it would transpire. He might not exactly be able to visualize the nature of things which has transpired, but he will know what he is supposed to do. And if he has not done that, then that is a huge discrepancy, irregularity. But I'm sure. And see, what has been provided by the Delhi Police Commissioner is factored in the report which has been given by CJI of Delhi, of the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court. We are not privy to that, but he has gone through the whole thing. And if he found something amiss, that would have factored in here also. So I presume till this time, from a judicial scrutiny point of view, because the main person who was actually inquiring in this is himself a Chief Justice of a High Court of this country. I think this back-end processes, legal processes, police is supposed to take, in case there is a suspicion of a crime, would have been done. If it has not been done, we will see how it opens up.
Okay, so now let me. I'm sorry, I'm still troubling you, Mr. Sahai, with question after question. But for people watching the broadcast, had this been an ordinary citizen, and there was a case of fire, and upon arrival at a residence or at a storeroom, large wads of cash were found, what would be the process for an ordinary citizen? Let's put aside, like you said, who the individual currently is. What would happen? What would transpire?
Straight and simple. The fire force would have informed the police if they did not come together. But because it was a High Court thing, so High Court judges also. So FIR will get registered. After the FIR is registered, all the other processes of Caesar, Panchanama, Panchas, everything will be followed.
So for any
and
other
lo and
person, the
behold,
FIR would have been registered almost immediately, and this police suo
yeah,
moto could register an FIR.
instantaneously. Otherwise, leave aside the SHO, the commissioner is at risk. And the same judges will find gaping loopholes in that. Correct. So we cannot take that risk. As an ex-police officer, I'm saying we don't take that risk. Case is there, register an FIR. Where is the question of this amount of money, that amount of money? Where is the question whether the propriety and morality of the society has gone down? Where is the question of conspiracy and planting? None of this.
Okay,
These
so
are
does
all-
there exist a different procedure when it comes to judges who of course have constitutional protections? Is there a different procedure? Because what we now assume here is that the videography was first shared. Does there exist a different procedure for judges, sir?
No, it is a different procedure. No, everything till now, everything has been in-house. But a report which has been given by Commissioner of Police Delhi to High Court Chief Justice, Delhi High Court Chief Justice. It is not a normal procedure. It is something, and that exception has been provided. That exception has been provided, that legal and constitutional immunity, because it is told that the nature of job they do will attract this sort of behavior by people who will insinuate and variety of other things. But the point is, when there is a criminal activity which is there, now whether that criminal activity and presumed or whatever you call it or alleged, if there is a criminal activity and if there is a suspect thereof, will this legal and constitutional immunity is in tune?
Okay.
That is what I want to ask.
Okay, Mr. Sahai, is it possible for an investigation to proceed without an FIR, or do we at some stage require this committee to ask the police to indeed actually file an FIR?
The committee will have to, the collegium will have to instruct the police to file the FIR. So primarily it means the FIR will be effected only when the Chief Justice of India gives those instructions. And this is the case with a couple of other exceptions also. But it has to be directed by the collegium after this inquiry is over. They might also decide that there is no need of a criminal case. See, the options, I'm talking of the options, what they decide, I don't know. Or what the final report will come, nobody is aware of. But the point is, so going for a criminal investigation is not a necessity in the given scheme of things. But if you take a common understanding and the way the whole thing has happened and transpired, and the knowledge of the criminal justice ecosystem and the processes, in today's day and time, it is next to impossible to digest that criminal activity of this nature, prima facie, as per the whatever has been reported upon, can be handled only through legal and constitutional immunity and through in-house processes.
Okay.
That is. See, the world has changed. Why was the Supreme Court of India? We compliment Supreme Court of India and the Chief Justice of India for having put everything in the public domain. But why did they do? They have never done it. First time. Perfectly fine. Why did they do? Because of this intense pressure and the nature of suspicion which was created. From my point of view, they are forced to do. It is not a smoke screen which we created.
Okay.
It is a smoke screen which they created.
Mr. Sai, just stay with me. Let me just read out now what the judge in question here, Justice Varma, has in a 6-page letter dated the 22nd of March, which has been released by the courts last night. Now, what he says: this room is unlocked and accessible both from the official front gate as well as the back door of the staff quarters. It is disconnected from the main residence and is surely not a room in my house as has been portrayed and suggested. On that day, my wife and I were not in Delhi and travelling in Madhya Pradesh, and it was only my daughter and aged mother who were at home. I returned to Delhi only on the evening of 15th March from Bhopal. When the fire broke out at around midnight, the fire service was alerted by my daughter and my private secretary, whose calls would be duly recorded. During the exercise to douse the fire, all staff and members of my household were asked to move away from the scene of the incident. After the fire was doused, and when they went back to the scene of the incident, they saw no cash or currency on the site. I state unequivocally that no cash was ever placed in the storeroom either by me or any of my family members, and strongly denounce the suggestion that the alleged cash belonged to us. The very idea or suggestion that this cash was kept or stored is totally preposterous. The suggestion that one would store cash in an open, freely accessible and commonly used storeroom near the staff quarters or in an outhouse verges on the incredible and incredulous. It is a room which is completely disassociated from my living area, and a boundary wall demarcates my living area from that outhouse. As I stated above, I returned to New Delhi on the evening of 15th March when I was apprised of the entire incident. I vividly recollect your first phone call to me on that evening when you apprised me of having received information of an incident of arson at my residence. I expect shock and complete disbelief, since till that time I was led to believe that it was a fire caused by a short circuit. I recall my apprising you of the nature of the premises and the articles which are usually put away for storage in that room. You had therefore requested for the PPS to be permitted to visit the site, and to which I had readily agreed. The PPS arrived later that night, and when my PS along with the PPS inspected the gutted room, no currency was either found nor was any cash in any state seen present on site. This also stands corroborated from the report which has been provided to me. Post that inspection and your instructions, the gutted room remains in the state even today. He goes on to say, we had then agreed to meet the next day before the commencement of court. It was during our meeting at the High Court guest house that I was first shown the video and other photographs which had been shared with you by the Commissioner of Police. I was totally shocked to see the contents of the video, since that depicted something that was not found on the site as I had seen it. It was this which prompted me to observe that this clearly appeared to be a conspiracy to frame and malign me. It also lends credence to my firm belief that the entire incident is part of a sequence of events which occurred in the recent past, including unfounded allegations circulated on social media in December 2024. And when I had alluded to a conspiracy to frame me. This is what the judge says, and we put out the exact statement incomplete. Can I get one of my colleagues, Siddharth, can we just put out his entire statement? It's a 6-page statement. Let's put it out in absolute toto. We have more people joining us. I believe Sanjay Hegde is joining us very shortly. I'm expecting Ujjwal Nikam to be joining us very shortly. Let me quickly, before we do the audio connection with him, sort out and get a quick question from Vikas ji. Vikas ji, we spoke a couple of days ago where there was a lot of room of known unknowns. Would you support the Supreme Court's decision, I'm assuming made by the Chief Justice, that all this matter be put in the public record?
You know, if Supreme Court forms a committee, that doesn't surprise me. What surprises me is the frequent change in stance, you know. Every day there is a new development, and as far as what transpired between 14th to 21st, when for the first time the report surfaced on a national daily morning, what transpired has not been spelled out. What actions were taken by the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court? Was it communicated to the Chief Justice of India? These things remained unanswered, and more importantly, the judge continued to hold the court till 20th, and he went on leave on 21st when his name surfaced. So I really do not know. And one of the illuminaries was shooting the messenger and blaming the media for carrying out these stories. One for reason, Rishabh, the good work done by the media after a long period of time. I think without the pressure or without the story breaking out in newspaper and on television, I don't think this case would have been even come to the domain of a common man in India. It would have been a cleanup operation. Despite the fact that all the agencies had reached to the scene of the fire, all the videos were made, and yet no action was taken.
Okay.
So I am not commenting too much on the committee. I think it's a criminal case, and lot of lawyers are coming on the television and are stating that the Judges Protection Act protects them from not having a FIR. That is in discharge. Mr. Ujjwal Nigam is here. I think he will agree that that is in discharge of the official duty. And if there is a case of a PC case, taking bribe is not the official duty.
Okay.
So I don't think that there is any embargo by any statute in this country which does not only think that requirement is that the agency needs to seek the permission of the Chief Justice. That is all.
All right.
And even the Chief Justice on his own can order a criminal investigation.
Okay, fair enough.
And I think that is the need of the hour.
Stay with me. Sanjay Hegde, senior advocate with us. Ujjwal Nikam, senior public prosecutor with us on the broadcast as well. Mr. Hegde, here we are, sir. First of all, let me ask you the question. Right decision to release all the materials, all the reports, all the sequence of events to the public last night. Do you support that decision? That was the right call in where transparency is required.
Absolutely, and I was among the people who called for it on social media earlier. See, the question was it, what was the amount? And all kinds of crazy figures were going around, and also what we were getting to hear was that it was one small bag. A small bag is explainable, but these kind of figures and this kind of video then puts all these theories to rest. But yes, as a lawyer, I have to always look at more than one possibility. The judge concerned came back, was out of town, comes back in the evening, and in the evening when the Chief Justice sends the PPS, the room is open, nothing untoward is noted at that point of time. It is only later that the judge is informed that earlier in the morning and the night before, there was a video made which showed bags of currency. The crucial question is who ordered the debris to be cleaned out on the morning of the 15th. That to my mind is the question that needs to be asked. I also believe that right now there are reporters who are on the site and who are showing off some burnt papers. I would really like to know the nature of the burnt debris. You see, if it is ordinary burnt debris, which is still lying out there after 7 or 8 days, then the implications are different. It only means that at that particular stage, nothing significant was noticed in the debris, and the debris was just thrown out, and the sweepers haven't yet got to it.
There's another video which we are not showing. The reason we are not showing is because I don't want to speculate on videos that are taken whose authenticity I cannot vouch for. So we're only putting out what the Supreme Court has released. This video is outside, taken a day or two later, which purportedly shows debris outside. Sanjay Hegde, now this is a difficult one because it is unprecedented. There exists videography and photography of burning notes found from a residence which is not being disputed. The location is not being disputed by anyone, that this was the residence of a sitting judge of the Delhi High Court. We are going to face public scrutiny. What do we do?
No, public scrutiny, questioning, everything is correct. The only thing is that it is not the residence, it is a part of the campus over which there's currently does not appear to be much evidence that the judge personally or anybody, a part of his family, has been resorting to that place. That place is also apparently next to the security quarters itself. All kinds of people have had access to it. See, both possibilities are equally dangerous. Possibility one, that it was the judge or somebody on his behalf had parked the money. The second possibility is that somebody had parked the money to frame the judge without the judge knowing it. In both situations, a full, fair and transparent inquiry should be done, and at all stages of the investigation, as much as can be revealed to the public should be revealed, so that unnecessary speculation is quashed.
Okay. how do we do this in a deliberative and decisive way, but at the same time with understanding that due process needs to be followed?
No, that is being done by the committee. The committee is taking on the judge's defense. It will no doubt examine him as speedily as possible and come to a reasonably speedy conclusion to present to the collegium. At that point of time, the collegium will have to take a call on whether to allow a criminal investigation as well, and also whether any other recommendations, including to Parliament, are necessary. I also anticipate that tomorrow when Parliament convenes, Parliament does not need to wait for the judges to take action. A parliamentary motion can come from the parliamentarians themselves. In either way, what I think is that a speedy, open, transparent investigation, which is informed in great detail, in great and clear language to the public, is necessary. The court needs to come up with a communication strategy also.
The court is facing, it's a rare case. I put, in this case of videography of such nature existing would become the rarest, perhaps unprecedented. The court does not have necessarily a mechanism of spokespersons or outreach. They have a website in which they can post things and post links, which is their general mode of communication. Is a mechanism required, sir, because public perception is very important right now?
I certainly think so. And because without such a mechanism, you in the media, that messages get garbled. Most people who had read the collegium resolution could not figure out earlier that Justice Varma had in fact not been transferred as yet. That there was a proposal for transfer, but the transfer had not happened. Everybody assumed that he had been transferred, and that transfer was seen as inadequate punishment or even as a reward. So, yes, communications is a different skill from legal drafting, and maybe the court needs to take on to have communications professionals assisting it.
Okay, how do we then simultaneously develop, or would you like to see a mechanism for such matters now to be simultaneously developed by the court?
Well, from this experience, if the Chief Justice and the Collegium lay down some mechanism, it would be good. But hitherto, we've never had a situation like this. We have always had allegations. We have and other counter allegations. We've all things have been on paper. We have not had video evidence. The news, the 24/7 news cycle, 365 days social media cycle does need advanced communications.
Okay. Two quick questions, sir, before I open Ujjwal Nikam. In a practical sense, for a lot of people who are deeply concerned that the due process, which you and I understand, is troubling to them. They say that the longer you wait, the longer these reports take, the more it smacks of a cover-up. How do we not only have action taken, but have it seen to be taken?
Well, you must not doubt that necessary action will be taken, and every action taken will be communicated as soon as possible. Yes, the public is entitled to be skeptical, but the judiciary must step up to the task of communicating to the public at all times. Given the Chief Justice and the nature of the events, I don't think anybody is under any misconception that this is something that can be swept under the carpet. Even if the judiciary comes to the conclusion that the judge has been framed, that too will be a very serious thing. You will have to find out who is behind that framing. If, on the other hand, the judiciary comes to the conclusion that this was material which was directly attributable to the judge, then the necessary action will be taken. Right now, the All that they have said is that he will not be sitting in court. So therefore, no further judicial function.
Okay, final question. Does propriety demand that other than being on vacation that he resign?
See, if he resigns, it will currently be seen as an admission of guilt. If the man is innocent, he should be given every chance to prove his innocence. There may have been a stage earlier where, without acknowledging guilt or anything, in the interest of the system, he could have fallen on his sword. But that moment has passed.
All right, Sanjay Hegde, thank you for joining us with those thoughts. Let me rope in Joyita Basu to take this conversation forward. Joyita, so here we are. Either two things have happened. Either a judge is unable to explain why, in an area where nobody outside his own staff members and security personnel had access, why this money and how this money got there. If he is unable to explain it, and it is concluded that no one else entered the premises with any articles that would tantamount to this monies, even if he says that it's not my money, what do we do?
You know, the problem that I have had with this case right from the beginning is that cover up that seemed to have taken place. Why was it that initially it was said that nothing has been found? And if you have, I mean, as you only read out the judge's statement, he is constantly talking about no cash was, nothing was found over there. And then what exactly is this video that the Supreme Court has released? Apparently, this video has been given to the Supreme Court by the Delhi police. So is the judge trying to say that this video is fake? The minute he starts talking like that, doubts start rising in our mind, because you see, ultimately we are the general public. You know, the whole idea of having a judiciary and having a judiciary, I mean, it's like the Caesar's wife. You know, it should be above suspicion. The whole point is, the minute something like this, a shadow is cast on the judiciary like this, the public gets very skeptical, and especially when it seems that they are not coming out and telling us what exactly is going on.
Okay, so Joyita, let's be fair. It is unprecedented where the entire communications, letters and reports, including the videography and photography, has been released. I've never seen something like this happen before. Now, that's obviously the right call. Everybody agrees that's the right decision. The Chief Justice has made the right decision to put the information out there. You only fight misinformation with information, but there will always be doubters. Now, let's assume for a second that, of course, the Chief Justice and the Collegium and this committee is acting now in good faith. How do they dispel the rumors other than what they've already done yesterday?
Well, I think enough rumors had already spread in the 24 hours when that information had not come out. You know, before last night's, I mean, late last night, it was made public, Saturday late last night. Before that, for over 24 hours, I mean, WhatsApp, social media, everywhere, TV screens, everywhere, rumors were rampant. I mean, they took a pretty, I would say, long time to come out and make public. But
okay, long time for you and me, because we are talking Friday morning to Saturday night. So it's a long time by our standards, because we of course work in a news cycle that operates minute by minute. Social media operates 24 hours, second by second. So in fairness, 36 hours.
Yeah, fine, 36 hours. Now the whole point is, you see, after the whole thing has been, everything has been made public, let us hope the investigation is also carried out. You see, it is not just about transparent and fair, it also has to be timely. Because you see, as the Justice Call mentioned, it may take over 2 years and stuff like that. I mean, by the time the news cycle will be dead, people will kind of, you know, no attempt should be made, or it should be seen to be made, that it seems like the investigation is being sat upon. So, and the whole point is, you say, it's a very, I mean, for the layperson, the question is that if you cannot trust the judiciary, who are you going to trust? Why is the judiciary surrounding themselves with such a kind of a, you know, an opaque system where you cannot even question them. Most of us cannot even talk freely because we are worried about getting a contempt of court. Simple as that.
Okay, so okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the same is often said of where I sit and the job that I do, that media trials take place and all sorts of things get said without any consequences. Media personnel, of course, are open to all sorts of scrutiny and proceedings. We are also open to gag orders, restraining orders from the courts preventing us from broadcasting or publishing information. So I want to be as fair as possible. There is a good reason why many safeguards exist, including the Judges Protection Act, including contempt of court. They are very important reasons. We don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, but at the same time, we have to now address what is scandalous. And exactly two things could have taken place. Either this is a conspiracy where large amounts of funds have been put into a judge's residence, or indeed they were there with or without his knowledge by somebody who had access to his residence. There can only be two things. There is no third option that the money fell from the sky, from space. So either somebody has put it there, to frame him, which is scandalous, or somebody with or without his knowledge has placed it there, which is scandalous. Both are issues. So Joyita, let me take the other fact with you. Can we easily disclude the second factoid, as the judge claims, that for him it is conspiratorial? Why would he be so foolish as to be storing such large amounts of cash next to the security office in an outhouse open to everyone? That this is conspiratorial, money has been planted.
Well, that's always a possibility. I mean, you see, that is why I'm talking about it is for the judge himself. If that has happened, a fair investigation should not only happen, it should happen timely. I am certain the judge would not like the case to drag on for 2 years or 3 years, and then at the end of it, he is declared the innocent. Think of the plight of the common person, common man, when something like this happens. How that person's reputation is destroyed over the years, and these honorable judges, they sit on these cases. Think of the backlog that is there in spite of certain reform measures that are being taken by the court, the judiciary. Think of the backlog of cases. So, I mean, there are so many issues.
Yeah, so this is exactly what happens, is that when something unprecedented, rarest of rare and scandalous takes place, then all the other issues, which are the surround sound, all of them then now rise up from the detritus of these flames, and from appointment of judges to promotion of judges to what action can be taken, to their constitutional safeguards, to their rulings. Now imagine if this cash cannot be explained, then we have to follow the money. What was the source of the cash? Where did it come from? Then if we assume that it is either conspiratorial, then who was hatching such a diabolical conspiracy? It's a diabolical conspiracy if it was true. Somebody would have to have access to the house. Somebody would have to have access to these kind of funds. Not everybody has got crores of rupees lying around to plant somewhere and burn. That itself will open up another Pandora's box. We are in it for a difficult time, but we have to remain slightly cautious, because how do we look at the bad eggs and bad apples performing here, at the same time protect the dignity and reputation of honest judges, without whom even seat belts would not be mandatory in this country. Okay, your CNG buses would not have come. All your environmental, your Ram Mandir, your 370, a lot of these things would be a lot different, because sometimes executive and legislative leave it to the judges when it comes to difficult decisions they'd rather not make. Let me open this up to others who've been patiently listening in. Abhishek Tiwari is with us, Tushar Kumar is with us, also both advocates of the Supreme Court. Mr. Tiwari, we are in an unprecedented, there is no rule book, SOP available to us. We will have to make a judgment call. Your first impression, just as a young lawyer, of what do we do next?
See, sir, actually this is something which is very new and first time for many of us, especially all the younger generation of the lawyers who are seeing this lively today, that this thing, such sort of thing has happened and though it's very sensitive also, we have to be very cautious. We cannot jump to any conclusions because this matter is already pending, and this is all depends on the how the investigation comes up and what the results of the investigation are, because we cannot be very rapidly fall on the judgment. We cannot just say that this happened or this is wrong or this is right. We have to wait for the agencies to finally do the proper fair and free investigation, and then the result would give us the better version what actually happened, because the date of this incident until 21st, the 7 days, is something which is not explainable, because everyone got the knowledge the day the incident happened. Everyone was aware from
it is explainable because we have the sequence of events of when the Chief Justice was informed, at what point of time he asked the Delhi High Court Chief Justice to then inquire, then the Delhi High Court Chief Justice sent his registrar, I think the same night. The registrar then not only visited the site but sought a report from the Delhi Police Commissioner. So it is explainable in terms of a sequence of events. It sounds extraordinarily large for us. The reason it sounds extraordinarily large to us is because standard protocols, to the best of our knowledge, are not available. An FIR is not available. A Panchnama is not available. The site was not obviously sealed because it was open to everybody for several days. So standard protocols have not applied. Abhishek, the problem now, of course, here is that in many mohallas and drawing rooms across the country, like it or not, people who are discussing this are assuming this to be an open secret. That this is not one bad egg or one rotten apple, that the legal profession is working on cash, and it's working on cash in a completely accounted manner. How do we address this?
See, I totally agree with you that for common people, common citizen, this topic is very crucial, because we are blindly trusting on our judiciary, and we cannot sacrifice that option because of this incident. But we have to be very careful that still the thing is not open and clear yet in the public domain also. Though a common man would definitely think that maybe this thing was right or this thing actually happened. But still, again, I would say that we have to wait till the time the investigation comes up with the final results, and then only we can clearly say that yes, this thing, as rightly said by my seniors also, that things were already appearing in the past also, complaints were made in the past also, but something like this is the first time. It's at such a big platform.
But something like this is for the first time coming out like this, but then if it builds a perception that we have only hit the top of the iceberg, and in fact there would be many people up and down the country who would actually be scurrying to hide their cash better, we have to fight that perception. A certain percentage of it could be true, a large percentage of it certainly will be false, but it's about prestige. It's about, and that's what it works on. There's nothing else. It's not a stick. It has to be faith. And I promise you, for people watching the broadcast, I've been doing this job for a long period of time. There are so many crucial things of public interest that we leave it to the courts, because nobody else, not the police, not MPs, nobody wants to make those difficult decisions. I'm telling you, from seat belts to CNG buses, all have come through the court system, okay, which are making our lives better. So the court system is so important. I mean, we couldn't have sorted out Ram Mandir without the courts. We couldn't have made these things, but at the same time, we are racked. Our conscience is racked. All right, Mr. Mohandas Pai joining us on the broadcast as well. Mr. Pai, we are in obviously a complex and a difficult circumstance. It's looking really, really ugly. What do you make of the decision of the Supreme Court Chief Justice yesterday to actually release all the information, the videos, the photographs, everything into the public domain? Was it the right call?
No, I think it's the right call, because the Chief Justice and the Collegium goofed up in the beginning. First, when the news came out, they should have asked the judge to go on leave instead of transferring him to Allahabad. Transferring to Allahabad, created a feeling that Allahabad is a dumping ground for unwanted judges. But you should have just asked him to go on leave so that investigation can take place. Only when the judge goes on leave can independent investigation take place. Then the investigation committee consisting of outsiders, not judges alone. Because there is a feeling that judges support their brother judges. They support their privileges. We have seen judges voting for themselves in that, law passed by Parliament where they said, oh, you can't interfere, because judges think that they have a divine right to give justice, which is not correct. They have to judge as per the Constitution, and as per the Constitution, judges are appointed by the President, and they cannot self-appoint themselves. They've arrogated to themselves the power to self-appoint themselves, which is very wrong. And some people praise them and say, oh, it is because there's political interference. Yes, there's political interference, that is true, but it's not that judges can become another source of power by themselves, apart from revealing judgments. And now, stung by the public criticism of what the Chief Justice has done, they're releasing everything in the public domain is good. Let there be transparency. Let there be full transparency in what happens. Let there be an independent inquiry. And I think if they find the judge had all the cash, and all evidence points to the judge being corrupt and having all the cash, he should be sacked. It should be made an example of. It should be sacked and criminally prosecuted if what is found is true.
But the question then, Mr. Pai, remains is how do we then conduct an investigation that is decisive and deliberate but does not throw the baby out with the bathwater?
Well, we need to have an independent this thing to do. Why can't we have a C&AG as part of the group, one judge, one C&AG, and the head of the vigilance, Central Vigilance Commission, 3 people. We respect the C&AG, the Central Judicial Commission also is respected, and one judge, retired judge of the Supreme Court, the 3 of them, to conduct. Now, Supreme Court passed an order saying the Election Commission should be decided by a committee where Chief Justice is there. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, they're giving themselves all the power to do things which is not there in the Constitution. So they're doing all that. Now when a judge has been caught like this, it is time that they demonstrated that they're very open. So we should have one as a C&AG, one as CVC, and one judge. Not 3 judges. Not 3 judges. That's very wrong. You have to clean up your house. And clean up your house doesn't mean that you are going to do it, because people trust and confidence will be low. How do we know that there is not going to be a cover-up? Because the starting point was a cover-up. Starting point was when they told the judge to be transferred instead of asking the judge to go on leave. I mean, that showed that they want to cover up. And I think we've got to take a very strong position against what happened. The entire process is wrong, because people in this country are very, very upset at the lack of justice, at differential justice, at the fact that some people can get a top lawyer and get justice, others suffer. So I think the judges have to demonstrate that they are worthy of the confidence that we citizens have in them, in this case.
Okay. Mohandas Pai, thank you for your thoughts there. The subtext of what Mohandas Pai, in fact, what subtext, the off-text of what he is saying is that if an inquiry commission is to be set up, it should also include non-judicial members so that there is public confidence. This is not the same cohort investigating the same cohort. Procedurally, is that possible? I don't know, because there is no SOP to this. I don't have a blueprint that 10 years ago a precedent existed and this was done. The only precedents that exist are of an in-house inquiry being ordered. There are precedents of impeachment motions being moved in Parliament. There is none of ever having been successful. So it requires 100 Rajya Sabha MPs or 50 Lok Sabha MPs. Then an inquiry commission, Parliament can mandate an inquiry commission comprising of the Chief Justice to sit on the matter. When the inquiry commission then publishes the report, then a simple majority, which is, a 2/3 majority has to sit, then mandating the president to sack a constitutional judge. It's never happened in the history of India. Difficult circumstances. Tushar Kumar, young advocate, joining us on the broadcast. Tushar, we have to address the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is, in all over the country, people who are now discussing that this is an open secret. Everybody knows this goes on. Everybody knows that the legal fraternity operates on large wads of cash. And if you open 100 cupboards and 100 outhouses, you will find 100 different types of currency. How do we fight that?
See, I understand that we have to acknowledge the undeniable reality that when allegations of this nature emerge, the immediate public reaction is one of shock, and it's followed by a deep sense of disillusionment. The judiciary stands as the ultimate protector of justice in our constitutional framework, and even the slightest suggestion of impropriety at the highest levels are inevitably shaking public confidence. However, I would say that in such moments, it is very imperative for us to exercise restraint and place trust in the established legal process. The
The judiciary has time and again demonstrated its ability to address internal challenges with independence and resolve. In this particular instance, this Honorable Supreme Court Collegium is already conducting a rigorous and impartial inquiry into the matter. The transparency of this process is unprecedented. See, every development and relevant detail is being made publicly available, right, through the official website of the Supreme Court. So this ensures that the scrutiny is open and fair. So this alone, I would say that it's a testament to the judiciary's commitment to upholding its own integrity. Having said that, I believe that maintaining faith in the judiciary does not necessitate complacency. If any wrongdoing is indeed established, it must be met with the full force of the law. Transparency and accountability are the cornerstones of judicial credibility, and any lapse must be scrutinized with the seriousness it warrants. However, we must guard against any premature conclusions or trial by media, which can undermine due process and erode institutional trust. I also agree that public frustration in such circumstances is understandable. It is very disheartening when institutions that command trust come under scrutiny.
Okay, but let me stop you there. I understand that you're a part of the perception, but had this not been reported in a daily broadsheet on Friday morning, would we have ever known?
See, I understand that. However, the true
but that's the truth, right? It came out in the media. It got published, and it was no official person from the police or the judiciary or government, nobody made a statement that something like this had happened on the 14th night until it was published on the 21st. Now I understand due process, but had this been any other citizen of the country, they would have gone straight into custodial interrogation.
See, to that I would simply say that no system whatsoever, no system, no matter how venerable, is immune to challenges, right? The true measure, I would again say that the true measure of an institution's strength lies not in the absence of controversy, but in its capacity to address and overcome such challenges with integrity.
I agree.
That is my humble submission.
Yeah, that applies to all of us. That applies to media as well.
Yes,
we face reasonable and relevant criticism on exactly what you mentioned, that you do trial by media, and that's unfair because it's easy to shoot and scoot. Politicians face the same, that they shoot and scoot, hold press conferences, and then 3 years later say nothing. Once in a while, when a defamation suit is filed, then they apologize. But beyond that, it's a shoot and scoot process. But this is literally, I've never seen something like this. And had this been any other citizen, it would have been a problem. But there is a perceptorial problem, and we have to deal with the perceptorial problem because, like it or not, an assumption is now being drawn that this is just the person who got caught or just the person who had an unfortunate incident. Now, it could be a conspiracy, we don't know at this stage. But for people drawing the perception that this is routine, it's an open secret, everybody knows it. Oh, it's only been caught now, what a surprise. That has to be dealt with as well. And I don't know whether the courts have a mechanism to deal with public perception. Perhaps they need to now examine that mechanism. The right decision has been made last night. I cannot state it enough to release everything in the public domain. You do not fight misinformation with lack of information. You fight misinformation with correct information, period. Let me get Mr. Sai back into this conversation. Mr. Sai, you heard a lot of opinion as I've circled back to you from various other individuals. Let me pick up what Mohandas Pai said. Would it be useful, would it be possible for other than judges to be part of an inquiry commission?
There is no question of an inquiry commission. The issue, main basic issue here is that one of their ilk has been caught. If one of their ilk has been caught and it does not come into the purview of legal immunity and constitutional immunity, which a criminal act will not come in that purview, you need a permission from Chief Justice of India and a criminal investigation can pursue. It's as simple as this. We are getting into variety of other complexities, and I don't think the judiciary can cry hoarse that they were not provided with legal and constitutional immunity in 75, 76 years of India's existence. Not even one judge, not even for one single judge, we have been able to take it successfully through the impeachment process, which primarily also means in the reverse engineering thought process that nobody has done anything wrong. And over and over again, we are repeating that there are complaints, but nothing of this nature. What did we do with these complaints? What is the oversight mechanism of the judiciary? It is not only the legal immunity and the constitutional immunity, it is also a disdain to literally anything and everything outside. And even today, the mechanism is operating in a manner that we will have to wait till the cows come home, till the time they take their own sweet time.
Okay.
See, the judiciary has been dictating quite rightfully in any number of cases. We have done any number of cases where we're supposed to get in for 48 hours, 72 hours, and we have worked day in, day out. Because the scare of judiciary is there and it should be there. And we should be penalized if we do anything wrong.
This is for people watching the broadcast, okay, and I'm just stating truisms here, all right. The state is represented by various arms. As we understand, we are the citizenry and then there is the officials of the state. There is no arm of the state that we beat up more mercilessly with our words and in inquiries than the police forces. Because if there is a crime that takes place, then the first port of call is the police. If an error in the crime that takes place, the first port of call is the police. So the police have immense powers. Let's not kid ourselves. And are open to public scrutiny on a daily basis, probably an hourly basis or a minute by minute basis, up and down the length of the country. In the media, we have to be open to scrutiny as well, and we have to evolve ourselves. But we would want the police to function independently without fear or favor. How do we balance oversight both internally and externally is a complicated question there. It's a complicated question in my industry. Do you have external oversight or do you prefer internal oversight? Very difficult and complicated question. Same applies to members of parliament who then become politicians, and the same apply to the judiciary. We have to now do something. Now we are doing things by a normal course of events. Within 36 hours of the matter coming to public light, we have all the information that has been exchanged between the various officers of the court and the Delhi Police Commissioner published. Now 36 hours, like I mentioned, in media terms is an age, but in court terms is very, very rapid. It is reasonable to ask that should it have been a media report that brought this to light, or should it have been somebody putting their hand up and saying before the media publishes it, because that leaves a bad taste in the mouth. It looks like you were busted rather than were forthcoming. Now that's an open question, and of course it's an open question. Now 7 days, like I said, seems a lot for normal people. In the judicial system, 7 days is not a lot. So there is a yin and a yang to it. I can't of course form judgment on it. But I am told that the law minister of the country has now responded. Let's listen into what he's saying.
देखिए उसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट कार्रवाई कर रहा है, और आपके ध्यान में भी आया 3 जो जिसमें 2 तो ऑनरेबल हाई कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस हैं और एक जज हैं हाई कोर्ट के, उनकी कमेटी की रिपोर्ट.
Okay, so the law minister restraining and restricting himself to pointing to the fact that the Supreme Court is investigating the matter, which in terms of propriety is perhaps the most efficacious thing to do right now, that this matter is under or seized of the Chief Justice of India. It's under him. I am also assuming that in good faith, he is on it 24/7, understanding the urgency of what is taking place and the magnitude and gravitas of what is taking place. But that doesn't mean that of the 750 members of parliament that sit, that none of them tomorrow might feel, of various political parties, that an impeachment motion should be moved. To move an impeachment motion, parliament or parliamentarians do not require the permission of the Supreme Court or the collegium or the Chief Justice. Once an impeachment motion is indeed admitted, yes, the matter then has to go to the Chief Justice of India, but he's already on it. So will that happen? Maybe, probably it will happen. Will it be successful? Can't say at this point of time. We are dealing with waters that have never been traversed in not only my memory but in the history of independent India, and that's a complicated scenario. Let me get Abhishek Tiwari back in. Mr. Tiwari, is it best left then to the court mechanism? Do we just have a little bit more patience? Because nothing stops members of parliament from moving an impeachment motion come tomorrow when parliament reconvenes. But you heard the law minister representing government, and he is saying let the Supreme Court handle it.
Definitely, Parliament has power to move in, and we need some time, because see, everything is there. The Supreme Court is investigating it. The inquiry commission is investigating this thing. I think we should be patient enough that soon some result will coming out, definitely. And this is not something which can be covered up, and it cannot be forgotten from the common citizen also. So definitely.
Okay, but Abhishek, you now, like I said, you're a practicing lawyer. You're a young lawyer, but you're a practicing lawyer. Now you understand that court procedure is a complex matter. Okay, it's sometimes tedious and it's time consuming. So what is a reasonable timeline for you as a lawyer? In public perception, sometimes comes across as an unreasonable timeline. That's it. It was 7 days later that the information was released, that it took 36 hours to put it in public domain. Now in court procedure, this is in fact probably as fast. I mean, I've never seen something happen that in the morning of Friday something takes place, in the evening of Saturday all the reports, photography, videography, everything is available online. I've never seen it happen that fast. But does the Supreme Court mechanism or the court's mechanism require a public crisis management cell that is accelerating this process to what normal people consider reasonable time versus what the court system would mandate as due process?
Definitely, Supreme Court is equipped and our courts are equipped with all the resources which is needed to be fasten this thing, and definitely they are very well equipped also. Plus our agency, which are very well equipped with all the resources and the capable officers to investigate in this matter. So if they give their 100% and full throttle is put up, so they definitely get in a very, I think I should say that by the coming week, this coming week would be, many things would be uncovered, and if they thoroughly investigate the matter and with full transparency, I think many things will be clear in this week also.
Okay, all right. So, Abhishek, I'm going to thank you for your thoughts on this matter. For people who are continuing watching the broadcast, we are in continuing coverage, and the reason we are in continuing coverage is because it's a moment of great seriousness and gravitas, a moment which we have to traverse. I'm employing as much care and caution and caveats and balance that is required, but let us not ignore or completely belittle or dismiss that in the due process that must now take place and is taking place, it's happening, okay, that there is an issue, a concern. Now there will be everybody who has any grouse with any judge at any level, okay, who will now use this as a pretext, as a precedent. Who knows what Pandora's box we've opened, but potentially now any person who has a problem with any judgment can say, oh, the judge is corrupt, okay, precedent exists of corrupt judges or money being found, perception gets done that this is common practice, that this is only the guy who got caught, potentially, that lawyers and judges all deal with large amounts of cash. These perceptions are very damaging to the system. And like I said, the timelines, because the Supreme Court, I know this for a fact, does not have a public facing mechanism other than its website. They don't have a spokesperson. The registrar is not empowered to come and address the media or to send out tweets to the effect, to address public discourse. This is primarily done to maintain the dignity of the court. Now we have a precedent of judges who have held press conferences, but it's very, very rare. So there is no mechanism, and what is an absurd amount of time for people is a very deliberate amount of time for court. So having put those caveats out there, let me now rope in Vikas Singh joining us on the broadcast. He's held various positions as various officers of the court, of course, is a senior advocate as well. Vikas ji, first of all, what do you make of the decision of the Chief Justice of India to late last night publish all the written records, videography and photography into the public domain? Was that the right decision?
Well, I personally feel that there was so much of rumor mongering going on, and there was so much of misinformation spreading. So as they always say, that the best disinfectant is sunlight. So it was putting it out in the open is definitely a welcome step, because at least people know what is the real reason. But the one question which has remained a little unanswered, so to say, I would say that there has been amounts discussed, and in all the papers that have been shown by the Chief Justice of India, or which has come out, there is no amount mentioned. Obviously, nobody has counted any money. Obviously, the money was removed the next day, apparently, because those sacks of money are mentioned in the report of the fire officer. That's the only way you hear about sacks of money being there in that room. Now, the judge has given an explanation, which he says that it was not his and he was not aware. But if it was not his, and if he was nothing to do with it, why did he get the place cleaned the next day morning? I mean, he has to justify that. He should have left it as it is. I mean, if there was something wrong done by somebody else, he should have left the room just as it was. And the fact that the whole place was cleaned up by the time the visit of the chief of the team of the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court came, establishes that there was an attempt to cover up. Now, whatever be it, supposing if somebody had planted the money, let me assume somebody has planted the money, the same person would not have taken away the money after it has been disclosed that it has been planted. So obviously somebody else has taken away the money from that place. And that is something which is a little, upsetting, so to say, because otherwise, if you look at the explanation of the judge, a lot of it is quite credible. But the only lack of credibility is his cleaning up the place the next day and removing those sacks of notes which were there in that room. So I think that will, really nail him in the long run, because so far, that particular video which has gone viral of those money, and that video actually doesn't show how much money is there. It shows that there are some scattered notes lying there, and there is a voiceover of somebody saying ki Gandhi ji jal rahe hain. So that really is the only evidence against the judge of having kept money in that place. So cleaning up that place really will be probably his phone has been taken away, his calls record will be seen, who all he talked after this fire broke out, etc. How did he communicate with people, whoever ultimately did the cleanup action. All that will have to be looked into, and I'm sure in this swift inquiry, something should come out very soon.
Okay, now the concerned issues, Vikas Singh, are of course very serious, because we don't have a playbook, we don't have an SOP, we don't have a clearly defined plan of action on what happens next. But if this had been an ordinary person, a citizen of India, and a fire was reported in which any officer, whether fire officer or police officer as a respondent, noticed large sums of suspicious monies, what would have been the otherwise procedure?
So, I personally feel that forget anybody else. Even in this case, there has definitely been a lapse of some sort. And the lapse has been that wherever the money was discovered there in that room and that video was taken, the police should have come and sealed that place. Whatever be happened, whether it is the judge's real money or whether the judge has kept that money or not kept that money, I don't see why they left the place and went away without sealing that place. Because if they had sealed the place, then whatever evidence that was there in that room of that money lying there, that would have remained intact. Now the judge has got a good excuse. He says there's nothing, no money recovered from my place. If there is no money recovered, you can't go on a simple video, which is very difficult to prove, because that video also is in the dark. You really don't know which room that video has been taken in, and whether it is the same room or some other room, or whether that is money or that is monopoly money. I mean, all those questions will arise. So a huge lapse has taken place as far as not sealing the place is concerned. The police should have definitely sealed the place, waited for the judge to come and asked him to explain, etc. The other part that you asked me of what would have happened to a common man, I feel that there is a certain amount of protection given to higher judicial officers, and rightly so, that they should be protected from frivolous cases. And for that purpose, the consent of the Chief Justice of India is required before you register a case. In a common man's case, a case would have been registered then and there. In this case, it can't be. But not registering a case is one part. I mean, you don't have the right to register a case is one part. But you definitely had a right to seal the place and keep it sealed or keep it intact till the Chief Justice of India or anybody who had to take an action in the matter took the action in the matter, and the seal should not have been removed without the permission of the Chief Justice of India. So that is a huge lapse in my way, in my view, and that will go a long way in exonerating the judge if they don't have any other evidence apart from that video graph which is
okay. So now we don't know, because in all the documents that have been released, we have a summary of what the Delhi police report to the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court is. We do not actually have the Delhi police report or his submissions other than the videography. Now, it is possible that the Delhi police in situ on site actually tabulated what items were available and recorded these items, or we don't know, because like I said, a formal procedure of an FIR and Panchnama in this case, to the best of our knowledge, has not happened, because an FIR as it is cannot be launched without permission of the Chief Justice. So let us assume, Vikas Singh, the best case scenario, that the Delhi police actually tabulated what they saw, not simply videographed it. Would such a tabulation, if it's not in the form of a Panchnama, it's an ad hoc tabulation, would this be admissible as evidence?
No, again, that is again a problem. That will also not be admissible in evidence. And Rishabh, you tell me, even if you've done a tabulation or done a counting, or if you had some numbers with you of money being there, then the first thing you do is to seize the money. You don't leave the money there behind and, leave it unattended like that. So you have to seize the money, you have to make it case property, even if you don't register the FIR. I would say that probably they could not have even seized the money, but they could have definitely sealed the place, made it completely secure from any tampering, so that the place is available for the Chief Justice of India to take a decision as to what should be done in this case. Now, just look at an example where somebody goes into the outhouse of the judge's residence, which is not being used by the judge. Then just look at the contra side, and puts some money, and then burns that money, and then takes some small videos which are not which can't be proved as evidence, and then removes the money, which is quite a possibility. In this country, anything can happen. Then do you nail the judge for that? So that is why this room with the money intact should have been preserved, and nobody stopped them from doing that. That was not something which is barred by the judgment of the Supreme Court. Preserving a particular fact situation for the Chief Justice of India to take a decision whether this is a judge which can be said to be culpable or not was actually the most important thing to do. And leaving it like that, I think the Delhi police has committed a huge blunder in this case. And this will, this will actually create too many doubts in everybody's mind. The only thing that comes to my mind is that if the place was left for the judge to deal with on his own, and if he has cleaned up the place, then that is the only small indicator which will go against him.
Okay.
But I don't know really whether he cleaned it, or he'll say, even before I came, somebody else cleaned it. All those things are giving that rife for speculation, which will, give us a lot of ammunition to doubt the whole transaction.
Vikasji, possession of cash, of course, is not a crime. I mean, we all have a few banknotes in our wallets. So at what point of time does it become a suspicious amount?
No, so possession of crime is not a problem as long as you are able to account for it. So supposing in the last month he had withdrawn 2 lakhs from his account, and the month before also he'd withdrawn 1 lakh. If he had 3 lakhs in his residence, obviously he can justify 3 lakhs. But if he has 15 crore or a couple of crores, obviously nobody can justify withdrawing crores and keeping it at their residence. And that will not tally with his bank statement as well. So the problem is not really of how much cash. The problem is that there is no cash here in this case. There is no amount mentioned here. There is no there is no counting of that has happened of what is the cash. If there are only, if that video is to be seen, the video at best, if you see the number of notes, scattered here and there, it could be maybe 20, 30 notes. That's all. I mean, there is a bundle and you can see only one note. So not actually keeping the place sealed in such a situation, especially when the judge was not there, according to me, is completely, making the whole case completely questionable.
Vikasji, can a forensic examination still be conducted? Now we are looking 8 days, 9 days later.
I doubt what kind of forensic can be done. If there are videos in the judge's house, or if there are videographies happening in the judge's house or around the house which are being preserved, then probably that video can show what is happening in that house after the fire that broke out. But I don't think there will be videos inside the house. And if there are no videos, then there will be nothing there to look into. And I don't even think there could be any forensic, except if one of the staff of the judge who's been responsible in cleaning up the place, opens up and speaks of exactly what happened after the cleaning up happened. So that is a long shot, because somebody who's working with somebody, very unlikely for him to depose against him. So that's the only small window available for the investigation to happen. Apart from that, I don't think there is anything credible to nail the judge, which is hanging on a very, very I would say thin piece of evidence, which is that videography which has been taken by some fireman, and which is also not a clear videography of what is happening inside. Or all that report of the fireman which says that there were sacks of money. Sacks of money could mean anything, could be small sacks, could be big sacks. Doesn't even mention how much money, or did he check the whole sack, whether it was the whole sack was full of money, or there was one note on the top. I mean, there are so many questions unanswered, which ultimately, if the judge goes for a regular trial, I don't know what will happen as far as his service is concerned, but if he goes for a regular criminal trial, it will be almost impossible to prove.
Okay, Vikas Singh, but then there is other complex matters, because now, like it or not, anybody who has any grouse, well-meaning or otherwise, with the legal system will now say that this is an open secret, that the entire system is operating on large wads of cash. You open enough cupboards and enough outhouses and more stuff will pour out. What do we do with that perception that gets created?
So that perception is of course a damage to the institution, which has already happened, and that's why I say that the press also should be responsible in reporting things. Without knowing the full facts, this kind of reporting can do more damage than good. And as far as the credibility part is concerned, I'm sure the judiciary will have to, especially the Karta of the judiciary, the Chief Justice of India, will have to take steps, to try and weed out the black sheep from the system. And that can easily be done, because I've always maintained that there are peddlers of justice who are on the streets everywhere. And if they are nabbed and if they are, taken into custody, they can spill the beans if they actually are doing peddling, or they are just selling the name of the judge without the judge even being aware. So all these are issues which I think should be looked at in the days to come, and an impression should be given to the people that judiciary will not tolerate corruption, and that this organization, this institution is going to be on zero tolerance as far as corruption is concerned.
Okay, the last question, sir, because for people who are now thinking that, look, other judges will then judge upon their fellow judges, that there might be an inherent issue with that. Is it sufficient that this matter be adjudicated only by an in-house inquiry?
No, so in-house inquiry is not for the purpose of taking a final call on what is to happen in the matter. In-house inquiry is only for the purpose of up to a particular threshold. Once the in-house inquiry feels that there is some credence in what has been reported, then the law will take its own course, and I think the matter will have to go to the CBI and the ED and whichever are the enforcement agencies, or the Delhi police, to investigate the matter and take it further. But as I told you earlier, these agencies will also face the same problem which I just mentioned about the lack of evidence and the not maintaining or not keeping sealed the place where this whatever had happened was discovered in the manner in which it was.
So you only have the videography and potentially the testimony of the people or the police officers and the fire services, and that can be argued as hearsay without anybody having actually counted anything and therefore deposited it and kept it in record, or as Vikas Singh said, at least sealed the place until the registrar or other officer of the court arrived to have it opened. We are in for a tough one because, like it or not, there are going to be many detractors, baiters, naysayers who are going to use this as a stick to hang for a long period of time a Damocles sword off. Vikas Singh, thank you for taking it with as much practicality as one can address from this point of time. Let's open this up for perspective now, because that's important. Sharad Kohli is with us, Gautam Mukherjee is with us, Sumit Peer joining us on the broadcast, Ashish Pandey and Kailash Vasudev, both of them are lawyers. Kailash Vasudev, of course, senior advocate of Supreme Court. Mr. Vasudev, I'll just come to you in a second. Let me get a thought in from Dr. Kohli. Dr. Kohli, so we are in a fine mess. There's no running away from it, because if an attempt has been made to fix a judge, which means money has been planted and put on fire to create a scandal, that itself is a huge issue, huge Pandora's box of who did it, why did it, how did they get access. If the other is true, that this was actually money lying in the judge's house, whether he says it's my money or not my money, it's not easy to get sacks of money into anybody's house, which is a secure Lutyens Delhi residence. You can't just throw them over the wall. Either way, it's a massive crisis. Now, the Supreme Court is published everything. It's unprecedented. I've never seen it like this. They said, put it all out there. Whatever other than names and phone numbers, every report is available on their website. Not only with us, it's available for anybody to read and access. But they are, of course, working on a timeline which is how they duly deliberate. The rest of the country is working on a minute by minute timeline. So how do we develop a mechanism for the court to address this problem while they sit and inquire it? Should they appoint someone to be dealing with this? Should the Delhi police appoint someone to be dealing with this? What should we do?
Well, good evening, Rishabh, and good evening to my fellow panelists. I think it's a very, very tricky situation. As we talk now, there are two sides of this coin because of want of evidence, because of quick cleanup, whatever be the reason, whatever. I was just hearing Vikas that because the place was cleaned up, the place was not sealed, the money was not confiscated. Obviously, there are Supreme Court and court procedures. There is certain immunity given to, judges. So I think that protocol, because of that protocol or whatever be the reason. But I completely agree that the law and the procedure here says, Rishabh, that the money should be seized at that point of time. And the money at least the place should be sealed. Now, you had a question for Vikas. I'd like to answer that question first. That what happens if a normal person, if a normal citizen is found with this kind of money? I'll tell you what happens because I know the process. A part of me is also a chartered accountant, and I know what does the law say as far as the unaccounted cash is concerned. So there are two laws which come into the picture. One is prevention of money laundering, and second is the Income Tax Act. That if you're found with unaccounted cash, you have to explain where did you get it, and as far as the limit is concerned, that how much cash can you keep at home? A lot of viewers must be wondering that somebody must be having 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 15, 20, 25, 50 or even more. It's not about the quantum of cash. Obviously, if you cross a certain tolerable limit, then the limit itself becomes a question mark. But then basically you have to explain every rupee as to how and why did you accumulate this cash and what was the source of income and what was the reason? Because in an era where we live in a more of a digital and a banking economy, why are you accumulating this much cash? What was the purpose of accumulating cash? You normally keep cash at home for your household expenses. I have to probably disburse here and there a little bit of cash, but we all know that more than 2 lakh rupees, Rishabh. Now, even if you go to a shop to purchase something, the vendor is not supposed to accept more than 2 lakhs. So if you say, I was keeping this cash because my daughter's wedding or my son's wedding, I had to go and buy jewelry, whatever. You cannot, because more than 2 lakhs of cash is not accepted by the vendor. If you do that, an equal amount is the penalty. So Income Tax Act and Prevention of Money Laundering Act are the two laws which will immediately get attracted, and people from ED and people from income tax will immediately come and take possession of that cash, and it becomes a government property till, of course, the investigation ends. That is the answer to your question, which you had put to Vikas.
Okay, but Sharad Kohli, so in this case, the person now the statement is on record. He can't go back on it. Unlikely a judge will go back on a statement he's put on record. So he says, I don't know. I didn't put any money there. My family never didn't put any money there. So there is no of course scope of accounting for money, which is what he says. I don't need to account for this money because I never put any money there. I didn't see any money. There was no money found there other than some videography and photography and some statements. There is no record that says anywhere that money was found. So this is the claim that he's making. What do we do with that?
Well, Rishabh, the best person to answer this question would be the person who cleaned up. I'm sure there must be a human being. There must not be a robotic cleanup. There must be one or two people involved in cleaning it up. So they are the people who are going to say whether, first of all, whether money was there or not. That's an easy answer to find. Just call the person who clean up. If he says there was nothing found, just probably a stash of papers or something, then I think all the videography becomes false. That's one. Second, the money was cleaned up, if it was cleaned up, because we have to put an if in front of every statement because the matter is under investigation and the kind of statements we are coming up. So if it was cleaned up, the two laws which I spoke of, because you have to answer apart from the Prevention of Corruption Act and apart from the answerability of the judiciary to the Supreme Court's Chief Justice and so forth, the Prevention of Money Laundering and Income Tax Act both come into the picture. So, if I was to
all right, Sharadji, let's have the honest, straightforward citizenry conversation, okay, and address what the real problem is. The real problem is that for number one, a lot of people, which is the Aam Janta, citizenry of this country, their worst suspicions they will now perceive to be confirmed. That this is an open secret, that if you open enough cupboards and enough outhouses, that you will find wads of currency in the legal fraternity across the board. And power and judgments and justice moves on money. And some people will have this, whether real or misperceived notion, and they'll say hence proved. This is only the guy who got caught. There are many others who don't get caught. Now this is a genuine problem. Now if the case is proved, it confirms it. If the case is disproved, there will be a whole host of people that say this is some biradari doing a cover up and trying to bury the case. So there is a public opinion disaster which has already happened. It's not in the making, it's already happened. What do we do with it?
Well, you're right. The perception, the people I've been talking to, Rishabh, since the time this came to the surface, I mean, they give a one-line statement. You rightly said, "हम तो पहले ही कहते थे, ये सारा का सारा judiciary corrupt है." That is the statement which people are giving. People are saying you should go and investigate other judges, go and investigate other, maybe senior lawyers or whatever. That's the common man's perception. I think the perception has been permanently damaged, as you rightly said, and this will something really, really magical will have to be done to get this perception cleaned up. I don't think this perception can be cleaned up because, in a very subdued voice, these kind of, I would say talk between the people who are fighting cases, the judgments being given, the cases being taken up. This is a common thing which you hear, especially when somebody loses a case and somebody loses a genuine case. This is the common perception.
So there is there's a legal case. Now let me get Gautam Mukherjee. Gautam Mukherjee, you heard Vikas Singh, okay, and he's given you his professional assessment with whatever facts that are privy in the public domain, and he says that unless somebody has actually recovered the cash, accounted for the cash, counted the cash, beyond that it's all hearsay on the basis of videography which is grainy. You cannot say it was 1 crore or 5 crores or 10 crores, and if you cannot put a figure in it, then what do you place before a court? So in the event that we have a court case which might happen out of this, and it is impossible to prove where the money came from, whose money it was, or indeed the fact the money was actually there or not, then nothing adverse will take place in a ruling. But a lot of people will then feel that we saw videos, we saw photographs of burning notes, okay, and everybody got scot-free. The perception and public opinion on this is already a disaster, either way, whichever way this goes.
Well, Rishabh, the main thing is you cannot clean up 15 crores in cash without organizing a tempo to carry it away. It's a lot of cash. So if this 15 crores is credible, if the police want, even today, to find the cleaners, find out where the money is, and confiscate the money, because you're just going to move it from one location to another, it's very unlikely you will have already spent it and redistributed
No, unless you
it.
quite literally burnt it, sir. Unless it's ashes.
I doubt that. It's too much money to get rid of.
Maybe for you and me, sir, but money was burning there. Now, whether it was 100 rupees, 500 rupees, 5 crore rupees, we have no figure. This 15 crore figure has been going on for 3 days, right? It's going on and that's what I've been told as well. But how do we say 15 crore? Who's counted it?
Well, it is, in any event, if it was money and not a lot of paper, it is a large amount of money because they were in gunny sacks. And if there were gunny sacks involved, you can't just pick it up and take it away. You're going to have to get some kind of vehicle to transport this from A to B. And if it was done the day after the actual fire, then somebody provoked this. It will not take the police, given the right instructions, much time to find out who did what and who ordered it, who took it away, where did it go, and where is it right now. You see, without catching the actual money, this is a total whitewash, and nothing, not even the Chief Justice of India, can make anything of it.
Okay, in a different context, if this was a murder case, you would call it habeas corpus, that you need, show us the body. Where is the person?
Yeah. Where's the body?
Okay, in this case, where is the money? So because the judge says, where's the money? I didn't see any money. Okay, I came there this evening, the registrar was there with me, and in his presence, there was no money that was spotted on the ground. So this video, I don't know who shot this video at what point of time, but I did not see any money. That's what he is saying in a 6-page statement that he's released. Okay, before I get the lawyers in, let me take a last word of general opinion. As Sumit, I'm underscoring this because in the 20 odd years that I've been doing this and case history before that, there is so much of significance in this country that pertains to your life and my life that we are wholly dependent upon the courage of the conviction of the judiciary. From seat belts to CNG buses to opening of roads because of blockades to environmental pollution, to Ram Mandir, okay. We leave it to the courts to take on the difficult decisions which many people in other positions of authority, including in parliament, sometimes stay away from for complex reasons. We need effective court systems operating for all these reasons and the integrity of the country. It's a major power check balance in this country. The government of India is either a respondent or part of the prosecution in a whole host of these cases, if not most of them. So we need that to happen. But today in the mohallas and drawing rooms of this country, the video is out, it shows money. There is no dispute that the location was the residence of a judge, which is in Lutyens, Delhi, which is a high security seized zone. It's not a Aam mohalla. Now people are going to be saying, they are already saying that this is par for the course. This is just the guy who got caught. That's a massive perceptorial issue. How do we handle it?
Rishabhji, thanks for having me on your show. This was the point I was trying to make. Look, today elections are done and won on perception. Stock markets work on perception. The prices of shares work on perception. Everything in bigger public domain works on perception. Now today you say there's an alleged scam. Where did you find the money? You are using a net of a scam. Did you find a truck of money? Now if you say the money doesn't belong to me, for example, I have a farmhouse. I don't have one. Let's say assume I have a farmhouse. Somebody found the money there. Mere chokidar se pucho, gurkha se pucho. It's in my office. I say ask my chaprasi. It's in my car. Ask my driver. By that logic, there's no way I can have 15 crore or 10 crore or 15 crore in my jacket. There's no jacket or a shirt or a trouser like that which can stack 15 crores. So, saying that I don't know where the money came from, I don't know who cleaned the money doesn't belong to me, This is all, sorry to say, this is all childish argument.
No, but he goes beyond that. He says it's conspiratorial. Could be a conspiracy. Could be.
The question is that if it's a conspiracy, first of all, being a judge, you have a guard. You have a 24/7 guard at your doorstep, armed guard. Then you have CCTV cameras. Then the streets have CCTV cameras. So let's look into the CCTV cameras. Let's talk to the guard. Let's look at the CCTV cameras.
Okay, so let's assume for a second that's being done. But like I said, the perception issue for people, okay, is going to be, and it's already happening. I was meeting with people last night, and it was large. Ki, ye to hota hai. This is normal. This guy just got caught. I know of, some then people say, I also know, my cousin, chachas, mamas, tayas once told me, that thing starts off, right?
Correct.
So that has already started. So what do we do now?
No, the only thing which can be done is I have one fundamental reservation with due respect to the Lordships and the Honorable Chief Justice of India. The case has to be tried if a common person like you and me are caught in this institution exactly like that. Secondly, fix a timeline. 45 days, 60 days will settle this case. And thirdly, do not have any differential approach and do not have any kid gloves approach. Don't say that it's one of our own kind. We'll do the investigation, we'll find it, and then we'll let the law of the land take over. If this is settled in whichever way, right, left, wherever it goes in 45 days, as per how it will be dealt with you and me or the people watching this broadcast, and justice is delivered, not denied, then the people will restore their confidence in the judicial system, because the biggest apathy of the day is that perception sub bike away. How do you manage that? Because you have a country of 1.4 billion people, and then you have your countries like America, China, and the whole world watching you. There was one star, there is still a one star in our system, that the Indian judiciary is impeccable and cannot be compromised. Now, if such kind of things are let happen or let go in a bit of a complacent manner, the perception cannot be only national, the perception can be even international.
Okay,
and that's what a country like us cannot afford.
Now the problem is the Supreme Court or the CGI or the Delhi High Court, they are not in the business of perception management. Unlike government and politicians and media and companies, they don't have to worry about perception for good reason, because they sometimes take rulings which are unpopular. Okay, if you tell somebody you can't drive your car in Delhi, which is more than 10 years old, that's an unpopular thing. It's good for the good of the country, but many people will be upset with it. So they don't therefore have a mechanism for perception management. But they don't have a system of spokespersons who are then dealing with it on a ready basis, who are taking this on social media, who are dealing with this. So the mechanism completely doesn't exist, and that leaves a complete vacuum. We have to responsibly, of course, fill the vacuum with correct information to take on. So, just stay with me. Priyank Kharge is joining us on the broadcast as well. Mr. Kharge, appreciate your thoughts on what is now an extremely complicated issue. First of all, would you welcome the fact that the Chief Justice of India has taken a decision yesterday to release all the relevant facts, reports, videography into the public domain?
No, definitely. I think that is the right thing to do, because judiciary is the most important part of the democracy, and if you need to restore faith in this pillar of democracy, the relevant people should be more open about it. Because first they said they found cash, then they denied it, and then again they have said that they found cash. So I think it is very important for the judiciary to clear the air, because I think that is the last place where they can expect justice from.
Priyankji, the law minister has spoken today, and he said, look, the Supreme Court has put together a 3-member committee to look into this matter, and that's where the matter lies. Parliament reconvenes tomorrow. The Parliament does not require the permission of court to impeach a judge. Should it go into Parliament, or should we let the courts handle it, in your opinion?
See, of late, the judgments that have been coming in have been debated in public extremely. People have been extremely critical of certain judgments that have come in. And in my opinion, I think if the Constitution allows you to debate these matters within the Parliament, and if the Parliament deems fit, they should go ahead and debate it. They should send a strong message to the public that yes, the democracy is strong. Even the judiciary, which is expected to work on behalf of the people, can be put on track if it is derailed.
Priyank Kharge, how do we, sir, at this point of time, not only do action, but be seen to doing action? Because public perception, you know, as a politician yourself, you're a cabinet minister now in Karnataka, that what the public thinks and feels is important. How do we handle it?
Well, I think everybody has to play their roles, whether it's the legislature or whether it is the executive or the media. It's just not about what the legislatures do or what the parliamentarians do. It's everybody's responsibility to ensure that judiciary is clean, judiciary is not tied in knots, especially in such things. And I think whatever it is, even if it's a 3-member committee, it should be discussed within the parliament. There's nothing wrong in debating these things.
Okay. Priyank Kharge, yes. Well, light needs to be shined in these areas, and for a lot of cynical citizens, that's the only way to deal with it, and there's no running away from that. All right. Now, before we move on, let me quickly get Mr. Kailash Vasudev into this conversation. Kailash ji, what an unholy mess to now be dealing with. Everybody has got sorts of cases. Most of the judges, including the Chief Justice, should be focusing on their judgments right now, and important things happening in the country. Generally, the current Chief Justice got about 1.5 months left. He would be, working on landmark judgments, precedent-setting judgments, and he is right now very literally firefighting. What do you make of the fact that this has been put into the public domain? Good idea, put everything out there? Can we hear him? He's been here with us for a long time, so we could have probably done an audio check. Can we get that done, please? Okay, let's get that done. Meanwhile, let me take the same question, if I can, with Ashish Pandey. Mr. Pandey, right idea, put it out in the public domain. Let it be as transparent as possible.
Rishabh, can you please repeat your question?
Okay, another audio problem. So let's get both of them sorted out so that we can have this conversation done. Sumit, let me come back to you meanwhile. In a pragmatic sense, the issue that I was trying to address was that the Supreme Court, other than having a website where they publish statements, does not have a mechanism. They don't have somebody with a social media team. They do not have a spokesperson or a media cell. That's not how they operate, nor should they be operating. But at a time of crisis, where people are expecting things very rapidly, as I mentioned, to be fair, 36 hours from Friday morning to Saturday night was the time difference between them releasing everything to the public, which was very quick by the court standards. But how do we firefight this publicly?
I think, Rishabh, the first thing is, what is very important, there's a saying in English that the Caesar's wife should be above suspicion. It's not a question of having a media cell or the spokespersons and all, because today it's not about any other issue. It is one of you within the system and a part of the system delivering the justice. So the onus on the judiciary becomes multifold, because this is the time when they might have to even get into firefighting mode. This is the only time, though putting all the things in the public domain is very good. But what the Janta wants the assurance, what is the time frame the justice or this case will be settled. Even if you put a date today, within 2 months, within 45 days, within 90 days, we'll settle this case and everything will be decided. That will be the first logical right step, wherein a common man will see, हाँ भाई 90 दिन में फैसला इसका हो जाए.
Sumit, at the bottom line, eventually the judges have to be judges. They have to see the weight of the evidence. Okay, they can't make an example out of someone just because it's good for perception. They have to see the weight of the evidence. Vikas Singh has just told us that if you not counted the money and sealed the room, how do you prove that there was money? Okay,
that's fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, you have to go by the procedure. But Rishabh ji, when you are talking of within your own system, then the things change. Look, today you are alleging a politician of a scam. Did you find one train of cash? No. Then why are you taking him to the court? Because unless and until we find that train of cash, we should not take anybody to the court. The court should not stop working. But the proceedings happen, the circumstantial evidence, the gawah and all are presented. Based on that, even a lot of conclusions are drawn. For example, with the Kejriwal, where was the cash found? So by that logic, if there was no cash found with Kejriwal, then why was Kejriwal called to the court? Why did you send him to the jail? Then he is a scot-free man. Paisa mila nahi, kuch hua nahi. Then let's go by that logic with everybody. No, you can't have two sets of laws for two sets of people. That is where the perception comes into the play.
No, actually, you do have two sets of laws for two sets of people, and there's a reason. IS officers are protected, MPs are protected. You have to take the permission of the Speaker of the House before you can file a case against them. Similarly, you have to take the permission of the Chief Justice of India before you file a case against a judge. There are good reasons for that. Otherwise, any police constable would go and file an FIR. Or because remember, the police are parties to these cases at times. They are either the prosecuting authority or the defending authority. Okay, so either respondent or plaintiff in several of these cases. So these are the reasons these protections are given. I don't want to mix, kitchen sink, all thrown out, baby bath water issues. It's really difficult for me to disaggregate because the situation is so messy. Okay, so now imagine the Chief Justice's position, who, if he takes action, it has to be in keeping with the law and the evidence brought before him. If the evidence brought before him is not sufficient in his or her opinion, or the opinion of the 3-member judge or whatever bench that is set up to convict someone, okay, who might be innocent, we don't know. He could be telling the truth. I don't know where this money came from. All right. If any of us go home today and suddenly open a cupboard and money starts pouring out, maybe we don't know where the money came from. Okay. So they have to convict someone or judge someone on the basis of evidence, and the evidence has to be, there is a procedure. Even the new Nyaya Sanhita has a procedure of how the evidence is recorded. In this case, we don't know if the procedure was followed. Our best guess in the absence of the police report is that we have no knowledge of an FIR, therefore no Panchnama. Definitely no district magistrate was present on site tabulating the evidence as it was recorded. That was not taking place. So then you can't convict. If you can't convict, then the worst perception happens that, look, the Biradari protected itself. Okay. And the case was buried. You're stuck with that, and there's no easy solution. If you do convict, then Pandora's box is open, because never before has ever a conviction taken place of a sitting judge. It's never happened in the history of India. Okay. Many people say that there are certain judges who resigned and ran away, but they were never criminally prosecuted. So what could have happened in those cases, we don't know, because that's speculation. Point is, they didn't face prosecution or conviction. We are stuck, badly stuck. I'm stuck. I don't know what the right answer is, straightforward answer is. What I do know, that there is a public perception now that ye to hota hi hai, bas this guy got caught. Okay. And that's already established itself. And I know for a fact that the Supreme Court does not have I won't say the bandwidth, but the mechanism. They don't have a digital team, a social media team who's countering this. They don't have a spokesperson who's dealing with it. They don't generally have to worry about public perception, but public perception is really important. It's the primary phase. People have to believe in law and order for them to follow law and order. Simple as that. You can't put a police constable in everybody's house. There has to be a perception, which is everything, gravitas, which is everything. Let me try to get Mr. Kailash Vasudev back into this. Mr. Vasudev, if we can potentially hear him now, right call, at least put whatever we've got in the public domain. Have we started on the right foot? Okay, I don't know what my apologies, sir. I don't know what my PCR team is doing. They should be checking your audio, because we are unable to hear you whatsoever. And then we'll keep doing this to and fro. Of course, on live television become difficult. Let me try to get Ashish Pandey in. Ashish ji, right decision to release everything into the public domain.
Rishabh, am I audible to you?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Go ahead, sir.
See, as you rightly pointed out, what we are facing is the crisis of perception, crisis of credibility. And then you ask the question, how we counter that, how we answer as an institution, judiciary, how can the question be answered for the general public? There are two ways. First is accountability and the transparency. So as far as all the reports, all the Chief Justice report, the letter written by, the answer written by the accused judge, they have been placed on record, and everyone can visit the website of Supreme Court of India. They can see what is going on. So that answers the question of transparency. What is left to be seen is how do we deal with the question of accountability. You see, there are many questions unanswered. That's why I'll be very careful in choosing my words. You say, we are debating that 15 crores cash has been recovered. We presume at least somewhere, someone must have counted, if not officially, unofficially, how much cash was there. Who was that person? And when you posed a question to Mr. Singh, he said because there is a constitutional protection for higher judiciary, you cannot register an FIR against the judges. You see, I have a different perspective. Suppose a crime has taken place within the house of a judge. A judge may not be named in that FIR.
So,
but
unknown
that does
person's
not
FIR
absolve-
could have been registered. Okay.
That does not absolve the police the responsibility from registering an FIR in which the judge may not be accused, but at least the investigation could have been proceeded. The question of seizure of the money and counting the money is still open. Why that didn't take place? So there comes the question of accountability. Even if long run, as Mr. Singh pointed out, there may not be very much credible evidence against the judge because we don't have, even if we don't know what has happened, what the police has done. So it has to be seen what happens on the legal front, but the question of accountability will remain open, even if not for the judge, then the officers, those who are present at the site. Rishabh.
That's exactly the conundrum. It's called Sophie's choice. You can think of all sorts of English terminologies for it, Mr. Pandey, but that's exactly the issue, because the judge he literally himself is a judge of the High Court, right? So he is obviously sat down and sat with an advisor or anybody who's a well-wisher and said, okay, what is the evidence before me? The evidence is that when the registrar came to visit the site, there was no cash. There is no panchnama, there is no report.
Rishabh, this is what is written in his reply. He is saying even my PS was not showed the cash which was there.
Yeah, so he says nobody has made a record. There is no police report that says cash. There is no fire service report that says cash. Nobody mentioned any cash. When I visited, there was no cash. So there is only some grainy footage which shows cash, which cannot even show how much cash. How do you, on the basis of footage, calculate cash? So
Rishabh, the next question is, it's not as if the video which is being circulated on social media is only on social media. No, that is official video.
Yes,
which
it's
has
official.
been placed
So
on
there are,
record
for
by
people watching the
Supreme Court
broadcast,
of India.
there are other videos. There is at least one other video of the day after or 2 days after, showing debris lying outside the storage room. This video we are not using because I can't vouch for its authenticity.
When someone was there to record the video, there could have been other procedures which was adopted to record the evidence digitally. You mentioned now we have different laws, so the digital evidence has been given much more priority. So there were ways.
I mean, I can only think of aphorisms at this horses.
I'm choosing my words very carefully because
like I said, all I can think of aphorism is because we have the aphorism of the horse is already bolted. Okay, what had to happen has already happened. There are lots of problems here. I can vouch on the reality that I've never seen such transparency from the Supreme Court with such post haste. It's never happened before.
This is very good.
But you have to see from the people's point of view. Okay, they are thinking that the first information did not come from officialdom. It came from a print broadsheet. It was not an announcement by the court or the judge or the police. Okay, so unless the print broadsheet had published it, maybe we wouldn't have known. How do I answer that question? Because there is no answer. There is no factual answer because that is speculative. If this had not been published on Friday morning, would we be seeing the disclosure of the evidence on Saturday evening? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Then it's the 7 days between the 14th and the 21st. Okay, now you can explain away the timeline because it exists on record that on so and so day the registrar was asked on the telephone. He went within the same day. So by all means, you responded rapidly, taking seriousness and cognizance of this. But at the same time, if the police did not seal the spot and recover and count the cash, what do we do now? We are stuck. Massive conundrums that we are now going to be completely absorbed by. Let's try again. Kailash, let's try it one last time, sir, if you can hear me. Can you hear me, sir? Okay, no, we still can't hear him. All right, so we will obviously have to get you via a different medium. Maybe a phone line can be patched along with the Zoom link. We can figure that out because this is becoming tedious. Let me get Dr. Kohli back into this conversation. Dr. Kohli, so we'll have to do layman's perspective, and the layman's perspective now looking is that as far the judiciary is concerned, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. No matter what happens, there is no pretty solution to this.
Absolutely, Rishabh. And there is another level of perception coming from the world of economics. I can share with you that, the investors' perspective into the country, we are looking at becoming the third largest economy, the investors coming in. And I can tell you with conviction that every time an investor decides to invest in a country, in a system, the legal system is the first thing you want to perceive on. That, is my money safe? Is this country safe? Is the judicial system very, very prudent? Is my investment safe? Is my project safe? These are the questions which come to the mind. Not just international investors, Rishabh, even the domestic investors. Today, when industrialist decides to invest 500,000, 2,000 crores in a particular industry, expand the capacity, you bank on the judicial system. You know that tomorrow if somebody backs out from an MOU, from an agreement, from some kind of court case going on for or against the person, you know that there is a very strong, robust judicial system in place. So I think this will shake the confidence of the investors, domestic as well as international. So for me, this is a very, very serious matter. Whatever be the outcome, as you rightly said, the perception has been shaken, because the moment what the judge said is proved or is accepted as an explanation, I don't know whose cash was this. I don't know if there was even cash or not. And I don't know where the cash came from, whose video was that. Maybe it was not my house's video. I think that even if this comes out or accepted, even then the perception of the investors, domestic and international, is going to be damaged.
No, across the board, because this is now, being published all over the world, right? And,
Exactly.
And like I said, we are, while at the time we are taking unprecedented steps to an unprecedented situation, I don't think we are necessarily being able to absorb the scale and magnitude of what is taking place, and therefore respond to the scale and magnitude in an institution that has no mechanism for responding to that scale and magnitude. The police have a spokesperson, the CBI has spokespersons and can hold press conferences. They can deal with public scrutiny because the mechanisms exist. The courts have no such mechanism. So we are stuck. Dr. Kohli, make a point, then I want to get Sumit back in.
Rishabh, why the court doesn't have this mechanism is because the judgments, as they get pronounced, we all know, we've discussed millions and millions of judgments on your channel itself. I mean, the advocates who come out, it gets published in the press anyway. So the Supreme Court doesn't feel the need to speak. However, this particular case now has created a necessity, a need that even Supreme Court must have, in the rarest of rare cases, must have some kind of public speaking platform where it can
you need a friend of the court. You need an amicus curiae now who can go and not take questions, but address this because
misconceptions and
misperceptions. No, you can only fight misinformation and rumors with real information. That's the only solution. There is no other solution. Because if you think that we are going to say nothing and do nothing, that silence will hold our dignity, it won't. Because in the mainstream media, we can, this is my face, okay, some random account on Twitter, what they're posting, you can't. And Pandora's box is currently open. There's no running away from the fact that the prima facie issue does exist. So if a prima facie issue exists, if you try to quash anybody's freedom of speech in saying whatever they want, however libelous or defamatory it might seem, that will be taken as, in the most negative light. It will be seen as a cover-up. So we are badly stuck, really, really badly stuck in the worst possible way that can be comprehended. Okay, Sumit. So what do we do now? Okay, in the interim, tomorrow is Monday. Parliament is going to convene. Government is being very careful and cautious. We are not seeing any hyperbole. In fact, very, very careful reaction from government. They are saying literally small statement, court is seized of the matter and they have formed a committee and they'll look into it, period. Nobody else is speaking on this. It became an issue in Parliament on Friday. I'm assuming it will become an issue in Parliament tomorrow. Okay. Now this 3-member committee sits. What do? Do we wait a week, 2 weeks, 30 days? Do we put this on a shelf somewhere and then revisit it? What do we do?
Unfortunately, you don't have an option of putting this on a shelf because you have aspirations of 1.4 billion people involved. And what Dr. Kohli and I was making, it's not a question of national perception, it's a question of international perception, invest in everything. Now, the government of the day has to be seen talking about it. The parliament of the day has to be seen about talking about it. Talking does not mean interference or does not mean casting aspersions, but it must be talked and debated and deliberated. And the onus is on the respected and honorable judiciary of India to come up with some kind of a closure in the shortest possible frame of time, maybe daily hearings, maybe time-bound hearings, whatever you want to do, because as long as this cloud remains, it's like a rain. As long as the rain is happening, your satellite dish will not get the signal. Your signal will be intercepted till the time the rain is falling. So we have to
but Sumit, come on, you and I have been sitting and doing this for years. Okay, you know that all sorts of sundry tangents will happen. Okay, if the government talks, then certain people will say the government is interfering. Okay, if it doesn't talk, then the questions are already being asked that ye paisa kahan se aaya? The allusion was what? The allusion from opposition is that this paisa is not from some random fellows, that this paisa has come from government or their agents to influence judgments in this case. You know that political war is going to happen no matter which way this goes. So we are in all sorts of what I can only describe as hellhole tangents that have got nothing to do with the case, that have got then some other motivated interest will say, whoa, well, the entire system of judges' appointments need to be reviewed. Okay, that accountability of judges has to be before, servants of the people in parliament. That tangent is also almost inevitable that it is going to happen. We are about to see a smorgasbord of tangents, and tangents break out. They're already breaking out. Within this, how do we remain focused on the case?
I think the best way is, silence is dangerous. Keep talking a little bit about it, set a time, and try to close it in the shortest possible time. The more time you give it, the more tangents and the more disaster it can spell. This is my limited take on it.
I agree. Okay, just stay with me, Sumit. Justice A.N. Mittal joining us, former judge of the Allahabad High Court. Justice Mittal, from the intervening 48 hours from when we last spoke on Friday, we've seen something unprecedented take place last night, where the communications, which means the letters between the Chief Justice of India and the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court, the report of the Justice of the Delhi High Court, videography, photography, all of them have been released into the public domain. It's something that I have never seen before. Was it the right thing to do, sir?
That's why when you had conducted my debate day before yesterday, I had told that the Supreme Court Collegium must come forward to tell the story. Now everything is in the public domain, and a 3-member committee has also been constituted to inquire the matter. In my opinion, much delay has already been done. To my opinion, when this incident was of 14th of March, the house of the Honorable Judge must have been seized.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. There is breaking information coming in which we are going to put on our screens. I have confirmation from my correspondents that a police team has now arrived at the residence of Justice Varma at 30 Tughlaq Road. This is happening as we speak, and we'll get a reporter's thought on this, on what this actually means. A police team has now entered the residence of Justice Varma. Who are the members of this team? Why are they visiting? Are they visiting to question him or to recce the site or seal the site? We don't know. I'll confirm that to you as soon as I have information from my colleague Anand, who's actually standing at the residence. Justice Mittal, sorry, carry on. Finish your thoughts, sir.
So, what was I saying? That when this matter was reported came into light on 14th of the March, to my opinion, the residence of Honorable the Judge must have been seized. His mobile must have been taken into custody. Raids should have been conducted on various places, maybe his relatives, maybe his son, maybe his daughter, and at the Allahabad residence, so that we could have procured more evidence. Undoubtedly, it is unaccounted money, and I am saying that whenever a person is found with unaccounted money, and if it is a government servant, certainly provisions of Prevention of Corruption Act are attractive. And it is the judge
who has to explain that from where this money came.
Okay, but
The
Justice
explanation
Mittal,
given
I'm
by-
sorry to interrupt you, but he's given us a 6-page statement in which he says, where's the money? I didn't see the money. Nobody recorded any money. When I visited it with the registrar, there was no money. So where he says habeas corpus, show me the body. Where is the money? I have not seen any money. Nobody has said there is any money. There is just a video of money, but nobody has spotted the money with their own eyes that I know of. Then it's just hearsay, isn't it? Is it not?
That's why I am saying that on 14th of March, when this incident took place, why the cleaning of the storeroom, so-called storeroom, was done? Why it was not seized, as is done in the matter of other persons? The ashes and the half-burnt notes must have been seized then and there, and the police should have taken the action. The ED, the CBI, even the income tax department should have taken the action immediately. And the mobile phone of Honorable Judge, now Honorable Supreme Court has said that please do not delete the call details of last 6 months. Is it possible to maintain the call details of last 6 months? They can take from the concerned mobile agency, but in my opinion, much delay has been done, and this delay will certainly benefit the Honorable Judge. And now, even our investigating agencies are so fast and are so clever that they can still collect the evidence by way of CCTV, maybe by way of record, if it is maintained at the gate of the Honorable
Okay.
Judge that who is going to meet him,
Okay.
who is, yeah.
Justice Mittal, I'll beg your patience. Just stay with me. Let me get a thought process in from Aman Lekhi, joining us, senior advocate of the Supreme Court. Mr. Lekhi, appreciate your time once again. We spoke 2 days ago, sir. Now, yes. Okay. Now, yesterday, of course, now we've had everything put up on us on literally online, so we can all look at it, not just in the media, but any public person. Let me just point out what exactly is going on the spot, on what the visuals that you're watching on your screens, and get in my colleague Anand Singh, who is reporting on this. Anand, take it away.
Yeah, Rishabh, look, just few moments ago outside the residence of Justice Yashwant Varma, that is the 30 Tughlaq Crescent Road. So few of the senior police officials arrived over here, which included ACP Vijender Jain and Inspector Sunil Kumar, who came over here as they received a call from the judge's residence that there were several vehicles outside his residence. So he clearly mentioned about the media people that who were stationed outside the residence of Justice Yashwant Varma. So they urged the media people over here to vacate the space just in front of the main residence of Justice Yashwant Varma, as they had received a call. However, their arrival also gave us the suspicion that if some of the members of the 3-panel committee that has been formed by the Supreme Court they will be also coming here at his residence to take a stock of the situation. However, that was not the case, and the Delhi police official only urged the media personnel to leave the gate.
All right. So, Anand Singh filing that report, putting into perspective what exactly has happened. Like I said, facts matter. And the police are actually at the residence, or arrived at the residence during the part of the day on Sunday to ask the media to step aside. To the best of our knowledge, they have not arrived at the residence to enter the residence, speak with the judge, do anything with the evidence per se or thereof, of anything such as that. We do not know if anybody will be speaking with the judge physically at any point on the day. We don't know this. All right. That puts to rest at whatever developments took place at the judge's residence during the course of the day today. Let me rope in former Deputy Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, T.S. Singhdev, joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Singhdev, whatever way we now dissect this, process this, 14th of March 2025 is going to go down as a day of infamy. Now, whether this was some money was planted or discovered or through happenstance happened to be there, or was actually belonging to the residents of the particular house. Either way, we are stuck. So prima facie, sir, we saw something unprecedented last night, that the Supreme Court Chief Justice ordered the release of all the communications, letters, reports, videography, photography. Do you feel that was the right move?
In the sense that in a case that is so shocking, it has certainly shaken up, I think, all thinking citizens of the country. And this too happening in the capital, New Delhi, Delhi High Court, and a judge of apparent repute. Some people have also spoken up in the sense that he was a very learned judge. So even under the circumstances, if such a large amount of cash is there on the premises, this mention on the part of Justice Varma that it was not in the house as such, it was in the outhouse and there is a boundary, etc. Where the report of the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court itself mentions that access to that outhouse would not have been available to anybody but members of the staff, etc., or members of the family. So these things give it a murkier touch, apart from the aspect of large amounts of cash being found on the official residence of an honorable judge of the High Court. It is truly shocking. And as far as the mention of evidence, etc., being released, there is also talk that the collegium system must be as transparent as possible to continue to have its credibility. And if the Chief Justice has decided to make things more clear to the citizens of India, I think it's a welcome step. They have also asked for call details regarding conversations that the honorable judge may have had on his mobile phone, etc. It needs inquiry. To that extent, every person must be given the benefit of doubt till matters are finally proven. But it is shocking that such large amounts of money could have been planted there. Was there access to this outhouse from somewhere else? How is it possible that it could be planted? How is it possible that the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court himself says that that outhouse could not have been accessed by others than staff members or those going there or members of the family?
Okay.
Very, very, very sad.
Okay, Mr. Singhdev, like I said, a Pandora's box is now open. Whichever way this goes, it's going to be very difficult to process. Parliament does not have to wait for judicial permission for articles of impeachment against a judge. Should it go down that route through Parliament, or is it better to give this committee a little bit more time to get the ducks in a row?
Committee would be fact-finding, and if facts come to light, then certainly impeachment must also follow. We cannot possibly have a individual who's an honorable judge, that too of an High Court, who apparently had a very bright career into the Supreme Court and was being seen as a possible Chief Justice of India. His erudition is not challenged, but cash being found in such a large amount, this is shocking. This is shocking and unacceptable.
Okay,
and then the democratic system with its checks and balances, it must function. Seen to be functioning and functioning in fact.
Now, Mr. Singhdev, it is a rarest of rare case. We've never seen this ever, something like this take place, that a judge's residence there is photographs of burning cash coming out. It's never happened before. But the public perception, in drawing rooms and mohallas becomes that, that this is normal. This is an open secret, that everybody's in on it. If you open enough cupboards and enough outhouses, you'll find more cash. Now, whether that's true or completely untrue, how do we battle public perception in a constitutional machine that does not necessarily have a public outreach program? They don't have spokespersons or digital teams or whatnot. What do we do?
take the public perception seriously, and that is what I meant when you mentioned the Chief Justice having released a lot of information. That is exactly what must be done. And I do not believe, and I would not like to believe, that all members of our judiciary, from district courts to the Supreme Court, adopt these sort of methods of aggrandizement. I do not, frankly, I do not believe in that. But there certainly is talk that there are some amongst the judiciary who are not beyond these elements of what must be called corrupt practices. So we have to go into that. There is no shying away from that. No, nothing is a holy cow to that extent. Nothing is beyond inquiry in a democratic setup. Every individual of the country, every citizen, and more so, all those who have constitutional positions must be open to inquiry, and must be beyond suspicion.
Okay, Mr. Singhdev, now you are of course a politician, so you're used to constant public scrutiny at all times, and politicians always get the wrong end of the stick no matter what happens. It's part of course for the life that you've chosen. But there are mechanisms, if you are an IAS officer, an IPS officer, which are what we call internal mechanisms that exist. Even as a member of parliament, for example, the permission of the speaker has to be taken before an FIR can be filed. Even the media, we prefer self-regulation rather than external regulation. But what's the balancing act? Do we simply say that, okay, judges can sit in judgment over other judges without any external interference or external oversight? Is that perfectly fine?
See, you have a collegium system, and the pros and cons, it would probably be another debate. But what people say who vouch for or who support the collegium system is that we have a system where most of the cases going to courts are from the government. And if we subject the judiciary to the wills or directives of the executive or elected representatives, who are themselves those whose cases would be going up to that course, then we'll be seeing more and more and more of packed juries, packed judges, packed courts. As it is, there is talk of that. We must ensure that these sort of things happen as little as possible. It is talked about not only in the country, in other countries. In America, currently, there are issues which are going to the Supreme Court of America. And there is already talk that would the judgment be a foregone conclusion. So every society, and with that, every country, and more so our own India, we must look into these things and ensure that there is accountability. Normally what happens is, you mentioned politicians, you mentioned bureaucrats, we have been discussing the judiciary, and you also mentioned the media. Sadly, maybe this is a controversial statement I'm making. Sadly, what I have experienced is that each of these try to one, take the side of their own. And sadly, beyond that, sometimes they appear to be, siding or supporting the person from the other segment. We have four of these pillars of our democracy. So cross segments also, we are seeing that sometimes there is support. No. Within these segments also, we see that if it is a bureaucratic officer, they would be seen to be supporting their bureaucratic fellow person. Politicians, similarly, judges, maybe, and news media, possibly. So we have to see that we go beyond all this.
Okay, I agree. It requires maturity and responsibility. We have to be, also looking at criticism that comes the way of the media. I take it seriously for sure. Politicians always get a bad rap, sometimes for good measure, sometimes very unfairly tarnished with brushes, because they're good politicians also come out just to serve the people, and they're not interested in having outhouses full of money. So they get painted along with the same brushes as well. Police officers are somebody, when there is a crime, the first person you you feel is wrong is the police was not there, they messed up, so they get beaten with a wrong end of the stick all the time as well. But at the same time, we have to leave it open of how do we handle what we assume are the bad apples, and this is a bad apple case for sure. T.S. Singhdeo, thank you, sir, as always, for sitting with us and giving us what's on your mind and on a matter of great gravitas in the country right now. Let me get in Alok Mehta, editorial director of India News, veteran journalist who's been doing this since before I was born. Alok ji, have you ever seen an incident or heard of an incident like this in your almost 6-decade career?
Thank you very much, Rishabh ji. And certainly, it's the first time I have seen this kind of case, because I was covering Parliament, I was covering sometime the court just for the political cases also, just to use. And I have seen the Indira Gandhi and Narsimha Rao when they faced the judicial proceedings. So that's why I feel a very rare case when these kind of incident taking place. And again, I just want to mention, I always believe like a judge and the doctors, they are more than God, because God we will meet after the life, but the time to save the life, when you are going to imprison or you are getting some wrongdoing or right doing, then you are stuck in somewhere in the legal cases, then always judges and even the legal professionals, they help us. At the same time, the health professionals, the doctors, they also help to save the life. In the same sense, you see in judiciary, first I'm talking about because since yesterday, that's why I congratulate you, because since yesterday you are talking about it, very few channels covering in such a scale. So that's why I will give 2 minutes about my impression and some new points. Why it happened? Because even we have some Sadar Bazaar fire, we used to report there was a fire, 2 shops were burned or something happened. But here, after 1 week, one newspaper carried a news item. So my first doubt starts here, because I still have a great respect for Judge Mr. Dhananjay Varma. Maybe benefit of doubt is there, and that's why his letter is also there that he was not aware. But you see, why he was not cried that how it happened in my premises, in my bungalow, there was a fire. And the news should become all over the India that the Delhi High Court judge is not secured. What was the security system? If somebody come and even they put some money or something to do this fire, why there was no UN cry? Even from Judiciary, even Delhi High Court, with all respect for that. So I start with this. Forget about the FIR. FIR you can charge against me or you give some contempt of case. But here, the basic doubt start from there. Because the judge, if somebody got this fire incident in his house, why it was not openly came in the picture of the media, or not the media, even the publicly, why people were not aware. And then what happened after this? Some transfer news came, then the other news came, and then his clarification. Why can't judge himself should have given a statement in the very beginning that something happened, and I am very doubt. I want an inquiry, because if something happened or some charges against me, or even somebody inside or talking, he was also out of Delhi. So doubt started here. And that's why you also mentioned in different discussions today also, that there were cases. Ramaswamy case, I remember I was covering Parliament and the impeachment was there, because you are raising the impeachment issue. This was the case when Kapil Sibal started, and he on 2.5 hours, he pleaded in favor of charges of corruption of Mr. Ramaswamy. So you can imagine, that's why I'm not going to details, but Narsimha was the Prime Minister, and that's why he was from the South. So ultimately, he was not impeached. I'm not blaming now, because Kapil Sibal will tell you more why it happened. And then he became a member of Parliament, became a minister and everything. So you see, at that time also impeachment is not possible, because you need so many signatures from the member of Parliament. You can't say, okay, tomorrow there is a case, because you are also mentioning that impeachment. It's not easy. The member of Parliament, they will give, then resolution will be there. So it will run process. But because of the credibility and the respect, which I say, everybody feel that God, Judiciary is God. We are going to the Goddess house. And this kind of situation, there is no transparency. Only inquiry will be going on. Now the police is there. Tomorrow something news will come. I think there should be very, very good transparency. And now they should also think about the whole system. There's more transparency needed in these. Now, earlier, Chief Justice never appeared in public places or going to the events or some programs or the discussions, because from Editors Guild also we organized, but it was very closed door. We never opened the door for when the Chief Justice came there. That's what I'm saying. Now there's a trend. Sorry to say, now the judiciary also want a publicity. They are also coming in with so many programs going here and there like leaders. So there should be more transparency in this sense. There's some, as it's not a corruption case, still I'm saying, because it's not a corruption case which used to be earlier. This is a serious case. Somebody, even if you say there was crores of crores were there, so why Mr. Dhananjay Varma, he himself get inquired, why it is happening, how this money came there? Basic question is there. Money was there, or corruption cases were there, or CBI cases against him when he was in the Allahabad High Court. Number of doubts started with these cases.
Yes, but like I said, with while we can continue this conversation, and to some measure it will continue until there's a conclusion, and some cauterization and catharsis is now going to be required. We are still too early for it. We still have to first get to the bottom of it. But whichever way this goes it's not pretty. If somebody managed to gain access to the judge's house and light a fire, arson, or plant money, even if it's a small amount, just a few notes, that itself is a scandal. Because what would be the motivation of such a person to do so? The motivation would be to defame a sitting judge of the High Court. Therefore, that's shocking in itself. If the reverse is true, the judge has no idea people are coming in and going out of his house and planting fires and planting money. That's a scandal in Lutyens' Delhi security itself. And so we are stuck either which way. So if the judge is actually found to be perpetually some malpractice or some doubt, either way, if nothing is found in the case, people will say it's a cover-up. If something is found in the case, people will say hence proved. We are badly stuck either way. So let's tread the waters carefully, as we've been trying to do for a lengthy period of time. Let me get a different perspective. Dr. Jayjeet Bhattacharya joining us on the broadcast. Jayjeet, unprecedented circumstances. I can't. I don't have a guidebook to process this. I don't think anybody has a guidebook to process. What do we do? It is unprecedented even to have the release from the Supreme Court last night. I've never seen something like that before. Very good it's happened. Right call by the Chief Justice. But here we are. Now the problem is this conundrum that if there is no conviction, then nothing is found. It's still going to be a lot of people assuming that it was a cover-up. So how do we deal with that perception?
I think this is an excellent opportunity to go deeper into how our justice system is working or not working. We have been hearing continuously that there is corruption in the justice system. Not only that, the justice system is ineffective. When the World Bank ranking was on ease of doing business, we were ranked at 184 out of 188 in contract enforcement. We were at the bottom of the pyramid. How many of us really get justice from our justice system? How many times have we heard that a contract is useless in this country because it can never be enforced? So I think it's a good opportunity to look at these issues. The second set of issues is that I've been hearing the panelists saying, Honorable Justice so-and-so and Honorable Justice so-and-so. We don't call you Honorable Journalist Rishabh. So why is this honorable honorific being attached to just the justice? They need to earn it. And it is, for a journalist, it's an intellectual prowess which ensures that they get what they get in terms of the honorifics. So I think we need to start looking at this factor. If we say anything against the court, it becomes very quickly a contempt of court. If that's the system we have, that there can be no feedback, then obviously a system will decay. And that is really what is happening. So in this particular case, as you rightly said, we don't know what the truth is. Maybe the judge has been framed, and therefore the question comes up as to who framed the judge. But then the larger question is that we do have a problem with the justice system. Can we use this as a godsend opportunity to finally fix what's wrong? And somebody talked about the Narasimha Rao government. We also had Sukram during the Narasimha Rao government in 1996. He was caught with wads and wads of notes. What happened out of it? What came out of it? Was there any reform? What happened to Sukram? So unfortunately, the point that you just mentioned is that nothing comes out, nobody gets hanged, and nobody killed Jessica Lal. There was no note over there. And in spite of
like I said, we are stuck, right? But what has happened is unprecedented. This was a matter in which something was found that was troubling enough for the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court to say that I am sending the registrar immediately to look into it and in prima facie order a probe. Now, a probe is not a conviction. A probe is not a charge sheet. A probe, and it's not even a probe. It's an in-house inquiry. It's not something that the police are doing independently. They can only do anything on the directions of the court. It's all unhappiness right now for obvious reasons, and we have to assume that responsible people are applying their mind to the matter, seized of the matter, and are now trying to put together a timeline of what needs to happen and at what pace it needs to happen. And as we now know from yesterday, that a lot of stuff has already taken place. So let me get Manasvi, who's been patiently listening in. Vineet Jindal is also with us. Manasvi, so now let's look a day or two forward. Okay, Supreme Court says that all right, we have all the letters that we have exchanged on record, which of course have a record of all the telephonic conversations and instructions as well. We've put out there, we've set up the committee, now we're doing it. Should we just be patient? Let's give it some time. Let's come back to this a few days later and see what the committee has to say.
Has to be. There are no two ways about it. But having said that, we have to applaud the Supreme Court with the kind of conduct they have come with, the kind of transparency they have brought in the entire issue by bringing everything online, bringing all the videos out. So this
I
has
agree.
to be
Unprecedented. I agree. The right thing to do, no doubt.
And because what is very important is this is the most important institution of our country, and the kind of understanding we all were having that this is going to be a cover up and everything. With this, the Collegium, the Chief Justice have made it very clear. Everyone needs to know what the evidences are. Everyone needs to know what the facts are, and they brought it everything. They brought everything in open, so I can see it. You can see it. The entire country is seeing it, and more importantly, the justice system has to be protected in a way that trust on an institution like the judges, the judiciary, the Supreme Court, and the high courts have to be there. If we don't have that system there, I think democracy itself will be a failed democracy.
Okay, but Manasvi, you and I sit and because you talk about politics as well as which is what my day job is as well. Okay, so I'm used to it. I'm also in the public domain, so I'm used to it. Somebody will say Bhakt and Bikawa and Godi this and Godi that. I keep asking, show me in my bank statement where I've been bought out. But we're used to these kind of charges. Now we have to shield at the same time honest judges. Okay, from tomorrow any petitioner who doesn't like the judgment to say कि oh ये तो सब बिके हुए हैं and hence proved I have this video. So how do we do it? How do we not throw the baby out with the bathwater? How do we solve that conundrum?
I think this particular thing which has happened has actually shaken all of us up, and now is the time to create a very good code of ethics for our judiciary also. A very important annual update on the assets of them and their families has to be done. A complete transparent system has to be established. Now is the time. We have touch-based everything. We have touch-based politicians, the babus, the everything. The only thing which has not been touch-based is the judiciary. Now is the time for actual reforms on judiciary to take place.
Manasvi, from your experience in observing politics, does that actually happen? Do you really believe the affidavits politicians file? Because I'm told that the biggest politicians of the country, they don't even own a car. They have a 5 lakh rupee fixed deposit, couple of mutual funds. So does that actually function? Does that actually work, or does that actually help?
And 80% of them are farmers. So we know this is there, but we also know that we have the right to question. We also know that is not true. We also know that there has to be some kind of transparent system. We know this is an open secret wherein what has been filed in affidavit and what is the reality. We all know that. But I think in moving forward, with the kind of questions you are asking, questions I am asking, question everyone in the panel is asking, this is going to lead towards transparency. I think this particular case, I feel it's a blessing in disguise for our country, because this will take our country to the next level in judiciary. The reforms which were required in judiciary was not actually accepting those reforms have to come down on that and create a very robust system. And with this, I have to give this to the Supreme Court, the Collegium, the Chief Justice, by bringing everything transparently on the website. So it is open for everyone to judge on what is the conduct, and that's a congratulatory thing from the justice system. I think this we have to give it to them.
There's no doubt about it. It's written at the top of my screen. Right call. Okay, that was the right thing to do, because on Friday, the only thing I could say was that the only way you fight misinformation is with correct information. Okay, there is no other. If you think that people are going to, in their drawing rooms, are going to stop speculating, or on social media will stop talking about it, that's a fool's paradise. People will keep talking about it. You have to give them, this is the fact on the ground, this is the alacrity with which we have taken the seriousness, and it shows the document that has been taken seriously. Okay, very rapidly the communication has happened, and very rapidly the registrar has been sent. But Manasvi, there is an issue in this, and the issue is that the first point of information was not any official system. The first point of information was actually a media report. And we are looking that something happened on the 15th or the 14th, and the highest judicial officers of the land were aware of it, and until the media actually reported it, should it have just been released there and then?
Yes, Rishabh, no doubts about it. That's also a factual aspect. It happened on 14th, and we were silent till the last 2 days before this was brought up by the media. But even after that, if media brought it up, it's a great thing. Media is the fourth pillar of our democracy. They did what was right. And after that, how did the courts react? They reacted in a positive way. I have to give them that. And I also have to question what you are questioning. That is right. Why were they silent? This also needs to be answered. And further to that, that this investigation, this inquiry, this commission has to work in a timely manner. It has to be on a right time, because this case needs to be an open judicial case wherein everyone would have their views. The Supreme Court has to come down heavily on either ways. If Justice Varma is wrong, he has to be properly treated with that, and there has to be impeachment proceedings in the parliament if he is proven guilty. If not, if Lutyens Delhi, with heavily guarded Lutyens Delhi, can anyone, Tom, Dick, Harry can enter the Lutyens Delhi bungalows and do this kind of stuff? This has to be properly investigated, and this is bringing lots of questions. And either way, either kuan udhar khai ki situation.
And this last quick question, Manasvi, and it's a very genuine issue, because the Supreme Court and other courts do not have, for good reason in the past, but they do not have a public facing mechanism other than a website. Okay, they don't have a social media team who can counter rumors. Okay, they don't have a spokesperson. They don't have a press department that can issue a press release per se readily. Okay, they don't have a system in place. So they have a website in which we got a press note, but does a system, is it required for an emergency like this? Because you need to fight disinformation, because for 2 days, honestly, we couldn't even know whether the judge has been transferred or not, whether it was a consideration of a transfer or not a consideration. Then somebody reacted, "Okay, no, we are not a dumping ground in Allahabad." So it is creating confusion, which we don't want. Now, we have a role in the media to calm down and do it step by step in a logical manner. But does the court require an emergency mechanism for very rare occurrences like this?
100%. The courts should have a communication department which communicates information, vital information. They does not need a social media account. They don't need followers. They don't need social media presence, but they need a communication department which counters misinformation on the part of judicial system. Such things like this, that it has been thrown to Allahabad, we are no dustbins and everything. These informations had to be countered immediately, and before that, such information, before it could grow to that level, it should be properly communicated. I think a proper module has to be made from Supreme Court side and all the other courts of our country, where communication is properly given to the media handles and the political parties. That's it. No social media is required, because they don't need any followers and they don't need that makes stuff. Sense. But proper communication is required.
Okay, yes. that makes sense. That makes reasonable sense to this. Let me get Vineet Jindal for another perspective on this. Vineet ji, this is it's a massive conundrum, right? And we can't throw the kitchen sink at it. We can't throw the baby out with the bath water. We have to disaggregate with a very careful scalpel look at the real issue and not get confused in all the sundries. So my question to you is, what do we do with the sundries for the people who are now going to use this one bad egg, rotten apple to beat a stick around the court and judicial system, what do we do?
Look, this is not the first time, but the allegations and this kind of scenarios, when a judgment has been come against anyone, we have seen every day there are so many social media persons who has been just after judiciary by saying that we all know how judiciary works. There are several allegations put by the many persons. So we are talking about, if we are talking about this particular incident, I must say that definitely this is very disheartening being a legal fraternity member of myself, because as rightly says, there is too much discussion over your show till now that how that amount, the money has come to the judge, a high court judge in Delhi, whose house has been guarded by central paramilitary forces, and the judge has been declined by saying that there is no money, he has not seen anything, and the commissioner of police shared a video with the chief justice that money has been burned, and on the other hand, the fire department, chief of fire department says that no, we have not seen any money. So the statements, the evidences, which is only a video till now, and I have heard the news report by the news from the news report that some burned notes has been found today itself out of the garbage of the same house of the judge.
No, so, I don't know that, right? So there's another video which is out there today. I'm not publishing it because we have the videos from the court. If
yes,
the court
that's why I'm saying that I
publish
also
more
heard from the
videos,
news.
more evidence, which I'm hoping they do. Let's do this. If you've set the benchmark of transparency, let's stick with it, because this, I can tell you as a journalist, really helps me, because I can then choose to ignore all of the nonsense and focus on what we can get from official sources. It makes it a lot more cogent, a lot more sincere, because we are also doing this in good faith. We also want to fix the problem, get to the bottom of the matter and move on with life, because there are other things to do. But in the same breath, Mr. Jindal, what do we do next? Because for people who are now going to say that, yeah, it is common practice, ये तो चलता है, then the people will say, हाँ, मेरे ताया जी के चाचे ने मुझे बताया था कि उनके साथ भी ऐसा केस हुआ था, वो तो सब ऐसे खाते हैं, या तो लॉयर भी खाते हैं, कबर्ड खोलो पैसा निकलेगा, ठीक है? This becomes a problem and we have to do something about it. So who does something about it? Do we let some time pass and let this wound cauterize, or do we need to be proactive?
Look, Mr. Gulati, there are several suggestions has been put for judicial reform. It is not only from the judicial officials, they are also from the legal fraternity all over. And the government has also suggested some judicial reform. I think the highest judicial official must accept that judicial reform with a wholehearted and open arm. I think the responsibility, definitely the public must know about the facts, what are going on in the judiciary, but in name of the transparency, there should be some kind of mechanism which we have suggested several times through Justice Law and Justice Department to government, and government has also been suggested some reforms. But again, there are conflict between government and judiciary also. So
see, there is no answer to this. No, there is no right answer. Okay, it's like defining good and evil. There is no right answer. Okay,
I must say
I work in a fraternity. Okay, finish your thought.
Yes, when I starting saying this, I say specific thing that higher judicial official must with open arm accept the judicial reform, come with the specific things that how their work has been assessed. There are several judgments on which the question has been raised. There should be mechanism. The judgment of the High Court and Supreme Court judges should also be examined. The responsibility would be put upon them if something is wrong.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, there are people who have agendas in this country for intents and purposes far too complicated for us to comprehend. For those people, you can do nothing. For some people, no matter how much transparency you have, it'll never be enough. Okay, because their agenda is different. But for most reasonable, rational people, attempts that are being made, for example, for most reasonable, rational people, the fact that the Supreme Court has done what it did last night and published all this information shows that niyat, that the thought process is clean, right? That even in the attempt of procedure, there is an effort being made to show transparency. That is so important. So most rational people and reasonable people will be appreciative. Yes, across the board, I've been sitting here for several hours, across the board, everybody has said that the Chief Justice of India and his collegium and his advisors made the right decision. I wholeheartedly concur. It was the best thing to do in the circumstances, which are, of course, unhappy circumstances. You fight misinformation with correct information. That's the only way you do it. Now we have a secondary problem, and the secondary problem is that patience is now required, but patience should not create the illusion of the matter being shelved. So the oxymoronical situation where you need to do something post haste but also need to do it with patience and deliberation, that is the second conundrum. Let me get Jayjeet on that. So Jayjeet, now a committee has sat on this, all right. Two of the judges are not from Delhi, which is good, all right, right decision. Now we have to give them a couple of days, reasonably, 3-4 days, a week, to actually speak with the high, police commissioner and the fire people and see what the people who visited, who were the first respondents are, what their testimony was. We can't expect them to do it by tonight, right? So we want to have patience, but at the same time, we don't want to create the perception that, okay, they are waiting for the media cycle to end, put it on a shelf, and then 5 months later come up with a vacuous statement. So how do we maintain the balance?
No, it's a very challenging situation, and you've mentioned it a couple of times. It's not something easy to solve, because whichever way the investigations come out to be, there'll be a section of people who will believe that it wasn't an investigation that was conducted properly. And already we are seeing statements which are contradictory, such as the notes were found or the notes were not found at the same time. We are seeing pictures and the attempt by the Supreme Court in trying to be as transparent as possible. But as the days go on, there will be questions raised as to why it has taken so much of time. And some of the questions that came up in this panel itself, that why wasn't the news out on the first day itself when something so serious in such a senior office, the residence of such a senior office happened, it should have been out in public on day one itself, but it did not. So there will be a bunch of questions that will arise no matter what happens. And therefore, I think one of your panelists said that this is a golden opportunity to actually reform everything else we wanted to reform about judiciary. So maybe this case will go forward in the right way, or it will create more suspicion. But I think the larger problem is that there is the judiciary seems to be not functioning in the way that the people like it. That needs to be reformed. There are lakhs of cases pending. People are not getting justice on time. I think this is a golden opportunity to fix all of that. For the current case, it is very, very complicated. So we don't know how it will come out to be. We should give a chance to Justice Varma.
I promise you, judicial reform is far more complicated than the bona fides of even this case, because the judges can argue that the reason there's pendency of cases is because the appointment process is so slow. Then the government that does the appointment will tell you that we keep sending back recommendations because we have no oversight. The collegium, operates on systems which are antiquated and archaic and is opposed to reform from within the brethren of themselves. We've had these conversations, very difficult ones. We will have to revisit them in perpetuity. There is no right answer or wrong answer. There are only
that's the point. The crisis trigger it. It should trigger the discussions to be taken up.
Okay,
again.
but in specific measures, Jayjeet, in a rare case like this, and this is a rare case, other than order an inquiry, put the judge away from cases and potentially consider, which we don't know yet whether it has been decided, to the best of my knowledge not decided, on transfer, should there at least be an immediate internal mechanism emerging out of this from the Supreme Court?
Right. Yeah. So as I said, I'm looking at it as a crisis which will trigger changes. And as you rightly said, it's extremely complex, and many attempts have been made in the past. And I just hope and wish, I don't know what's the way forward, but I just hope and wish that the changes come in. Clearly, an unprecedented step has been taken by the Supreme Court of making everything available on the internet. So that is a change to begin with.
Yeah, I agree.
Otherwise, any question raised would have been come under the wrap of contempt of court. At least that's not happening.
Yeah,
So,
no gag orders. The judge in question could have also gone to court and said that, listen, without any bona fides of a conclusion or investigation, how can this matter be speculated so openly in the press? And there are precedents for restraining orders prohibiting the publication of videos, even if we know they exist. Here, the opposite has happened. They've actually said, go ahead, show the video, it's available.
absolutely. So it kind of also demonstrates the honesty of the court in trying to solve this problem, which is a great path forward. And that's exactly what I'm saying, that even if we chip at the problem, it is a movement forward. So let's take this crisis, and I'm still calling it a crisis, although there are probably bigger crises out there. But let's take this crisis and see what we can get out of this in terms of the larger reform, because there are people who are really not getting justice. I'll repeat myself on that, and that's something that everybody knows. Can we use this as an excuse to get at least a few more people justice in this country?
No, but
and that's how I would look at this.
But that has the opposite connotation as well. And let me get Sumit on that. Sumit, every person who has seen a case go on for decades, or in every case, half the people go away unhappy, as Justice Kaul was telling me in this morning. So if there are two people, then at least half of them are going away unhappy, depending on the ruling. So there are people who are going to have grouses, and they are now going to take up this as an example to say that our worst fears and suspicions have been confirmed. This requires, therefore, a different species of redressal.
I think Rishabh, you're absolutely right, because this is more of don't see it as an individual case of corruption. This is a case which has shaken the collective conscience of 1.4 billion people. So this is not a normal thing. This is something like Nirbhaya movement. There's something like, compare it with the emergency which was imposed, because these things shake the conscience of the nation, and that is where necessity is the mother of invention. Now there's a necessity which has come up by virtue of this case. Now the courts, the collegium, the honorable government, everybody has to work together and come to fix this problem, because what you can't mess around with in any way whatsoever is the faith and belief of 1.4 billion people. Imagine a situation if tomorrow there's a common perception by court bike hue hain. Imagine. How are you going to implement anything? You have done the, you have done the law, new Nyaya Pranalika is in place. Police reforms and judicial reforms are the next three logical steps to happen. Now, for every big thing to happen, there's an event which clicks it. There's an event which triggers it. The POSCO Act was what? Because a Nirbhaya happened. A lot of things happened because of a lot of events happened, or a lot of accidents or incidents happened.
Okay,
This should.
so I agree. I agree. This is regardless of what is the truth. It's if there was cash at somebody's residence in Dilutian's Delhi, how it got there is a matter of scandal. But Sumit, let's play quote unquote devil's advocate for a second, because we have to be reasonable. Now, if some incident happens at anybody's residence, your residence or my residence, okay, before everything is published, and and whatever it is, your reputation gets damaged. I remember there was a young boy on a motorcycle at a red light, and some lady recorded a video that this man is harassing me. Many years later, it was proved that he was not harassing her at all. He didn't do anything. But
Right.
by that time, he's lost his job. His friends have disowned him. His family is, been so it destroys your life. Let's take a word for the judge and assume for a second, which is the truth, that he's innocent until proven guilty, that he's built a reputation, and if something post haste is leaked to the media, recovering his reputation is going to be almost impossible. So within that, was it reasonable to say, okay, let's wait a couple of days, let's go meet him, speak to him, understand him, ask him for a written response, and then go public? Is that reasonable?
Now, that is perfectly reasonable, because the challenge here is these are people who hold offices of highest repute and trust. It's not only repute, it's trust, it's the public trust. So when the public trust is lost, it's very difficult to bring that back. So what the Honorable Supreme Court did is right. But Rishabhji, let me bring in one point. I mean, I was browsing through some of the news items. The same justice in discussion was also involved in a CBI FIR in 201 in Simbhavi Sugar, where there was a alleged 150 crore fraud. And the FIR was quashed in 2024 by the Honorable Supreme Court. Is the same gentleman which we are talking here. So
Yeah, but there, I mean, what percentage of MPs have FIRs against him, and FIR is not a conviction.
Correct.
It's,
Fair
it's,
enough.
it's not even a trial, let alone a conviction.
You're absolutely right.
And then ironically, in this case, we have the opposite problem. We don't know if there is an existence of an FIR. To the best of our knowledge, currently no. Okay, all right. I'm short of time. Let me get a last quick word from Manasvi before I take a break, because we've been at it non-stop for some time now. Manasvi, okay. So I'm going to get back to the premise that, all right, we've had a moment on Friday where the information has come out, and it was scandalous information published in a national broadsheet. Now we've had a moment late last night when for the first time everything has been made public. So where there was room for speculation on Friday, there is much reduced room for speculation on Sunday. But right now we have no further factoids to add. There is nothing further that has happened today that we can add to this. So now should we take a pause for the cause and give it a few days and come back once the judges sit and their committee then comes forward with the next plan of action?
Precisely, Rishabh. If we talk about we need maturity in judiciary in terms of communication, in terms of reforms and everything, we also as citizens have to be mature enough to be patient about things. Now let the committee take a call. Let there be a proper investigation. Let there be proper inquiry about things and see how things are going to act. How we reform as a country. We don't need any retreat out of it. We need proper reformation, and reformation will only happen once a verdict is out, whichever way it will go, and then the parliamentarians, the judiciary has to take strong calls out of it, and they will. I don't think with today's time and age and social media and media's presence every here and there, that they are going to let this be a loose movement, and this is going to be a proper reforms. 2025 is going to be watershed movement for the judiciary and how they're going to build up, and we'll see a robust, strong judiciary out of it and very transparent judiciary. We have to give it to them. Right now it is a moment of crisis, but I feel there is a golden age for judiciary which will start after this particular committee or investigation or inquiry ends, because this is where the importance of people's perspective will also come in judiciary for the first time after independence, with this kind of incident coming out of light from towards 1.4 billion people. So now we have to stand tall, strong, and show to the people of our country and to the world that we are going to be a reformative judiciary henceforth.
We have some solid judges. Sanjeev Khanna, Chief Justice, Justice Gawai is after him in about 1.5 months' time. Then Justice Suryakant, all solid judges, all have a great sense of gravitas and dignity and a sense of purpose. More importantly, they have a sense of legacy. Okay, so I'm sure they'll all be now seized of the importance of this and leaving this legacy. And if this is the legacy you leave, that you actually leave a better perception of the judiciary, and through this transparency and not only do action but be seen to do action, you don't lose hearts and minds, you actually win hearts and minds. The opposite takes place. You make the best of a bad situation, and it's a bad situation, we accept it. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a break, and this is the premise, because we have to have the same conversations of responsibility, right? So when something like this is published in a broadsheet, the Times of India, right, and I described this on Friday. First, as an editor, I have to say, okay, does it pass the sniff test? Sniff test is, in conversations with reporters and other editors and people who work with us and people that we know, is this absolutely coming from the figment of somebody's imagination, okay, complete nonsense, or is there something there? So once it passes the sniff test that okay, there is something there, something has happened, then the next question we have to ask as professional journalists, not social media bot warriors, is what is on record? On Friday, there was precious little on record. The only thing on record was, number one, there was a fire report of an incident that happened. Okay, that's it. There was no police statement, there was no talk of cash, there was nothing. By Friday evening, we had a small statement by the Supreme Court regarding the transfer order, which it turned out was also full of confusion. Then last night, all of these matters have been put on record. We have discussed them, portrayed them as is, verbatim, threadbare. Okay. Now, what we also cannot do is pretend this is not happening and stay away and be covering other things when something of such gravitas is happening in the country, because that to people then looks like this Milli Bhagat cover up. Even media won't show it. Okay. So we have discussed everything that is there, and I would, if you are interested, you can go to the website. This is all available online. You can see for yourself. You can read for yourself. Okay, make your judgment call. But after having discussed it now threadbare, I know this matter might go to Parliament. There might be some other issues regarding it. Let's wait. A committee has been formed. Let's give it a few days. We will come back and address it if we don't receive any response in a few days. But it is reasonable logic, reasonable pragmatism with which we have to get past this, because we do not want to just create a cacophonic mess that achieves nothing but destroys a lot. It's a bad situation, but there is no such thing as a hopeless situation. I take a break. See you in a minute.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व में महाकुंभ 2025 बना कीर्तिमान रचने वाला स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित, सुव्यवस्थित महाकुंभ। दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी आबादी महाकुंभ नगरी पहुंची, लेकिन 45 दिनों तक न कहीं गंदगी दिखी, न अव्यवस्था। अग्निशमन के आधुनिक बेड़ों की तत्परता, जल पुलिस की सक्रियता, ट्रैफिक पुलिस की सतर्कता सुव्यवस्था के पर्याय बन गए। साइनेज और सीसीटीवी के अलावा सभी घाटों पर महिलाओं के लिए चेंजिंग रूम से श्रद्धालुओं के साथ सरकार नजर आई। 75,000 पुलिसकर्मियों की टीम संवेदनशील होकर जरूरतमंद की सहायता करती दिखी। स्वच्छता के लिए QR कोड आधारित निगरानी प्रणाली से लैस 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा शौचालय और 15,000 सफाई कर्मियों की मदद से 650 मीट्रिक टन कचरा प्रतिदिन निस्तारित हुआ। डबल इंजन सरकार के प्रयास से महाकुंभ स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित एवं सुव्यवस्थित महाकुंभ बन इतिहास रच गया।
पैंतालीस दिन तक चले महाकुंभ में कोटि कोटि श्रद्धालुओं के साथ सत्ता के शीर्षस्थ महानुभाव भी बने पुण्य के भागीदार। समरसता के महाकुंभ में राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू ने पवित्र डुबकी लगाई तो उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ परिवार सहित आस्था के स्नान में शामिल हुए। भेदभाव खत्म करने वाले महाकुंभ में देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंचे तो कोटि कोटि श्रद्धालुओं की तरह इसकी दिव्यता, भव्यता के दर्शन करते दिखे। प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ ने केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह के अलावा भूटान नरेश जिग्मे खेसर नामग्याल वांगचुक सहित कई विशिष्ट अतिथियों के साथ इन विशेष क्षणों को साझा किया। सनातन गर्व के महापर्व में नेपाल के पूर्व राजा ज्ञानेंद्र शाह के अलावा गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, हरियाणा, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड, सिक्किम सहित कई राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री शामिल हुए। कई राज्यों के राज्यपाल और कई दलों के नेता करोड़ों श्रद्धालुओं की तरह समता और समरसता के महाकुंभ में पहुंचे।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व से महाकुंभ पर ऐसी छाप पड़ी कि श्रद्धालुओं की संख्या के सारे रिकॉर्ड टूट गए। श्रद्धालुओं में 25 देशों और 5 महाद्वीपों से आए विदेशी तीर्थयात्री भी रहे, जिन पर सनातन आस्था का गहरा प्रभाव दिखा। एप्पल के को-फाउंडर स्टीव जॉब्स की पत्नी लॉरेन पावेल जॉब्स ने निरंजनी अखाड़े के शिविर में प्रवास किया और दीक्षा ली। अमेरिका, फ्रांस, रूस, यूक्रेन, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, स्पेन, दक्षिण अफ्रीका, ब्राजील, ट्रिनिडाद टोबैगो, गुयाना, स्विट्जरलैंड, फिजी, फिनलैंड, ताइवान, मलेशिया, मॉरिशस, सिंगापुर, श्रीलंका, म्यांमार सहित पूरे विश्व के लोगों ने वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावना को यहाँ अनुभव किया। मानवता की समूर्त धरोहर में शामिल होने वालों में 77 देशों के 118 राजनयिक भी रहे। इस तरह महाकुंभ केवल धार्मिक आस्था का केंद्र न होकर सांस्कृतिक मेलजोल और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संबंधों को प्रगाढ़ करने के मंच में भी बदल गया।
45 दिन तक चले महाकुंभ में कोटि कोटि श्रद्धालुओं के साथ सत्ता के शीर्षस्थ महानुभाव भी बने पुण्य के भागीदार। समरसता के महाकुंभ में राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू ने पवित्र डुबकी लगाई तो उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ परिवार सहित आस्था के स्नान में शामिल हुए। भेदभाव खत्म करने वाले महाकुंभ में देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंचे तो कोटि कोटि श्रद्धालुओं की तरह इसकी दिव्यता भव्यता के दर्शन करते दिखे। प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ ने केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह के अलावा भूटान नरेश जिग्मे खेसर नामग्याल वांगचुक सहित कई विशिष्ट अतिथियों के साथ इन विशेष क्षणों को साझा किया। सनातन गर्व के महापर्व में नेपाल के पूर्व राजा ज्ञानेंद्र शाह के अलावा गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, हरियाणा, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड, सिक्किम सहित कई राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री शामिल हुए। कई राज्यों के राज्यपाल और कई दलों के नेता करोड़ों श्रद्धालुओं की तरह समता और समरसता के महाकुंभ में पहुंचे।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व में महाकुंभ 2025 बना कीर्तिमान रचने वाला स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित, सुव्यवस्थित महाकुंभ। दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी आबादी महाकुंभ नगरी पहुंची, लेकिन 45 दिनों तक न कहीं गंदगी दिखी न अव्यवस्था। अग्निशमन के आधुनिक बेड़ों की तत्परता, जल पुलिस की सक्रियता, ट्रैफिक पुलिस की सतर्कता सुव्यवस्था के पर्याय बन गए। साइनेज और सीसीटीवी के अलावा सभी घाटों पर महिलाओं के लिए चेंजिंग रूम से श्रद्धालुओं के साथ सरकार नजर आई। 75,000 पुलिसकर्मियों की टीम संवेदनशील होकर जरूरतमंद की सहायता करती दिखी। स्वच्छता के लिए QR कोड आधारित निगरानी प्रणाली से लैस 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा शौचालय और 15,000 सफाई कर्मियों की मदद से 650 मीट्रिक टन कचरा प्रतिदिन निस्तारित हुआ। डबल इंजन सरकार के प्रयास से महाकुंभ स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित एवं सुव्यवस्थित महाकुंभ बन इतिहास रच गया।
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. Well, the Supreme Court has released the inquiry report filed by the Delhi High Court Chief Justice Devendra Kumar Upadhyay into the controversy involving High Court Justice Yashwant Varma. In his report, the Delhi High Court Chief Justice said he is of the prima facie opinion that the entire matter warrants a deeper probe. Well, the Supreme Court also released the response of Justice Yashwant Varma, who has denied the allegations and said that it clearly appeared to be a conspiracy to frame and malign him. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has officially released videos from inside Justice Varma's residence where one can see stacks of Indian currency, 500 rupee notes. Well, we'll talk about this and get our guests also to weigh in on this extremely serious matter. Joining us on the show is Mr. Yogendra Kapoor. He's a senior economist. Mr. A.K. Singh, advocate of the Supreme Court, also joining us on the broadcast. Thank you, gentlemen, for being a part of this conversation. Mr. Singh, I'll begin with you. I hope you can hear me. Mr. Singh, if you're there with us. All right. Mr. Dinesh Jotwani, advocate Supreme Court, also joins us on the show. Mr. Jotwani, thank you for speaking with us. I hope you can hear me, sir.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Well, so this is the case, Mr. Jotwani. There was a fire. It was reported. The fire department showed up. They doused the flames. They stumbled upon a room which had stacks of cash, large stashes of cash. We are not sure how much that money was. It was upwards of 10 crore rupees. It's in double figures is what we are getting to know. This was reported to the higher up. In fact, it went so high up, it reached the Chief Justice of India, Justice Khanna, Chief Justice Khanna, who in fact invoked the collegium into this. They in fact rubbed their heads together. They decided to transfer Justice Varma back to his parent court, which is in Allahabad, until an investigation is concluded. Now, the important point to note here is, sir, that no police inquiry can be in fact commissioned into this. There is no other vertical which can in fact get into probing any Chief Justice or any High Court judge if there is a crime or if there is an impropriety that happens. What do you make of what's happened over here? A lot of people are saying this is perhaps a microcosm of what exactly is wrong with Indian judiciary and the collegium, which in fact is an outdated system of figuring out who the judges are going to be.
Yeah, I agree with this. This is absolutely worrisome, and the law should not restrict us from actually probing further. I know the judges can only be probed through a judicial committee, and which has thankfully been formed of the judges who are outside Delhi. They cannot be influenced. So it is a very good step by the Honorable Supreme Court of India. But at the same time, I think you're right when you say there is a limitation of laws, and especially in investigation. You see, I read the response completely that is given by the judge, and it shows it does shows his defense, but at the same time it also raises many questions that need to be probed, and this can only be seen, it can only be done by an investigation agencies. Perhaps this the committee that has been formed to probe, constituting the judges, may have help from the Commissioner of Police. They may have help from other sources, CBI. There may be, requirement of the Department of Financial Services, who takes care of the notes, the currency notes that were there, and what was the numbering on that, because that money trail needs to be seen. The fact that has not been denied so far is that there has been a stash of money found. Now, what Justice Yashwant Varma has said is that this was outside his house. This was something outbound, as he says. But at the same time, the fact is that there has been a money found. It has been video recorded. There are people who are fighting the fire. And where is that money right now? Who has seized that money? Where exactly? What are the numbers on that? How much it is? All that is still not clear from the response. And one thing you would have noted that in the letter that has been written to Chief Justice of India, it has also been said not to delete any data, or to use the mobile further, or to preserve the data on the laptops, digital data that is there. So all that, what I'm trying to come here is that ultimately this digital evidence needs to be forensically seen, and this can only be seen by investigating agencies. And we have not seen in the report, which investigation agencies. Of course, the name of the honorable judges constituting the committee is there, but who is ultimately going to see from forensic perspective, from investigation perspective? What about CCTVs that could have been there in the common area? If it was some kind of an outbound area, then there has to be some CCTVs footage from last 1 month, 30 days, who was coming in and going, and whether it was locked premises or it was not locked premises. So there are many unanswered questions, I think.
Mr. Jitwani, there is also this big question, what if such stacks of money were found in your house or my house? What if they were found in a government servant's house or a member of parliament's house? They would have been towed away by now and put into jail now, or the ED would have summoned, or the CBI or the police would have taken charge of this entire investigation, because this is illegal wealth. This immunity that the judges are enjoying at this point in time. Of course, there is always a line that the media also draws when you talk about the judiciary, because it is a pillar of hope for a democracy of 1.4 billion people. But the fact of the matter is that there are some anomalies here which definitely need to be addressed. Perhaps this case brings out a system or a systemic change that is urgently required.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, I agree that there has to be an immunity for the judges, because they do day to day, they give judgments and on criminal cases, and so some kind of immunity in their functioning needs to be there. If there is an order that has been passed, or if there is a judgment or a remark in the court that has been done, there is a fair defense that they should get. But this is a case where stash of money has been found in the premises. So we need, and this is a government bungalow. As you rightly said, it's a government bungalow. And so, who is responsible for this? So somebody needs to answer that. And this is not a judicial function, by the way. I mean, I can understand the immunity with respect to the function that the judge does. And we are all, Constitution has provided that immunity. But this is something going beyond, if even a member of Judiciary, he's done some crime, so that will not be saved by the constitutional defense. So from that perspective, I was, in my last show also, I recommended that there has to be an investigation agency.
But Mr. Jotwani, the question is, who's going to investigate him? Gautam Mukherjee, senior journalist, is also joining us on the broadcast. Gautam, this is a double-edged sword. If the collegium is going to decide what happens to Mr. Varma, and if they come up with a guilty verdict, then perhaps it's all hunky-dory. But if they don't, and they say that, he should be exonerated, it was a conspiracy against them, then obviously the collegium is also going to be put into disrepute. And of course, let's also not forget the recourse that the Supreme Court also took by transferring him back to the Allahabad court. What does this say? That, he's not fit for Delhi High Court, but he's fit regardless of what has happened, regardless of this unproven taint, I'll give him that. He's okay to be in the Allahabad court?
Well, Vineet, I read the first report did indeed say that he'd been transferred back to Allahabad. Then a subsequent report said his transfer was on hold. He was not allowed to take up any cases, and the investigations were to be initiated with 3 judges looking into it. And since then, all the documentation and the videos have been put out in the public domain. So ostensibly, the CJI is doing all he can to try and arrive at guilt or otherwise, and not letting the judge operate as usual, business as usual. But the biggest problem that has arisen is one day after the videos were taken and the fire department said that there were sacks and sacks of cash estimated at 15 crores, the next day it was gone. And the judge himself issued a 6-page denial, said it's a conspiracy. I didn't know anything about this cash. I don't know how it came there or whether it was there at all. When the Chief Justice of the High Court came, we went and looked it over. There was nothing there. Now, the point is, if you tell the police to find who moved the money, they will find these people in a very short while. And if they are asked to find the money and bring it, they will do that as well. Now, I wonder if this investigation is a cover-up, because unless these instructions are given, there is no proof there was any money at all. And that is open to common sense. So what is the judiciary doing, the collegium appointed investigation doing, if it doesn't even try to find the money? So first things first, are they going to issue instructions to the police? Because what happens here, because of various immunities or, given to judges, the police are hesitant to do things unless they are specifically instructed. Beneath.
All right. Well, Gautam, there is also, this talk which has gotten very, very profound at this point in time, that this is just one judge. There always have been, backdoor murmurs about corruption in the judiciary, and that it's never spoken about openly. It's discussed in meeting rooms, but everybody goes about doing their business. Now, the fact of the matter is that this also connotates another problem, that the rich get their way when it comes to delaying dates or having an urgent hearing at 11 p.m. at night. But it's predominantly the poor, which our country constitutes of, that suffer because of corruption in judiciary. How does this in fact shine a light to that predicament?
Well, it's in a hopeless mess. I mean, right from how many cases are pending, which run into lakhs, if not crores, to the lower judiciary being heavily overburdened, the higher judiciary being a cabal of relatives and friends of the collegium without much regard to merit. It might be said that if you live in a judge's house, you become half a judge. Maybe that is the logic that is being used to select judges. At the same time, the irony is the government of the day pays the salaries, provides the housing, provides the security. In fact, makes it possible. And yet they have little or no say. Once the parliament made a law to make itself the supreme authority on how higher court judges were to be appointed, and the judiciary managed to overturn it. So unless again an attempt was made to amend the law, take it to 2/3 of the states, constitutional amendment, it couldn't be done. And at that point in time, shortly after 2014, when Modi came in, he decided not to proceed with all that, as it would be a controversial thing very early in his career as prime minister. The collegium is, I think, very much due for reform. Self-reform is unlikely to work because it has built itself up over 75 years. And so it'll have to come from the government of the day. Whether they will bite the bullet or not is doubtful. Also because how they've hardly commented on this incident and said, let's leave it to the Supreme Court. The law minister said that. So, I don't think the government is very keen on reforming the judiciary right at this point. Now, as far as whether all of it, from the bottom to the top, is riddled with corruption, hearsay has it, yes, it is. In terms of actual proof, there isn't any, or there's very little. From time to time, an occasional judge does something wrong, and he is mildly censured and sidelined, and that's about it. So we will have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see. And Mr. Jotwani, in fact, in 2008, there was a corruption allegation against Justice Nirmal Yadav of the Punjab and Haryana court. It was a mix-up of bribery, something that was supposed to go to Nirmal Yadav, ended up in other judges' house, and that's how, in fact, this entire bribery scandal came about. The Chief Justice of India at that point in time in 2011 sanctioned any inquiry against the judge. And, the judge went on to complete their term till 2021, and after retirement only was the CBI allowed to file any charges or take any action against the judge. This seems a little odd to me. This seems that this judge, despite having a very credible charge of bribery against themselves, was able to serve for another 14 years, perhaps with a lot of impunity and perhaps with corruption as well.
Yeah,
how is
that's
that
a
fair?
fact. There is an indemnity, constitutional indemnity, and perhaps, as I said, rightly so, that the judges get for the function that they do in the judiciary. Now, I understand this is beyond the scope to see whether this money that has come is not the part of the judicial function that they do. And in 2008 also, there was no investigating agency against the Punjab and Haryana High Court judge. So it seems here also. But there is no bar to it. We can have investigating agencies actually look into the charges of corruption and come out with their own report. Maybe that report may be given to the committee that has been formed, the judicial of the judges that have been formed right now. They give a report. These charges are very complex in nature. It requires forensic, it requires retrieval of data, it requires looking back at the judgment, it may require some international, the way the money has come or gone. So it is not an easy thing which the bench of judges would be able to do it. But my contention is, like in 2008, the CBI investigation was only done after the retirement of the judge. So that there is no prohibition. I suppose we can still do it. The Honorable Judges Committee have been formed, and they can actually look into, they can actually take help from the investigating agencies. In fact, if you see, the direction by the Honorable Chief Justice of India has also been to preserve all the electronic evidences, which may include the mobile data or the laptop data or the communication or the CDRs, as they say, what the calls were done during that particular point of time. And that may include a CCTV of that room also where this money was kept. So all that data needs investigation from multiple agencies to help them. Same thing happens with ED, same thing happens with CBI. When they investigate a matter, they have experts, they have IT experts who look into this, they have medical experts to look into this. So somebody who has the knowledge and who has an expertise need to form a team to investigate. And I think in this particular case, looking at the formation of a judicial committee to inquire into the allegation would ultimately need help, would ultimately need an investigating officer to actually give a report on what exactly happened, how much was the cash, and we have a lot of unanswered question at this moment. Luckily, the report says that no work will be assigned to this.
Right, and Gautam, the problem is that this is obviously going to be decided by judges. There is perhaps no modus operandi to figure out if some eminent people outside of the judiciary could also be a part of this inquiry committee. And this is exactly what the problem with the collegium is. It's judges promoting and protecting other judges. This definitely calls for a big overhaul in the system. And Gautam, there is also this fact that whatever judgments that Justice Varma has presided over in the past, they need to be scrutinized, shouldn't they be?
What happens is the collegium has the logic that if the government has control over how it functions, then the higher judiciary will be compromised. Therefore, they must be their own, if you like, judge and jury. Now, having said that, in this instance, the case is already a foregone conclusion because the judge in question, Varma, has said, what money? Which money? There is no money. And he's written a report to that effect. And they went and checked, and there wasn't any money. Between when there was a fire in the outhouse and the next day, the money vanished. Who took it? Unless you find the money, where is the case? And if you don't have a case, this will be dismissed. This will, the three judges who have been asked to look into it, they'll come back and say, look, I don't know, there is no prima facie evidence at all. So the question of then looking into his previous judgments and so on does not arise. The thing is, there is a cover-up, for sure. But who's going to find it without instructions from the court? This is the Supreme Court involved now, the CJI involved, and three judges who've been appointed. So unless instructions are given to find the money, find who moved it,
money's gone.
Now that presupposes that there was money. Now the judge in question has given it in writing. There was no money. I don't know what money you're talking about. This is a lie, a conspiracy.
No, but he's also, Gautam, he's also gone on to say that, this was an open room in which people, even as staff members, would walk in and out of, and he would not have known if there was money. That's exactly what he said.
Well, he's covered all bases, hasn't he? On the one hand, he says, I don't know, it's a conspiracy. On the other hand, he says, this is my outhouse, yes, but there are two entrances, one into the back lane. People can come in and out as without my knowledge.
That has been refuted. That has been refuted, though. But nevertheless, Gautam, we've run out of time. We, of course, will see a lot more noise being made on something that is so controversial, something that is, in fact, to do with one of the pillars of our great Indian democracy. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
पैंतालीस दिन तक चले महाकुंभ में कोटि कोटि श्रद्धालुओं के साथ सत्ता के शीर्षस्थ महानुभाव भी बने पुण्य के भागीदार। समरसता के महाकुंभ में राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू ने पवित्र डुबकी लगाई तो उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ परिवार सहित आस्था के स्नान में शामिल हुए। भेदभाव खत्म करने वाले महाकुंभ में देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंचे तो कोटि कोटि श्रद्धालुओं की तरह इसकी दिव्यता भव्यता के दर्शन करते दिखे। प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ ने केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह के अलावा भूटान नरेश जिग्मे खेसर नामग्याल वांगचुक सहित कई विशिष्ट अतिथियों के साथ इन विशेष क्षणों को साझा किया। सनातन गर्व के महापर्व में नेपाल के पूर्व राजा ज्ञानेंद्र शाह के अलावा गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, हरियाणा, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड, सिक्किम सहित कई राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री शामिल हुए। कई राज्यों के राज्यपाल और कई दलों के नेता करोड़ों श्रद्धालुओं की तरह समता और समरसता के महाकुंभ में पहुंचे।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. I am Rishabh Gulati. March 14, 2025. It shall now go down as a day that will live in infamy. No matter how this plays out, what we have seen is unprecedented. In difficult times, the aphorism goes, cometh the hour, cometh the man. We are also told that all that it takes for evil to triumph is that good people do nothing. A very bold decision has been taken by the Chief Justice of India late on Saturday evening to release to the public in toto all communications in writing, all reports in writing, as well as photographs and videography that have been received by the Commissioner of Police of Delhi, by the court authorities, including the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court, and put them into the public domain. This has been the right and honorable thing to do. It is showing that there is intent of transparency and intent of deliberative but decisive action. There are a lot of unknowns and there are a lot of miles to be travelled through the course of events that now transpire. We have to ensure that the dignity of honest judges and the system that has served this country since the time of independence is maintained, but at the same time, not only that action be taken, but action be seen to take. Let's get one of the most eminent legal minds, a person who served in the Delhi High Court, served as Chief Justice of Punjab and Haryana, served as Chief Justice of Madras, and then retired as the second senior most judge in the Supreme Court in December of 2023, Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul, joining us on the broadcast. Justice Kaul, obviously unhappy times and troubling times of what we are witnessing. First of all, do you support the decision of the Chief Justice to release to the public all documentation and evidence submitted late last night?
I think this is the correct decision to take, because if you see, there was so many speculation going on and everybody wanted to know what is the stand of the honorable judge, what has happened, what is the nature of the inquiry which is being held. Difficult times, yes, because it's very easy sometimes to destroy reputations, very difficult to build them. And I still recollect an episode in Delhi High Court which happened when I had just put in maybe about 2 years as a judge. And we took a long time to live down that. So that's a problematic issue, but I think this is the best way forward.
You know, there are about a couple of months that Justice Sanjeev Khanna has in office before retirement. Justice Gawai then takes over. Then we have Justice Suryakant taking over. We know that, sir, in your time in the Supreme Court, you would rather be spending your energies deliberating on very complex constitutional matters, delivering the judgments in the last few weeks of office that set a precedent, take the country's journey forward. The last thing any Chief Justice would want is something like this to handle. But they also say, sir, commit the hour, commit the man, right person in the job to now traverse whatever comes next?
Well, the challenges come when unexpected happens. And this is an unexpected situation. So I think the collegium has taken the right call. The inquiry as it proceeds, I don't know whether it will be possible to give the report during Justice Khanna's tenure itself. Very difficult to speculate on it, but the collective action is such that there are all the next 2 Chief Justices also there. So there is a continuity of whatever action is required to be taken, and all of them have participated in this process, with of course the Chief Justice at the helm of the affairs.
Justice Kaul, there exists special protection for judges, and those exist for a very good reason. That all rulings, judgments that are made by any constitutional judge in this country can be done without fear or favor, without any pressure, especially that comes from the executive. Now, how do we ensure that, I'm assuming this matter will go to Parliament because impeachment proceedings, if indeed thought through, will happen from there. How do we ensure we don't throw out the baby with the bathwater?
See, there is a reason why judges are given this protection. Every day you may have anything from 50 to 100 cases. You have to take a call either in favor or against one of the parties. So you will invariably send 50% of the parties unhappy, broadly speaking. the confidence levels has been such that people easily believe things also. So the idea is the judge should not be under pressure every time to decide what he is doing. And as you rightly said, especially where government is one of the parties. I believe this protection is necessary, but the protection should not be misused, is what I believe you are putting to me. Well, yes, there has to be, I think, a better method to sort out issues like this rather than the impeachment process. That's something which needs to be debated between the judiciary and the legislature as to what can be done, where a quicker remedy is available. But I'm cautioning one thing. In this, let's not say that this particular case, let's not condemn the man at this stage. Let's see what happens, because many things are left unsaid in this scenario of what has happened. The kind of cash figures which were being bandied about doesn't seem possible if you look at the clip or the video, because the 500 denomination is the maximum denomination in our country. So you're talking about a 1 CR being equivalent to some 200 gutties. So a few burned notes here and there, whether there was a seizure, whether a quantification has taken place, what is the report of the police, a lot of these things will have to be considered by the committee. And the Chief Justice of the High Court has recommended this because he felt that, well, it was maybe an outhouse, but part of the house of the judge, so it requires a further inquiry.
Justice Kaul, the courts obviously are not an investigative agency. They will have to seek the help of an investigative agency, that can be the police or any other agency that they see fit. So how does the process of an in-house inquiry actually function in general?
So let's look at the facts of this case. Now, the inquiry will require the police to come up and say who saw these notes, whether anything was recovered, not recovered, Panchnama prepared or not. If the fire brigade department has taken a video, is this all that has been seen? Something more has been seen. So it's not a very wide, varied interpretation which is required. It is based on a simple fact that there is some money found in a premises of a judge, albeit a outhouse. So I think the inquiry is not so difficult to make. But yes, you are right that some element of investigative agency may be required. I'm not saying is necessarily required in this case. There are other cases where it is required. It is for the committee to take assistance of an investigative agency.
Justice Kaul, in general, when such an inquiry is constituted, how do terms of reference work? What sort of does the Chief Justice of India, does he have to decide, or does the committee itself gets empowered to take decisions on what needs to get done?
No, the Chief Justice appoints the committee. It is for the committee to frame the matters required to be considered and issued. And they will have full freedom to, I think, seek an assistance of an agency if they want. They can examine somebody if they want. This in the peculiar scenario, it can be people from the police services, people from the fire brigade, somebody who's in the house. Judge's stand is already there that he doesn't have anything to do with this. I think one of the crucial issue is this bending of figures. How is one coming to these figures is something which I'm not able to make out. This is, of course, also in the background of the fact, as a lot of people have said, that the particular judge has enjoyed so far a very good reputation, both for work culture and on integrity. So it is very troublesome, personally also to me, that such a scenario should have arisen.
Is anything possible, sir? Could it be conspiratorial or incidental or indeed worse?
I'm not willing to say yes and no to this because the video shows some very smaller amount of burnt notes. That's all. What more is available, one can't say. And see, we are a society where there will always be some black sheep. We say Judiciary's role is higher, the integrity level expected is higher. But it also takes its color, I always feel, from the society we live in. So let's look at the society's integrity levels in our day-to-day life and then seek judging on these issues. Now, if there are judges who have slight deviation, normally this fact comes to light at least within the judiciary. Sometimes when there are problems, the judge is sent from one place to the other. Here, the judge was picked up to be brought to Delhi from Allahabad to perform a task in a larger court. I would like to make a call for and against him till a whole inquiry is made. I think we must wait for it before condemning the man.
In the interim, what happens, sir? Because we know that on Friday we were told that the judge is being transferred, but the nature and the cause of the transfer is not connected to this inquiry. This was a statement issued by the Supreme Court on Friday evening. In the interim, he's obviously not hearing cases, but he continues to remain in office. So what would be proper form in the interim while we wait for the report, which could take several weeks?
See, I really don't know what is the reason for a transfer, but personally speaking, I don't think the transfer would be a solution. Inquiry will be held here. The episode has occurred in Delhi. The person has to be off work, natural consequences, and let the inquiry proceed on that. It does appear that the issue of transfer as yet has not been implemented, especially keeping in mind the inquiry which has been set up.
All right. Like it or not, sir, we are up against the clock because there is going to be a lot of hue and cry from several quarters. A lot of concerns are coming in already that have happened in Parliament, and I'm assuming they shall continue once it reconvenes tomorrow. How do we then reasonably navigate this? Should we ideally leave this at the door of the Chief Justice to oversee this?
I believe so, yes. The appointment, at least two of the judges appointed are known to me. One has worked with me in Punjab, Haryana. I do believe that the committee will endeavor to conclude it as soon as possible. Please understand the judiciary is a check and balance on the government system. For better words, I'll say this is given another stick to beat the judiciary with by the executive. And because of this episode, without first coming to the truth of it, let's not disturb the whole scenario. Yes, if I've said earlier in public domain that if the issue is whether NJC should be there or not, whether this is the best system or not, whether the NJC required to be read down, as was my belief, which I said after the retirement. Those are things which can, of course, simultaneously be debated. I'm sure there can be, as I said, better methods found out, especially to deal with the scenarios of this nature so that it doesn't go into an impeachment scenario, which has never worked in the country. So far, nobody has been impeached.
Should there be efforts to now develop that in-house mechanism to address these matters, not on an ad hoc basis? I know this is a rarest of rare occurrence, but should we develop that mechanism parallelly to this investigation?
I think yes, because I do believe systems must be in place. Any institution must have established systems in place for all eventualities. The less ad hocism, the better it is. So I think I'm sure the judges of the Supreme Court will debate out in times to come how best such scenarios should be dealt with. There is an established process. Whether that process needs to be fine-tuned, what has to happen where actually there's a truth found in it, there be a better method, but part of it has to be a collaboration between the government and the judiciary to come to a better scenario.
Justice Kaul, couple of more thoughts from you before we wind up this conversation. At a time when the Supreme Court, other than a website in which statements gets published, has no pre-existing mechanism for public outreach, unlike government, which has spokespersons, or political parties who have spokespersons, and the mechanism in the Supreme Court is not necessarily established as such. When public outreach is required, is there a need now for a mechanism to also inform the public, which is of course under the control and under the jurisprudence of the courts itself?
Well, I do believe there is a mechanism of release. It's not the same way as the government. See, the government has a regular public dealing. So you have spokespersons, you have people who interact, they interact with media. Media interacts with the judiciary in a different manner. It does interact. So maybe in a scenario of social media today, a more improved system is necessary for a prompt response to scenarios which should not spread unnecessary negativism in the public at large.
Both the person at the center of this has the right, of course, to go to the courts, and the courts themselves have the right to restrain reportage, to issue gag orders until an inquiry is completed. They have chosen not to do this. Is that the right decision, sir? Because it risks, of course, some rumor mongering, but at the same time, misinformation can only be fought with information. Would it be better that the matter continue to be reported?
See, I don't know how to say, but the media should also show better responsibility. Some do, some don't, like everything else. If the judiciary restricts us, people will say, oh, you're going to shut out information. If it doesn't do so, as in the present scenario, speculations continue at large. The photograph of the judge is thrown into public domain with all kinds of add-ons to it. It is, after all, if the media is a pillar, the fourth pillar, judiciary is also a third pillar. So it is in the interest of both to respect their respective domains and see to it that it doesn't belittle the institution, is how I would put it. Difficult times produce challenges, and I feel judiciary should be able to come out of these challenges. Of course, there will be a negative people who think everything is wrong in our system, everything is wrong in every system. The whole country is wrong. Now that is very difficult to say. Because if that negativism prevails, then we have a problem. After all, the systems do work. We keep on criticizing politicians, executive, judiciary, but things still work. Some people are working. That's why the country runs.
The biggest point of question, Justice Kaul, is that should the judge in question resign? Would a resignation be tantamount to acceptance of guilt?
So resign when would be the question. See, if he says that I have done nothing, then at least the inquiry must come to some kind of a conclusion that there is some doubt, even if not a doubt beyond conviction. At which case, yes, I believe rather than go through all this, the judge's position becomes untenable actually to continue. But merely because for a couple of days this kind of tirade is there in the media, without anybody coming factually to what really happened, will it not be too premature to ask the judge to resign?
All right, fair enough. Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul, thank you as always for your words of deliberate wisdom on this. We'll have to be very now cautious, but at the same time decisive in what happens. Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul joining us to have a conversation on what is a difficult time. Let's not also underplay it. This is complex. It's to my knowledge unprecedented. Nothing like this has ever come out. It is serious enough for an inquiry to have been ordered. It's serious enough for the registrar of the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court to visit the residence and conduct an inquiry. It's serious enough for the Delhi Commissioner of Police to have gotten involved. It's serious enough for the Chief Justice of India to have gotten involved, and they have made the right call, which was to publish the information pretty much in toto. Other than names and phone numbers, nothing has been redacted. That, as a person who has to face the other tedium of trying to figure out how not to speculate while at the same time not to presume that nothing has happened, that serves the purpose of fighting disinformation or misinformation with what is information. So every single photograph that you now see on your screens, every single point of information that you see on your screens, the source is now the release from the Supreme Court last evening. We are not putting it out from anywhere else for that particular reason. Now, it is interpretive, as Justice Kaul has just mentioned, on what can be seen. What is the quantities of what can be seen? How do you forensically examine what the destroyed articles or the charred articles were indeed? Were the majority of them banknotes or were there few of them banknotes? If the majority of them were indeed banknotes, what would be the forensic evidence left behind? It is clear in the imagery that at least some part of the detritus that has been recovered or photographed constitute banknotes. Does that necessarily mean that it was a room full of banknotes which would tantamount to X number of crores of rupees? Were it indicative of pre facto that they existed or were placed or were incidentals? We have a lot to figure out, and of course the nodal agency investigating this, to the best of our knowledge, as released by the Supreme Court, is the Delhi Police. The Delhi Police Commissioner is the one who's been requested to do this. I'll thank Justice Kaul. Justice Kaul, thank you for joining us.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व से महाकुंभ पर ऐसी छाप पड़ी कि श्रद्धालुओं की संख्या के सारे रिकॉर्ड टूट गए। श्रद्धालुओं में 25 देशों और 5 महाद्वीपों से आए विदेशी तीर्थ यात्री भी रहे, जिन पर सनातन आस्था का गहरा प्रभाव दिखा। एप्पल के को फाउंडर स्टीव जॉब्स की पत्नी लॉरेन पावेल जॉब्स ने निरंजनी अखाड़े के शिविर में प्रवास किया और दीक्षा ली। अमेरिका, फ्रांस, रूस, यूक्रेन, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, स्पेन, दक्षिण अफ्रीका, ब्राजील, ट्रिनिडाद टोबैगो, गुयाना, स्विट्जरलैंड, फिजी, फिनलैंड, ताइवान, मलेशिया, मॉरिशस, सिंगापुर, श्रीलंका, म्यांमार सहित पूरे विश्व के लोगों ने वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावना को यहाँ अनुभव किया। मानवता की समूर्त धरोहर में शामिल होने वालों में 77 देशों के 118 राजनयिक भी रहे। इस तरह महाकुंभ केवल धार्मिक आस्था का केंद्र न होकर सांस्कृतिक मेलजोल और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संबंधों को प्रगाढ़ करने के मंच में भी बदल गया।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी।
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. Well, the Supreme Court has released the inquiry report filed by the Delhi High Court Chief Justice Devendra Kumar Upadhyay into the controversy involving High Court Justice Yashwant Varma. In his report, the Delhi High Court Chief Justice said he is of the prima facie opinion that the entire matter warrants a deeper probe. The Supreme Court also released the response of Justice Yashwant Varma, who has denied these allegations and said that it clearly appeared to be a conspiracy to frame him and malign his reputation. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has officially released videos from inside Justice Varma's residence where one can see stacks and stacks of Indian currency. Well, we'll talk about this. But first up, we have someone very special joining us. Mr. Mukul Rohtgi, former Attorney General of India, is joining us on the show to talk more about this. Mr. Rohtgi, thank you so much, sir, for taking out the time and speaking to us. Sir, this is a huge concern. This is perhaps a huge concern for the judiciary. This is a huge concern for the polity. but as a citizen also, maybe as a journalist also, as a citizen also, I'm deeply concerned as to what's happening over here. Obviously, the investigation report, all of that will take time, but on the face of it, this does seem to be a problem which needs further investigation. What's your opinion, sir, of this mishap, if we can call it that, with reports coming in that money that was recovered, sir, was to the tune of 20 crore rupees in cash?
I have also been following it, this episode in the last couple of days. I am equally concerned because I am also a stakeholder in the system of dispensation of justice. I have spent 45 years in this profession. But let me tell you, and I will pose some of these questions, I find that more questions are unanswered than what appears on the record. Both the sides, if I may say so, seem to be kind of evenly balanced. Let us look at the angle of corruption. If indeed this money was found in gunny bags in the house of the judge, even if it is found in the outhouse or servant rooms, it's a very serious issue because it is not a normal issue. It is not normally found in judges' houses. So the judge has a lot of explanation to do. That is one issue. If you look at it from the judge's point of view, what he has said, he says, firstly, he doesn't know where that so-called sacks came from in the outhouse. He has no control over who's going, who's coming in that outhouse. There are hundreds of people walking in, walking out. Then there is a video showing burning notes. The police is also there. If there were half-burnt notes also or partially burnt notes, why were they not seized? Why was not a panchnama made? Where are those notes? Because the judge says when he came the next day, there was nothing to be found. How has everything disappeared? A forensic report would have said what those notes were, are they fake notes, are they genuine notes? Now, the mystery deepens because the Chief Justice of the High Court says that he was in Lucknow on the 15th and his principal secretary went to the house. If he went to the house in the morning of 15th, and therefore what did he see there? Was there any rubbish? Were there notes? If they were not there, it wasn't cleaned out? How is it that that basic evidence has disappeared? There can't be a murder without finding the body.
Absolutely, sir.
How is it that a senior officer of the police, including the commissioner, informed the Chief Justice of the High Court about this incident, but there is no material seized, there is no even sample seized? Normally it would have gone to a malkhana, it would have been under a receipt. Then why was the action taken only on the 20th? What was happening between the 15th and the 20th? So, there are so many puzzling issues. And I am not taking sides either in favor of corruption or in favor of the judge. But I personally feel that this judge's inquiry is not going to yield much. What you require is a police inquiry. What you require is forensic inquiry. Suppose, it may sound fantastic, but suppose I want to frame somebody. I get a sack full of genuine notes and 3 sackfuls of fake notes and put it in somebody's house or somebody's dicky in a car and blow it up.
Right,
in a sense, blow up the issue. Now, these are very, very serious issues. 3 judges coming from different areas and find out what the position is, where the judge has denied everything. The other side is saying there is a video. I have seen the video also. Some notes are visible in the video. Full notes are not visible. Therefore, ultimately, according to me, the Chief Justice has done the right thing in withdrawing work from the suspect judge. But the
But
suspect
sir,
that
so there was much made about the initial reaction which came about, that was transferring this judge back
yeah, so
to the Allahabad
that
court.
is, you're right. That is one more puzzling issue, because mere transfer can't help. Because if it is an open and shut or a near open and shut case of corruption, then sending one person from one high court to another cannot help.
Correct, sir.
You require stronger action. But the stronger action came, whether it was because of media or people's voices, it did come. And withdrawing work was the right thing, pending a speedy investigation. Now, a judge is also entitled to put forth his side of the picture. And that also will come out only in the investigation. So the correct thing is, there should be a police investigation, and it should be done at the earliest under the gaze of no less than the Chief Justice of India. Periodic reports should be given so that, दूध का दूध या पानी का पानी, कहीं तो इसका फैसला निकलेगा. Otherwise, judge की reputation is damned. And I can tell you, as far as the learned judge is concerned, I have appeared in hundreds of cases before that court. I found him to be an excellent, hardworking and clever judge. Now that अगर उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया और ये कुछ गड़बड़ है, तो he also has the right to clear his name. But his name has been damned anyway. So I don't know what is the end, but the ultimate thing is, it should be swiftly done. And let me end by saying, as I have repeatedly said, we need to fix the system of appointment of judges. Collegium system is not correct, it is opaque. NJSC was in the right
So that was in fact going to be my next question to you. The collegium system also comes into play here, that it renders a lot of immunity and impunity to the selection as well as the classification of judges. That in itself is skewed.
Say one more thing. As I said, the original system was that the government appoints judges in consultation with the Chief Justice. This has been turned on its head by the Supreme Court, that consultation means concurrence. This was not correct. Nowhere in the world judges appoint judges. There has to be a broad-based committee to include public men, men of probity, men of standing from society, etc., etc. That was tried in NJSC, it was struck down. I think it is time to bring it back in some form or the other. Number one. Number two, Parliament needs to seriously take a call, because the process of removal of the higher judiciary is only by impeachment under the Constitution. Impeachment is a super slow process and very, very difficult to achieve. No impeachment has occurred in the last 75 years. It requires 100 MPs of Lok Sabha or 50 of Rajya Sabha to move a motion. The motion will be admitted after a debate. After that, another committee is appointed by the Speaker. That committee has to then give a report. It's a full-blown inquiry, including examination, cross-examination, etc., etc. That report has again to go back to the House. It has to be debated. 2/3 of the members sitting and voting in the House have to vote. So, that also requires an immediate relook. Had it been a case of, let's say, a junior engineer of a municipal body and money was found, he would be in jail the next day. Now here, yes, judges require immunity, they require a cover, because people will attack them because of their nature of jobs every day. A disgruntled litigant will file a complaint, as they do. So you require a cover and some immunity. But it cannot be the absolute extreme end of the spectrum, where ultimately, you see, impeachment doesn't happen. You take the case of Nirmal Yadav, a judge in Punjab. Some money was found at her doorstep. Inquiry commenced. It is still going on. That case is still going on. 12 years have gone by. The judge is also retired. So I say, is absolute lip service. So Parliament, government, judiciary, and the lawyers, stakeholders should get together, and there should be a cohesion in a committee to find out what is the way forward.
So one last question before we let you go, sir. India is hailed and celebrated as a judicial democracy. What does this taint do to the confidence of the common man on the streets, who depends on the judiciary to serve justice, when other departments, when other pillars of democracy fail?
Any taint is a serious blow to the heart. The higher the blow goes, the weaker the system at the heart will be. I am very sad that this episode has occurred. Therefore, it is time for everybody to put their heads together to streamline a system to provide swift relief. If it is an errant judge, removal. If it is a frame-up, immediately his reputation should be restored and not harmed. Because please remember, a reputation of 30-40 years can become mud in a matter of 5 minutes on the national media. That is the power of the media. Therefore, it should not be seen as a mere sensational case. And as I said, I repeat, every blow is very, very harmful to the structure, which in any case is under great stress. Stress of the number of cases which are pending in courts.
Right,
Therefore, a swift remedy is the answer. Thank you.
Mr. Rothke, appreciate you joining us, sir. Thank you so much for speaking with NewsX. All right, let's keep this conversation going. Joining us on the program is Mr. Sumit Peer, senior political commentator, Shamshavish Rain, Supreme Court lawyer, also with us on the program, Advocate Dr. Ajay Kumar Pandey, Supreme Court advocate also joins us. Last but by no means the least, KV Dhananjay, Supreme Court lawyer, also with us on the program. Mr. Dhananjay, I'll begin with you. Well, this is absolutely a shock. This is absolutely something which has, put a spotlight on the judiciary in a very negative, in a very wrong way. Like Mr. We just heard from Mr. Rothke also went on to say that, it takes 20, 30, 40 years to cement a reputation, and perhaps it takes 5 minutes to ruin it. And that's exactly what has happened with the Justice Varma as well. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Dhananjay, that these are serious allegations. These basically question the celebration that India has been in fact having for so long, that it's India's judiciary that's holding on to everything together.
What we are witnessing is something that's very extraordinary. We haven't seen anything like this in the 75 years of our independence. Not that we saw anything before that. It's just that in independent India, we've not witnessed anything like this, and this certainly is.
Mr. Dhananjay, there seems to be a problem with your network. We can't see your video. I would request you to please log off and log in again. Let me open Sumit Peer into this conversation as well. Sumit, are you concerned about these developments as a citizen? There have always been murmurs, Sumit. There have always been backdoor conversations about corruption in judiciary, and now something has come out in the open. Crores of rupees have been found, and these are not single-digit numbers that we are talking about here, Sumit. These are double-digit numbers. There is also a call on social media that all the decisions that Justice Varma has been a part of for the past few decades, they should be scrutinized again. And of course, Sumit, let's also revisit the reaction the Supreme Court had. Chief Justice Khanna transferring him back to Allahabad, which was also met with a lot of disapproval, saying that, is Allahabad okay to have corrupt judges and Delhi is not? So obviously the signals that have come out and the way in which this has been handled is absolutely disastrous for our judiciary at this point in time. What do you have to say, Sumit?
Vineet, thanks for having me on your show. I think this is one of the most important debates what we have been having for years now, because let's not look at this accident or incident in isolation. Let's not look at even at a 15-20 crore ka bribery ka case. This is a case which has shook the collective conscience of 1.4 billion people. This is a case which has questioned the judiciary of India. This is the case which has questioned the legal systems of Bharat. This is the case which is going to impact your stock exchanges. This is the case which is going to impact the inflow of investment into the country. This is the case which will determine how many people will invest in India and how much of money will come out of India, how much of money can potentially go out of India. Because when you are looking at a country, when you are looking at the investment, the most important thing what we always thought and what we always stood at, Indian judiciary always stood up to, was impartial judiciary. This one case has shaken everything. Today the common man on the ground is shaken. Kehta yaar sab bike hue hain. I mean, and after you see the kind of things would have happened, it's only a newspaper which reports it after 7 days. No seizure happened, no picture, no photography, and the judge says ki bhai, this is not my mind, this was a storehouse, I don't control it. By that logic, Vineet, if you have a farmhouse, if some cash is found there, you can always say, Gurkha se pucho. If it's found in your car, say driver se pucho. If it's found in your office, bolo chaparasi se pucho. I mean, there's no way I can keep 15 crores in my jacket and move away. Now, with these things happening, and this here and there approach, will transfer you to Allahabad. And incidentally, the same gentleman has been also named in FIR. which was caused by Honorable Supreme Court in 2024. It was about a sugar mill 150 crore case, Sambhavi sugar mill, I think registered in 2018 or 2019, which was just caused in 2024. I'm not casting aspersions, but I'm saying this puts a serious question mark on the way judiciary functions. This puts a very serious question mark on the collegium system. And Mr. Rohtagi is right that the time has come. A full reform is needed. You already refined the judicial system, Nyaya Pranalika. Next logical reform is police reform and judicial reform. Only by refining the judicial Nyaya Pranalika, that's not going to deliver you the results. With this kind of thing happening, Vinny, tell me if it is you or me in this case, where will we be today? We'll be in the jail. Why this kid gloves approach? Why this different approach? And I completely concur with Mr. Rohtagi when he's going to say that 3 internal judges are going to find nothing. Now, you need police, you need CBI, you need those forensic experts, you need to look through the CCTVs, you need to question people, you need to pick up those the people who cleaned, you need to talk to that fire tender, you need to talk to all set of people and find what happened. They have to take their testimonies, there has to be a FIR registered. Why even as on date there is no FIR registered? Because you look, it's not about 15-20 crores. There have been much bigger scams in India. Here, 1.4 billion people are looking up to you. And if their collective conscience is shaken, one of the pillars of our democracy, which is judiciary, and the trust on judiciary can get shaken. Media here has done a fantastic job. I must compliment media for bringing up into the forefront. But now it is the job of the executive and the judiciary to get together and don't linger it on. It needs a time-bound addressal, redressal, and a closure. Let the Honorable Chief Justice of India declare by peace then 40 days, 60 days, 90 days. We'll close this every day, give the press briefing. Let them in the parliament this talk be talked about, debated about, and use this opportunity to refine and define the judicial system of India, which needs our all. And Mr. Rohtagi was right. Nowhere in the world judges appoint judges. And this approach, why a 3-bench committee? Why police has not registered FIR? Why you have not directed the police to go and register FIR? Even today, the police was sent to the Honorable Judge's house because, for what? Not to go and question or see anything. They were complaining there are media vans which are outside my home. Bhai, inko zara bhagao. So police went there, Delhi police went there, a commissioner level officer went there to just ask media guys to move away from the house. If this is happening, you are challenging the model and idea of Bharat under Prime Minister Modi, which has reached the limits. Let's not bring the collective disaster to the country by the virtue of one person who has possibly done something wrong. Let's get together and fight this menace and use this opportunity to refine and define the system in the shortest possible time. Time taken is debacle and disaster. The minimum time you spend in it or give it a closure, you will restore the faith of people, not in India, but internationally as well. And that is what this country needs at this point of time, Vineet.
Mr. KV Dhananjay is back with us. Mr. Dhananjay, obviously this raises a huge concern here. As citizens, as lawyers also, you must be concerned that this is going to put the judiciary into a lot of disrepute. And obviously there is some face saving to be done as well. But a lot of people are also disappointed with the way, how the collegium responded on what to do with this judge.
Well, yes, I think the public certainly is bound to be disappointed. But I think there are these strange circumstances in this case. If you start looking out for actual events in the past which might match closely to this, you probably may not find any at all. Because the facts here are so strange. Circumstances are so strange. If you look at the release put out by the Supreme Court, and of course, I think we all need to commend and applaud the Supreme Court Collegium for having done what it has done. Because a lot of people were not really expecting this. More so after, they got to hear from the Supreme Court Collegium 2 days ago that this reporting in the media was, of course, a rumor and all that. So what the Supreme Court Collegium has done is to give out photographs, and that is how I think we are here today discussing this matter with greater certainty which was practically absent 2 days ago. I think the way to look at it is if you go through the communication carefully, you will find that the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court was himself alerted to this event at 4:50 p.m. on the 15th. Now, what all had happened before that is there was a reporting of fire at 11:30 p.m. on the 14th night in a storeroom. And the judge, of course, says that it should not be treated as part of his residence because other people also had access to it. And then the Chief Justice is informed next day evening, but before he is even informed the next day, that's on the 15th morning, the debris is removed. So all of this cash is gone. So the Chief Justice gets to know after the fact, that is after the damage has already been done. What is the damage here? The damage is cash. It's everything. Burnt cash or whatever cash is everything. And if that's not available, you know what, there's a setback to the investigation. So the fact is, it was damaging already, the damage has already been done. And what the Chief Justice has done as part of the collegium, I think thereafter is commendable in the sense they've sought explanation from the judge in question that the damage has already been done. And so the judge has gone on to explain his version. And thereafter, the collegium has set up a 3-judge committee. Now, the 3-judge committee may not be able to accomplish that much because eventually the question arises as to what happened to the cash in question. So it can only be unearthed to the resort to Chapter 12 of the Criminal Procedure Code, the investigating powers. So an FIR has to be drawn. But I think the judges are, making sure that they have all sides of the story, all sides of the episodes first heard before they ask for an initiation of an FIR. I think that is fair. And of course, the public might not agree with this aspect, and the public might say that there should have been an FIR immediately lodged and all that. When the police come into anyone's house, when the fire police come into anyone's house, they are less likely to, take note, or they certainly didn't have the power to seize these notes because it was not really their jurisdiction at all. They would have made a note of it, and because of the huge volume of cash, obviously they made a note, and this went out of their department. It went to the crime department, and it reached the police commissioner's office, who again did not seem to, who probably could have alerted the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court much earlier, and had he done that, perhaps the disappearance of the cash, would have been avoided. As a lawyer, I find this event is the one that will test the credibility of the institution, because we will have no credibility whatsoever if even after a discovery of this nature, a discovery where photographs have come from no less than the collegium itself, there is not going to be an FIR and there is not going to be an investigation. But nevertheless, investigation, of course, can be initiated on a robust ground. But we also have to be mindful of the criminal law, the rules of evidence, and all of that. The judge in question here, Justice Yashwant Varma, says that this cash was stored, apparently, alleged cash, in his view, was stored in a room where, servants could enter in, members of the CPWD, the Central Public Works Department, could enter in. And if so many people have access to a place, then it would be nearly impossible in law to put culpability on the judge in question. Because law when law makes possession of something a crime, the law presupposes that the possession is somewhat exclusive, and then the person in possession has the ability to control who cannot come into possession of the property. This, I think, aspect, is something that we must take note of. And the 3-judge committee obviously will have to conclude their task as soon as possible, or for that matter, if they want to continue further, they at least have to make a conclusion that so far as finding out about the disappeared money, it is important that an FIR be drawn, and the registrar of the Delhi High Court registers an FIR in this regard, and an investigation is carried out. An investigation being carried out is not necessarily going to mean that the judge will be eventually found culpable, or for that matter, the liability, the criminal liability, will be fastened upon the judge. The judge is coming out with his version, which, of course, there are two objective facts here, which is the judge was not there at the time when the fire broke out. And the next morning when the cash was removed, again the judge was not there. He reached his residence only on the evening of the 15th. The judge has taken is a defense that the criminal law readily affords to him, the constitution readily affords to him.
Okay, and we have a paucity of time, so let me also rope in Shamshavish into this conversation. Shamshavish, obviously a lot can be said about what the judge said, and whether this cash was accessible to other people as well. I believe if this cash was accessible to the servants and the CPWD, there wouldn't have been any cash in this particular room. What do you make of this big issue that has come up concerning the judiciary?
Well, I would think that looking into the complete story and the kind of work that I'm actually dealing with, that's a criminal law. So I would say that it, as Mr. Rodgi said, it takes years to build a name, and it takes a second to actually ruin it. So it would be too early for all of us to talk about it, since the inquiry is actually going on. There would be a proper CBI inquiry happening over it, and then a complete story will actually come out. If we all keep on talking about it, it will actually ruin the complete story. And it's actually pretty easy to make a allegation, and then everyone keeps on talking. Though there are documents, the video is there. There are different stories that's been going on in the news and media. But yes, it takes time, because the place where these all judges have been sitting, it's a very such kind of a place that there is a lot of pressure on them. You actually never know who would want to ruin his reputation, or else he is bad in itself, or not. Because when you are at that stage, you are living in a government accommodation, you know that you have a lot of staff with you, be it a mali, a clerk, or a steno and all. So if you are doing a crime, I mean taking a bribe of this huge amount, you would prefer to purchase a land and not take so much of actually amount and keep it at your place. But then again, it takes time. Let the CBI inquiry happen, and let the court inquiry happen. Let them come out with it, and then it would be better for us as advocates also to talk about it, and then leave a impression. Because what all we are making statements here, everyone are watching us, and if a lawyer makes a very loose statement, it will leave a very bad impression that the judiciary is bad, and the lawyers also knows a lot about it. So yes, good that we all are talking about it, but let's make it a very limited conversation, so that the trust from the judiciary is not taken away, and the lawyers also know that.
All right, let me get Advocate Pandey into this conversation as well. Advocate Pandey, we have a paucity of time. Your quick thoughts on what's going to become of this case. Is this something which is going to be slipped under the carpet eventually, or do you think this is something which is going to serve as a catalyst when it comes to the reforms in our judiciary?
There is two things very clear. At the one hand, you criticize bulldozer justice, you criticize encounter justice, and here, because just a judge is involved, the legal fraternity is involved, you want a bulldozer justice. Delegation is not conviction. There is a set procedure of law. There are so many judgments, and Chief Justice of India has acted very promptly and acknowledged the complaint, took the action, colloquium is set in the motion, investigation is under process. Even if it has to be a CBI inquiry, is anybody bothered to find out from Delhi police that such request was made to CGI? No such request has yet come. So even a bureaucrat enjoys certain kind of protection. Here you are talking of a judge who performs his duty. I'm not giving him a clean check, but what I am asking is keeping his sensitive position in view. Keeping the probity of the entire judiciary. It is not the
Mr.
question
Ramakant
of
Gaur is
individual.
also there with us.
It
Mr.
is
Gaur,
the question of the...
Mr. Gaur, quick thoughts from you, sir. We have a paucity of time, sir.
Thank you.
Go on, Mr. Gaur. So your reading of this case.
See, when we are talking about judiciary versus common man, and we are saying the sanctity of judiciary is at the stake, and judge might have been framed. Undoubtedly, there is a proposition: any accused who is not convicted is not guilty, and he is presumed innocent. But the basic thing is, where is the FIR? Where is the initiation of investigation?
Correct.
You are talking about the investigation by 3 judges. The judges are judges who look at the material available with them, and then they announce the judgment. As a matter of fact, they are not skilled in the investigation. They cannot collect the evidence, and they cannot go into the field and find out who has been creator of this money, how this money reached. These 3 judges of different high courts would not do this.
All right, sir.
Rishabhji, three things. There are three very important things which needs to be ruminated at this juncture.
So unfortunately, we've run out of time, but appreciate your passion in this important development. We'll have to take a short break. We in fact will be bringing you more on this pressing issue in just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Hello and welcome to a special evening. This is a show called Cricket Predictor and I'm Sunil Yashkalra. Joining me are three of the important guests today. But without further ado, let me get in straight the former Indian player and the former Indian selector, Sharandeep Singh, who's just come out of his commentary stint. Sharandeep, before I introduce everything, tell me, what is this carnage happening? This is like Jallianwala Bagh for the bowlers right now.
Definitely, Sunil Bhai, means and it's, the wickets are really good over there, and we know about the all IPL matches that happens. They are a very good batting wickets, and we see yesterday in the first IPL game also when it happens in KKR and RCB, the way they batted, the beautiful batting lineup, and the way Hyderabad left in the last year. They started in the same way in this batting order. Abhishek Sharma, Travis Head, they after the bowlers, and it's a very poor strategy from the Rajasthan Royals. They don't use their bowlers properly. I don't know what the coaching staff is doing. They're not even properly managing up the things. If you know you have a two left-handers in a different team and they are a big hitters, you have a off spinner Nitish Rana in your in your bowling lineup. Just give him a bowl. Let him bowl in the first or second over to the spinners. Let him go for each and every ball and just go try to get a wicket. But they didn't do that. They didn't make your bowlers bowl properly. Tushar Deshpande, they're coming in the seventh over. Means I don't know what mind setup they are having. So the drop catches also misfieldings. They are not in the game from the first over. They look like they are just here to compete the game, not to fought the game.
Sharandeep, one quick question. You have the biggest bowler of this IPL called Jofra Archer. Of course, big on papers and big on the money is given to him.
Big on the scoreboard also, on a bowling card also is very big. He made a record today. He's the highest run given in the IPL history.
Absolutely, 14-4. I mean, when you hit 46 boundaries, I mean, what do you make of the situation? I mean, this is what T20 has come up to. It's like you're watching a package, you know, the highlights package. Is that true? Did you feel the same while doing your commentary stint?
Yeah, definitely, Sunil. By now, you can see this is the 18th year of IPL. And you are mature enough now, you can get the driving license, you can get every license to do whatever you want to do. And this is the way how the batsmen in the 18th season, they get the license to do anything and they are killing it, the bowlers also. And especially the way started, Abhishek Sharma started really well and Travis had the way he followed up. And I'm very, very happy for Ishan Kishan, the boy who was in a controversy from last 1 or 2 years, not picking in the Indian team, not playing domestic cricket. He said he's nowhere. And MI don't pick him, they release him. And the good pick for the Hyderabad, they pick him, and the way he scored today, the way he batted today, the way he showed that aggression in the field today, that he really badly want that 100 today, and he did it for the team also.
Absolutely. We are also joined by Atul Vasan, the former Indian cricketer. Of course, the man who's given us a lot of food for thought, especially when it talks about the saliva part on a cricket ball. We were wondering that the scores will come down, the wickets will go up, the respect index will go up. But Atul, what has happened? All of a sudden, this Sunday game, it's all gone out of the windows. Atul.
देखिए बस ऐसे ही है क्योंकि मुझे I think you know it'll take time for bowlers to actually get on top of this advantage because for so long I think they have not been able to use it, and whether all bowlers will be able to utilize this facility or not, that also stays there. But you know, this is in the beast of the game that even Pat Cummins has gone for 20 runs in the first over. So you can imagine, one of the best bowlers in the world. So there is no respect for what you have done in Test cricket and whatever you have done in the past in this format.
Well, quickly, I'll go on to Sharandeep Singh because he has to run for his commentary thing. I'll come back to you, Atul. Sharan, quickly, the impact player rule, has it caused a lot of headache to the side, to the scorers, to the scorecards?
Oh, definitely they are, no, because you can have an opportunity to do things differently, and especially the impact. And some of the captains, even they don't understand what's the impact, how to use that impact player. I mean, if you using the first 3 batsmen gone, then you have to take a batsman, then you need to take off the all-rounder or a bowler outside the game. And I mean, in the bowling side, like today, means that's fine. Means Travis had he scored runs, then you could bring a Zampa in. But still, that impact player is actually helping a few players like Varun Chakravarti, we talked about in the show before also, who only came into the bowl. Even last game we saw Suyash. He got a big wicket off Andre Russell. He finished his 4 overs. He gone off. Some of the good players will chip in, good batsmen. Devdutt Padikkal chips in. So yeah, it happens. If your team doing well, then impact player is really useful. Otherwise, if you're struggling, then you don't know whom player will come and who will be go out.
Well, Atul Vasan, we'll shift our focus. I'm sure we can talk about the carnage part and talk about the bowling, the batting mayhem on the bowlers. But now it's time for CSK, which has got a fantastic track record in the IPL history, of course, with the playing their home venue, MH Chidambaram Stadium in Chennai. What could be their strategy while approaching the game, considering that there's a bit of a change in the conditions right now? CSK at MH Chidambaram Stadium, they've won 51 games out of the 75, lost 23, and they're up against Mumbai Indians today. Atul.
But this is the kind of a marquee, even if you have read the pre-season report by even the broadcasters, I think the 4 games which are going to get the maximum viewership and revenue, and this is one of the games, CSK Mumbai games, and RCB and Kolkata Knight Riders. These 4 teams actually bring more than 70% of the total league's revenue. So I think, having said that, because they've won so much in the past, that all they've got, and their fan base is the best. They've got the best traction. I think just Mahendra Singh Dhoni being there lends that X factor to the encounter. But we have seen that they've been rather consistent in their own layer in Chennai. So I'm and Mumbai Indians, the way they finished last year, I think they have to prove a point.
Sharandeep, I'm going to take on from where Atul has left. He's spoken about MS Dhoni, MH Chidambaram, CSK. What do you think of these 3 heavy dose of concoction when you put all 3 together on a Sunday evening, the first Sunday of the IPL?
Yeah, first definitely, it's a big Sunday today, and we've seen the big performances in the afternoon game, and same we expected in the evening game also from Mahendra Singh Dhoni, and his team is playing in his hometown. But if you see the facts also, that they played 8 times each other. Mumbai Indians come 8 times to Chepak but won 5 times. And Chennai only wins 3 games over here. But still they have a very strong record at their home, 73 or 75% of record in their home. But it's a matter of whether what playing 11 they're going to be play. And what role Mahendra Singh Dhoni is going to play today. Either he comes out at the 18th or 19th over, is he only play 10, 12, 15 balls, or is he comes up the order? And who's going to be open? Even Rachin Ravindra, is he going to make into playing 11 or not?
Yes.
There are a few things worried for Chennai, because the team will change a lot. So let's hope. And Rituraj Gaikwad, means we've seen him last season. He's not scoring runs so much, even in the domestic. He injured a lot. So there's a big pressure on the captain also, because we saw yesterday the captains, Ajinkya Rahane performed really well. Rajat Patidar scored brilliant runs. But let's see what Rituraj Gaikwad do for Chennai Super Kings, because they actually depend a lot on Rituraj Gaikwad.
Well, when you talk about the matchups, of course, Rituraj Gaikwad against Jasprit Bumrah. But more importantly, Rohit Sharma versus Matisha Pathirana. Atul Vasan, what do you make of the aging horse versus the new Malinga lookalike contender on the other hand?
I think it's going to be, quite interesting, because Pathirana also is something unique in world cricket, and I think his kind of bowling, whether he'll have the potency of Malinga, we'll have to see in the long run. But currently, it'll be interesting. And Rohit Sharma coming back from, just off his, he's won the World Cup this year. He's won the Champions Trophy. So, a lot of expectations are there. He's not the captain. I think that will also ease the things for him. What is the kind of support Hardik Pandya will get from the fan brigade? It will be seen. But I think Noor Ahmed, I'm looking forward to see also.
Very interesting.
Even Hardik Pandya is not the playing 11 today. He got a ban for 1 game.
I know that. Yeah. But I'm talking about
that's a huge
season,
problems for Mumbai Indians this season, starting in the first game. Yeah.
Not really. I don't think so. It's going to be such a big factor. Hardik Pandya not playing the first game.
Even Jasprit Bumrah is not fit, Paji.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And guess
what? But I somehow I've got a feeling that I'm just sticking my neck out in the first game of the season for him. I think Mumbai Indians is going to be there in the last 2.
Well,
definitely.
Mumbai Indians, that's an interesting point you say that. Well, emotional favourite is RCB for various reasons, but one of them is to get Virat Kohli the trophy, the evasive trophy. But Sharandeep Singh, you've played here in this pitch. You know the situation while you were growing up. You've stayed here. What do you make of the pitch? Has it changed over the years, or is it going to be completely new, kind of a drop-in kind of a pitch here?
No, it's not a new pitch. It's the same pitch, I think, and definitely now they have not only Ravindra Jadeja, they got Ravichandran Ashwin back after 9 years and he's playing in his hometown after 9 years. So definitely wicket is going to be a bit of turner because their strength is their spinners, and Rachit Ravindra is the one we seen in the Champions Trophy, so he can bowl a bit. So they have a good spinning attack. So they depend a lot on their spinners a lot. So I think wicket will be not that easy to play. The ball might be big turning sometimes, grip the ball, but it's more important to win the toss first, because whoever win the toss, then they're gonna bowl first, and then they can take the advantage of the dry wicket.
Atul, you mentioned some time ago about the breeze blowing in the evening time. Do you think that's going to have little impact, especially with the bowlers? Will there be little additional swing?
I don't think so. It's going to, because it's already peak of summer in Chennai. But then the design of the chepoks, the new design, affords that kind of there is a slit in the sides of the thing that where the breeze comes through, which is a big relief. But depends on the day. I think the wicket is something which is quite unique. If you go around all over India and you see all of IPL matches, Chennai has got a pitch which is so typical that somehow CSK has got the knack of getting the most out of it.
Well, star MI batter Surya Kumar Yadav has struggled against star spin all-rounder Ravindra Jadeja. Will CSK use Jadeja as a key weapon? Sharandeep Singh, what's your prediction on Predictor today?
No, definitely. Ravindra Jadeja is a big match winner player for CSK for so many years. So definitely he's going to make a problems to Surya Kumar Yadav. But if Rohit Sharma is still there, then he also be a big factor because he plays spins really well. So let's hope for the best. Let's see how they go. Let's the match starts, because when they start playing, then we exactly know that how things will be going in their favors actually.
Well, absolutely. Just take our fans through about the ban that Hardik Pandya is facing, considering it's a carry forward from last year, so that it gets into context. Sharandeep?
Yes, definitely. Hardik Pandya is one of the most favorite players they're having, and he's a great all-rounder, and he's in a good form actually. The way he's bowling, the way he's batting, the way he played Champions Trophy. So they're definitely going to miss him. The fans going to miss him. But still, you can't do anything. But first game they are playing away. So the second game when they came back to Wankhede, so that's a totally different game for Hardik Pandya. The fans going to love him, and they're going to respect him this time definitely for sure.
But the other factor is that the last year's little harsh rule, as people would say, is now coming to an end.
Look, fans always react the way the team is performing actually. So, but that's fine. Otherwise, give him a chance. When he's a good player, he's a good all-rounder. So definitely this time they're going to love him, and Mumbai Indians going to play a good cricket, and they're going to be finishing the last two for sure. I'm a huge fan of MI, so I'm supporting MI all the time.
Absolutely. Well, you've got MI fans here for various reasons, including Rohit Sharma is one of them. Hardik Pandya, as they say, the fans' favorite, but at the same time, you have Surya Kumar Yadav, who's managed to win Mumbai Indian matches, not only with his batting skills, but also his fielding. Atul Vasan, my question to you is, do you think without Jasprit Bumrah, the Mumbai Indians are half as potent as they appear to be on their television commercials and the other?
You're right. Jasprit Bumrah is more than half of their bowling attack, and because he's the best bowler in the world. But they have got Trent Bolt, they've got Santner, so I think they'll have to manage with the resources. They've got, they have to play a new guy because Hardik Pandya is not playing because their bowling attack is. But they've got Tilak Verma also. He's the new star for Indian cricket in T20 with Surya Kumar Yadav and Rohit Sharma up front. So I think they'll have to rely on these big names to take them through. And once you get going, then suddenly you get in the kind of a right balance for the rest of the season.
Well, you're listening to Atul Vasan, and we are here on Cricket Predictor, the IPL 2025 season. Here we are kicking things off in a blockbuster showdown. CSK versus MI, the two giants, 5-time champions each. But before we dive into this epic rivalry, let's take a quick look at match number 1. Sunrisers Hyderabad versus Rajasthan Royals. Hyderabad has set a massive 287 runs target thanks to Ishan Kishan's explosive unbeaten century and Travis Head's fiery 50. This is the second highest total in IPL history, just behind their own record, which is 287 runs. for 3 against RCB last season. Ishan in his first season with SRH smashed a 45-ball century, making it IPL's 2025's first ton. Hyderabad had 3 250 plus scores in the last season, and they've already crossed 270 in their first game. Now it's game on from there. Of course, Sanju Samson and his team is not doing bad either. We'll give you the updated score. But Atul Vasan, what do you make of this? 286, 287 and 280 plus in the last. I mean, these are scores for 50 over ODI tournament. What do you think of it?
Well, I think the best we have seen last year was 264 being chased, so I'm just worried when 300 is going to be scored and 300 runs are going to be chased, But, Sunrisers have set the pace. They were the ones who actually went after this psychological barrier of 300, mark. But, when they say, the bar has to be raised. And Sunrisers Hyderabad somehow, because of the pitch, I think, where they play, certain pitches in this whole of the season will actually be graveyards for the bowlers, and I think Ishan Kishan is setting the tone. There are some batsmen who already made up their mind that they're going to be at least 3-4 centuries from their bat.
Well, absolutely. But when you make those 250 plus scores in a 20 over match, does it scare you, and do you thank your stars that you're not bowling in today's atmosphere, Atul Vasan? On a lighter note, on a Sunday evening.
But I've realized that the bowlers also don't mind now. Because earlier on, now they don't even care. These runs which are against their name, they don't feel bad. And the whole world is also that. And they don't treat you badly when you get hit. Because every day the bowlers are getting hit. I think so. So I think that trauma and that baggage or shame of so many runs being scored off you is also taken away from the bowlers. So it's no problem now.
Well, it's interesting when you listen to Atul Vasan, and Vineet, my friend here in the studio, is smiling and he's saying, trauma and shame and the baggage that you carry doesn't have it. Of course, Rajasthan Royals in the 13th over is 153 for 3. What do you make of it? This guy is still not out. Sanju Samson, 59 of 33 deliveries, and you have Dhruv Jurel still batting at 32. Do we have problem of plenty here?
Not really. I think to keep on doing what they're doing right now and keep on doing and upping the ante later on is possible, but not probable.
Possible and not probable. Atul, which is the other game that you recollect where this kind of carnage has happened on bowlers? Of course, we're talking about 438 runs. Remember many years ago, 50 overs game between South Africa and Australia, which Australia chased it down.
And that day, the lightning fell on one spot and fell on the same spot again within the same day. And how many times this happened? It was one of those odd, erratic. It was what they call the glitch in the matrix. That was the day.
Absolutely, the glitch in the matrix did happen there in South Africa. It was Centurion, if I'm not mistaken. But take a step back. Before the match started, the Sunrisers guys were absolutely very clear that 300. Now it's become a very. Is it an official thing and an okay thing to say we're going to chase 300 or we're going to put a total of 300? Is it a given fact that this reality is going to happen in this IPL 2025, that we will see 300 score? Atul.
But we see these high scores, and sometimes we see 60 scores of 60s and 70s also. Teams also collapse also. And this is the beauty of cricket. Then these odd things happen. But I think if you see the evolution, it's been 18 years. We started with 140 was considered a match-winning score when the IPL started, and slowly the envelope has been pushed. And with the impact player, I think that was the last straw on the camel's back. And now and with the batsman becoming bigger and stronger, the bat becomes bigger, the boundaries have become smaller. So I think 300 is around the corner.
Absolutely, 300 is round the corner. Prediction on Cricket Predictor by Atul Vasan, the former fast bowler from India. Atul, we won't let you go before we understand, and which has been talked about on social media, your comment, which is on the saliva part, the reverse swing. Can you just take our fans through on NewsX? What exactly is the new rule about
I would have kept the ball with me, but I've showed you, because what happens is the balance of the ball. There are two sides of the ball. So one side of the ball you keep on shining, and one side of the ball you keep on scruffing, or if the ball is getting there's some wear and tear, you keep on having. because of the heaviness of the ball, and eventually when you put saliva on the ball, after the sweat, when you put saliva on the ball, because of the mucus, and then the side of the ball become heavier. And then when you're supposed to bowl in swingers, and with the shiny part this way, but the ball is heavier this side, it'll start to go away. And the other way, if the shiny part is this conventional way, the ball should swing outside. But because of the heaviness of the ball and the weight factor distribution of the ball will duck in. So I think in the slog overs, when the ball is heavy on the one side and light on the one side, and then if a bowler has got the capacity and he's got the talent, he can use it to duck in late, and then it's very hard to hit because you can't set it up.
Well, that was Professor Atul Vasan here, helping us understand the beauty of ball swinging with the saliva and all. Well, that's all we had time for. Thank you for watching. We'll be back every day on Cricket Predictor. This is Sunil Yashkalra signing off and saying thank you to our guest from their home studios. Thank you, Atul Vasan. Thank you, Sharandeep Singh. Keep watching NewsX. We'll be back after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere else.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व में महाकुंभ 2025 बना कीर्तिमान रचने वाला स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित, सुव्यवस्थित महाकुंभ। दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी आबादी महाकुंभ नगरी पहुंची, लेकिन 45 दिनों तक न कहीं गंदगी दिखी, न अव्यवस्था। अग्निशमन के आधुनिक बेड़ों की तत्परता, जल पुलिस की सक्रियता, ट्रैफिक पुलिस की सतर्कता सुव्यवस्था के पर्याय बन गए। साइनेज और CCTV के अलावा सभी घाटों पर महिलाओं के लिए चेंजिंग रूम से श्रद्धालुओं के साथ सरकार नजर आई। 75,000 पुलिसकर्मियों की टीम संवेदनशील होकर जरूरतमंद की सहायता करती दिखी। स्वच्छता के लिए QR कोड आधारित निगरानी प्रणाली से लैस 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा शौचालय और 15,000 सफाई कर्मियों की मदद से 650 मीट्रिक टन कचरा प्रतिदिन निस्तारित हुआ। डबल इंजन सरकार के प्रयास से महाकुंभ स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित एवं सुव्यवस्थित महाकुंभ बन इतिहास रच गया।
आज
ही बड़ा खाने का मन है। वाह क्या स्वाद!
असली स्वाद तो MDH दही वड़ा रायता मसाले से ही आता है।
जीरा से प्यास बुझाएं,
डाइजेशन के लिए मस्त, शरीर में नमक पानी का बैलेंस बनाए।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल्दी और जीरा सिप।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
All right, welcome back. My name is Vineet Malhotra. The Supreme Court has released the inquiry report filed by the Delhi High Court Chief Justice Devendra Kumar Upadhyay into the controversy involving High Court Justice Yashwant Varma. In his report, the Delhi High Court Chief Justice said he is of the prima facie opinion that the entire matter warrants a deeper probe. The Supreme Court also released the response of Justice Yashwant Varma, who has denied the allegations and said that it clearly appeared to be a conspiracy to frame and malign him. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has officially released videos from inside Justice Varma's residence where one can see stacks of Indian currency. Well, we'll talk about this and more with our guest. Joining us on the show is Mr. Sanjay Bansal, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court. Mr. Naveen Chomal, Lawyer Supreme Court, also joins us on the broadcast. Mr. A.K. Singh, Advocate Supreme Court, with us on the show as well. Mr. Himanshu Bhatt, Senior Journalist, joins us on the broadcast as well. Mr. Himanshu Bhatt, I'll begin with you, sir. Everyone is wondering, everyone is in a state of shock. There seems to be a sense of disbelief that what their deepest apprehensions were about the judiciary have come true. There is also this matter, Mr. Bhatt, of how the judiciary responded or how the collegium responded when these allegations came about. Initially, of course, everybody knows there was a transfer which was retracted, and now, of course, this particular judge cannot preside on any decisions. But this entire case, this entire series of events, Mr. Bhatt, has also exposed a wound. It's also exposed a wound that has not healed since independence, and that is the state of our judiciary. India is declared as a judicial democracy because, some tall and big and huge, humongous cases which the government also could not solve were taken care of by the judiciary. How helpless must a common man feel, according to you, after seeing what's happened here?
Well, I'll talk as a common man, because all other my co-panelists are either judges of the bigger courts, advocates of the bigger court. I speak as a common man. And I'll tell you, as you very clearly pointed out, there's something fishy. And that fishy needs to be taken care of. Since independence, we have been talking about, how can judiciary function like this in a hushed tones? Now, when there's something like this, is exposed, now when you find
See, whether the person is guilty or not, I'm not debating that at all. What I'm saying is, judges are also one among us. That, keeping that in mind, when you have something like this happening, and the evidence is being put out for the people to see, there is certainly an iota of doubt in everyone's mind. And that iota of doubt could be either side. I'm not saying this side or that side. I'm not taking any sides right now. All I'm doing as a journalist is a common man's viewpoint is if our judges are going to be like this, if our judiciary is going to be like this, what is the use of having judicial democracy? A judge might have a particular view. That's all right with me. That's not an issue at all. Whether this, this is an handiwork of some miscreants. I'm using the terms very, very clearly. Some miscreants have done this maybe.
Do you actually believe that?
Or maybe someone wanted to frame this person and did it. Someone wanted to prove a larger point in Bharat as such, and they did this. Because this is something which has not happened off and on. This is one of the rare cases where from a judge's house you have a fire and you find some of the burnt currency notes. It suggests something. And the geopolitical situation of the world and Bharat. I'm not using India. Because it's always like this. It's always like this. When something, is going to erupt, such things are tried and tested. I find this with our judiciary, this is a test case which has come out. And that's why, I'm not wincing my words as a common man, and I'm saying this, people might debate so many things on this. But the ultimate remedy lies in correction of the judicial system, which is much, much, much overdue.
All right. Well, strong words coming from Mr. Himanshu Bhatt. Mr. Bansal, there was also a delay in a lot of these actions. 17 days perhaps have gone by now, or maybe 12 days have gone by since this particular incident happened. But the fact of the matter is that a lot is being said, a lot is being expected from the judiciary at this point in time, and the collegium has also become a focal point. Its usefulness, or rather its modernization or its reform, is also something which has kicked up in corridors where they feel that this change is necessary to revive and reform the judiciary. Where are you placed on that?
Vineet, thanks for giving me this opportunity to talk to your viewers. I would like to, start with the facts actually, which are very necessary to be brought in the public domain right now, because there's so many things flying around and so many things said by so many people that the actual facts which are now, whatever facts which are now in public domain, we should, I hope we should talk upon those facts only. What the facts which I have gathered it from the report and the material which has been published by the Supreme Court under the orders of the Honorable Chief Justice of India on the website. So I would like to refer to the report of Justice Upadhyay, Chief Justice Delhi High Court, which he has submitted to Honorable Chief Justice of India on 21st March 2025, which actually is a bit redacted. A long portion of it has been redacted, maybe because of the ongoing inquiry, some of the facts which are not necessary to be brought into public domain, but it gives us basically the idea of the events which have actually taken place, which are on record. So let us talk about those facts. The first fact, which is that the incident of this fire took place at the outhouse or store of Justice Yashwant Varma's official residence in Delhi. It happened somewhere around 11:45, as has been indicated, in the night of 14th of March, which was a holy day, and the judge and the family of the judge was not present in the accommodation. He was away to Bhopal for some personal function. So the police was informed actually by either the daughter or the PS of the judge, and what I have gathered is that automatically, because of the fire incident, the police call automatically goes to the fire department. The fire department came, they doused the fire, and when they doused the fire and they entered inside the room, this room where this all has been told to have been seen actually, they found 4 to 5 guineas, the bags of Indian currency, most of them burned. These are the facts which have been
and Sanjay, the next day they were gone. This money was gone the next day.
Actually, I'm coming to that. If you give me 2 minutes, I think it will be better for your viewers also to understand.
No, we all know the premise. Of course, you can repeat it, but be quick about it. I also want to know your
opinion.
I'm
sorry. I'll take just 2 minutes. Basically, on 15th, this is the incident of 14th night. Normally, what happens is if a large cash is found anywhere by either the police or by any other agency of the government, normally the procedure is that it has to be seized or it has to be secured. So the first thing is, there's nothing on the whole report that so-called cash was either seized or recovered. No seizure was prepared, nothing was done. The room was not locked. It was not kept in the safe custody. None of the, as mentioned by Mr. Justice Yashwant Varma, that none of his staff was shown the note. And on the next day at 4:50, the Commissioner of Police actually had intimated the Chief Justice of the High Court in Lucknow. Next day, 4:50 p.m., not in the morning. So what happened during this period? Whose fault is this? Because in the video, which now we have seen, it is shown by your TV channel also, there are burnt notes and large number of them apparently. So that was not secured by the police. Thereafter, the judge, basically Chief Justice informed the Honorable Chief Justice of India, and then on 15th and 16th, certain things, it's all there in the report. From 17th to 20th, till the time this report, this news was reported by Times of India, nothing happened. There's nothing in the report as to what happened in between, why this long time has taken place, what action was taken, why no action was taken, what police was doing, what the Honorable Chief Justice Delhi High Court was doing, nothing of that sort. So basically, now the reply of the judge says that there was nothing was there in his knowledge. There's no seizure. The initial report said 60 crores. Then we were told 15 crores. Today we know, after this release of this report, that there is no count of the report. There is not even seizure of those notes, which have been alleged to have been recovered from, seen, not recovered, seen in the outhouse of the judge. So it's a very precarious situation, as has been told by Mr. Bhatt just now, that the situation can be read either way. After the reply of the Honorable Judge, which is now on record, if we read the whole report, basically there's no evidence of the any recovery of note or any currency existing in the having there in the premises, except this video recordings. So what this judges committee is going to do? They're going to interview the people who were there on the site. How they are going to proceed? These are the questions. So basically, it has complicated the whole issue, and a thorough investigation is necessary for both ends, as has been mentioned by my previous panelist. It has to be investigated, and the investigation has to be under the public gaze, so that people are aware. There is a question of
but there is no transparency, right,
and,
Mr. Bansal? There won't be any transparency. This is obviously the collegium that we're dealing with. Let me also rope in Mr. Chomal into this conversation. Mr. Chomal, do you think that this is perhaps the right time or a right example whereby eminent and independent people should also be constituted in a committee which can probe this manner? Mr. Chomal? All right, Mr. Chomal is not there with us. Same question for Mr. A.K. Singh, who is also with us. Mr. Singh?
Yes, sir.
obviously, the collegium works in its own style and its own way. The judges are going to judge other judges, and this is, in fact, something which the collegium has been criticized for as well. Do you think this is perhaps an opportune moment to change that trend and re-invoke the faith in the judiciary?
Surely, the faith of the judiciary is damaged, and we all are shocked and ashamed. Being a member of the legal fraternity, we all are shocked and ashamed. And we have no hope, more hope from the Collegium of the Judiciary, because Collegium has tried to save Mr. Justice Varma. I'll take 2-3 instances. The alleged cash was recovered and the fire broke out on the intervening night of the 14th and 15th of the March. And the matter was brought into the knowledge of the Chief Justice on the same day or next day. Despite that, Justice Varma held the court at Delhi High Court till 20th of March. Why was he allowed to hold the court till 20th of March? My question number 1. Question number 2. Do you believe if the news was not published in the Times of India or in any other news portal, I think they were trying to dilute the whole issues. So news was ultimately published and brought into the light of the media, and it was published in the newspaper. Then immediately thereafter, the press release of the Supreme Court came out and the suspension was made. Later on, it was revoked. It was also clarified that suspension was not related to that cash recovery. And secondly, the DFS officer has released a statement that no cash was released, and no fire staff of the DFS department has not witnessed any cash burning or any did not find any cash there in the premises. So all those things were trying to dilute, trying to pacify the entire issue. The Collegium wanted to save Justice Varma. If the things were not released in the media, was not published in the media, the facts and the figures that we know today, right, we would not have in such a manner. So we have no trust in the Collegium at all.
Okay, Mr. Naveen Chomal, Lord Supreme
Yes,
Court,
please.
also with us. Mr. Chomal, your observations of what's happened here, and how is this, a big worry for the judiciary as well, and the reputation as well as the future of the judiciary, which has often been hailed as the savior of Indian democracy many a times.
See, I am in full conformity with the views of Sri Himanshu Bhatt and Sri A.K. Singh. They have very rightly said the things. And Vinitji, please appreciate. Now, enough is enough. Let us stop calling Indian judiciary to be savior of democracy. We know what has been the character of Indian judiciary. Right from the days when there was emergency, judiciary was licking the feet of Indira Gandhi. And all the time when Manmohan Singh, Sonia Gandhi government was there, judiciary did not have any courage to speak anything against them. So much of corruption was going on. And now when honest government is there, they are holding it for ransom, trying to malign the government and the nation. So ultimately, we know the character of the judges. And ultimately, the collegium system, which was trying to be replaced by the law, and the NJSC laws was passed by the parliament. These collegium judges, they struck it down. So we know the character, and forget that. Ask a common man, Vinitji. You know better than me. You have got the ears to the ground, and every common man is fed up with the judiciary, the corruption, the nepotism, and the lethargy, the nincompoop judges being appointed everywhere. So let us stop calling them Bhagwan and savior of democracy. They are equally corrupt like any other pillar of the democracy. In fact, they are far more protected and more corrupt. In fact, that particular stump is more corroded. So what has been rightly pointed out by Mr. Singh is that they try to push the whole thing under the carpet. But ultimately, where there is a fire, there's a smoke also. The smoke came out and smoke told that there was a fire of Holi and the currency notes were burnt. So you see, then they tried to hush up the thing, saying that he's transferred to Allahabad High Court, and then it has got nothing to do with the cash. So now you see, ultimately, when the things are coming up, there is a video evidence, videography has been done. The notes are found to be burning in the house. Ultimately, it's a nation's loss. So we have to understand that all this corruption has to stop. There should be, in fact, channels like you should be the champion of the society now. You should have the, what to say, of course, I respect you, what you're doing. So we all must now raise our voice and demand that the judicial appointment should be transparent, and whenever a judge is caught committing a crime, he should be taken to task. He is not above the law. Let me draw an analogy. There cannot be no distinction between two crimes. At the most, there can be difference in the punishment. Supposing the same judge would have been caught committing a murder, then would the collegium system would have defended him that no, we will conduct an inquiry? Nothing doing. Then the CBI would have conducted the inquiry.
Right, Mr. Chomal, hold on. Let me open Mr. Himanshu Bhatt into this conversation again. Mr. Bhatt, what do you think would have happened to, let's take for example somebody like you. If 15 crore rupees were found in your house like this, what would happen to you? Wouldn't you be in jail right now? Wouldn't the ED be around you? Wouldn't your reputation would have gone for a toss? Or do you think you would have the same luxury as Justice Varma had?
Well, let me put it the other way around. If I have had couple of crores in my house, everybody will swamp around me. I'll not be standing or I'll not be talking to anyone. But tell me that, a millionaire YouTuber gets a hearing in the Supreme Court because he pays millions and millions to the former CJI's son. I'm talking about Allahabadia, someone. Our CJI's son wanted to plead with him. And so, he got, in 2 days' time, he got a hearing from the Supreme Court. Whether Supreme Court did what, that's a different issue. But he got the hearing. It was in the midnight that a woman like Krista Settleward would get a Supreme Court open for her to get the bail. So this has been going on far too long.
So, sir, doesn't this mean, sir, that the judicial system is rigged against the poor and for the rich?
Definitely. I would clearly put it. See, suppose, as you said, if 15 crores were found in my house, well, I would say, well, welcome. All of you come around, see, there are 15 crores lying. But then the same thing happened during election. Me and you cover elections in and out. In Chhattisgarh, from someone's house that was found. What has happened to that case? Maybe that case has not come up for the hearing alone. So what's happening? See, here that's why I said, since independence, it's been going on far too long. And we have been very, very tolerant people. And still we say, Supreme Court is our my baap and Supreme Court does everything right. Yes, in an essence, maybe. But then, people's patience are wearing out now. And such incidents, when you see, when the geopolitical spectrum you see, what's happening in Bharat, someone tries to light up the whole country, kerosene is ready. And such judiciary, such collegium cases, such things, there's a fire in a sitting Delhi courts. See, it's out of my thinking. I could not have thought so this 30 years ago. Can you imagine, Vinit? That a sitting Delhi High Court judge's house is on fire. Had that happened, can anyone in the panel tell me? This is one of the rarest incidents. And still people are quiet. They want to put everything under the carpet. Nobody wants to talk about it. Okay. And that's why, 14th incident, we are talking on 23rd.
All right, sir. We've run out of time. Appreciate everybody who joined us. Thank you so much. But this is obviously not the end of this very serious conversation about this incident. Thank you, everyone. All right. Well, my colleague Sambhav Sharma has held a telephonic interview with Justice Sharad Bobde, former Chief Justice of India. We're going to listen into that now.
Yes. Sir, this is with regard to the allegations of the cash found at Justice Yashwant Varma's residence. My first question is, what is your response to the allegations regarding the cash found at Justice Yashwant Varma's residence?
My reaction is it is far too serious a matter to be left to people's opinions and gossips and prejudices. I believe the Chief Justice of India has formed a committee to look into it. And we must all wait and suspend our judgment till the committee gives its opinion. After that, what action should be taken will also be decided by the Chief Justice, I'm sure in consultation with his colleagues. But then maybe you can express your opinion on whether the action is sufficient, not sufficient. But today we don't even know whether the cash was found. I mean, except for the fact that there are some news items. There is a dispute, I am told, even the fire service chief said that there was no cash found and then later changed his version. So obviously there is we don't know, maybe there's some manipulation going on about the facts. Let us see, wait for the outcome of the inquiry.
Right. So my next question is, is there any precedent for handling such allegations against a sitting High Court judge or for any judge for this matter?
Oh yes, several of them. In fact, even about the CI there have been allegations.
And sir, what role does the Supreme Court collegium? See, the collegium is under a lot of pressure. People are talking about collegium. That is why I'm putting this question to you, sir. What role does the Supreme Court collegium play in such situations, sir?
I don't think it's a matter for the collegium. It is a matter for the Chief Justice whether to decide whether to hold an in-house inquiry or not under the practices, the rules framed by the Supreme Court itself. The collegium doesn't have much of a role, I think.
And also, sir, how will the judiciary ensure how will the judiciary ensure that such incidents do not undermine the public trust at large in the judicial system?
Well, the obvious answer is by not making appointments which will create such doubts. But you see, what is equally important to know, and it's a very maybe an unpopular thing to say, but the bar and the bench both have an equal responsibility to maintain public trust. It can't be solely left to the judiciary. After all, where do judges come from? The bar. And it's the equal responsibility of all to maintain public trust. And there are many cases which have seen complaints about some role of some person offering something. Then there are all kinds of actions they want. In fact, there are reported cases also of a Delhi High Court Bar Association president. But that is not the point. The point I'm making is it's not only the judiciary, the educationists, the bar, and the Supreme Court all have a role to play.
Correct, sir. Correct. So So it's bar and the bench equally responsible to maintain public trust. This is what your take on this, sir.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much, sir, for connecting with us and speaking to NewsX. Thanks.
All right, moving on, we have some breaking news coming in. There is firing underway between terrorists and security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua district, with 2-3 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists believed to be trapped in this area. This comes after security forces conducted a major operation due to suspicious movement in Kathua district's Hiranagar area. Firing is underway in Kathua between security forces and terrorists. My colleague Ajay Jandyal is joining us at this point in time to give us more details about this. Ajay, what more can you tell us?
Yes, gunfight between terrorists and the security forces has begun in Sanyal, village of Hiranagar in Kathua district, and according to sources, some locals, they have seen some suspicious people inside a forest, chunk which is there in the Sanyal village, near the Sanyal village, since it is a border and a plain area. But there is some forestation area where this suspected people were spotted. Immediately, this input was shared with the security forces, and operation was launched. And during the search operation, terrorists who were hiding inside the forest area, they opened fire and gunfight has begun. About 4 to 5 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists are believed to be trapped inside a forest area where this gunfight is going on, and security forces, they have fully cordoned off that area. Army, Jammu Kashmir Police and the CRPF is on the job, and they are continuously trying to neutralize all the terrorists those who are hiding in this area.
Ajay, appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much. We take a short break on that note. We'll be right back.
Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड.
let me get a different perspective. Dr. Jayjeet Bhattacharya joining us on the broadcast. Jayjeet, unprecedented circumstances. I can't, I don't have a guidebook to process this. I don't think anybody has a guidebook to process. What do we do? It is unprecedented even to have the release from the Supreme Court last night. I've never seen something like that before. Very good it's happened. Right call by the Chief Justice. But here we are. Now the problem is this conundrum that if there is no conviction, then nothing is found. Okay. It's still going to be a lot of people assuming that it was a cover up. So how do we deal with that perception?
I think this is an excellent opportunity to go deeper into how our justice system is working or not working. We have been hearing continuously that there is corruption in the justice system. Not only that, the justice system is ineffective. When the World Bank ranking was on ease of doing business, we were ranked at 184 out of 188 in contract enforcement. We were at the bottom of the pyramid. How many of us really get justice from our justice system? How many times have we heard that a contract is useless in this country because it can never be enforced? So I think it's a good opportunity to look at these issues. The second set of issues is that I've been hearing the panelists saying, Honorable Justice so-and-so and Honorable Justice so-and-so. We don't call you Honorable Journalist Rishabh. So why is this honorable honorific being attached to just the justice? They need to earn it. And it is, for a journalist, it's their intellectual prowess which ensures that they get what they get in terms of the honorifics. So I think we need to start looking at this factor. If we say anything against the court, it becomes very quickly a contempt of court. If that's the system we have, that there can be no feedback, then obviously a system will decay. And that is really what is happening. So in this particular case, as you rightly said, we don't know what the truth is. Maybe the judge has been framed, and therefore the question comes up as to who framed the judge. But then the larger question is that we do have a problem with the justice system. Can we use this as a godsend opportunity to finally fix what's wrong? And somebody talked about the Narasimha Rao government. We also had Sukram during the Narasimha Rao government in 1996. He was caught with wads and wads of notes. What happened out of it? What came out of it? Was there any reform? What happened to Sukram? So unfortunately, the point that you just mentioned is that nothing comes out, nobody gets hanged, and nobody killed Jessica Lal. There was no note over there. And in spite of
like I said, we are stuck, right? But what has happened is unprecedented. This was a matter in which something was found that was troubling enough for the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court to say that I'm sending the registrar immediately to look into it and to in prima facie order a probe. Now a probe is not a conviction. A probe is not a charge sheet. A probe, and it's not even a probe. It's an in-house inquiry. It's not something that the police are doing independently. They can only do anything on the directions of the court. It's all unhappiness right now for obvious reasons, and we have to assume that responsible people are applying their mind to the matter, seized of the matter, and are now trying to put together a timeline of what needs to happen and at what pace it needs to happen. And as we now know from yesterday, that a lot of stuff has already taken place. So let me get Manasvi, who's been patiently listening in. Vineet Jindal is also with us. Manasvi, so now let's look a day or two forward. Okay, Supreme Court says that all right, we have all the letters that we have exchanged on record, which of course have a record of all the telephonic conversations and instructions as well. We've put out there, we've set up the committee, now we're doing it. Should we just be patient? Let's give it some time. Let's come back to this a few days later and see what the committee has to say.
Has to be. There are no two ways about it. But having said that, we have to applaud the Supreme Court with the kind of conduct they have come with, the kind of transparency they have brought in the entire issue by bringing everything online, bringing all the videos out. So this
I
has
agree.
to be
Unprecedented. I agree. The right thing to do, no doubt.
And because what is very important is this is the most important institution of our country, and the kind of understanding we all were having that this is going to be a cover up and everything. With this, the Collegium, the Chief Justice have made it very clear. Everyone needs to know what the evidences are. Everyone needs to know what the facts are, and they brought it everything. They brought everything in open. So I can see it, you can see it, the entire country is seeing it. And more importantly, the justice system has to be protected in a way that trust on an institution like the judges, the judiciary, the Supreme Court and the high courts have to be there. If we don't have that system there, I think democracy itself will be a failed democracy.
Okay, but Manasvi, you and I sit and because you talk about politics as well as which is what my day job is as well. Okay, so I'm used to it. I'm also in the public domain, so I'm used to it. Somebody will say Bhakt and Bikawa and Godi this and Godi that. I keep asking, show me in my bank statement where I've been bought out. But we're used to these kind of charges. Now we have to shield at the same time honest judges. Okay, from tomorrow any petitioner who doesn't like the judgment to say कि oh ये तो सब बिके हुए हैं and hence proved I have this video. So how do we do it? How do we not throw the baby out with the bathwater? How do we solve that conundrum?
I think this particular thing which has happened has actually shaken all of us up, and now is the time to create a very good code of ethics for our judiciary also. A very important annual update on the assets of them and their families has to be done. A complete transparent system has to be established. Now is the time. We have touch based everything. We have touch based politicians, the babus, the everything. The only thing which has not been touch based is the judiciary. Now is the time for actual reforms on judiciary to take place.
Manasvi, from your experience in observing politics, does that actually happen? Do you really believe the affidavits politicians file? Because I'm told that the biggest politicians in the country, they don't even own a car. They have a 5 lakh rupee fixed deposit, couple of mutual funds. So does that actually function? Does that actually work, or does that actually help?
And 80% of them are farmers. So we know this is there, but we also know that we have the right to question. We also know that is not true. We also know that there has to be some kind of transparent system. We know this is an open secret wherein what has been filed in affidavit and what is the reality. We all know that. But I think in moving forward, with the kind of questions you are asking, questions I am asking, question everyone in the panel is asking, this is going to lead towards transparency. I think this particular case, I feel it's a blessing in disguise for our country, because this will take our country to the next level in judiciary. The reforms which were required and judiciary was not actually accepting those reforms have to come down on that and create a very robust system. And with this, I have to give this to the Supreme Court, the Collegium, the Chief Justice, by bringing everything transparently on the website. So it is open for everyone to judge on what is the conduct, and that's a congratulatory thing from the justice system.
Yeah,
I think this we have to give it to them.
There's no doubt about it. It's written at the top of my screen. Right call. Okay, that was the right thing to do, because on Friday, the only thing I could say was that the only way you fight misinformation is with correct information. Okay, there is no other. If you think that people are going to in their drawing rooms are going to stop speculating, or on social media will stop talking about it, that's a fool's paradise. People will keep talking about it. You have to give them, this is the fact on the ground, this is the alacrity with which we have taken the seriousness, and it shows the document that has been taken seriously. Okay, very rapidly the communication has happened, and very rapidly the registrar has been sent. But Manasvi, there is an issue in this, and the issue is that the first point of information was not any official system. The first point of information was actually a media report. And we are looking that something happened on the 15th or the 14th, and the highest judicial officers of the land were aware of it, and until the media actually reported it, should it have just been released there and then?
Yes, Rishabh, no doubts about it. That's also a factual aspect. It happened on 14th, and we were silent till the last 2 days before this was brought up by the media. But even after that, if media brought it up, it's a great thing. Media is the fourth pillar of our democracy. They did what was right. And after that, how did the courts react? They reacted in a positive way. I have to give them that. And I also have to question what you are questioning. That is right. Why were they silent? This also needs to be answered. And further to that this investigation, this inquiry, this commission has to work in a timely manner. It has to be on a right time, because this case needs to be an open judicial case wherein everyone would have their views. The Supreme Court has to come down heavily on either ways. If Justice Varma is wrong, he has to be properly treated with that, and there has to be impeachment proceedings in the parliament if he is proven guilty. If not, if Lutyens Delhi, with heavily guarded Lutyens Delhi, can anyone, Tom, Dick, Harry can enter the Lutyens Delhi bungalows and do this kind of stuff? This has to be properly investigated, and this is bringing lots of questions. And either way, इधर कुआं उधर खाई की ही situation है.
Okay. Last quick question, Manasvi, and it's a very genuine issue because the Supreme Court and other courts do not have, for good reason in the past, but they do not have a public facing mechanism other than a website. Okay, they don't have a social media team who can counter rumors. Okay, they don't have a spokesperson. They don't have a press department that can issue a press release per se readily. Okay, they don't have a system in place. So they have a website in which we got a press note, but does a system, is it required for an emergency like this? Because you need to fight disinformation, because for 2 days honestly we couldn't even know whether the judge has been transferred or not, whether it was a consideration of a transfer or not a consideration. Then somebody reacted, no, we are not a dumping ground in Allahabad. So it is creating confusion, which we don't want. Now we have a role in the media to calm down and do it step by step in a logical manner. But does the court require an emergency mechanism for very rare occurrences like this?
100%. The courts should have a communication department which communicates information, vital information. They does not need a social media account. They don't need followers. They don't need social media presence, but they need a communication department which counters misinformation on the part of judicial system. Such things like this, that it has been thrown to Allahabad, we are not dustbins and everything. These informations had to be countered immediately, and before that, such information, before it could grow to that level, it should be properly communicated. I think a proper module has to be made from Supreme Court side and all the other courts of our country, where communication is properly given to the media handles and the political parties. That's it. No social media is required because they don't need any followers and don't need any,
that makes
stuff.
sense.
But proper communication is required.
Okay,
yes.
that makes sense. That makes reasonable sense to this. Let me get Vineet Jindal for another perspective on this. Vineet ji, this is it's a massive conundrum, right? And we can't throw the kitchen sink at it. We can't throw the baby out with the bath water. We have to disaggregate with a very careful scalpel look at the real issue and not get confused in all the sundries. So my question to you is, what do we do with the sundries for the people who are now going to use this one bad egg, rotten apple, to beat a stick around the court and judicial system? What do we do?
Look, this is not the first time, but the allegations and this kind of scenarios, when a judgment has been come against anyone, we have seen every day there are so many social media persons who has been just after judiciary by saying that we all know how judiciary works. There are several allegations put by the many persons. So we are talking about, if we are talking about this particular incident, I must say that definitely this is very disheartening being a legal fraternity member of myself, because as rightly says, there is too much discussion over your show till now that how that amount, the money has come to the judge, a high court judge in Delhi, whose house has been guarded by central paramilitary forces, and the judge has been declined by saying that there is no money, he has not seen anything, and the commissioner of police shared a video with the chief justice that money has been burned, and on the other hand, the fire department, chief of fire department says that no, we have not seen any money. So the statements, the evidences, which is only a video till now, and I have heard the news report from the news report that some burned notes has been found today itself out of the garbage of the same house of the judge.
No, so, I don't know that, right? So there's another video which is out there today. I'm not publishing it because we have the videos from the court. If
yes,
the court
that's why I'm
feels
saying
fit to
that
publish more
videos,
more evidence, which I'm hoping they do. Let's do this. If we have set the benchmark of transparency, let's stick with it, because this, I can tell you as a journalist, really helps me, because I can then choose to ignore all of the nonsense and focus on what we can get from official sources. It makes it a lot more cogent, a lot more sincere, because we are also doing this in good faith. We also want to fix the problem, get to the bottom of the matter and move on with life, because there are other things to do. But in the same breath, Mr. Jindal, what do we do next? Because for people who are now going to say that, yeah, it is common practice, ये तो चलता है, then people will say, हाँ, मेरे ताया जी के चाचे ने मुझे बताया था कि उनके साथ भी ऐसा केस हुआ था, वो तो सब ऐसे खाते हैं, या तो लॉयर भी खाते हैं, कबर्ड खोलो पैसा निकलेगा, ठीक है. this becomes a problem, and we have to do something about it. So who does something about it? Do we let some time pass and let this wound cauterize, or do we need to be proactive?
Look, Mr. Gulati, there are several suggestions has been put for judicial reform. It is not only from the judicial officials; they are also from the legal fraternity all over. And the government has also suggested some judicial reform. I think the highest judicial official must accept that judicial reform with a wholehearted and open arm. I think the responsibility, definitely the public must know about the facts, what are going on in the judiciary, but in name of the transparency, there should be some kind of mechanism which we have suggested several times through Justice Law and Justice Department to government, and government has also been suggested some reforms. But again, there are conflict between government and judiciary also.
So there is no answer to this. No, there is no right answer. Okay, it's like defining good and evil. There is no right answer. Okay,
I must say
I work in a fraternity. Okay, where finish your thought.
Yes, when I starting saying this, I say specific thing that higher judicial official must with open arm accept the judicial reform, come with the specific things that how their work has been assessed. There are several judgments on which the question has been raised. There should be mechanism. The judgment of the High Court and Supreme Court judges should also be examined. The responsibility would be put upon them if something is wrong.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, there are people who have agendas in this country for intents and purposes far too complicated for us to comprehend. For those people, you can do nothing. For some people, no matter how much transparency you have, it'll never be enough. Okay, because their agenda is different. But for most reasonable, rational people, attempts that are being made, for example, for most reasonable, rational people, the fact that the Supreme Court has done what it did last night and published all this information shows that niyat, that the thought process is clean, right? That even in the attempt of procedure, there is an effort being made to show transparency. That is so important. So most rational people and reasonable people will be appreciative. Yes, across the board, I've been sitting here for several hours, across the board, everybody has said that the Chief Justice of India and his collegium and his advisors made the right decision. I wholeheartedly concur. It was the best thing to do in the circumstances, which are, of course, unhappy circumstances. You fight misinformation with correct information. That's the only way you do it. Now we have a secondary problem, and the secondary problem is that patience is now required, but patience should not create the illusion of the matter being shelved. So the oxymoronical situation where you need to do something post haste but also need to do it with patience and deliberation, that is the second conundrum. Let me get Jayjeet on that. So Jayjeet, now a committee has sat on this, all right. Two of the judges are not from Delhi, which is good, all right, right decision. Now we have to give them a couple of days, reasonably, 3-4 days, a week, to actually speak with the police commissioner and the fire people and see what the people who visited, who the first respondents are, what their testimony was. We can't expect them to do it by tonight, right? So we want to have patience, but at the same time, we don't want to create the perception that, okay, they are waiting for the media cycle to end, put it on a shelf, and then 5 months later come up with a vacuous statement. So how do we maintain the balance?
No, it's a very challenging situation, and you've mentioned it a couple of times. It's not something easy to solve, because whichever way the investigations come out to be, there'll be a section of people who will believe that it wasn't an investigation that was conducted properly. And already we are seeing statements which are contradictory, such as the notes were found or the notes were not found at the same time. We are seeing pictures and the attempt by the Supreme Court in trying to be as transparent as possible. But as the days go on, there will be questions raised as to why it has taken so much of time. And some of the questions that came up in this panel itself, that why wherein it was in the news out in the first day itself when something so serious in such a senior office, the residence of such a senior office happened. It should have been out in public on day one itself, but it did not. So there will be a bunch of questions that will arise no matter what happens. And therefore, I think one of your panelists said that this is a golden opportunity to actually reform everything else we wanted to reform about judiciary. So maybe this case will go forward in the right way, or it'll create more suspicion. But I think the larger problem is that there is the judiciary seems to be not functioning in the way that the people like it. That needs to be reformed. There are lakhs of cases pending. People are not getting justice on time. I think this is a golden opportunity to fix all of that. For the current case, it is very, very complicated. So we don't know how it will come out to be. We should give a chance to Justice
Jayjeet, I promise you, judicial reform is far more complicated than the bona fides of even this case, because the judges can argue that the reason there's pendency of cases is because the appointment process is so slow. Then the government that does the appointment will tell you that we keep sending back recommendations because we have no oversight. The collegium, operates on systems which are antiquated and archaic and is opposed to reform from within the brethren of themselves. We've had these conversations, very difficult ones. We will have to revisit them in perpetuity. There's no final, there is no right answer or wrong answer. There are only
that's the point. The crisis trigger it. It should trigger the discussions to be taken up.
Okay,
again.
but in specific measures, Jayjeet, in a rare case like this, and this is a rare case, other than order an inquiry, put the judge away from cases and potentially consider, which we don't know yet whether it has been decided, to the best of my knowledge not decided, on transfer, should there at least be an immediate internal mechanism emerging out of this from the Supreme Court?
Right. Yeah. So as I said, I'm looking at it as a crisis which will trigger changes. And as you rightly said, it's extremely complex, and many attempts have been made in the past. And I just hope and wish, I don't know what's the way forward, but I just hope and wish that the changes come in. Clearly, an unprecedented step has been taken by the Supreme Court of making everything available on the internet. So that is a change to begin with.
Yeah, I agree.
Otherwise, any question raised would have been come under the wrap of contempt of court. At least that's not happening.
Yeah,
so,
and no gag orders. The judge in question could have also gone to court and said that, listen, without any bona fides of a conclusion or investigation, how can this matter be speculated so openly in the press? And there are precedents for restraining orders prohibiting the publication of videos, even if we know they exist. Here the opposite has happened. They've actually said, go ahead, show the video, it's available.
Absolutely. So it kind of also demonstrates the honesty of the court in trying to solve this problem, which is a great path forward. And that's exactly what I'm saying, that even if we chip at the problem, it is a movement forward. So let's take this crisis, and I'm still calling it a crisis, although there are probably bigger crises out there. But let's take this crisis and see what we can get out of this in terms of the larger reform, because there are people who are really not getting justice. I'll repeat myself on that, and that's something that everybody knows. Can we use this as an excuse to get at least a few more people justice in this country?
No, but
and that's how I would look at this.
But that has the opposite connotation as well. And let me get Sumit on that. Sumit, every person who has seen a case go on for decades, or in every case half the people go away unhappy, as Justice Kaul was telling me in this morning. So if there are two people, then at least half of them are going away unhappy, depending on the ruling. So there are people who are going to have grouses, and they are now going to take up this as an example to say that our worst fears and suspicions have been confirmed. This requires, therefore, a different species of redressal.
I think Rishabh, you're absolutely right, because this is more of don't see it as an individual case of corruption. This is a case which has shaken the collective conscience of 1.4 billion people. So this is not a normal thing. This is something like Nirbhaya movement. There's something like, compare it with the emergency which was imposed, because these things shake the conscience of the nation, and that is where necessity is the mother of invention. Now there's a necessity which has come up by virtue of this case. Now the courts, the collegium, the honorable government, everybody has to work together and come to fix this problem, because what you can't mess around with in any way whatsoever is the faith and belief of 1.4 billion people. Imagine a situation If tomorrow there's a common perception by court bike hue hain, imagine how are you going to implement anything? You have done the, you have done the law, new Nyaya Pranalika is in place. Police reforms and judicial reforms are the next 3 logical steps to happen. Now, for every big thing to happen, there's an event which clicks it. There's an event which triggers it. The POSCO Act was what? Because a Nirbhaya happened. A lot of things happened because of a lot of events happened, or a lot of accidents or incidents happened.
Okay,
This should.
so I agree. I agree. This is regardless of what is the truth. It's if there was cash at somebody's residence in Dilutian's Delhi, how it got there is a matter of scandal. But Sumit, let's play quote unquote devil's advocate for a second, because we have to be reasonable. Now, if some incident happens at anybody's residence, your residence or my residence, okay, before everything is published, and and whatever it is, your reputation gets damaged. I remember there was a young boy on a motorcycle at a red light, and some lady recorded a video that this man is harassing me. Many years later, it was proved that he was not harassing her at all. He didn't do anything. But by that time, he's lost his job. His friends have disowned him. His family is been so it destroys your life. Let's take a word for the judge and assume for a second, which is the truth, that he's innocent until proven guilty, that he's built a reputation, and if something post haste is leaked to the media, recovering his reputation is going to be almost impossible. So within that, was it reasonable to say, okay, let's wait a couple of days, let's go meet him, speak to him, understand him, ask him for a written response, and then go public? Is that reasonable?
Now, that is perfectly reasonable, because the challenge here is these are people who hold offices of highest repute and trust. It's not only repute, it's trust, it's the public trust. So when the public trust is lost, it's very difficult to bring that back. So what the Honorable Supreme Court did is right. But Rishabhji, let me bring in one point. I mean, I was looking, browsing through some of the news items. The same justice in discussion was also involved in a CBI FIR in 201 in Simbhavi Sugar, where there was a alleged 150 crore fraud. And the FIR was quashed in 2024 by the Honorable Supreme Court. Is the same gentleman which we are talking here. So
yeah, but there, I mean, what percentage of MPs have FIRs against him? And FIR is not a conviction. It's not even a trial, let alone a conviction.
You're absolutely right.
And then ironically, in this case, we have the opposite problem. We don't know if there is an existence of an FIR. To the best of our knowledge, currently no. So, okay, all right. I'm short of time. Let me get a last quick word from Manasvi before I take a break, because we've been at it non-stop for some time now. Manasvi, okay. So, I'm going to get back to the premise that, all right, we've had a moment on Friday where the information has come out, and it was scandalous information published in a national broadsheet. Now we've had a moment late last night when for the first time everything has been made public. So where there was room for speculation on Friday, there is much reduced room for speculation on Sunday. But right now we have no further factoids to add. There's nothing further that has happened today that we can add to this. So now should we take a pause for the cause and give it a few days and come back once the judges sit and their committee then comes forward with the next plan of action?
Precisely, Rishabh. If we talk about we need maturity in judiciary in terms of communication, in terms of reforms and everything, we also as citizens have to be mature enough to be patient about things. Now let the committee take a call. Let there be a proper investigation. Let there be proper inquiry about things, and see how things are going to act. How we reform as a country. We don't need any retreat out of it. We need proper reformation, and reformation will only happen once a verdict is out, whichever way it will go. And then the parliamentarians, the judiciary has to take strong calls out of it, and they will. I don't think with today's time and age and social media and media's presence every here and there, that they are going to let this be a loose movement, and this is going to be a proper reforms. 2025 is going to be watershed movement for the judiciary, and how they're going to build up, and we'll see a robust, strong judiciary out of it, and very transparent judiciary. We have to give it to them. Right now it is a moment of crisis, but I feel there is a golden age for judiciary which will start after this particular committee or investigation or inquiry ends, because this is where the importance of people's perspective will also come in judiciary for the first time after independence, with this kind of incident coming out of light from towards 1.4 billion people. So now we have to stand tall, strong, and show to the people of our country and to the world that we are going to be a reformative judiciary henceforth.
Yeah, we have some solid judges. Sanjeev Khanna, I mean Chief Justice, Justice Gawai is after him in about a 1.5 months' time. Then Justice Suryakant, all solid judges, all, you know, have a great sense of gravitas and dignity and a sense of purpose. More importantly, they have a sense of legacy. Okay, so I'm sure they'll all be now seized of the importance of this and leaving this legacy. And if this is the legacy you leave, that you actually leave a better perception of the judiciary, and through this transparency and not only do action but be seen to do action, you don't lose hearts and minds, you actually win hearts and minds. The opposite takes place. You make the best of a bad situation, and it's a bad situation, we accept it. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a break, and this is the premise, because we have to have the same conversations of responsibility, right? So when something like this is published in a broadsheet, the Times of India, right, and I described this on Friday. First, as an editor, I have to say, okay, does it pass the sniff test? Sniff test is, in conversations with reporters and other editors and people who work with us and people that we know, is this absolutely coming from the figment of somebody's imagination, okay, complete nonsense, or is there something there? So once it passes the sniff test that okay, there is something there, something has happened, then the next question we have to ask as professional journalists, not social media bot warriors, is what is on record. On Friday, there was precious little on record. The only thing on record was, number one, there was a fire report of an incident that happened. Okay, that's it. There was no police statement, there was no talk of cash, there was nothing. By Friday evening, we had a small statement by the Supreme Court regarding the transfer order, which it turned out was also full of confusion. Then last night, all of these matters have been put on record. We have discussed them, portrayed them as is, verbatim, threadbare. Okay. Now, what we also cannot do is pretend this is not happening and stay away and be covering other things when something of such gravitas is happening in the country, because that to people then looks like this Milli Bhagat cover up, even media won't show it. Okay. So we have discussed everything that is there, and I would, if you are interested, you can go to the website. This is all available online. You can see for yourself, you can read for yourself. Okay, make your judgment call.